After talking to each other for a few minutes, Shenshi stood up and said, "Please excuse me for a bit, Senior Yuan. I still need to notify my father of the circumstances so that he can prepare accordingly. He's probably shaking in anxiety right now from waiting." "Go ahead. Take your time." Yuan nodded. Shenshi then left the scene and went outside to contact her father using a communication jade slip. "Shenshi. What is the news? Is this person really a dragon emperor?" Her father immediately began questioning her in an anxious manner. "Calm down, father. You'll need all of your breath for this," Shenshi said to him. And she continued, "It's true, this person is the real deal, a real dragon emperor." The Dragon King stared at the communication jade slip with a look of disbelief on his face. A real dragon emperor? If this is true, they must protect him at all costs. "Tell me everything," the Dragon King said. "Yes." Shenshi proceeded to explain everything she heard from Yuan to her father. He accidentally arrived in the fairy paradise and actually belongs to the upper heaven. No wonder why he's already a dragon emperor despite being only a spirit grandmaster. Shenshi's voice then resounded, "Father, we must protect him at all costs. Now that we are aware of his presence, if anything happens to him, our family will be held responsible. You don't have to tell me the obvious. We'll protect him even if we have to go to war with the fairy paradise," the Dragon King declared. "Anyways, I will leave the Dragon Emperor in your care while I speak with the Fairy Empress, Shenshi. If he takes a liking to you, it will greatly benefit our family." "Yeah. Does this mean you want me to?" "No. Do not try to seduce him, as that could have the opposite effect. However, if he makes any advances on you, don't resist or refuse him. If you join a Dragon Emperor's family, our future bloodline will become purer and more powerful." "I understand, father," Shenshi acknowledged before putting away the communication jade slip. "Ha!" She released a deep sigh before returning to the building. However, to her surprise, Yuan had completely disappeared from the place like a ghost. But when she started questioning it, something altered her thoughts, making her forget about Yuan temporarily. As for Yuan, he tried logging off the game after she left, and it was a success. "Are you done playing already, brother Yuan?" Chu Liuxiang, who had been lying beside him the entire time, asked him when he logged off. "Yes. Too much has happened today, and I need some time to rest." "What happened?" "I will listen if you tell me," she said. Yuan nodded and proceeded to recall his experience. Meanwhile, somewhere in the fairy paradise. "Fairy Empress, something big has occurred in our land." An extraordinarily beautiful woman spoke as she approached the Fairy Empress, who was sitting on a large throne, silently cultivating. "What happened?" The Fairy Empress opened her eyes, revealing her exquisite emerald eyes. "A man had entered our fairy paradise." "A man? And here I thought it was something serious." "Just execute him like we always do," said the Fairy Empress, interrupting the other woman. "Unfortunately, this man is a little special, so we cannot just kill him." "Special? I don't care if he's the king of multiple continents. If they disrespect my rules, they will pay the price." "Fairy Empress, this man is a dragon emperor from the royal dragon family." The woman interrupted. "What did you just say?" The Fairy Empress' eyes widened with disbelief. "According to my disciples at the sect, a man had suddenly appeared in the fairy paradise, and this man turned out to be a dragon emperor," said the woman who was the sect master of the fleeting fairy sect. However, the Fairy Empress doubted this information. "A dragon emperor, you say? That is not possible. They should only exist in the sixth heaven and above. Why would a dragon emperor appear here?" "It's true, Fairy Empress. My disciples even went to the royal dragon family to get someone to verify his identity. The Dragon King is now demanding we release this man." The Fairy Empress turned silent after hearing such news. "If this man is really a dragon emperor, we cannot kill him, or we will risk offending the entire royal family dragon. Although I can handle the royal families in this world, if the other royal families from the upper heavens start causing trouble as well, it would be disastrous for us. Unlike a dragon king, a dragon emperor is highly regarded in the royal dragon family, so they will definitely protect him even if it will start a war. After many moments of silence, the fairy empress spoke. What else do we know about this dragon emperor? The sect master then recalled everything her disciples told her to the fairy empress. Interesting. I want to speak with this mysterious dragon emperor who appeared out of thin air. When do you wish to see him? I will let my disciples arrange it. I am a little busy now, so I will see him in 3 days. He may be a dragon emperor, but he still violated my rules, so he'll have to wait a little. I understand. Please excuse me while I relay this information to my disciples. The following day, Yuan returned to Cultivation Online to find Shenshi quietly sitting on the couch. I apologize for disappearing so suddenly yesterday without telling you, Yuan said to her. However, to his surprise, Shenshi didn't appear to care about it. In fact, she was oddly dismissive about it, not even bothering to ask any questions. If Cultivation Online is real and these people are not actual NPCs, why don't they question us, players, when we suddenly disappear? Is something preventing her from caring? Yuan wondered to himself as he silently stared at Shenshi. Let's test this out. Yuan thought to himself. The next second, he logged off the game right in front of Shenshi. Where did he go? Shenshi was baffled by Yuan's sudden disappearance. However, when she tried to think any further about the situation, she suddenly stopped caring for some reason. A moment later, Yuan reappeared before her. Senior. Shenshi looked at him weirdly. What do you think of that? Yuan suddenly asked her. Think of what, senior? Shenshi tilted her head in a puzzled manner. The way I disappeared and reappeared like a ghost. What do you think about it? You disappeared? When? Shenshi asked, dumbfounding Yuan. Just now. Look, I will even do it again. Yuan proceeded to log off and back in for a second time in front of her. However, Shenshi remained nonchalant about it. You really don't see anything wrong with me disappearing and reappearing so randomly? Yuan asked her. But senior, you have been standing there this entire time. Are you playing a joke on me? I'm sorry, but I don't understand it. Shenshi shook her head. Sorry, forget about it. Yuan gave up on asking Shenshi. Sometime later, Yuan went outside to the backyard to cultivate. I didn't notice this before because of my situation, but the spiritual energy in this place is very thick. I should take advantage of this and cultivate. Yuan then started his cultivation, quickly absorbing the spiritual energy around him. Shenshi watched him cultivate out of curiosity, and to her absolute shock, Yuan was cultivating so fast that a small vortex was created around him, and it swallowed the surrounding spiritual energy like a beast. What ridiculous cultivation talents! As expected of a dragon emperor from the upper heavens. Shenshi cried inwardly as she continued to watch over him. Sometime later, Elder Shui showed up at their place to let them know the fairy empress's response. I will take you to meet with the fairy empress in 3 days. Elder Shui said to them. I understand. Yuan nodded. Once Elder Shui left the scene, Yuan returned to cultivating for the remainder of the day. I will see you tomorrow. Yuan said to her before logging off. Please wait a moment, Senior Yuan. Shenshi suddenly said. What's the matter? If you need anything at night, just let me know, she said. Okay. Yuan nodded and logged off without thinking too much about her words. 3 days later. I have come to take you to the fairy empress. Elder Shui arrived at their door early in the morning. Are you ready to leave, Senior Yuan? Shenshi asked him. Yes. Shenshi then asked him, Senior, are you not going to wear your golden dragon robe? I think you should wear it when meeting the fairy empress. Yuan looked down and realized that he was still wearing his casual robes. "Give me a minute to change," he said, and went to change into the golden dragon robe. "Let's go." Yuan appeared before them a few minutes later. However, Shenshi didn't respond, and she even looked a bit dazed when she saw him, almost like a girl experiencing love at first sight. "Are you okay?" Yuan asked her. Why yes." She snapped out of her daze and immediately began blushing. "He looks completely different when wearing the golden dragon robe. Even his aura changed. This must be a true dragon emperor." Although Yuan looked like an ordinary person in his casual robes, he truly looked like he belonged to royalty in the golden dragon robe, which caught Shenshi by surprise. "Get on," Elder Shui said to them after taking out her flying treasure. However, Shenshi declined and said, "It's okay, I have my own." Then she turned to Yuan and asked him, "Would you like to ride on mine, Senior Yuan?" "Sure." He nodded, as he didn't have his own flying treasure yet. Shenshi then retrieved her flying treasure that was a dragon. It looked very similar to the one used by the sect master of the Dragon Essence Temple, but it also looked more majestic and refined. After jumping onto its head, Shenshi commanded the flying treasure to follow Elder Shui, who was riding on a large swan. About 3 hours later, Yuan could see a massive and majestic castle in the distance. "Is that where the fairy empress lives? What a huge place!" Yuan muttered out loud. Shenshi, who heard his mumble, nodded and said, "That's right. It is also home to many powerful experts." A few more minutes later, they began descending towards the ground. The moment they landed, Yuan could instantly feel many gazes staring directly at him, and they weren't friendly looks. Yuan looked around, and sure enough, there were many pretty ladies there looking at him with a look of contempt on their faces. "Don't worry about them, Senior Yuan. It's common for women in the fairy paradise to hate men." Shenshi comforted him. "Is there a reason why they harbor such feelings?" Yuan asked out of curiosity. "A lot of them have been wronged by men in the past, which is the main reason," she said. "What are you waiting for? Let's hurry up and meet the fairy empress," Elder Shui said to them. While they walked, Shenshi whispered to Yuan, "Senior, I can tell that you're a calm and humble person after spending the last few days with you, but you should act a little more authoritative when speaking with the fairy empress so that she doesn't look down on you." "Authoritative, huh? I will try." He nodded. After walking through many hallways and large room, they finally arrived at the main room. "The fairy empress is right behind these doors. If you do anything inappropriate..." Elder Shui narrowed her eyes at them. "I can say the same to you. If you disrespect the Dragon Emperor..." Shenshi said. Elder Shui opened the door and entered the room with Yuan and Shenshi. "That's the fairy empress?" Yuan thought to himself as they approached the figure sitting all the way at the end of the room, and there was another figure standing beside her, who was wearing a uniform that looked similar to Elder Shui's robes. As for the woman sitting on the throne, she was an extremely beautiful woman with long golden hair and emerald-colored eyes. "This junior greets the fairy empress." Elder Shui bowed to her. She then turned to bow to the woman standing beside the fairy empress. "This disciple greets the sect master." Seeing Elder Shui greet them, Yuan also prepared to greet them. However, Shenshi stopped him from greeting them before stepping forward. "Fairy Empress. The royal dragon family demands you release the Dragon Emperor as soon as possible. If you keep him detained any longer, we will have no choice but to escalate the situation." Yuan stared at Shenshi with wide eyes. The fairy empress should be the most powerful person in this world, yet Shenshi dared to speak to her in such a tone. Either the dragon royal family is as powerful as the fairy empress, or she's incredibly daring. After hearing Shenshi's words, the fairy empress coldly snorted, "Are you threatening me? You have gotten quite daring since our last meeting, Shenshi. Have you forgotten about where you are standing right now? That man's life is now in my hands, whether he's the Dragon Emperor or not, so you should watch your mouth and attitude when around me, little girl." You can also save your scare tactics for another time, Fairy Empress. You should know very well what will happen to the fairy paradise if you harm even a single hair on his body. Shenshi snorted back. Are you sure you want to start a war with the royal dragon family? And it won't just be against my family, but against every royal dragon family in the 9 heavens. The fairy empress suddenly burst out laughing, which echoed loudly in the large room. When she eventually stopped laughing, the fairy empress suddenly released her cultivation base, instantly pressuring Shenshi, which also affected Yuan even though he was not targeted. What powerful pressure! I have never felt anything like this before. What cultivation base is this fairy empress at? Yuan cried inwardly. I will not repeat myself. This is my house, not the royal dragon family, Shenshi. You will get hurt if you continue barking so loud. Shenshi gritted her teeth and also released her cultivation base to retaliate. However, Yuan suddenly shouted, Fairy Empress. The Fairy Empress immediately stopped her pressure and turned to look at him with interest. Did you call me here to fight with her, or do you want to speak with me? He asked her with a calm face. Dragon Emperor, huh? Are you really a Dragon Emperor? How can a Dragon Emperor have such a pathetic cultivation base? The Fairy Empress spoke after a moment of silence. Our ranks are not determined by one's cultivation base but by our bloodline's purity and raw talents. Shenshi responded. The Fairy Empress turned to look at Shenshi with an annoyed look on her face, and she spoke, Shenshi, can you let the little emperor speak for himself? You really think I don't know how the dragon royal family works? If you speak any more, I will have you removed until we are done. Fairy Empress, I can speak for myself just fine. The only reason I am not being aggressive is because I am in the wrong for entering the fairy paradise without permission. Yuan suddenly said. However, it appears that I am being treated as a pushover by staying silent, so I will be the one talking now. Oh. Then what do you have to say for yourself? The Fairy Empress no longer bothered with Shenshi and returned her focus to Yuan. Like I'd already mentioned, I acknowledge that I am in the wrong for breaking the rules of this place, but it was not as though I came here on purpose. I was accidentally teleported here from another heaven, and I had no control over that whatsoever. If you're going to kill me over something like this, then you should be prepared to face the consequences for killing a dragon emperor. Can you tell me which of the 9 heavens did you come from? The Fairy Empress asked him with a calm face. That has nothing to do with my situation, so I will not entertain you, Yuan calmly responded. And he continued, the real question here is whether you'll kill me or let me go. After a moment of silence, the Fairy Empress spoke with a cold grin on her face, what if I don't kill you, but I will also not let you go? What if I feel like keeping you imprisoned here forever? You dare? Shenshi exclaimed in an angry voice. Of course I dare. Even if the royal dragon family from the upper heavens were to cause trouble here, I also have connections to people in the upper heaven. Don't think you can intimidate me with the royal family. And I highly doubt the royal family would want to offend these people for a mere dragon emperor. Now if he was a dragon god, that might be able to save him. Hearing her words, Yuan suddenly started laughing. He then said, go ahead and imprison me if you want. But before you make that decision, you should know that I have someone waiting for me, and if I don't show up, let's just say that he'll be very angry. After saying these words, Yuan retrieved a glass bottle from his dragon spatial ring before tossing it to the Fairy Empress. What is this? If you think a drop of blood will save you, the Fairy Empress suddenly stopped speaking when she took a closer look at the drop of blood in the bottle. Whose blood essence does this belong to? She suddenly shouted in a grim voice, startling everyone there. Why don't you take a guess? I will give you a hint. He's the one who created the royal dragon family. Yuan said with a smile on his face. You don't mean? Shenshi covered her mouth in shock after hearing Yuan's words. Bullshit. The Fairy Empress suddenly stood up and exclaimed in a somewhat angry manner. There's no way this blood essence belongs to the dragon ancestor. She denied his claims. I don't blame you for not believing me. I mean, this is the dragon ancestor that we're talking about. However, I am not lying to you. If you don't believe me, you can imprison me and wait to find out the truth, though it might be too late then. The fairy empress gritted her teeth after hearing Yuan's words. Although she cannot tell whether this blood essence truly belonged to the dragon ancestor or not, she could tell that the blood essence had come from a godlike being due to the unique spiritual energy the blood essence contained. While ordinary cultivators all cultivate the same spiritual energy in the air, once they reach a certain cultivation level, they will need to absorb different types of spiritual energy. For example, a cultivator that has achieved immortality will need to absorb immortal qi in order to continue their progress, and the ordinary spiritual energy in their body will eventually be replaced by immortal qi. Above immortals are godlike beings that can create stars and life with the snap of their finger, and these apex entities will cultivate celestial qi, something that the fairy empress could sense within the blood essence. Therefore, even if this blood essence in her grasp doesn't belong to the dragon ancestor, it doesn't take away from the fact that it came from a godlike being, someone who has reached the peak of cultivation. And if it's true that Yuan has connections to a godlike being, nobody in the fifth heaven can touch him unless they want to die a horrible death. After standing there with a perplexed look on her face, the fairy empress suddenly started laughing like a maniac. "You're good, really good, Dragon Emperor. I would have never expected for you to use this kind of method to convince me." When she eventually stopped laughing, the fairy empress started approaching Yuan with a profound smile on her face. Shenshi stood between them when she saw this. "Get out of my way, Shenshi," the fairy empress said to her in a cold tone. "I refuse," she instantly responded. However, Yuan tapped her from behind and said, "It's okay." Shenshi gritted her teeth. As much as she wanted to keep him safe from the fairy empress, she couldn't disobey a dragon emperor who has connections to the dragon ancestor himself. Therefore, she could only reluctantly move out of fairy empress' way, allowing her to approach Yuan. Once the fairy empress was in front of Yuan, she returned the dragon ancestor's blood essence back to him and said, "I was only teasing you. I have no intentions of harming you, nor do I wish to start a war with the royal dragon family over something like this. However, since you did break my rules, I had to punish you one way or another." Yuan was left speechless by the fairy empress' words. She had been teasing him this entire time. So it was all an act. He really thought she wanted to keep him imprisoned. "I don't believe you," Shenshi exclaimed shortly after hearing the fairy empress' words. "You definitely weren't joking. I don't care if you believe me or not." The fairy empress shrugged. "Though I won't deny that I teased you more than planned because of your big mouth, Shenshi. Does this mean I am free to go?" Yuan asked her. "Yes. Congratulations on becoming the first man to enter the fairy paradise without dying, little emperor." "Thank you. Now I just need to figure out how I am supposed to return to where I came from." He sighed. "Senior, why don't you follow me back to the royal dragon family? Perhaps we can help you figure something out." Yuan hesitated for a brief moment since they might learn that he was disguising as Dragon Emperor if he followed her back to her family. "Why don't you just go back through the stairway to heaven? If you came from the upper heavens, you don't need to do any trials to go back up there," the fairy empress said. "Unfortunately, my situation is a little special, so I cannot take the stairway to heaven." Yuan shook his head. "Do as you please. Anyways, you are free now, so hurry up and leave this place. If you continue lingering around, I might change my mind and keep you here forever," the fairy empress then said. Yuan nodded and turned to look at Shenshi. "I'll have to inconvenience your family for a bit." "It's not an inconvenience. In fact, it's an honor for our royal family to have you, Senior Yuan." Shenshi bowed to him. Sometime later, Yuan left the place with Shenshi on her flying treasure. "Is it really okay to let him go?" Elder Shui asked the fairy empress after they left. "We have no choice. The fact that a godlike being has given him their blood essence means he's very important to that person. We cannot afford to offend such a person. The fairy empress shook her head. What if he'd obtained that blood essence through other means? Even if that might be the case, we cannot risk it. You have no idea how horrifying a godlike entity is. A single one of them could easily wipe out an entire world without sweating. Is that so? Anyways, just forget about this incident. If the others ask about it, just say we already took care of him. I understand. Meanwhile, back in the lower heavens at the Heavenly Melody Academy. Has he not returned yet? Song Ling asked AI Yuan, who has been waiting in front of the Zither Fairy's immortal cave for the last 3 days. No, he hasn't. AI Yuan shook her head. Looks like we will have to delay his performance indefinitely until he returns. What a headache. Somewhere in the lower heavens, 3 figures could be seen soaring through the sky at high speed without the assistance of flying treasures. Can either of you feel the young master's presence? It suddenly appeared 3 days ago, but then it disappeared shortly after. A beautiful woman with a lavish figure asked the other 2 figures, who were a little girl and a graceful young lady. Of course, these 3 were Yuan's companions that had gone on a journey without him for the last few months. I cannot feel Brother Yuan's presence. Xiao Hua said. Me neither. Lan Yingying shook her head. And here I thought the young master has finally returned to us. Feng Yuxiang released a deep sigh. Anyways, this is where the young master's presence disappeared from. It turned out to be the Heavenly Melody Academy. Feng Yuxiang said as they hovered above the Heavenly Melody Academy. What should we do now? Lan Yingying asked. In response to Lan Yingying's question, Xiao Hua began flying towards the Heavenly Melody Academy, before descending into the inner court. Xiao Hua's sudden appearance shocked the disciples there, as only spirit grandmasters have the capability to fly without the assistance of flying treasures or flying swords. And when Feng Yuxiang and Lan Yingying also descended onto the ground from the sky, the disciples' shock turned into fear. Why did 3 experts suddenly appear in the middle of their sect? However, before any disciple could approach them, Song Linger noticed their presence and appeared before them. I am Song Linger, sect master of the Heavenly Melody Academy. How can my sect help you? Sect master Song, we are looking for someone. Feng Yuxiang stepped forward. Why you're? Madam Feng. After taking a closer look at their appearances, Song Linger recognized them, and she recalled seeing them with the Dragon Essence Temple at the Mystic Realm. This person you're looking for, is it Yuan? Song Linger had this gut feeling and asked them. Yes, we are. Have you seen him? We stopped whatever we were doing to come here after sensing his presence, but it disappeared shortly after, and we haven't sensed it again since then. Feng Yuxiang nodded. Well. You see. What had happened was. Song Linger proceeded to explain to them how Yuan had disappeared after touching the Zither Goddess Immortal Cave and has been missing since then. What? He disappeared. Do you have any idea where he could have went? Feng Yuxiang asked. No, but you can take a look at the place if you wish. Song Linger said. Take us there. Xiao Hua immediately said. Okay. Song Linger then led the 3 ladies to the Zither Goddess Immortal Cave. Of course, AI Yuan was still waiting there. He disappeared after touching this boulder that seals the entrance. Song Linger pointed to the large boulder blocking the entrance. Feng Yuxiang narrowed her eyes at the boulder for a moment before speaking. There's a powerful teleport formation within this immortal cave. Really? Can you do something about this situation? Song Linger asked, feeling a little hopeful. I can't say for certain, but we need to go inside to take a closer look at the formation. Can you open it? Feng Yuxiang said. Unfortunately, that's not possible. This immortal cave hasn't been opened since the Zither goddess left. The only way to open the immortal cave is by forcing it open, but that would destroy the other immortal caves if we're not careful. Before Song Linger could even finish her sentence, Xiaohua released her cultivation base and used qi manifestation to grab the boulder. The next second, Xiaohua yanked the entire boulder away from the entrance, forcefully opening the immortal cave without damaging the other immortal caves. This left Song Linger and AI-1 completely speechless, as they have never seen an immortal cave being opened in such a forceful manner. What cultivation base does she have to achieve such a feat? Song Linger cried inwardly. Although she could tell that Feng Yuxiang and Lan Yingying were both at the peak of Spirit Grandmaster, she was unable to see Xiaohua's cultivation base. Then she recalled what happened at the Mystic Realm. If I remember correctly, that senior from the upper heavens called her a Spirit King. Let's go inside. Xiaohua said as she began walking into the immortal cave without waiting for the others. Clearly, she was the most anxious one there. Feng Yuxiang and Lan Yingying followed her inside without hesitation. Meanwhile, at the fifth heaven, after leaving the fairy paradise, Shenshi led Yuan back to her royal dragon family using a teleport treasure, so it only took them a few minutes at most. After being teleported to right outside her family's living quarters, Shenshi approached the gates with Yuan behind him. Welcome to the Shen family, Senior Dragon Emperor. The guards got onto their knees and greeted Yuan the moment they got close enough. Welcome back, young lady. They greeted Shenshi afterward. Once the guards opened the gates, Shenshi led Yuan into their living quarters. However, before they even reached the building in the distance, Yuan could see many figures standing outside the building. These figures were obviously the royal dragon family that lived in this place. The Dragon King and his entire family had gathered outside to greet Yuan. It was a privilege that only dragon emperors and above could experience. Once Yuan got close enough, everyone besides the Dragon King and his wife got onto their knees to greet him. Greetings, Senior Dragon Emperor. They all shouted in a loud voice, clearly exhilarated to have a Dragon Emperor visit their home. As for Yuan, he felt a little guilty for disguising himself as a Dragon Emperor. If these people learn that he's not even a dragon, much less the Dragon Emperor, he could only imagine what they might do to him. If they learn the truth, I might as well return to the fairy paradise since it would be safer there. Yuan cried inwardly as he greeted the Shen family. Hello, everyone. Thank you for the warm welcome, but I'd prefer it if you guys acted more casual and informal when around me. Yuan said to them after seeing them treat him as though he was some kind of emperor. My name is Yuan, and you can call me as such. The people there looked at each other with doubtful gazes. Can they really address a dragon emperor so casually? They won't receive divine punishment from their ancestor for doing so. If you say so, Yuan. The Dragon King said. Anyways, let us introduce ourselves. The royal family then began introducing themselves starting from the Dragon King. Once everyone there was done, the Dragon King invited Yuan inside the building. By any chance, are you hungry? We are preparing for a feast right now. The Dragon King asked him sometime later after they were all sitting down. I am a little hungry. Yuan nodded. In the meantime, if there's anything we can help you with. I am trying to find a way back to my own world, but I'm not sure how I even got to this place in the first place. Can you describe to me what had happened before you came here? The Dragon King asked. Yuan proceeded to recall everything that had happened. So you touched the entrance of an immortal cave and got teleported here. By the way you described it, I believe it was a teleport formation that specializes in long-distance transportation. The Dragon King said. Do you think I was teleported to the fairy paradise by accident? Yuan then asked. No, I don't think so. Long-distance transportations usually have a set destination, and they are very precise. If the teleport formation took you to the fairy paradise, that means whoever created the teleport formation meant for it to happen. Then is there a way to return to my own world? Maybe if I find the teleport formation again. Yuan then asked. Back when he was teleported to the ancient dragon city, he was able to teleport back using the same teleport, so maybe he could do the same if he can find the Zither goddess teleport formation. However, the Dragon King shook his head and said, when you appeared in this world, you weren't on top of a teleport formation but high up in the sky, right? This means that the teleport formation that transported you here was a one-way teleport formation. So I cannot return to my world? Yuan mumbled in a low voice. If you came from the upper heavens, you can use the stairway to heaven to return, but it will be a little tedious. The Dragon King said. What if I want to go to the lower heaven? Yuan suddenly asked. The lower heaven? The Dragon King raised his eyebrows in a puzzled manner, but he didn't question it and answered, that would be a little tricky. If you want to go to the lower heaven, you'll need to speak with the Lord of this realm to get permission to go to the lower heaven, and the lower you go, the more resources you'll need to expend. The Lord of this realm? Who is this Lord? Yuan asked. That would be the Fairy Empress. She was the Lord of this realm. Yuan was surprised to learn this information. I just left that place too. He sighed inwardly. Are you really trying to go to the lower heaven, Senior Yuan? Shenshi asked him. Well, I have some business there, so yes. The Dragon King pondered for a moment before speaking. Fortunately, you're only a spirit grandmaster, so it will be easier for you to descend, but not by too much, since you'll still need to speak with the Fairy Empress and have the resources to activate the formation. I will speak with the Fairy Empress later. Thank you. Yuan nodded. Is there anything else you want to ask? Yuan pondered for a bit before speaking. Do you know of a place called the Ancient Dragon City? He wanted to know how the royal families outside that place view the city. The Ancient Dragon City? The Dragon King seemed to be puzzled by Yuan's question for some reason. Yes. Is there something wrong with that place? Yuan tilted his head in a questioning manner. The Ancient Dragon City? Isn't that a mythical world where only dragons live? It's a very popular legend. Shenshi suddenly said. What do you mean a legend? Yuan's eyes widened with surprise upon hearing her words. You don't know. The Ancient Dragon City is a legendary world that was created during the primordial era by the dragon ancestor because dragons were hunted for their precious blood, but nobody has ever been to that place, at least nobody in this world. Shenshi explained. A legend. Yuan mumbled to himself. It is also called the Dragon Paradise by some people. Shenshi added. Why are you interested in the Ancient Dragon City? The Dragon King asked him. Don't tell me that you actually came from that place. Although the Dragon King spoke as though it was a joke, nobody there was laughing, and they just silently stared at Yuan for a response. Of course not. Yuan quickly denied coming from the place, which was the truth. Then do you think the Ancient Dragon City exists somewhere out there? Shenshi asked a moment later. I do. Yuan nodded with a profound smile on his face. Sometime later, the Dragon King was notified that the feast had been prepared, so everyone there began making their way towards the area. This feast is to honor the Dragon Emperor's presence. The Dragon King announced. Once the cheering stopped, they began feasting on the food, allowing Yuan to show off his eating talents. As expected of a Dragon Emperor. Even his food consumption is top tier. Look at how quickly he's cleaning up the plates. He's treating the food as though they are air. After entering the Zither Goddess Immortal Cave, Xiaohua and the others immediately began looking around. However, they quickly realized that besides the teleport formation, there was essentially nothing else inside the Immortal Cave. There's nothing in here. Song Linger was left speechless by this discovery, as she has always believed that there were treasures inside the Immortal Cave. Meanwhile, Feng Yuxiang took her time analyzing the formation on the ground despite not being an expert. I'm no formation expert, but by the looks of it, this formation is a one-way teleport formation, and judging by the complexity of the design, it's a fairly powerful one. Can you tell where it took Brother Yuan? Xiaohua asked her. Unfortunately, only the creator of this formation would have this information. Feng Yuxiang shook her head. Then is there any way to activate it? Lan Yingying asked. You can normally activate a teleport formation by pouring enough spiritual energy inside it, but there are also formations that only activate under certain circumstances. We can try injecting our spiritual energy into this formation, but I don't have any hopes it'll do anything. Stand back. Xiaohua said as she began pouring her spiritual energy into the formation. However, no matter how much spiritual energy she fed the formation, it remained inactive. You said the young master played some sort of song with the zither before he was teleported away. Feng Yuxiang turned to ask Song Linger, who nodded. Yes, that's what my disciples who were with him at that time said. Feng Yuxiang sighed and said, unless we have a formation master to analyze this formation, we won't be able to tell where it took him, but I doubt there are any formation masters in the lower heaven that is skilled enough to handle this formation. Is there really nothing we can do? Lan Yingying asked. Unfortunately. Feng Yuxiang shook her head. But this is the young master that we're talking about. He will be fine no matter where he went. I just hope that he'll return soon. Meanwhile, in the fifth heaven, Yuan was sent to his personal room after the feast. If you need anything, just let us know. We'll have someone guarding outside around the clock for you. The Dragon King said to him before leaving. Wait a minute. Yuan stopped him before he left. Do you know of a zither goddess? He then asked. Zither goddess? I do not, but I can try asking around. Is that so? Thank you. Yuan nodded. Once he was alone, Yuan laid on the bed with a pondering face. What should I do now? Even though this is a great chance for me to climb the 9 heavens, I cannot just leave everyone behind. Although he was given this rare chance of skipping 4 entire realms, allowing him to ascend much faster than other people, he didn't want to leave Xiaohua and the others behind, he couldn't. If only there's something that can help me return. Yuan sighed out loud as he closed his eyes. After a few minutes of silence, Yuan suddenly opened his eyes in a snapping manner, almost like he'd realized something. He then jumped off the bed and began searching inside his dragon spatial ring. A few moments later, Yuan retrieved a small round object from the dragon spatial ring, and it resembled a marble. This is the life-saving treasure that Elder Xian gave me when I was still a disciple at the Dragon Essence Temple. He said that it could teleport me back to the sect no matter where I am. Yuan recalled the dragon marble that Elder Xian had given him. However, he then recalled something else, that it would only work within the lower heavens. Ah! I forgot. He also mentioned that it would only work if I am within the lower heavens. After staring at the dragon marble for a good moment, Yuan decided to still give it a try without having much hope that it will work. Yuan took a deep breath and began pouring his spiritual energy into the dragon marble. The dragon marble immediately began emitting a bright and golden light that reached every corner inside the room Yuan was in. Crack! Yuan could feel the dragon marble in his hands quickly heating up, and before he could react, it suddenly exploded into countless fragments, causing the light to intensify many times. It got so bright that it blinded Yuan, who felt like he was being pointed in every direction by powerful flashlights. The light began diminishing a few moments later, allowing Yuan to see again. When Yuan finally opened his eyes and could see his surroundings again, he was surprised to find himself surrounded by people wearing familiar-looking clothes. They are disciples of the Dragon Essence Temple. Did the treasure really bring me back to the sect? I thought it only worked if I was within the lower heavens. Yuan mumbled to himself in a daze. Indeed, Yuan had been teleported back to the Dragon Essence Temple after using the Dragon Marble. As for why Elder Xian said that the Dragon Marble could only be used within the lower heavens, it was simply because he didn't know that it could be used even outside the lower heaven, as nobody has tried it before until Yuan. Who are you? Where did you come from? The disciples around Yuan began shouting at him when they snapped out of their daze. Judging by their uniform, they should be outer court disciples. Anyways, I should hurry up and return to the Heavenly Melody Academy. Yuan decided to ignore these disciples and return to the Heavenly Melody Academy, shocking the disciples when he suddenly started flying without any flying treasures. Meanwhile, at the Heavenly Melody Academy, Feng Yuxiang and the others were just about to leave the sect when they suddenly stopped their movements. I can sense the young master's presence again. The young master has returned. Feng Yuxiang exclaimed in an excited voice. What? Song Linger's eyes widened with shock by this unexpected news. After returning to the lower heavens, Yuan immediately began making his way back to the Heavenly Melody Academy. When he got close enough, Feng Yuxiang's voice suddenly resounded in his head. Young master. Are you okay? Feng. Yuan was delighted to hear her voice after so long. Where are you right now? Feng Yuxiang then asked. I am currently heading to the Heavenly Melody Academy. Is that so? Then we will wait for you here. You're at the Heavenly Melody Academy right now? Why? Yuan asked. We sensed your presence here, but it disappeared before we could arrive. Ah. I will explain everything to you later once I return. Okay. See you later, young master. Feng Yuxiang then explained to Xiao Hua and the others that Yuan was heading back to the Heavenly Melody Academy. Is everything okay with Yuan? Song Linger asked. Yes, he sounded fine. Feng Yuxiang nodded. Thank the heavens. If anything had happened to him. Song Linger released a long sigh of relief after learning that Yuan was not harmed. Eventually, Yuan managed to return to the Heavenly Melody Academy without any problems. Young master. Brother Yuan. My lord. Xiao Hua and the others immediately rushed to his side, feeling like an eternity since they last met. Hello, everyone. It's been a while. Yuan said to them with a gentle smile on his face. Yuan, I'm glad that you're fine, but where did you go for the past few days? Song Linger asked him a moment later. It's a long story, so let's go back to my living quarter first, Yuan said to them. As they began making their way to Yuan's temporary living quarters in the sect, Feng Yuxiang would stare at Yuan with a pondering gaze. Young master, did something happen recently? She decided to ask him. Huh? What do you mean? I feel like you had changed a lot since our last meeting. Yuan couldn't help but smile after hearing her words that Song Linger also asked. Yes, something did happen. How can you tell? A woman's intuition. Yuan couldn't help but interrupt her. Feng Yuxiang nodded with a dazed look on her face. If you need any help. Feng Yuxiang then mumbled. It was an unfortunate event, but don't worry, I have already taken care of it, he said. If you say so. Once they arrived at his living quarters and were seated, Yuan began recalling his experience in the fifth heaven. So I was teleported to a place called Fairy Paradise in the fifth heaven. Fifth heaven? Song Linger exclaimed in a shocked voice before he could even finish his sentence. Yes, and I was imprisoned there for a few days because only females are allowed in the Fairy Paradise. In order to leave, I had to speak with the Fairy Empress and even had the help of the royal dragon family there. Sounds like you had it rough, young master. Feng Yuxiang said. Brother Yuan, how did you get back? The teleport formation that transported you was a one-way teleport. Xiao Hua asked him. I used a treasure called the Dragon Marble. It was given to me by Elder Xian at the Dragon Essence Temple. It was supposed to be a life-saving treasure, but I ended up using it to get back here. A life-saving treasure that can teleport you from the fifth heaven to the lower heavens. It must have been an incredibly powerful treasure. Feng Yuxiang mumbled. To be honest with you, I didn't think it'd work. My sudden disappearance will definitely cause some trouble for the royal dragon family since I was staying there as a guest. I only hope that nothing too dramatic happens. Yuan sighed, as he could only imagine what will happen to the royal family once they realize that he was gone. I doubt anything will happen. After all, they're the royal family. Why would they freak out over your disappearance? Feng Yuxiang said, unaware that Yuan had temporarily taken the identity of a dragon emperor while he was there. which will definitely cause some mayhem. Meanwhile, at the royal dragon family, a few hours after Yuan disappeared, the Dragon King returned to his room. I have asked around about Zither Goddess just like you requested and received some information. Are you available now? The Dragon King knocked on Yuan's room. When nobody responded, the Dragon King knocked on the door again. After waiting for a few more moments, the Dragon King turned to look at the guards and asked them, "Did he leave while I was away?" "No, the Dragon Emperor hasn't left his room." "Then why isn't he responding?" The Dragon King mumbled to himself. "Yuan. Are you okay?" The Dragon King knocked on the door again, feeling a little anxious for some reason. Eventually, the Dragon King decided to enter the room. "Excuse me." However, to the Dragon King's surprise, the room was empty. "Are you sure he didn't leave the room? What if he left but you missed it?" The Dragon King returned to the guards with a frown on his face. "What? That's impossible. We have been watching the entrance since the Dragon Emperor went inside. Unless he left through the windows, we would have definitely noticed him leaving." The guards exclaimed. "The windows are still locked, and they can only be locked from the inside. Furthermore, why would the Dragon Emperor leave through the windows? That doesn't make any sense." The Dragon King said. "Actually, now that I think about it, I sensed a slight disturbance coming from the Dragon Emperor's room a while ago, but it disappeared almost as soon as it appeared, so I didn't think too much of it." One of the guards said, unaware that he'd sensed the Dragon Marble's activation. "Shit. I had even scheduled a meeting with the Fairy Empress for the Dragon Emperor. How could he suddenly disappear?" The Dragon King cursed. He then turned to look at the guards and commanded, "Find out what happened to the Dragon Emperor. I don't believe that he'd leave without telling us. Something must have happened to him and I want to know what." After commanding the guards to look for Yuan, the Dragon King gathered his family to notify them of the situation. "What? Senior Yuan disappeared from his room?" Shenshi exclaimed in a shocked voice. And she continued, "Are you sure he didn't leave his room to go somewhere?" "I have confirmed this with the guards. He hasn't left his room since he entered it, and the windows were still locked when I went to check on him." The Dragon King shook his head. Furthermore, the guards had sensed a disturbance inside his room before he disappeared, so there's a good chance that something had forced him to disappear. "Why would anyone want to kidnap the Dragon Emperor?" someone there asked. "Maybe it's the fairy paradise. What if they released him so that they cannot be held accountable if anything happens to him afterward?" Another person there speculated. "That makes sense. How despicable. It must be the fairy paradise. I found it suspicious how they allowed the Dragon Emperor to leave so easily." The majority of the royal family believed that the fairy paradise was responsible for Yuan's disappearance at this point. "Calm down, everyone." The Dragon King eventually spoke. "Although we are not always on good terms, I know the Fairy Empress very well. She is not the type to do something like this, at least I hope that's the case. Anyways, I will speak with the Fairy Empress later. Until then, you guys try to look for the Dragon Emperor. If he doesn't show up and the people from the upper heaven begins looking for him, we'll be responsible for his disappearance, as he disappeared while inside our territory. This will look incredibly bad for our royal family." The others began mumbling to each other. Indeed, if someone had to take the blame for Yuan's disappearance, their royal family would be first on the list since Yuan had disappeared while staying in their family, and that could be disastrous for their family, especially since Yuan had connections to the one and only dragon ancestor. "Use whatever resources we have to find the Dragon Emperor. We will not rest until we find him or find whoever is responsible for his disappearance." Thus began the royal family's investigation on Yuan's disappearance that would lead them across the entire fifth heaven. Meanwhile, the Dragon King went to meet the Fairy Empress outside the fairy paradise. "Dragon King, why did you summon me? What is so urgent that you cannot wait for a few more days until my meeting with the Dragon Emperor?" the Fairy Empress asked him. The Dragon King didn't want to waste any time and went straight into the topic. The Dragon Emperor is missing. He'd suddenly disappeared from his room. What? The Fairy Empress frowned upon hearing this information. And then she spoke in a grim voice, I hope you didn't call me here just to accuse me of kidnapping him or something like that, right? To be completely honest with you, many people in my family believe the fairy paradise had something to do with his disappearance. Before the Dragon King could even finish his sentence, the Fairy Empress shouted in a loud voice, You dare! Her cultivation base exploded from her body, causing the surroundings to tremble. However, the Dragon King remained calm and continued to speak, Calm down, Fairy Empress. If I am going to blame you for his disappearance, would I even be here? The Fairy Empress retrieved her cultivation base after hearing his words, but the frown remained on her face. It's fact that the Dragon Emperor had disappeared, and he's only a Spirit Grandmaster, so it wouldn't take much effort for anybody above Spirit King to kidnap him. However, the question is who would kidnap him? I will tell you right now that the Fairy Paradise had nothing to do with his disappearance. If you dare blame us for it, we will not sit still and let you accuse us. The Fairy Empress said. If their Fairy Paradise takes blame for Yuan's disappearance and the godlike entity shows up, it would be disastrous for the Fairy Paradise. In other words, unless they find Yuan, both the Fairy Paradise or the Royal Dragon family could face severe consequences. I believe you, so why don't we cooperate to find out the real culprit behind his disappearance? If we don't find him and the people from the upper heavens show up, we'll both get in trouble. The Fairy Empress didn't immediately respond and took a moment to ponder. Do you even have to think about this? If you don't help me, it will only make the Fairy Paradise look guilty. Furthermore, you imprisoned him for 3 days and even threatened to kill him. Che! The Fairy Empress coldly snorted. Fine, we will help you search for the Dragon Emperor. Thank you. The Dragon King remained with the Fairy Empress for a little longer to explain the situation in more detail. Meanwhile, in the lower heaven, Yuan was completely oblivious to the chaos that he'd caused by disappearing. Anyways, that's my story. What about you guys? What have you been doing for the past few months? Did you get a good look at the lower heavens, Ying? Yuan asked them after explaining his situation. Yes, I got to visit many places from all 4 continents. It was a great experience, and I even managed to increase my cultivation to the peak of Spirit Grandmaster from all the treasures we found. Lan Ying said. Sounds like you guys had a great time, Yuan said with a smile on his face. What are your plans now, young master? Feng Yuxiang suddenly asked him. Once I am done here, I will be challenging the stairway to heaven, he calmly responded. Really? I thought you wanted to explore the lower heavens a little more before leaving. That was my original plan, but I have more important priorities now. He then turned to look at Song Linger and continued, I missed the performance, right? Don't worry about it. Do you still want me to do it? Yuan asked. Of course. I will gather the disciples again. We will be ready for your performance tomorrow. Song Linger eagerly nodded. Great, Yuan said. After letting Yuan know that she will gather the disciples tomorrow for his performance, Song Linger left the place. We have some time until tomorrow, so why don't you tell me a little about your adventure? Yuan then asked the 3 ladies in the room. It honestly wasn't that exciting, as we'd spent most of our time wandering and killing magical beasts so that Lan Ying could consume them. Feng Yuxiang said. That's fine. Even if it's boring, I want to hear all of it. Yuan said with a calm smile on his face. Lan Ying nodded, and she proceeded to recall their adventure with Yuan, which took up the rest of the day. I'm glad that nobody was hurt, Yuan said to them after hearing their story, as they'd encountered a few dangerous-sounding situations. Of course, even though it sounded like they were in danger, the truth was anything but that, as they were all peak experts of this world, and with a spirit king like Xiaohua with them, it was impossible to get hurt even if they want to get hurt. What about you, young master? That is if you don't mind sharing. Feng Yuxiang asked him out of curiosity. Well, I had to fight a demon and was nearly killed, Yuan said with a bittersweet smile on his face. What? Feng Yuxiang exclaimed in a shocked voice. Demon? A real demon? Even Lan Yingying was startled by the news. Yes, a real demon. But how is that possible? I thought they only existed in the mystic realm. Feng Yuxiang mumbled in a low voice. It was a sealed demon that had broken out of its seal after being sealed for many years, he sighed. Is this demon the reason why you're sad, brother Yuan? Xiao Hua suddenly asked him. Even though he appears to be fine, Xiao Hua could tell that he was experiencing sorrow from his aura after staying with him for so long. Yes, this demon killed a precious friend of mine because I was too weak to defeat it. Too weak. Lan Yingying was in disbelief. She had personally witnessed him fighting and defeating the demon lord that is at the spirit lord realm. If even he cannot defeat this demon, it must have been at least spirit king. Unbeknownst to Lan Yingying, the demon was only a peak spirit master. However, due to Yuan's situation and lower cultivation base, it was not something he could defeat at that moment. If it weren't for the divine paragon, Yuan would have definitely died on that day. I'm sorry you had to go through that, young master. Feng Yuxiang said to him. Why are you apologizing? Yuan smiled, and he continued, I can only blame myself for being too weak, and I made a promise to myself that I will never make the same mistake again. If you need any help, just let us know, young master. I have plenty of treasures that can assist your cultivation. Then I would like to temper my body whenever I am free. Just make sure you don't put that weird stuff inside this time. Yuan said, as he could still recall what happened last time very clearly. I understand. Feng Yuxiang nodded with a bashful smile. Sometime later, Yuan logged off the game to eat dinner with the others. I have managed to reunite with Feng Feng and the others, Yuan told Meishio during dinner. How are they doing? They're doing great. Who's Feng Feng? Chu Liuxiang asked them afterward. They are our companions in Cultivation Online. We travel together as a group. Yuan explained. I see. Speaking of Cultivation Online, do you want to play with us? Yuan asked Chu Liuxiang. Honestly, I am not a big fan of that game. Although I admire their amazing world, it's too much work. I don't want to cultivate again from scratch, especially since I am already a spirit master in real life. Chu Liuxiang shrugged. However, if you want me to play with you, I won't refuse. Well, I am planning on challenging the stairway to heaven very soon so that I can ascend to the next world. I can take a few people with me, but once I leave the lower heavens, it will be very hard for me to return. Chu Liuxiang pondered for a moment before nodding her head, okay, I will come with you. What about you, Meishio? You're also coming, right? Yes. She quickly nodded. There was no way that she'd accept getting left behind while Chu Lixuang follows him to the upper heavens. After dinner, instead of going to sleep or cultivating like usual, Yuan returned to Cultivation Online. Feng Feng, I'd like to start tempering my body now if you don't mind, Yuan said. Of course. I have already prepared all the necessary treasures for you. Great. Yuan then entered the bathroom with Feng Yuxiang. After filling the large bathtub with hot water, Feng Yuxiang tossed a few treasures into the water, and it appeared to be less than what she used last time. Although there is less medicine this time, the effects are actually a little stronger than previously, so you'll experience a little more pain. That's perfectly fine. Yuan nodded. I will be waiting for you outside, young master. Feng Yuxiang then took a moment to make sure everything was done properly before leaving the bathroom to Yuan. Once he was alone, Yuan removed his clothes and entered the bathtub. He began absorbing the medicine shortly after. Ah! This pain is 100 times worse than the medicine bath I got at the Jaded Garden. Yuan exclaimed, feeling intense pain all over his body. While the pain wasn't that much higher than his last tempering in Cultivation Online, because it has been a while since he did it, he was no longer adapted to the pain. After spending a few gruesome hours absorbing the medicine and enduring the pain that came from it, Yuan managed to break through to the 4th level Spirit Grandmaster. You have absorbed enough qi for a breakthrough. You have reached 4th level Spirit Grandmaster. Plus 28,000 stats. Yuan emerged from the bathtub after absorbing all of the medicine, which helped him break through to the next level of Spirit Grandmaster. Congratulations on your breakthrough, young master. Feng Yuxiang said to him when she noticed him coming out of the bathroom. It's all thanks to your treasures. Yuan smiled. And he continued, I don't really know how to repay you. You don't have to repay me, young master. I am your servant, thus everything that belongs to me also belongs to you. I am not that shameless to accept free things without returning a favor. Furthermore, it's all precious treasures that would definitely cost a fortune if you were to sell them. I cannot accept that much for free. However, the only thing I can really give you right now is my blood. Yuan sighed. Speaking of my blood. I haven't given you any of my blood for some time now. Do you want to drink some right now? Yuan then asked her after realizing this. Feng Yuxiang shook her head with a bittersweet smile. Is there something wrong? You are normally very excited for my blood. Yuan asked her. There's nothing wrong, young master. It's just that. I am afraid that you might cure my curse too quickly, forcing me to return to the upper heavens. She finally decided to reveal her reason for her hesitation. Isn't that what you wanted? To cure the curse as soon as possible. Yuan raised his eyebrows in a confused manner. Indeed, that's what I wanted at first, but after spending some time with you, I realized that I wanted to stay by your side for a little longer. If I consume your blood and the curse breaks, my cultivation will no longer be suppressed, so I will have to return to the upper heavens, and I don't want that to happen. Yuan remained silent for a moment before speaking. If that's your choice, I will support it. Of course, if you ever change your mind or want to drink my blood, just let me know. I will. Thank you, young master. Feng Yuxiang nodded with a gentle smile. Anyways, I will be back later, Yuan said before logging off for breakfast. During breakfast, Yuan asked Meishio and Chu Liuxiang, what do you two usually do now? I spend most of my time cultivating, Meishio said. I spend all of my time staring at your face. Chu Liuxiang responded with a calm face. Although he wanted to say something about Chu Liuxiang's response, he didn't know what to say, as he was baffled speechless by her response. Chu Liuxiang chuckled at his reaction and said, I am joking, brother Yuan. I only spend a few hours staring at your face. As for the other hours, I either cultivate or surf the internet for a headquarter for our faction. A few hours still sounds like a lot. Yuan shook his head. After breakfast, Yuan returned to his room and entered Cultivation Online. Song Linger showed up to his living quarters shortly after, and AI1 was there with her. Yuan. I'm so glad that you're okay. AI1 could finally feel relief after seeing his face. Even though Song Linger had told her about Yuan's return yesterday, she still felt anxious for some reason. However, that feeling completely disappeared the moment she saw Yuan's face. I'm sorry for making you worried, Yuan said to her. No, I should be apologizing to you. If I didn't bring you there. It's fine. It was a unique experience, so I don't mind it. He then turned to look at Song Linger and asked her, I forgot to ask you this yesterday, but what's going to happen to the Zither Goddess Immortal Cave? I have sealed it back up since there's nothing besides the teleport formation inside, and I don't want another person to fall victim and accidentally teleport to the fifth heaven. Although you were lucky enough to return with the dragon marble, I doubt the others will be as lucky. I understand. Thank you. Yuan said to her. Anyways, are you ready for the performance? The disciples will be gathered 2 hours from now. Song Linger asked him. 2 hours, huh? I will use this time to warm up. Thus, Yuan proceeded to spend the next 2 hours playing random songs on the zither to warm his fingers up, even though it was unnecessary for someone at his level to do such a thing. Once it was time for the performance, Yuan followed Song Linger outside the sect until they arrived at this spacious area that was a couple of miles behind the Heavenly Melody Academy. "Wow, there's a lot of people here," Lan Yingying mumbled to herself as they flew over tens of thousands of disciples from the Heavenly Melody Academy. The disciples on the ground also noticed them. "Look! It's the sect master. Who are those following behind her? I have never seen so many spirit grandmasters together at once until today. I wonder what this gathering is about." A few moments later, Song Linger brought Yuan to this tall platform in the center of the sea of disciples. She then turned to look at the disciples before announcing in a loud and clear voice, "I have gathered all of you here today to witness a zither performance performed by Taoist Yuan, who is a musical genius." "What? The sect master gathered us for a mere zither performance? The sect master wouldn't gather us for something ordinary." "Hey! I recognize that man standing behind her. That's the person who played God Descends from Heaven flawlessly at the music pagoda." "What? He's that rumored mysterious genius that everyone has been talking about lately? Does this mean he'll be performing for us? Hell yeah. I have been dreaming of this moment since I witnessed his performance at the music pagoda." The atmosphere there quickly became rowdy. "Whenever you're ready, Yuan," Song Linger said to him. "What song should I play?" he asked. "It doesn't matter. After all, whatever you play will turn out to be flawless," she smiled. Yuan took a moment to ponder what songs he wanted to play. "Senior song, I can play multiple songs, right?" "Of course. You can play as many songs as you'd like," she immediately responded. Yuan nodded and took a seat on the platform before retrieving his soul-ensnaring zither. A couple of disciples there recognized the soul-ensnaring zither, as they tried to play it before. "Is that the real soul-ensnaring zither? The one that used to be owned by the zither goddess? It's probably just a replica, right?" "No, I heard that someone had managed to obtain it after successfully playing it." As the disciples murmured to each other, Yuan pulled on the string of the zither and began his first of many songs that would be played on that day. When the disciples heard the music note, they immediately closed their mouths and focused on Yuan, who was calmly sitting on the platform. The first song that Yuan decided to play was something Fei Yuyan had taught him. The second song was something from his own world. The third and fourth song was something he learned from the 9th floor of the music pagoda. The fifth and sixth song was also from the music pagoda, and it was on the 10th floor. And lastly, Yuan decided to play God Descends from Heaven for his seventh and final song. Yuan's performance that was played with barely any breaks in between left the disciples there breathless. If he didn't take a few moments between each song, the audience would have collapsed from forgetting how to breathe. Furthermore, if one looked at the crowd closely, one would notice many disciples sitting down in the lotus position, appearing to be cultivating, as they had received slight enlightenment from Yuan's performance. "Is this good enough?" Yuan asked Song Linger after playing his last song, snapping her out of her daze. "Yes. That was more than good enough," she said. "That's great." Yuan stood up and stored the soul-ensnaring zither back into his storage ring. "Are you leaving now?" Song Linger asked him. "Yes," he nodded. As much as he wanted to look around the Heavenly Melody Academy a little longer, he didn't want to delay his ascension to the next heaven any longer. "If you ever get the chance to visit again, our doors will always be open for you," Song Linger said to him. "Thank you. I will definitely visit if I ever return to the lower heavens." "Where to now, young master?" Feng Yuxiang asked him. "Let's give the Dragon Essence Temple a visit before we leave, not to mention I have someone to pick up from that place," Yuan said. After saying their goodbyes to Song Linger, Yuan and the others began making their way to the Dragon Essence Temple. Sect Master. Who was that young man? The sect elders swarmed Song Linger after Yuan left the scene. A friend I made not long ago, she said with a profound smile on her face. Meanwhile, at the Dragon Essence Temple, Sect Master Long Yijuan sat before the high-ranking sect elders with a solemn expression on his face. Have we gotten any new information regarding the Spirit Grandmaster that suddenly appeared in our sect before flying away? He asked the sect elders. After Yuan returned to the sect using the dragon marble, the disciples that witnessed the scene had reported it to them, hence the current situation. They said it was a young man wearing black and golden robes. I can only think of one person with that description. Elder Xian said. You think it's Yuan? But why would he suddenly show up in the sect and leave without saying anything? Elder Shan said. That's what I am trying to figure out as well. However, besides him, I cannot think of another young spirit grandmaster. Elder Xian shrugged. I just hope his appearance isn't something ominous. We've been targeted a lot recently because of what happened at the Mystic Realm. Long Yijuan sighed. It was at this moment Elder Xian noticed his communication jade slip trembling. Upon answering it, Elder Xian could hear Yuan's voice resound inside his head. Senior Xian, I am heading to the Dragon Essence Temple right now. Yuan. Did something happen? Elder Xian asked him in a slightly dazed voice. Did you just say Yuan? Everybody there turned to look at Elder Xian with wide eyes. Yes, and he said that he's currently on his way here. Really? Did he say why? Long Yijuan asked. No, but I will ask him right now. Is there a specific reason why you're returning now? Elder Xian asked Yuan. Not really. I will be challenging the Stairway to Heaven soon, and I wanted to visit the Dragon Essence Temple one last time and personally say goodbye. The Stairway to Heaven? Elder Xian exclaimed in a shocked voice. After all, it hasn't been long since Yuan left their sect. A few months at most. Anyways, I am almost there, so I will talk to you again when I am there, Yuan said before hanging up. Elder Xian then told the others what Yuan had said to him. What? He's climbing the Stairway to Heaven already? Elder Shan mumbled in a dumbfounded voice. He's truly in a league of his own. Long Yijuan said. He's a spirit grandmaster, right? That's when people usually challenge the Stairway to Heaven, so I guess it's not that surprising. Cancel all of my plans and appointment today. I have an important guest that requires company. Long Yijuan said a moment later. Sometime later, Yuan and the others arrived at the Dragon Essence Temple. I missed this place. Yuan mumbled to himself as he gazed upon the entire sect from the sky. Once he had enough of the view, Yuan proceeded to make his way towards the sect master's headquarters. Welcome back, Yuan. Long Yijuan and the other sect elders greeted him with broad smiles on their faces. Hello, everyone. It's been a while. Yuan greeted Long Yijuan and the other sect elders. It's only been a few months. This amount of time is nothing in the cultivation world. Elder Xian said with a smile on his face. Madam Feng. Seniors. Welcome to the Dragon Essence Temple. Long Yijuan then greeted Feng Yuxiang and the others. I heard you're going to challenge the Stairway to Heaven soon, is that right? You grow up so quickly. Elder Shan approached him until she was standing directly behind him. She then wrapped her arms around him and embraced him in a playful manner. I swear it wasn't long ago that you were a spirit warrior. Your talents are screwing with my sense of time, she sighed. Although the others would normally call out her shamelessness, the sect elders remained silent this time. Once she had enough, Elder Shan released Yuan and asked him, Are you going to challenge the Stairway to Heaven right after leaving this place? I still have one place to visit after this, but once that is done, I will challenge the Stairway, he said. How long do you plan on staying here? Elder Xian asked him. I probably won't stay too long since I only have to pick up someone before I am ready to leave. Who are you picking up? Long Yijuan raised his brows. Min Li, he calmly said. Min Li from the Min family? Why are you picking her up? Long Yuan continued to ask. I am going to bring her with me to the stairway to heaven, he responded. What? She's also going to challenge the stairway to heaven? The people there were surprised to learn this information. But she's only a spirit warrior. There's no way she'll succeed. Yuan waved his hand and said, that's not it. I will be helping her climb the stairway, so she doesn't actually have to climb it herself. Everyone there stared at him with wide eyes. Long Yuan then spoke with a frown on his face, Yuan. You are aware that by helping her, it will make your climb much more difficult, right? Yes, I am well aware of it. And you're still willing to help her? You're really too kind, Yuan. Elder Xian said with a warm smile on his face. But wait a moment. Min Li from the Min family had to return to her family's headquarters for some reason, so she's not in the sect at this moment. Elder Bai suddenly said. What? When did this happen? Long Yuan asked, as he was not aware of this information. Last week. I saw it in the reports, but I didn't think it was worth mentioning to you, so I didn't say anything. After all, people from the legacy families are always going back and forth, so this isn't anything unusual. Min Li is not at the sect. Do you know when she will return? Yuan then asked. Unfortunately, she didn't leave behind any additional notes, so we don't know when she'll return. How far away is the Min family? I think it would be quicker if I go there instead. The Min family isn't that far away. In fact, you can get to that place in just a few hours if you use teleport formations. Elder Xian said. Sounds good. I will visit her after I say goodbye to a few disciples. Yuan nodded. By disciples, do you mean my disciple, Fei Yuyan? Elder Shan asked. Yes. I hope she's not busy. She's usually training at this time, but I'm sure that she wouldn't mind your presence for a bit. I will take you to her right now if you want. Sure. After talking with the others for a bit longer, Yuan followed Elder Shan to the Blossom Peak, where Fei Yuyan was training with the other disciples. Yuyan. You have a visitor. A visitor? Fei Yuyan turned around after hearing Elder Shan's voice. Yuan. Is that really you? Fei Yuyan doubted her eyes for a moment when she saw him. Yes, it's me. I have come to visit you, and to say goodbye. Yuan said as he approached her. Goodbye. Fei Yuyan frowned slightly. I will be challenging the stairway to heaven soon. If I succeed, I will no longer be in the lower heavens, he said. Oh, right. You did say that before you left the sect. Well. Good luck. Though I'm sure you'll succeed with ease. Although she wanted to say more to him, she wasn't sure what else to say to him, as his sudden appearance had baffled her speechless. Disciple Fei, do you remember what we talked about before I left? Yuan suddenly asked her. What we talked about? Fei Yuyan began pondering. Are you going to ask me if I want to follow you to the upper heavens? Fei Yuyan said after a long moment of silence. That's right. If you want to go to the upper heavens, I can help you. Have you thought about it after I left? Yuan nodded. Of course, I have thought about it. Fei Yuyan nodded. Then can you tell me your decision? Fei Yuyan looked at Yuan straight in the eyes for a few seconds before speaking. Unlike Disciple Min, I do not have any big ambitions. I am satisfied with what I have right now, and even if I receive your help to reach the upper heavens, I won't truly feel like I belong there. She paused for a moment to take a deep breath before continuing, therefore, I will have to decline your offer. I understand. Yuan nodded. Wait. Fei Yuyan suddenly began blushing, and she spoke a moment later, it's not that I don't want to follow you. In fact, I want to follow you to the upper heavens and spend more time with you, but I don't want to be a burden. Burden? You are not. Don't. Fei Yuyan suddenly interrupted. Don't tell me that I am not a burden. It will only make me feel worse. Please. Seeing the painful smile on Fei Yuyan's face, Yuan decided to not continue his sentence and merely nodded in silence. Hey, Yuan, before you leave, can we play the zither again for a bit? Fei Yuyan suddenly asked him after a moment of awkward silence. Of course. He immediately agreed. Let's do it at my backyard like we used to. Okay. Fei Yuyan turned to look at Elder Shan and said, I'm sorry, Master, but I will end my training early today. Do as you please. Elder Shan nodded. Yuan then followed Fei Yuyan back to her living quarters. Once they were in the backyard, they sat down beside each other with their zither out. The soul ensnaring zither. What happened to the divine grade zither you obtained at the competition? Fei Yuyan asked him. Oh, that thing. I sold it. Yuan casually said. You sold a divine grade treasure. Fei Yuyan's eyes widened with disbelief. I didn't need it since I already have the soul ensnaring zither, and I needed the money back then. Yuan shrugged. But the soul ensnaring zither isn't really a treasure. While that is true, it still performs the same if not a little better than the divine grade zither. In the end, it's not like I will be using it as a weapon, so it really doesn't matter to me. I guess so. Anyways, which song should we play first? Yuan then asked. I am fine with any song. Then why don't we play the songs that we played during our practice session before the zither competition? Yuan suggested. Sure. Fei Yuyan nodded. A few moments later, they began playing the zither together, and they would spend the next few hours playing without any breaks. At the end of their duet, Fei Yuyan stood up and bowed to him. Thank you for playing with me. There's no need to thank me. We're partners, remember? Yuan said with a smile on his face. Partners. Although Fei Yuyan knew that Yuan was only talking about their partnership for the zither competition, it still made her incredibly happy to hear such words coming from him. Are you going to leave now? She then asked him. Not yet. I still have to visit Xian Wuhan before I can leave. I understand. Once again, good luck with the stairway to heaven, Yuan. Thank you. After saying their goodbyes to each other, Yuan made his way to Xian Wuhan's living quarters. Yuan noticed a figure standing outside Xian Wuhan's living quarter when he approached it, and it turned out to be Xian Wuhan herself. Yuan. Xian Wuhan immediately called out to him when she noticed his figure. Hello. Are you waiting for somebody? Yes, you. I heard from my grandfather that you have returned to the sect, and I figured that you might visit me, so I have been waiting for you since then. Xian Wuhan said with a bright smile on her face. Waiting for me? What if I didn't show up? Yuan chuckled. Then I would have chased you down. After laughing a bit, Xian Wuhan said, even though I have known you for less than a year, it feels like we've been friends forever. Good luck with the stairway to heaven, Yuan. With your talents, I'm sure you'll be able to pass it without any issues. And she continued, hey, Yuan, this may be a bit sudden, but do you want to grab something to eat at the Dragon Pavilion before you leave? Of course. I was actually thinking about returning to that place too. Then let's go. Xian Wuhan and Yuan proceeded to head to the Dragon Pavilion for a feast. As usual, Yuan ordered the entire menu without hesitation. After they finished eating, Yuan said his goodbyes to Xian Wuhan. Yuan. I will definitely try to ascend the stairway to heaven in the future, with my own strength. Although I already know that it's not likely to happen, I will still try to catch up with you. Good luck to you. I really hope to see you again. Yuan nodded. Of course. After talking for a little longer, Yuan returned to Longyijuan and the other sect elders to say his final goodbyes with them. Goodbye, everyone. I will never forget my experience as a disciple in the sect. Yuan bowed to them. And will never forget having a disciple like you, Yuan. Longyijuan and the others returned his bow. Yuan left the Dragon Essence Temple shortly after. Where to now, young master? The Min family to pick up Minli, he calmly replied. Then he realized that he didn't have their location. I should have asked them about the Min family's location before I left. Yuan sighed. The Min family, right? I know where they are located. In fact, they used to be frequent customers of mine. Feng Yuxiang suddenly said. That's great. Follow me. Feng Yuxiang then led Yuan and the others to a nearby city to use their teleport formation. A couple of hours later, they arrived in Min City, and just by the name itself, anyone could tell that it was the Min family who governs this land. After entering the city, Feng Yuxiang led Yuan straight to the Min family's headquarters, which was located at the center of the city. That large and red building over there is the Min family, young master. Feng Yuxiang pointed to the obvious building in the distance that stuck out like a sore thumb. All right. Let's go. Yuan approached the guard standing by the gates, and as expected of one of the 7 legacy families, they don't play around with security, as there were dozens of guards surrounding the place, and they were only the ones working at the gates. What business do you have with the Min family? The guards there asked him when they got close enough, but they appeared to be a little bit flustered for some reason. However, if one looked at the direction of their gazes, that reason would become obvious. Of course, they were flustered after seeing the beauties with Yuan. Hello, I am here to see Minli. I was told by the Dragon Essence Temple that she had returned home not long ago. Yuan said to the guards while they were still dazed by the beauties around him. Young Lady Min. What business do you have with her? I am here to fulfill a promise I made to her. I'm sorry, but the Min family is not accepting any visitors at this moment, as they are currently preparing for the young lady's marriage. The guard then said, taking Yuan by surprise. What? Marriage? Minli is getting married? Yes, the Min family suddenly announced her marriage with Gu Tao from the Gu family, their 3rd eldest son. The Gu family. Yuan recalled when someone from the Gu family tried to recruit him to their family when he was still a disciple of the Dragon Essence Temple, and he mentioned that the Gu family was one of the 7 legacy families. As for Minli marrying this Gu Tao, it was obviously something that her family decided for her. Yuan could still remember Minli pleading with him to join her family so that they wouldn't do something like this to her. Looks like I had made her wait too long. Yuan sighed inwardly. However, knowing that Minli was most likely forced into this marriage by her family, Yuan was more inclined to meet with her. Hey, my young master said he wants to meet with Minli. I don't care if the Min family is accepting visitors or not, he will meet her today. Feng Yuxiang suddenly said with a cold expression on her pretty face. Who do you think you are? If you think you can say whatever you want just because you are a little pretty, then. Before the guard could even finish his sentence, Feng Yuxiang retrieved a medallion from her storage ring and shoved it right in his face. The guard was startled at first, but when he realized what Feng Yuxiang was holding, it turned into shock and fear. The Min family's royal guest medallion. Why do you have something like that? The guard exclaimed in a shocked voice. Does it matter why I have it? The question here is whether you will let my young master meet Minli or not. The guards gritted their teeth as they were in a predicament. On one hand, the Min family said no guests are allowed, but on the other, the royal guest medallion is the highest honor one could receive from the Min family, and those with the medallion must be treated as though they are part of the family. This rule was set by the founder of the Min family, so it wasn't something they could simply ignore. May I ask for your name, senior? One of the guards asked her. Feng Yuxiang, she calmly responded. Wait. Aren't you Madame Feng from the Golden Phoenix Bazaar? Someone there recognized her name. Yes, I used to work at the Golden Phoenix Bazaar, Feng Yuxiang nodded, not denying her identity. Open the gates for them. The guard then said. Are you sure? The others asked him. Yes. Just open it. The guards nodded their heads and opened the gates for them. Please excuse us for the inconvenience just now, Madame Feng. Please, follow me. I will bring you to the young lady. The guard said to her. Once Yuan and the others disappeared with the guard, the other guards began mumbling to each other. Who is Madame Feng? You don't know. She used to own the most popular and valuable stores in the Golden Phoenix Bazaar. The Min family also used to be a frequent customer there, so they highly respect her. One of the more senior guards there explained to the others. Meanwhile, inside the Min family's living quarters, Min Li sat inside her room with a tranquil expression on her face as she stared outside her window. I knew I shouldn't have returned. I knew it was a trap, yet I still returned. I am such an idiot. Min Li sighed. It was mostly due to how she was raised to listen to her parents regardless of the situation, hence why she returned to the family after being summoned by them. After many weeks of silence from her family, they suddenly called her back to the family without giving her any explanations. Min Li knew that this was about her failure to recruit Yuan to their family, as news of Yuan's departure from the sect had spread shortly after he left, so it was clear to the Min family that she had failed to secure him. But to think they'd immediately give me to another family. I didn't think they'd move so fast, be willing to toss me away so easily. They must be really upset about my failure. Min Li sighed again after realizing just how little her family valued her. While it is true that she lacked in talents and achievements when compared to her siblings, she is still a cultivation genius with a rare talent. How can the Min family throw her away this easily? She couldn't understand it. I don't know when disciple Yuan will come, so I cannot wait for him to rescue me. Therefore, I will have to deal with this situation by myself. If worst comes to worst, I will climb the stairway to heaven by myself. Even if I die in the process, it will be a much better fate than marrying into the Gu family. While Min Li planned her escape from the Min family and her marriage, Yuan and the others approached their living quarters. I'm not sure where the young lady is located, but she should be here. Let me go speak with someone for more information. The guard said to them after they arrived. Thank you. Yuan nodded. Please wait here for a few minutes. The guard then left the place. Once the guard left, he immediately ran to the Min family to notify them of the situation. What? Madame Feng from the Golden Phoenix Bazaar is here. Why? The head of the Min family, Min Ida, asked the guard. Apparently, her young master is here to meet with young lady Min Li. The guard responded to Min Ida's question. Young master. Min Ida suddenly burst out laughing after hearing the guard's words. Are you sure she's the real Madame Feng? First of all, Madame Feng left the Golden Phoenix Bazaar a while ago and hasn't been seen since then. Why would she suddenly show up here for Min Li? And her young master? I know Madame Feng very well. There's no way that she'd lower herself for another individual. She's a fake. A fake, I tell you. Min Ida continued laughing. Then what about the royal guest medallion? The guard asked. Did anyone verify if it was real or fake? No. It would have been disrespectful to Madame Feng, as verifying the medallion is akin to doubting her credibility. The guard shook his head. Just kick them out. Although he had a bad feeling about Min Ida's orders, the guard didn't dare to disobey him. As you command. Please excuse this subordinate. The guard quickly returned to Yuan and the others to notify them of Min Ida's response. I'm sorry, but you'll have to leave this place now. What? Yuan looked at him with wide eyes. Didn't he leave to get information on Min Li's location? How did it end up getting them kicked out? Is this a joke? Feng Yuxiang stared at the guard with a deep frown on her face, looking like she was on the verge of attacking him for making such a joke. I am not joking. The head of the family, Min Ida, has ordered you all to leave this place as soon as possible. The guard repeated. Min Ida, huh? When did this bastard become so daring? Let me speak with him. That won't be possible. I am not asking you. I am telling you. Feng Yuxiang suddenly released her spirit grandmaster cultivation base, instantly terrifying the guard who was a mere spirit warrior. Spirit grandmaster. You're the real Madame Feng. The guard fell to his buttocks from shock. Huh? What nonsense are you talking about? Of course I am real. The guard immediately got onto his knees and began kowtowing to her. Please forgive this disrespectful junior for mistaking Madame Feng as a fake. And in order to save himself a little face, the guard explained to them that Minida was the one who told him that she was fake. Humph. Bring me to him. Feng Yuxiang coldly snorted afterward. Right away. The guard no longer dared to delay things and immediately brought Feng Yuxiang and the others to meet Minida. Family head. Madame Feng, she's here to see you. The guard knocked on his door and shouted from the outside. I told you to kick out that fake. How dare you come back here with her? Are you begging to get fired? Minida's angry voice quickly resounded. Bang! Feng Yuxiang suddenly kicked down the door before walking inside the room with a domineering aura around her. I dare you to call me a fake again, Minida. Feng Yuxiang stared at Minida, who was sitting behind his desk with a gawking face. You. Impossible. Impossible, your mother. Look at my face and tell me I am a fake again. Feng Yuxiang then retrieved the royal guest medallion and tossed it at Minida. Look at that medallion and tell me it's fake. I dare you. Minida held the medallion with trembling hands. It's real. She's the real Madame Feng. Minida felt his heart drop all the way to his stomach when he realized this fact. You know, with the amount of discount I gave your family, I expected to be treated with some respect at the very least. I have done business with your Min family for thousands of years, giving you billions of gold coins in discounts, yet I am treated like trash when I visit your family. If your ancestors were here, I wonder what they'll say. Feng Yuxiang sighed out loud. Please forgive me, Madame Feng. I really thought you were a fake. Minida quickly got onto his knees without caring for his image as the head of the Min family. And he continued, I will accept any punishment from you. Please. Let me apologize to you properly. Then tell me where Min Li is located so that my young master can speak with her. Feng Yuxiang said. Right away. Please, follow me. I will take you to her. Minida quickly stood up and began walking towards the door. Let's go, young master. Feng Yuxiang then said to him. Yuan nodded and followed Minida to where they were keeping Min Li. When they arrived, Feng Yuxiang sneered in a cold voice, a confinement formation? Are you keeping a prisoner inside this room or something? Actually, Min Li is currently grounded and being disciplined for failing an important mission, and in order to prevent her from running away, we placed her inside. Minida made up a random excuse. Mission? What kind of mission? Feng Yuxiang asked, acting ignorant about the situation. Well. It's a very sensitive subject. Minida said, trying to tell her that he doesn't want to talk about it in the vaguest way possible. Whatever. Feng Yuxiang shrugged, as she was already aware of the situation. Minida knocked on the door a moment later and said, Min Li. You have a visitor. Min Li, who has been staring outside the window with a dazed face, turned to look at the door after hearing her father's voice. Visitor? The Gu family. Min Li's initial thought was that the Gu family had come to visit her. After all, who else could possibly visit her during such a time? The door opened a moment later without Min Li doing anything, and Yuan calmly entered the room the next second. Disciple Yuan. Is that really you? Min Li's eyes widened with shock the instant she saw his handsome face, and she immediately wondered if she had accidentally dozed off into dreamland, hence the current situation that shouldn't be possible. Ha! I must be dreaming. There's no way he'd be here. Min Li released a low laugh before shaking her head and returning to staring outside the window. Who's dreaming? Yuan asked her. After a moment of silence, Minli turned to look at him again, her eyes wider than before. Are you real? Am I not asleep? Are you really disciple Yuan? Minli asked for confirmation. Why are you still calling me disciple Yuan? I am no longer a disciple of the Dragon Essence Temple. Just call me Yuan, disciple Min. Yuan said with a gentle smile on his face. And he continued, also, I am here to fulfill my promise. Min Li's body visibly trembled when she heard his words. Meanwhile, Minita stared at Yuan from the side with a look of disbelief on his face. Yuan. He can't be. Impossible. Minita refused to believe that he was the same Yuan who dominated the mystic realm, the same Yuan that they have been desperately trying to recruit. Why is he here? I thought Min Li failed to recruit him. Minita cried inwardly. Yuan. Min Li jumped out of her seat and pounced at him with her arms wide open, embracing him tightly when she was close enough. You really returned for me. I thought you wouldn't make it. I made a promise to you, after all. Minita watched as his youngest child embraced the current #1 genius in the lower heavens with intimacy, his eyes and mouth as wide as saucers. What is going on here? Minita mumbled in a low voice after snapping out of his daze. Yuan turned to look at him and spoke in a calm voice, I promised Min Li that I'd climb the stairway to heaven for her, so she might not be able to attend the marriage. Do you have any problems with it? Humph. I never even agreed to this marriage in the first place. They tricked me into returning home and locked me in this room for the past week. All because I failed to recruit you into the family. Min Li coldly snorted. I kind of figured that was the case. Yuan sighed. He then turned to look at Minita and said, forcing your children to do something so ridiculous and then punishing her with even more ridiculousness. If this is how the Min family operates, I do not wish to join it. Minita subconsciously opened his mouth to make some kind of excuse, but he ultimately decided to remain silent, as he was certain that they'd lost all hope in recruiting Yuan to their family. If only we treated Min Li better. If only we waited just a little longer. Minita sighed inwardly. He then said, what about the Gu family? They have long been spreading news of your marriage with Gu Tao. If you don't show up for the wedding, it will not only ruin our reputation, but will also be a laughing stock for years to come. Hell, the Gu family, our closest ally, will most likely cut all connection with us afterward. Feng Yuxiang suddenly sneered and said, that is not our problem to solve but your Min family's problem, as you were the ones that dug this hole. Once again Minita opened his mouth only to close it a few seconds later without actually uttering a single word. However, before he could even ponder about the situation, a guard suddenly showed up and announced, Family head, the Gu family is here to visit. Gu Tao is also with them. Aya. Why do they have to show up now of all times? They didn't even notify us before visiting. Minita sighed out loud. Although Minita found the Gu family's presence to be nothing but an annoyance, Yuan actually thought this was a good chance for them to break off the marriage. Why don't we use this chance to call off the marriage? Yuan decided to share his idea. What? We can't. Minita subconsciously responded without thinking. The marriage won't happen regardless if you tell them today or a week from now, so you might as well get it out of the way now before they continue spreading news of a marriage that won't happen. Feng Yuxiang said. Minita gritted his teeth. He turned to look at Min Li and spoke in a solemn voice, Are you sure you want to do this? If you call off this engagement, you'll no longer be part of the Min family. Yes, I am sure. Min Li answered without hesitation. Minita closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths. Get out of my face. You're officially disowned from the Min family, Min Li. After saying that, Minita left the scene with the guard to meet with the unsuspecting Gu family. Once Minita left, Min Li fell onto her knees as her legs suddenly lost all of their strength. This was her first time standing up to her own family. Yuan wiped the tears that were forming on the edge of her eyes and said, let's go to the stairway to heaven, shall we? On. Minli nodded, trying her best to resist from crying. While Yuan and Minli began making their way out of the Min family, Minida met up with the Gu family in the living room. Is that a face you should be greeting your guests with, Minida? You look like you just swallowed a bug. Ha ha ha. The family head of the Gu family laughed out loud when he saw Minida's face, completely oblivious of the situation. Senior Min. Where is Minli? I'd like to meet her. The handsome young man standing behind the family head asked. He was clearly Gu Tao, Min Li's fiancé. Minida took a deep breath before responding in a solemn voice, Min Li is not here, she has abandoned the Min family. What? The Gu family stared at him with baffled expressions, seemingly unable to comprehend the situation at first, and the place turned dead silent very quickly. Let me repeat myself just in case you missed it. Minida cleared his throat and continued. Min Li has left the Min family, so she is no longer part of our family. I'm sorry, but we will have to cancel the wedding between Min Li and Gu Tao, he said, speaking in a clearer tone this time. Once they snapped out of their daze, Gu Tao screamed loudly, bullshit. I am not going to cancel the wedding. Where did she go? I will bring her back myself if I have to. My son is right, Minida. We have already expended too many resources on this wedding, and news of the wedding has already spread everywhere. If we cancel it now, both of our families be laughingstocks for the rest of the century. Do you really want that to happen? Minida merely sighed at their words and said, I understand your feelings and anger, but there is truly nothing I can do in this situation. As for bringing her back, that's also not possible. Nonsense. Tell me where she is and I will bring her back even if it's by force. Gu Tao shouted. Minida glared at Gu Tao for a moment before responding in a low voice, Stairway to Heaven. If you really want to bring her back, you can find her at the Stairway to Heaven. However, don't say I didn't warn you. You really don't want to offend them. Them? Who are you talking about? And why on earth would she be going to the Stairway to Heaven? She's only a spirit warrior. The head of the Gu family frowned. However, Minida turned around and began walking away. I wish you the best of luck. Once again, I apologize for this inconvenience. This isn't over yet, Minida. The Gu family left the place shortly after, and they were still fuming in anger after they left. Are we going to go to the Stairway to Heaven now? Gu Tao asked his father. Obviously. We cannot let this marriage end in such a ridiculous manner. We are bringing her back even if we have to drag her back. Thus, the Gu family began making their way to the Stairway to Heaven instead of going home, still unaware of the full situation. Meanwhile, after leaving the Min family, Minli asked Yuan, are we heading straight to the Stairway to Heaven right now? Actually, there's still one more place I want to visit before leaving the lower heavens, he said. The Pang City. Why that place? If I remember correctly, that is just a small city with no significance. Minli said. Hearing her question, Yuan retrieved the starry abyss and said, this starry abyss was given to me by them, and it has been very useful to me, so I want to thank them before leaving. Also, I promise to eat with them again. Is that so? Thus, Yuan and the others began making their way towards Pang City. On their way there, Yuan received a couple of sudden notifications. Ding! Xian Wuhan has been added to your bond. Xian Wuhan's bond level has increased to acquaintance. Xian Wuhan's bond level has increased to friend. Xian Wuhan's bond level has increased to intimate. Congratulations! Your bond level with Xian Wuhan has reached intimate. You have gained the following effect from Xian Wuhan's bond level, Xian Wuhan's adoration. Xian Wuhan's adoration increases your overall damage by 30%. Fei Yuyan has been added to your bond. Fei Yuyan's bond level has increased to acquaintance. Fei Yuyan's bond level has increased to friend. Fei Yuyan's bond level has increased to intimate. Congratulations. Your bond level with Fei Yuan has reached intimate. You have gained the following effect from Fei Yuan's bond level: Fei Yuan's adoration. Fei Yuan's adoration increases your charm by 20 and zither mastery by 50%. Dragon Essence Temple has been added to your associations. Because of your accomplishments, the Dragon Essence Temple has managed to return to its former glory. Your relationship with Dragon Essence Temple has increased tremendously. Due to your accomplishments in the Dragon Essence Temple, your fame has increased by 200. Your relationship with Dragon Essence Temple has reached the maximum level. Due to your relationship with the Dragon Essence Temple, you have gained access to the Golden Dragon Realm. Golden Dragon Realm? What kind of place is that and how do I access it? Yuan pondered to himself as they moved closer and closer to the Pang City. A few hours later, they arrived at Pang City. I wonder if anything has changed since I left. Yuan wondered to himself as they approached the guards at the city entrance. The guards quickly noticed Yuan because of his exquisite golden dragon robe and the beauties by his side. What a lucky bastard, surrounded by beauties on all sides. Right? Wait a second. He looks familiar. Wait. That's... It took a couple of moments, but the guards recognized Yuan. It's the hero. Our Pang City's hero is back. The guards began celebrating for some reason. Yuan raised his eyebrows when he saw the guards that had been guarding the gates suddenly leave their post to run in their direction. Hero. Welcome back to Pang City, hero. The guards began waving and shouting at him once they were in range. What the? Yuan was baffled by their weird behavior. Once they were in front of Yuan, the guards suddenly kneeled on the ground, which baffled him even further. What are you guys doing? Yuan asked them. Hero. Please. The Pang City requires your help again. Please save us, hero. The guards cried out loud in a pleading manner. What? Although Yuan was still confused about the situation, he could feel an ominous aura in the air. What happened? He asked them with a deep frown on his face. It would be for the best if the Luo family explains it to you. Please, follow me. Yuan nodded. Take me to the Luo family immediately. Lord Luo. The hero has returned. I repeat, the hero has returned. A guard came rushing into Lord Luo's room without knocking. Hero. What nonsense are you talking about? We are having an important discussion right now. Scram. Lord Luo got angry when his important meeting was interrupted, not to mention the grave situation that has been stressing him lately. Sorry for interrupting your meeting, but I heard you need some help, so I came. Yuan entered the room a few moments later. However, because of how drastically different his appearance was compared to his last visit, especially his longer hair, Lord Luo didn't recognize Yuan at first. You are. Once Lord Luo got a good look at Yuan's handsome face, his body immediately began shivering from sheer excitement, and he even began crying. Daoist Yuan. Is that really you, Daoist Yuan? Lord Luo couldn't control his emotions and spoke as though he was before his savior. You have changed, grown so much in just a few months. I almost didn't recognize you. It's really me, Yuan confirmed with a gentle nod. Then he continued, can you tell me what's troubling you and the city? If there's anything I can do to help. Please take a seat first. Lord Luo suddenly stopped talking when he finally noticed the four beauties standing behind Yuan. He turned to look at the table only to realize that there was not enough room for everyone. However, he promptly made a decision and said to the people sitting down, stand up and let these esteemed guests sit. It's okay, we can stand. Yuan shook his head. The people that had already begun leaving their seats froze, and they turned to look at Lord Luo. If you say so, Daoist Yuan. Lord Luo nodded before telling the others to get back in their seats. After sitting down and taking a deep breath, Lord Luo spoke, Daoist Yuan, have you heard of the blood sect? The blood sect? Yuan found this name very familiar for some reason, but he couldn't instantly recall where he'd heard it. Young master, the blood sect is one of the top evil sects in this world. Their disciples practice dangerous and forbidden cultivation techniques that people don't practice for obvious reasons, which more often than not causes their disciples to go crazy or become bloodthirsty, and when that happens, they cause havoc in the cultivation world. Feng Yuxiang gave him a brief explanation. Ah, I remember now. The sect master of the Flying Sword sect mistook me as a disciple from that place. Yuan finally recalled what occurred really early on in his journey in this world. What about the blood sect? Are they causing trouble in this city? Yuan then asked. No, they're not, at least not yet. Lord Luo sighed. Not yet? What do you mean by that? Are you expecting trouble? Lord Luo nodded and said, ever since the blood sect's most talented disciple, who is also their sect master's only son, disappeared mysteriously, they have been doing all sorts of crazy things, such as attacking people randomly. And after many months of investigation, they announced his son dead. I heard the blood sect's sect master had grieved over his son's death so much that he went insane. Yuan raised his eyebrow when he heard this information, and he proceeded to ask, what's the name of this person who suddenly went missing? Meng Li, also known as Devil Meng Li. Lord Luo replied. Yuan subconsciously turned to look at Xiao Hua, who was calmly standing beside him. He recalled this name very clearly, as he'd learned the bloody sword strike from this person after watching him fight another expert. However, these two experts had perished under the hands of Xiao Hua. In other words, Xiao Hua holds some responsibility for this mess. Knowing this information, Yuan felt a little obligated to deal with the situation. The blood sect had been attacking cities and even sects at random for the past month. Many people have suffered, died because of them. Their most recent victim was the Flying Sword sect, who they completely destroyed, and judging by their movement patterns, they will most likely attack this city soon. Wait a second. Did you just say the Flying Sword sect? Yuan's eyes widened with shock and disbelief after hearing their name. This was the first sect that he'd visited in this world. And his friend, Mo Zhou, was a disciple there. What happened to the Flying Sword sect? Yuan asked with a deep frown on his face. They are gone. Completely vanquished. It was a brutal slaughter. Over half of their disciples were killed, and even their sect master died trying to defend his sect. However, what can a single spirit master do against the blood sect that has multiple spirit masters? Yuan gritted his teeth and tightened his hands into a fist after learning the situation. I lost another friend. Brother Yuan. Are you okay? Xiao Hua asked him when she noticed killing intent coming from his aura. Why? Yuan suddenly mumbled. Why must they kill innocent people? They are humans too, right? They aren't demons, so why are they doing this? Or maybe they are demons disguised as humans. Yuan closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Feng, where can I find the blood sect? He suddenly asked her. Unfortunately, you won't be able to find them, young master. Why not? Because the blood sect is not a traditional sect where they have a set location for their sect. They operate and recruit without any headquarters. In other words, we cannot find something that doesn't exist. Then how do they communicate with each other? They mostly operate with letters and by mouth. This is how they still exist despite having almost the entire world as their enemies. In fact, that's how most evil sects operate in order to stay alive. So there is nothing we can do in this situation besides watch them kill innocent people. Yuan clenched his jaws even tighter. Unfortunately, there really isn't much you can do against the blood sect. Even if you kill their sect master, another one will eventually rise to that spot. You can maybe try killing all of the higher-ups in the blood sect, but that is easier said than done. There's a reason they have existed for thousands of years despite countless experts trying to wipe them out. Feng Yuxiang said to him. Yuan pondered about Feng Yuxiang's words. If he cannot do anything against the blood sect, what should he do about Pang City's situation? It was not as though he could give up and abandon them. After thinking for a moment, Yuan turned to look at Lord Luo and said, "Do you mind if I stay here for a few days? I will try to come up with a solution, and just in case they attack." "Of course. You can stay here for as long as you want," Lord Luo immediately said. Suddenly, one of the people there said, "I'm sorry, but what can you do against the blood sect? The blood sect has multiple spirit masters, and their sect master is also a spirit grandmaster. Not even an entire sect can stop them, much less a couple of young people. I say we evacuate the city and seek protection from one of the bigger sects such as the Heaven and Earth Palace or the Grand Sword Mountain." Everyone there turned to look at Yuan for a response. Even Lord Luo, who had immense faith in him, cannot imagine a spirit warrior defending against the blood sect. Of course, he was not aware that Yuan had become a spirit grandmaster during the few months he was gone. "It's just a few spirit masters. My young master can handle even a spirit lord, much less a spirit grandmaster." Feng Yuxiang suddenly sneered. "What? A spirit lord?" Yuan then released his spirit grandmaster aura and said, "I alone can defend the city from the blood sect." "Spirit grandmaster? How is that possible? You were only a spirit warrior before you left a few months ago." Lord Luo exclaimed. "What? A spirit warrior?" The others were also shocked. "Don't even bother thinking about it. My young master's talents are incomprehensible," Feng Yuxiang said to them. Yuan continued, "I am not the only spirit grandmaster. These two are also spirit grandmasters." He pointed to Feng Yuxiang and Lan Yingying. 3 spirit grandmasters. Lord Luo immediately got onto his knees and said, "This junior apologizes for not greeting these seniors earlier." The others also followed suit and bowed to them. In their eyes, spirit grandmasters were akin to gods, immortal cultivators that live in a different world. Yuan raised his eyebrows and said, "What are you guys doing? Hurry up and stand up. We're already far past the greeting stage. Anyways, as long as we're here, I promise you that the blood sect won't cause any trouble." "Thank you, Taoist Yuan," Lord Luo said. Sometime later, Yuan said, "I am going to the Flying Sword sect. Feng, Yingying, can you two stay in the city just in case the blood sect attacks? I won't be gone for long." "Why are you going there, young master?" Feng Yuxiang couldn't help but ask. "I am going there to pray for them," he calmly said. "Don't worry, we'll keep the place safe," Lan Yingying said. "Thank you." He turned to look at Min Li and continued, "Sorry, but we'll have to delay our journey for a few days." Min Li shook her head and said, "You don't have to say anything to me. Even if you delay it for a year, I do not have any rights to complain." Yuan left the place shortly after with Xiao Hua by his side. With Yuan gone, Lord Luo felt incredibly anxious with 2 spirit grandmasters that he wasn't familiar with acting as guards there. "Hey!" Feng Yuxiang suddenly looked at Lord Luo, who trembled upon feeling her gaze. "Yes." He stood up and responded in a stiff manner. "Calm down, I won't eat you or anything. Anyways, can you tell me about the young master's relationship with this city? I would like to know more about him." "I'd also like that as well," Lan Yingying agreed. Lord Luo nodded, and he proceeded to recall how Yuan protected their city from the Mountain Lord's invasion. After he finished telling them the story, 2 more people showed up in the room, and they were Luo Li and Luo Ling, Lord Luo's daughters. "Father, I heard that Brother Yuan had returned to the city. Where is he?" They immediately began inquiring about Yuan. Seeing these 2 pretty ladies, Feng Yuxiang raised her eyebrows and asked, "Who are you?" "They are my daughters, esteemed senior," Lord Luo said. "Luo Li. Luo Ling. Hurry up and greet the seniors." He then said to the 2. "But what about Brother Yuan? We didn't come here for them." Luo Ling said, unaware that they were spirit grandmasters. Insolence. Lord Luo immediately became angry. Feng Yuxiang raised her hand to stop Lord Luo, and she said to the sisters, "Tell me about your relationship with the young master and I will tell you his location." The sisters exchanged looks with each other. Young master. When did Yuan obtain such a beautiful woman as his servant? Luo Ling, the older sister, stepped forward and said in a proud voice, "We're his future concubines." And she added a second later, "Hopefully." Although Yuan never officially accepted them as his concubines, Luo Ling didn't think too much about her response since she was only responding to a mere servant. What? Feng Yuxiang's eyes widened with shock. They are only joking with you, esteemed seniors. Lord Luo quickly said. He then turned to look at his daughters and frowned, "They are spirit grandmasters. Watch your language." What? The sisters' eyes widened with shock after learning this information. They then got on their knees and apologized for their behavior. Meanwhile, Yuan and Xiaohua arrived at the Flying Sword Sect, at least what it once used to be. This is the Flying Sword Sect. Yuan stood before where the sect should have been located with a clear look of disbelief on his face. However, the Flying Sword Sect was nowhere to be seen. Instead, destroyed buildings and dried blood scattered the place. The scenery is what it would look like after a long and brutal war had just finished. Yuan mumbled in a low voice. Thousands of lives perished here for what? What does the blood sect achieve by doing this horrible thing? It won't bring back their sect master's dead son. Unfortunately, this is the harsh reality of the cultivation world, the real cultivation world, where people do unreasonable things, and there's nothing we can do about it. Xiaohua sighed. After a moment of silence, Yuan said, "Let's take a look around this place." "Are you sure, Brother Yuan? There will be a lot of blood and corpses. It won't be a pretty sight." Yuan nodded, "Even so, I want to see it." They proceeded to walk around the unrecognizable and destroyed Flying Sword Sect, passing by many corpses and separated body parts. Yuan stopped walking in front of 3 large stone tablets, which were the only things not completely destroyed there. He looked at the stone tablet in the middle, and on the very top, there was a name he was familiar with. Mo Zhou. So you have managed to become rank 1, huh? Congratulations. Yuan congratulated him in a dispirited voice. He then clasped his hands together and bowed to the stone tablet, paying his respects. "Brother Yuan, there are people around us." Xiaohua suddenly said. "The blood sect?" Yuan asked. "Probably not. They are all spirit apprentices," she said. "Why would they be here?" When a sect is destroyed, it is common for people to try and salvage everything they can find. These people hope to be lucky and find valuable things such as cultivation techniques and treasures. Yuan frowned, an entire sect is destroyed and these people are in the mood to look for treasures. Do they have no respect at all? Most people doing this have nothing to lose, and finding even a single cultivation technique could change their lives forever. There would usually be more people. It's probably because of the blood sect's presence. Nobody wants to run into them, after all. Hearing Xiaohua's explanation, Yuan merely shook his head in silence. Although he cannot blame these people for wanting a better life, it still leaves a bad taste in his mouth. Suddenly, a loud scream resounded. "Ah! Help! The blood sect is here!" Yuan immediately turned to look in the direction of the voice, and without hesitation, started running towards the voice. A few moments later, Yuan arrived before a group of individuals being surrounded by these people that were fully cloaked in black robes with black masks covering their faces. "Please! Spare us!" The individuals being surrounded got onto their knees and began begging for their lives. However, the masked cultivators responded by drawing their weapons. When Yuan saw this, he shouted, "Stop!" Whoosh! Yuan's spirit grandmaster cultivation base exploded, instantly halting the masked cultivators and forcing them onto their knees just like those surrounded. Who are you? Do you have any idea who we are? One of the masked figures shouted at Yuan, but he was clearly terrified. The blood sect, right? Yuan responded in a calm voice. Humph. If you already know, then let us go. Unless you want the entire blood sect to hunt you down. The masked figure sneered. Let you go. So you can kill more innocent people. I'd rather be hunted than let you kill more innocent people. Yuan looked at them with an angry frown on his face. Tell me. Why did you destroy the Flying Sword sect? Why did you kill all these innocent disciples? Why? Why not? They were weak and unfortunate, so they were targeted by Lord Blood. We're only following our orders, said one of them in an indifferent voice. And you followed such ridiculous orders? What do you achieve from it besides guilt and blood on your hands? Ha! Guilt? What kind of nonsense is that? We don't regret our actions. In fact, we enjoyed every moment of it. Killing these weak disciples and being covered in their blood, it makes my body shiver just thinking about it. This is why we joined the blood sect. You're all insane. Yuan was left speechless by this individual's lack of humanity. Brother Yuan, you should save your breath and just kill them all already. Everyone in evil sects is like this, bloodthirsty and insane. Xiao Hua said to him. Yuan gritted his teeth and clenched his hands into fists. Despite all the horrible things they have done, he still hesitates on killing them. After all, they are not just mere NPCs but real people. If he kills them, that would be akin to killing a real human, and he has never even thought about killing another human before. Seeing his hesitation, Xiaohua continued to speak, Brother Yuan, it's okay to kill these kinds of people. The world will be better off without them, too. If you don't kill them, they will just go on and kill other innocent people. When that happens, you'll also bear the guilt of their death since you allowed it to happen by not killing these evil cultivators. Hearing Xiao Hua's words, Yuan felt less hesitant on killing them. However, before he could make up his mind, a familiar voice suddenly resounded inside his head. Why are you hesitating? They are just a couple of useless ants. You can kill them as easily as breathing. I know you want to kill them. Let me show you. Yuan suddenly closed his eyes. Once he reopened them, his eyes were resolute and filled with killing intent, and they were even slightly glowing red. The Empyrean Overlord appeared in his hand the next moment. What do you think you're doing? Our sect master is a spirit grandmaster. He'll kill you as easy as breathing. The blood sect disciples began shivering uncontrollably as they watched Yuan slowly approach them with a sadistic grin on his face. As a killer, you should know very well what I am about to do, right? Yuan responded, his aura gushing with killing intent. Stop. Let us go. Our blood sect will hunt you and your 9 generations down if you harm us. The blood sect disciples shouted. Yuan stopped walking once he was in front of these people, and he took a long and deep breath. A strong smell of blood and corpses immediately assaulted his nose. Ha! He released a long sigh before speaking, you know, I don't blame you for killing people. It's the nature of cultivators, after all. However, if you're going to kill someone, you better have a damn good reason. After this sentence, Yuan suddenly lifted the Empyrean Overlord and pointed it at one of the blood sect disciples. And killing these disciples for your own entertainment is not a good reason. This is why I despise evil sections. You guys are a bunch of boring individuals. The blood sect disciple being pointed at suddenly felt a sharp pain coming from his throat, but he was too scared of Yuan's cold gaze to move, not to mention the pressure restricting his body, so he wasn't sure what was causing this pain. However, the other blood sect disciples saw it clearly. Yuan was slowly pushing the tip of his sword into their fellow disciple's throat, penetrating the skin on his neck with no resistance like it was tofu. Stop! Are you really not afraid of the blood sect? Our fellow disciples will definitely avenge us and hunt you down. They began shouting. Hunt me? Ha ha ha. Yuan moved the sword an inch forward, causing blood to flow from the disciple's neck. He then spoke while continuing to push the sword deeper into the disciple's throat. How will the blood sect learn of this if I kill all of you? How will you tell them? As a ghost? By the time Yuan finished his sentence, the sword was already halfway through the disciple's neck. Of course, the disciple was already dead at this stage, but Yuan didn't retrieve his sword and continued to push his sword forward until the disciple's head was completely separated from his body. After decapitating the disciple, Yuan swung his leg, kicking the decapitated head as though it was a ball, shocking everyone there. The head flew so far that it disappeared into the horizon. Yuan then turned to look at the rest of the disciples and said with a grin, "Maybe I should let one of you live so that you can avenge your friends. The question is, which of you will live? You're insane." The disciples were in disbelief. Yuan suddenly lifted the pressure restricting them and said, "I have an idea. Why don't you fight each other to death? The last one to remain standing will get to live for another day." "Fuck you. As if we'd listen to you." When the disciples felt the pressure disappear, one of them immediately tried running away. However, before he could go very far, his body would suddenly stop moving when a hole suddenly appeared in the center of his face. What happened? The others were shocked to see this. No, it was because they couldn't see what had killed him that shocked them. When they returned to looking at Yuan, they noticed something new. There was a beautiful black dagger flying beside him. "You can try to run, but I highly doubt you'll be faster than my flying dagger," Yuan said to them in a nonchalant voice. "If we can't run, we'll just kill you. Brothers. Let's fight him together." Yuan laughed upon hearing their words. "What can you ants do against me?" The disciples then watched as Yuan start flying towards the sky. "He's a spirit grandmaster." The disciples were shocked to see him fly. They were only spirit warriors, so they didn't know his real cultivation base until now. Furthermore, they assumed that he was a spirit master at most because of his young appearance. Now that they were aware of Yuan's cultivation, all of the hope and viciousness in their eyes disappeared. "I will give you all one last chance. Either you fight each other to death and have a chance to survive, or I kill you all right here and now." Yuan spoke as he gazed down on them from the sky like a god. The blood sect disciples gritted their teeth. They then silently looked at each other with resolute faces. "Don't blame me for this. Die for me." The blood sect disciples began fighting each other the next moment. If they were ordinary cultivators, they might have resisted a little more, but these people were evil cultivators. They were selfish and bloodthirsty people. Even though they were part of the same sect, it was common for them to kill each other, as the saying, "the strong rules the weak," is even more prominent in evil sects, and there was no rule that prevented them from killing each other. Ha ha ha. That's it. Kill each other. Yuan laughed out loud in the sky. "Brother Yuan." Xiaohua looked at Yuan with a worried look on her face, feeling as though she was looking at an entirely different individual. Yuan turned to look at Xiaohua when he noticed her gaze. When Xiaohua saw Yuan's cold and sinister gaze, she began trembling in fear, as he reminded her of someone. "Father." Yuan noticed the fear in Xiaohua's eyes, so he turned back around a moment later and returned to watching the blood sect disciples killing each other. It lasted a few minutes, but eventually, only one of them remained. "I have one. Are you going to let me go now, or will you go back on your words and kill me too?" The blood sect disciple shouted at Yuan. "I won't go back on my own words. You're free to go. However, before you leave." After a moment of silence, Yuan continued, "Tell your sect master that if he wants to avenge his dead son Mengli to come here in 3 days. I will be waiting for him." "What?" The blood sect disciples' eyes widened with shock after hearing Yuan's words. "You're responsible for Mengli's death. I guess you can say that." Yuan smiled calmly. "You will regret this. You will now be hunted by the entire blood sect. The blood sect disciple disappeared from the scene quickly afterward. Yuan turned to look at the people that had been treasure hunting before getting caught by the blood sect and said to them, "If you don't want to die like them, get out of this place." "Yes. Thank you, Senior." They quickly left the scene as well. Once Yuan was alone with Xiao Hua, the place became dead silent. Yuan closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them again, his eyes were no longer vicious but innocent, and his entire demeanor changed. Yuan looked at the corpses in front of him, as well as the decapitated body with a perplexing emotion in his heart. After standing there in silence for a few moments, he turned around and said to Xiao Hua, "Let's go back for now." Xiao Hua quietly nodded and followed him. The entire journey back to Pang City was a quiet one with neither of them starting a conversation. While they walked, Yuan pondered inwardly, that person was neither the Demon Sealing Clan's founder nor the other two, so who was he? Could it be another one of my reincarnations? No. I have seen him before. Yuan suddenly recalled the bloody dream he had when he got his faction symbol after joining the Celestial Overlords. Could it be him? His demeanor and aura felt just like that person. Just who is he? Now he wondered if he was a murderer in one of his past life, as he was completely tranquil when killing the blood sect disciples, almost like it was natural for him to have blood on his hands. Once they returned to Pang City, Yuan looked at Xiao Hua and said to her in a low voice, "I'm sorry if I scared you." Even though he wasn't in control of his body at that time, just like when the Divine Paragon took control of his body to deal with the demon, it was still his body that did all those things. "It's okay, Brother Yuan. As long as you're fine," she said with a gentle smile on her face. Now that Yuan no longer had that terrifying aura around him, she was no longer scared of him. Of course, she was still curious about why Yuan suddenly had a change of character. It was almost as though he was possessed by a ghost. However, she could tell that he wasn't possessed, which only made it more puzzling. "Welcome back, young master." Feng Yuxiang greeted Yuan when he returned. "I'm back. Taoist Yuan. Welcome back." Yuan turned to look at the two pretty ladies standing behind Lord Luo. It was Luo Ling and Luo Li. "Hey, you two. It's been a while." Yuan smiled at them, causing them to blush. "You have changed a lot." Luo Li was dazed by his new appearance. "Just a little." "No, you're almost unrecognizable, Taoist Yuan." Luo Ling said. "Why are you still addressing me as Taoist Yuan? There's no need to be so formal." Yuan quickly noticed their formality towards him. Well. After learning that Yuan had become a spirit grandmaster, these sisters no longer dared to treat him so casually. "Just call me Yuan. I insist." "Alright, Yuan." Luo Li nodded. "Welcome back, Yuan. You've returned earlier than I expected. I intend on challenging the stairway to heaven soon, so I decided to visit you guys before I leave." "I see. So you'll be leaving the lower heavens soon." The sisters were sad to hear this, but there wasn't anything they could do about it. "How was your visit to the Flying Sword sect, young master?" Feng Feng suddenly asked him. After a moment of silence, he sighed, "We encountered the blood sect." "You what? Are you okay?" Lord Luo immediately asked him in a worried voice. "I'm fine." "What happened to the blood sect?" Feng Feng then asked. "Well." Yuan hesitated to tell them the story, as he was afraid that they might look at him differently afterward. Seeing Yuan's reaction, Xiao Hua said, "They killed each other." "What? Why would they do that?" Feng Yuxiang's eyes widened with surprise. "Because I told them to." Yuan sighed. "Eh?" Feng Yuxiang looked at him with disbelief on her face. She cannot imagine Yuan ordering people to kill each other even if they are from the blood sect, so what exactly happened at the Flying Sword sect? Yuan proceeded to explain the situation to them, how he left one alive so that he could make himself a target and reveal the sect master of the blood sect, Lord Blood. Unbelievable. Feng Yuxiang mumbled in a low voice, yet she admired his boldness. The young master is usually really reserved. The blood sect must have really angered him to make him do such things, she thought to herself. So you're going to fight the blood sect master in 3 days? Do you need our help? Lan Yingying asked him. I should be able to defeat him by myself, and I don't want dirty your hands with their blood, Yuan said. Anyways, we can talk more about this later. Right now, I want to clear my mind of the blood sect. Yuan then turned to look at the Luo sisters and asked them, do you want to eat something right now? This is one of the reasons why I returned, too. The sisters were speechless. How can he still be in the mood to eat while knowing that he's going to be hunted by the blood sect? However, they didn't refuse and nodded their heads, as they have been waiting for this moment ever since he left. And for the rest of the day, they all went outside to get food, returning to all of the restaurants they have already gone to before, allowing Yuan to temporarily forget about the blood sect and the flying sword sect. Meanwhile, the blood sect master had just received news of what happened at the flying sword sect, and as one could expect, he was fuming in anger afterward. At last. The bastard who killed my son. I have finally found you. If I don't skin him alive and feed his bones to the pigs, I am not surnamed Meng. After eating to their full, Yuan and the others returned to the Luo family's manor. Young master, do you want to temper your body tonight as well? Feng Yuxiang asked him after they returned. That would be ideal. Yuan nodded. Just let me know whenever you're ready. Okay. Yuan logged off shortly after to eat dinner, and he would explain to them the situation at the table. Because of this evil sect called the Blood Sect that might attack this city, I will be staying in this city for a few more days before we challenge the stairway to heaven. Sounds troublesome. What do evil sects even do, anyway? Chu Liuxiang asked. I don't know the purpose of their existence. All I know is that they're filled with unreasonable people who kill innocent people for their own entertainment, and they cultivate forbidden techniques that make them go crazy. Once dinner was finished, Meishio said, Yuan, the Cultivators Association contacted me this afternoon. They said we can visit them whenever because they have finished scouting for our faction's headquarters. Really? We can visit them tomorrow since I have 3 days before I fight the Blood Sect. Alright, I will let them know tomorrow morning. Don't forget to tell the other members. I won't. Yuan returned to Cultivation Online for the rest of the night to temper his body with the treasures provided by Feng Yuxiang, who was literally a walking treasure trove just like Xiaohua but with more variety since Xiaohua only has weapons. Before getting into the bathtub, Yuan asked the others, I feel kind of bad tempering my body alone. Do any of you want to join me? Feng, it's your treasure, so you should. I am fine, young master. Don't forget that I have the body of a phoenix, so these treasures won't affect me. Yuan then looked at Xiaohua and Lan Yingying. Xiaohua doesn't require body tempering because of her physique, she said to him. This leaves Lan Yingying, who was silently pondering whether she wants to temper her body or not. Although she is also a divine beast like Feng Yuxiang, she doesn't have a naturally strong body, so tempering her body would actually benefit her. What about you, Yingying? Want to try tempering your body? It'll make your body stronger. If you don't mind sharing your treasures with me. Of course I don't mind sharing. I'm not that selfish, and I don't even own the treasures. Then I'll join you. Lan Yingying nodded her head a moment later. Sometime later, Yuan entered the bathtub with Lan Yingying, which had just enough room for the two of them. Are you okay? Yuan asked her, feeling Lan Yingying's smooth back touching his back. Yes. Thank you for giving me this opportunity, Lord. She said. A bittersweet smile appeared on Yuan's face, and he said, I really cannot get used to being called Lord. Can't you just call me Yuan like you used to? Please. After a moment of silence, Lan Yingying responded, I understand, Yuan. Thank you. The two of them began absorbing the medicine in the bathtub shortly after. Lan Yingying immediately began sweating when she felt the pain from the medicine, as she has never experienced such intense pain before, not even when she trained with her grandparents. However, as a divine beast, Lan Yingying's endurance is naturally higher than humans, so it wasn't as bad as when Yuan first experienced it. 2 hours later, all of the medicine had been absorbed from the bathtub. There was enough medicine to last 4 hours, but since there were 2 of them, it was absorbed twice as fast. How do you feel? Yuan asked Lan Yingying afterward, who was breathing heavily. My body hurts all over like I am constantly being pricked by needles, but it's not unendurable. My skin also feels a lot smoother, she said. After getting out of the bathtub, they rinsed their body with clean water before leaving the bathroom fully dressed. Since they have seen each other naked before, even bathing in a river together, neither of them felt awkward, almost like it was natural. That ended quicker than I anticipated. Looks like I will have to increase the treasures next time. Feng Yuxiang after seeing them leave the bathroom. Yuan then said, doesn't it require a lot of treasure to temper one person? Now that you have to deal with 2 people, you'll run out of treasures much quicker. Looks like I also need to start gathering my own treasures. It's not that bad. I have enough treasures to help the young master for an entire year. However, now that Yingying will also be tempering her body, that supply will only last half as long, so we still have half a year before I run out of treasures. Half a year. Yuan nodded and said, I will figure a way to obtain treasures to temper Yingying and myself before then so that you don't have to use your treasures on us anymore. I have said this before, but I really feel guilty using your treasures for my own benefit. Feng Yuxiang smiled and said, I have also said this before, but it's my pleasure to assist you in any way possible. Although these treasures are valuable in the lower heavens, they're not worth much in the upper heavens. Furthermore, I only have them because I had a business to run before. Now that I no longer have a store, nor do I need to sell them, I really have no use for the treasures, so instead of letting them sit in my storage ring forever, I would rather use them to help the young master. Thank you, Feng. Yuan nodded. And for the remainder of the night, Yuan would cultivate the spiritual energy he'd absorbed from the bath, quickly rising his cultivation base. The following morning, Yuan logged off and prepared to head to the Cultivators Association with Mei Xiu and the others, leaving Pang City's protection to Feng Yuxiang and the other 2. Hey, Yuan. It's been a while. How have y'all been? Wang Ming greeted them with the others behind him. Hello, everyone. Everything's been great on our side. What about you guys? It was very boring since we couldn't really train in the hotel we were staying at. We've been waiting for our own headquarters so that we can train all we want. Yuan smiled and said, then let's see what the Cultivators Association has in store for us. Upon arriving at the Cultivators Association, they could see Chairman Li standing by the entrance, clearly waiting for their arrival. Good morning, everyone. Our Cultivators Association has managed to find 5 headquarters that fit your requirements, and they're all in this city. We'll go look at each of them whenever you're ready. We can go look at them right now, Yuan said. Very well. Please follow me. We have prepared transportation for you all. Yuan and the others followed Chairman Li to the parking lot, where a long limousine was waiting, and it had more than enough room to fit all 10 of them. Once they were seated, Chairman Li got into the driver's seat and personally managed the car, acting as their personal chauffeur despite his status within the Cultivators Association. As they began moving, Chairman Li said, there should a yellow envelope on the table. You can find information and images of the headquarters we've scouted. Take a look at it if you'd like. Yuan opened the yellow envelope and took out the papers inside. There's only information on 4 headquarters here. I thought we had 5. Yuan asked after realizing this. Chairman Li laughed and said, one of them is located in a very special place, so I want to keep it a surprise. However, it's also the most expensive, so we'll look at it last. About half an hour later, they arrived at the first location, which was a large mansion in the middle of a rich neighborhood. There are a few other factions located in this neighborhood if you care about that. Chairman Li said as he led them to the mansion, which had over 50 rooms available, with half of them being bedrooms. Yuan was a little impressed by the size of the place, but compared to the Yu family's main living quarters, it could still be considered small. Take your time looking around the place, Daoist Yuan and his friends. I will be here if you need me. By the way, this place costs 50 million. Chairman Li said to them. Thus, Yuan and the others began exploring the place as a group. There's even a large pool in here. This gym is kind of small. Let's check out the backyard next. About half an hour later, they finished their exploration. What do you guys think of this place? Yuan asked them afterward. It's a nice place, but I don't think the atmosphere in this place is fitting for a headquarter. It's more like a living quarter. Wang Ming said, and the others agreed. There are still 4 other places to look at. They returned to Chairman Li shortly afterward. What do you think of the place? Chairman Li asked them. Yuan gave his feedback. I see. No worries if you don't like it. Let's head to the next place and hope it's better. Thus, Chairman Li drove them to the next place, and this would continue for the entire day until they have seen all of the buildings. The last place was the best so far, but it's still lacking something. Wang Ming said. I think so too. It's alright. We still have one more place to look at, and I can guarantee that it'll be many times better than the last 4. Chairman Li said. What's so special about this place? Shi Lang asked. Chairman Li retrieved another envelope and handed it to them before starting the car. Dragon Spiral Mountain. Yuan raised his eyebrows when he saw the name on the envelope. That's right. Your next headquarter will be located in the one and only Dragon Spiral Mountain. Chairman Li said. And he continued, it wasn't easy getting this place, you know. Many factions want to go there, but they have all been rejected. I have never heard of this place before, Yuan said. It's a little bit far, but it's still within the city. The Dragon Spiral Mountain is a famous place where. It's where the most powerful families in the world live. Chu Liuxiang suddenly interrupted Chairman Li. You know of this place? Yuan looked at her. Chu Liuxiang nodded and said, of course. My family lives there, after all. What? Your family lives there? Chairman Li was shocked to learn this, and he was immediately intrigued about her identity. The disciples from the Jaded Garden also looked at Chu Liuxiang with pondering gazes. They knew she wasn't from an ordinary family, but to think she belongs to a family that resides in the Dragon Spiral Mountain. Brother Yuan, if you live in the Dragon Spiral Mountain, I will get to visit you whenever I want, even if I have to return home. She said with a smile on her face. I would like to meet your family as well. Yuan nodded. Chairman Li then said, Daoist Yuan, the Dragon Spiral Mountain is also rich with spiritual energy. In fact, it probably has the most spiritual energy in this country. Oh. So something like the Immortal Caves? That's right. Chu Liuxiang nodded, and she continued, however, it's even better than the Immortal Caves, and it's not restricted to a small area like the Jaded Garden. Furthermore, the higher you live in the mountain, the richer the spiritual energy will be. Now my anticipation for this Dragon Spiral Mountain is very high. I cannot wait to see this place. Yuan said with a smile. 3 hours later, the car stopped in front of a small but tall mountain that was surrounded by a thick wall. As for the location of the mountain itself, they were in a very secluded area with no other buildings around, almost like they were in the wilderness. We have arrived, Chairman Li said to them. Wow, the dragon in its name is really fitting. Wang Ming mumbled to himself as he looked through the car window. The mountain itself wasn't anything too special, but the road that spirals around the mountain had the appearance of a dragon, making it seem as though there was a dragon coiling around the mountain. While they admired the mountain, Chairman Li pulled up to the gates and spoke to the guards there. I'm Chairman Li from the Cultivators Association, and I have with me the Demon Sealing faction. We're here as scheduled. Once the guards verified his identity, they opened the gates to allow them inside. Take your time. Thank you. The moment they entered the gates, it felt as though they had entered another world, as the spiritual energy suddenly spiked up. Yuan was pleasantly surprised by this. Although it wasn't as powerful as the spiritual energy in the immortal caves, they were only at the entrance of the mountain, the lowest level. He can only imagine how much stronger the spiritual energy gets as they go higher into the mountain. Where will our headquarters be located? Shi Lang asked. The middle levels. I tried getting you guys a headquarters at the upper levels, but you don't have enough credibility. Don't be discouraged, though, as you can always move to the upper levels once you're ready. Furthermore, getting a building in the middle level is already an amazing feat for a new faction with only 10 members. Chairman Li said. Everyone there turned to look at Yuan. Surely, he's the reason they were allowed to even step foot inside the Dragon Spiral Mountain. Sometime later, Chairman Li stopped the car somewhere in the middle level of the Dragon Spiral Mountain. Go ahead. Take a look around and tell me what you think. Yuan and the others wasted no time and immediately went to look around the place. Wow, there are 2 separate buildings in this place. Is the second one included if we buy the first one? Wang Ming asked. Yes, everything here is included. Chairman Li nodded. The first building, which was also the most spacious, had all sorts of training facilities, indoor sports fields, and offices. As for the second building, it was more of a living quarter than anything, as most of its rooms were bedrooms. Besides the buildings, there were also a lot of empty lands, outdoor sports fields, an outdoor training area, and even a pond, almost like a miniature jaded garden. The spiritual energy in this area is slightly above the immortal caves. Unbelievable. Wang Ming mumbled to himself. And he continued, I like this place. I also think we should take this place. It has pretty much everything we need. Shi Lang agreed. The others also shared the same sentiment. Yuan nodded. How much is this place? Yuan then asked Chairman Li. Since this is the Dragon Spiral Mountain, it's going to be a lot more expensive than your typical house. The total will be $4 billion, and you'll have to pay 100 million every year for property tax. 4 billion. Yuan was left speechless by this enormous price tag. Even after selling his divine-grade treasure, he cannot even afford half of it. I only have $500 million. Yuan sighed. Chairman Li then spoke, you can pay monthly installments if you cannot pay all of it right now. If you need money, our Cultivators Association will gladly help. It's okay, we can pay for it. Li Jinsi suddenly said, interrupting Chairman Li. You mean our families? 'Cause we don't have that kind of money. Wang Ming said. Shi Lang nodded and said, Yuan, you can pay as much as you can afford. Our families will fill in the gap. Are you sure? 3.5 billion is a lot of money. You're not buying this place for yourself, are you? Since we're also going to live here, we are obligated to pay our share. It's only fair that way. And although 3.5 billion is a lot of money, it's nothing worth mentioning before the 6 spiritual families. Wang Ming smiled. Then it's decided. We'll take this place. Li Jinsi said to Chairman Li. I will let the owner of the mountain know your decision. Chairman Li quickly said. Hey, Chairman, I'm curious. If the middle-level houses are already this expensive, how much would it cost to live up there? Hong Xiuquan asked. Chairman Li smiled and said, the houses up there will cost 20 billion at minimum. 20 billion? They were shocked. As expected, only the wealthiest could possibly live in this place. Shi Lang sighed. That's not true. Even if you are rich, you're not guaranteed to live in the Dragon Spiral Mountain. Only those approved by the Lord of this mountain can live here. Chairman Li said. Who is the Lord? Yuan asked. He's a very seclusive individual. Even I don't know his identity. Chairman Li shrugged. Then how are you going to contact him? He has a manager who does everything for him, and that's who I speak with. I see. Maybe you'll get to meet the Lord in the future since you'll be living in his property. To own the entire Dragon Spiral Mountain, I cannot imagine how powerful this person must be. Wang Ming mumbled. Sometime later, Chairman Li said, Daoist Yuan, I will have the paperwork ready by the time we return to the Cultivators Association. You don't have to pay immediately, but you can start moving in starting today if you'd like. All right. Thank you. Yuan nodded. He then turned to Chu Liuxiang and asked her, Lulu, do you want to visit your family since we're already here? She shook her head, no. If I visit them, they might make me return home sooner. And it's not like I miss them or anything. Then let's return back to my apartment for now. Yuan nodded. They returned to the car shortly after and began making their way back to the Cultivators Association. So yeah, we need $3.5 billion for our faction's headquarters. Wang Ming called his parents to let them know of the situation. 3.5 billion. Are you buying a house on the moon or something? Why the heck is it so expensive? No, it's a house in the Dragon Spiral Mountain. What? The Dragon Spiral Mountain. You know of it? Of course. It's one of the most suitable places in this world for cultivators. If it were not for our family size that consists of 6 different families, we would have moved there. I see. Anyways, I will give you Yuan's bank information. You can send it to him whenever you're ready. You sound very confident that we'll give you the money. Wang Ming's father said. You're not. I will let Yuan know right now if that's the case. Wait. I was only joking. Let me speak with the others first, but I'm sure we'll be able to help him. Even if he needs twice that amount, we'll be willing to help our savior. His father said. After what happened at the Jaded Garden, the people there now address Yuan as their savior. Wang Ming hung up the phone shortly after and said to Yuan, our families should be sending the money to you as soon as possible. Thank you. He nodded. Sometime later, they returned to the Cultivators Association. Please follow me to fill out the documents. Chairman Li said to Yuan. Yuan followed him to his room, where he had to fill out a whole stack of documents. Here are the rules and regulations that you must follow when living inside the Dragon Spiral Mountain. If you break any of these rules, you could be removed from the place. If that happens, even I cannot help you. Chairman Li handed him a small stack of papers. Please read all of them and make sure you're okay with them. Yuan proceeded to spend many minutes carefully reading through the rules. In short, they are not allowed to destroy the land there, nor are they allowed to bother their neighbors. If they want to renovate their own property, they'll need approval from the Lord of the Mountain. Most of the rules are quite simple, so Yuan didn't spend too much time on them. Once he finished reading the rules, Yuan signed the paper stating that he understood and is willing to follow the rules. After all of the documents were signed, Chairman Li said, I will handle everything else from here. You can begin your moving as soon as possible. What about the payment? Yuan asked. Once you move into the mountain, you'll be approached by the manager, who will ask for the payment then. You can pay monthly installments or all at once. It's all up to you. I understand. Thank you for helping us. Yuan said to him afterward. It was a pleasure to help you and your faction, Daoist Yuan. If you ever need anything, you know where to find me. After shaking hands, Yuan left the Cultivators Association with the others. When are you going to move into our new home? Wang Ming asked him as they walked home. As soon as possible, he said. We'll also be doing the same since we don't want to live in hotels any longer. And before they separated, Yuan handed them some papers. Read this when you have the time. They are rules we must follow when living inside the mountain. If we break any of them, we could be removed. All right. Once they returned home, Chu Liuxiang said to Sebastian, who had stayed behind to watch the place, guess what, Sebastian? I have no clue. He shook his head with a smile. We're returning to the Dragon Spiral Mountain, she said. What? Why do you suddenly want to go home? Sebastian expressed surprise. Who said anything about going home? Our new home is also in the Dragon Spiral Mountain, and we're moving there now. Really? Sebastian looked at Yuan with a surprised look on his face. He knew very well how difficult it is to be allowed inside the Dragon Spiral Mountain. Although Yuan is a very talented individual with some fame because of Cultivation Online, that much wouldn't be nearly enough to let him live inside the mountain, so there must be another reason why they were allowed to live there. However, he cannot imagine why the Lord of the Mountain would allow them to move there. Maybe the Chu family had something to do with it. No. That's not possible. The masters wouldn't do something like this. Sebastian pondered. Why are you standing there, Sebastian? Let's help them pack so that we can leave this place as soon as possible. My apologies, young lady. Of course, it didn't take long for them to pack everything since neither Yuan nor Meishio had much luggage. Other than their clothes, some miscellaneous things, and Yuan's piano, there really wasn't anything else that needed to be moved. Oh, right. We should let Xia Jingyi know that we're moving out of the apartment. Yuan suddenly remembered. I have already texted Yuro. She'll let Xia Jingyi know once they finish training. Perfect. Now we just need to move everything here to our new home. Sebastian then said, we can fit the small luggage inside the car, but the piano will require a larger car. Miss Meishio, do you know how to drive a limousine? You can drive the limousine while I rent out a truck to take care of the piano. Sebastian said to her next. I can do that. Meishio nodded. It's getting dark, so let's do it tomorrow morning, Yuan said. I understand. After eating dinner, everyone went to sleep early. As for Yuan, he went into Cultivation Online to temper his body again with Lan Yingying. The following morning, they loaded the small luggage into the limousine while Meishio effortlessly carried the piano into the truck rented by Sebastian, shocking the pedestrians with her absurd strength. Once they were ready to move, they began making their way to the Dragon Spiral Mountain. A few hours after leaving their apartment, Yuan and the others arrived at the gates of the Dragon Spiral Mountain, and to their surprise, Wang Ming and the others were all waiting outside with their luggage. Why are you all waiting out here? Yuan asked them. We couldn't get inside because we don't have any identification even though we were here yesterday. Wang Ming sighed. Oh, right. Chairman Li only gave me one identification for now. I really hope you guys didn't stay here overnight. No, we only got here about an hour ago, so it wasn't that bad. Yuan nodded, and he went to the guards to show them his identification. Welcome to the Dragon Spiral Mountain, young Master Yuan. The guards greeted him. Where can I get identifications for my companions so they can enter the place without me? Yuan asked them. The manager will handle all of that once she visits you later today, said the guards. I understand. Once the gates were opened, Yuan and the others made their way to their new home in the middle of the mountain. Yuan, you can go ahead and pick your room first. We'll decide afterward. Wang Ming said to him. Well, they're all pretty much the same, so it doesn't really matter to me. How about this one? It's the largest room in this building, and it's also the closest to the staircase. Shi Lang suggested. Sure. What about you two? Yuan asked Meishio and Chu Liuxiang. I will live in the room next to yours, Meishio said. Can I live in the same room as you, brother Yuan? Chu Liuxiang asked. I don't really mind, but are you sure? Don't you want your own room? I already have my own room at the Chu family's living quarters. I want to spend as much time as I can with you while I am here, she said. If that's what you want. Yuan nodded. He really didn't mind sharing the room with Chu Liuxiang, as there was more than enough space for 2, even 3 people. Once Yuan picked his room, the others also went to find their own rooms. Sometime later, after everyone unpacked their luggage, Li Jinxi approached Yuan with her training sword in her grasp. "Yuan, let's spar. Right now." "Yes." She nodded with a serious face. She has been waiting for this opportunity ever since she left the Jaded Garden, and not being able to train at her previous hotel only made her desire to train stronger. "I'm expecting the manager of the mountain to visit us today, so let's do it tomorrow." "Promise?" "I promise." "Okay." Li Jinxi then walked away and went to look for someone else to spar with. Yuan returned to his room and sat on the large bed. "I'm not used to living in such a large room." He sighed out loud. Chu Liuxiang, who was organizing her clothes, said, "Aren't you glad I'm living in here with you then? It'll feel less spacious, after all." Yuan nodded with a slight smile on his face. He then asked, "Are you sure you don't want to visit your family? You should at least let them know that you're back." "It's fine. Sebastian is already there right now. He'll let them know," she said. "Sebastian? I've been wondering why he suddenly disappeared after unloading our luggage." "Brother Yuan. You should prepare yourself," Chu Liuxiang suddenly said. "Huh? Prepare myself for what?" Yuan raised his eyebrow. "My family will definitely approach you in the near future, especially now that you're living in the Dragon Spiral Mountain. I just want you to prepare yourself because they can be a little overbearing at times." "I will keep that in mind." Yuan nodded. Sometime later, Meishio knocked on his door and said, "Yuan. Someone calling herself manager is here to see you." "Thank you. I'm coming." Yuan left his room shortly after and followed Meishio outside, where a beautiful young woman in a business suit was waiting. She had long red hair that was tied into a ponytail, and she held a serious expression on her face that almost looked natural. "Are you Yuan?" she asked him when he arrived. "Yes, I am." The manager then took a moment to stare at Yuan's face, as he wasn't wearing his mask at this moment. After a moment of silence, she spoke, "I'm the manager of the Dragon Spiral Mountain, and I'm here to collect your payment. This is my identification. Will you be doing monthly installments or full payment? If you're doing monthly installments, we'll need 500 million as a down payment." "I will do the full payment," Yuan said. "All right. Let's sit down before we proceed." Yuan then led her to the living room. Once they were seated, the manager retrieved a laptop and prepared the payment process. "Please read these documents and sign them while I set up the payment," she said to him. A few minutes later, Yuan signed the documents after reading them with Meishio. "Here's the bank information. Please send the money here." The manager then showed them the information on her laptop. Meishio then used her phone to transfer the money. A few minutes later, once she confirmed the payment, the manager said to them, "Congratulations. You're now officially part of the Dragon Spiral Mountain. You don't have to pay for the yearly property tax until you have lived here for a whole year. Do you have any questions? How do I get identifications for my friends living here with me? How many people are currently living here with you?" 9 people so far." The manager then retrieved 9 badges from her laptop carrying pack and placed them on the table. "They will be able to enter the mountain as long as they have these badges. Please don't lose them, or you'll have to pay a hefty fine of $1 billion for each one you lose. And if you're caught selling them, you'll be removed from the mountain." "I understand. Thank you," Yuan said as he accepted the badges. "Any more questions for me before I leave?" "I actually do have one. What kind of person is the Lord of the Dragon Spiral Mountain?" Yuan asked her. "The Lord, huh? Why do you want to know about him?" The manager held a mysterious smile on her face. "Out of curiosity, I guess," Yuan said. "Unfortunately, I cannot tell you anything about the Lord. However, if you live here for long enough, you might get to see him." "Is that so? Anyways, if you have questions about the mountain, you can contact me at any time of the day. Here's my business card." The manager handed her card to them. Jenny Zhang. Yuan read the name on the business card. You can just call me Jenny. After shaking hands with each other, Manager Jenny left the scene. Since this finished earlier than expected, I'll go spar with Li Jinxi now, Yuan said as he stood up. What are you going to do now? I'm not sure, honestly. In fact, I'm wondering what my role, my purpose is now. Am I still your caretaker? It really doesn't feel like it since I have been spending most of my time cultivating. Mei Xiu asked him. Yuan pondered for a moment before speaking. We're no longer in a small home with just the two of us. There's Lulu and the others, not to mention the faction. Furthermore, I will be spending most of my time in Cultivation Online now, so I won't need any attention. Instead of remaining as my caretaker, why don't you do something different? Like being the manager of the faction? So basically what my mother is doing? Mei Xiu asked. Even though Mei Feng is still the Yu family's caretaker, she doesn't actually do any caretaking at all, leaving all of the chores for the other servants under her. Instead, she manages the Yu family's company, such as doing their finances and scheduling their appointments, which has nothing to do with being a caretaker, at least not a normal one. If you put it that way, I guess so. After all, you're Miss Mei Feng's daughter, and I trust you the most when it comes to these kinds of things. You're smart, responsible, and hardworking. I cannot think of anyone else more fitting than you to manage our faction. Yuan said with a smile. Mei Xiu was left speechless by Yuan's trust in her, even blushing a bit from his compliments. Okay. I will see what I can do. Mei Xiu nodded with a resolute face. Then she realized something. What about the actual chores? Who will do them now? Mei Xiu asked a moment later. That's a good question. Yuan pondered for a bit before speaking. Maybe we should do it ourselves. I would hire people to do the chores, but we're kind of short on money after moving to this place, and it'll be a good way to discipline ourselves. Discipline. Mei Xiu raised her eyebrows. She cannot imagine Wang Ming and the others doing chores, as they're all from powerful and wealthy families, so they're probably used to having other people handling their chores. Let's gather everyone first, Yuan said. Sometime later, everyone gathered in the main lobby. What's the matter? Why did you gather everyone, Yuan? Wang Ming asked him, as they were in the middle of training when they were called. Well, I've been talking to Mei Xiu about our future and how we should take care of this place. I have decided to make Mei Xiu the manager of the faction, so she will no longer have time to be my caretaker. This means we have nobody to do the chores such as cleaning and cooking, and I'm wondering what we should do. Why don't we just hire some people to do it instead? That's what most big families do. Shi Lang suggested. I also thought about that, but we're short on money right now, and I don't know how we'll get permission to let these people inside the Dragon Spiral Mountain. Chu Liuxiang then raised her hand and said, actually, the Dragon Spiral Mountain provides free servants if you need people to do chores. Huh? Really? She nodded and continued, on the 1st of every month, the Dragon Spiral Mountain will provide free cleaning services to everyone living in the mountain. However, the downside is that they'll only be available on the 1st of every month, meaning they won't be there whenever you need something to be cleaned. But unless we're making a mess, we don't need to clean that often. If someone makes a mess, they should just clean up after themselves. Yuan nodded, that will work. Is everybody okay with this? Everyone there nodded. What about food? Does this place offer chefs? Li Jinxi asked. Chu Liuxiang shook her head and said, no, we'll have to either hire them or cook for ourselves. Mei Xiu then said, if it's just cooking breakfast and dinner, I can handle that by myself. Are you sure? Won't you be busy with the faction? Yuan asked her. Even if you tell me to manage the faction, I don't think there is that much for me to do, especially since we're new, and we only have 10 people in the faction. If you say so. Yuan nodded, and he continued, but if you don't have time to cook in the future, let me know so we can do something about it. Okay. Once everything was settled, Yuan went to spar with Li Jinsi and the others in their backyard, which was just an empty field at the moment. As for Meishio, she went to research more about factions and what managers should be doing for their factions. Hey, Jinsi, don't use too much strength when you spar with Yuan. If you damage the land too much. Wang Ming warned her. I know. She said. While Yuan sparred with the others, somewhere in the upper level of the Dragon Spiral Mountain, Sebastian greeted Chu Liuxiang's foster parents. I have returned, Master Chu, Madam Chu. Sebastian bowed to them. Sebastian. Why did you suddenly return alone? Where's my daughter? Chu Liuxiang's father asked him. The young lady is still with Yuan. They are also currently in the Dragon Spiral Mountain, so I decided to return alone and let the masters know of the situation. What? Yuan. What is he doing in the mountain? Even if Chu Liuxiang is with him, he shouldn't be able to enter the mountain without the Lord's permission. Chu Shijian, Chu Liuxiang's foster father, said in a surprised voice. He actually moved into the mountain, and he's currently living in the middle level of the Dragon Spiral Mountain, Sebastian explained to him. He moved into the mountain. How is that even possible? Although I have no doubt that he'll be able to live here in the future, he shouldn't have the qualifications to enter this place yet. I was also surprised when I heard it, but the Lord approved it, and he moved in just today. Chu Shijian closed his eyes to ponder. What do you think of him? This Yuan. The woman sitting beside Chu Shijian suddenly asked. He's a very talented individual. Perhaps even more talented than our top geniuses. Although I haven't spent much time with him or seen his full potential, I believe he's someone worthy of our attention. Sebastian said. I haven't seen you praise someone like this before, Sebastian. He must have really impressed you. The woman smiled. He nodded and said, while I didn't witness it for myself, it is true that he defeated the demon that was supposedly as strong as a cultivator at the peak spirit grandmaster. I have also watched him practice with the 6 spiritual families' geniuses. He's the real deal. If you never fought one yourself, how do you know that demons are really that powerful? If you ask me, I think they exaggerated the demon's power. Exaggerated, huh? I really can't tell you since I wasn't there to witness it. Sebastian shook his head. Chu Shijian then spoke, what about Chu Liuxiang? How would you describe their relationship? After a moment of silence, Sebastian spoke, from what I have witnessed, the young lady truly cares about Yuan. In fact, I would even say she's obsessed with him. Obsessed? Madame Chu frowned slightly when she heard this, and she said, I don't like the sound of this word, especially when it's about one of our members. Although Liuxiang is not blood-related, she still has our surname, so she has the obligation to behave like one. Unfortunately, I don't know how else to describe her feelings for him besides obsessed. If he asks her to die for him, she most likely wouldn't refuse. It's that serious. The parents looked at each other with perplexed emotions in their eyes. They knew Chu Liuxiang valued Yuan, but they didn't anticipate her feelings would be this intense. From what I am hearing, this Yuan doesn't appear to be a good influence on Liuxiang. I think we should separate them as soon as possible before it's too late. Madame Chu suddenly suggested. Hearing this, Sebastian quickly said, with all due respect, I don't think that would be a wise decision, Madame Chu. Oh. Why not? She stared at him with narrowed eyes. Although Yuan may not have many achievements now, his potential is enormous and we cannot ignore that. If we separate them and offend him, I fear he might retaliate against us in the future. Retaliate? Against us? The Chu family? Madame Chu chuckled in a manner that looked down on Sebastian's claims. After all, the Chu family is one of the largest and most influential families in this world. How can a single person possibly affect them, much less threaten them? Whether he is worthy or not. I will be the judge of that. Sebastian, continue observing Yuan and my daughter. Chu Shijian commanded. As you wish. After speaking with the Chu family, Sebastian returned to Yuan's faction. Thank the Lord I didn't mention the young lady's desire to bear Yuan's child, or the masters would have acted immediately. I have done everything I could to support you. It's all up to you two now. Sebastian sighed inwardly. The following morning, Yuan woke up before sunrise and went to his closet, where he had 2 zither stored. He retrieved the plain-looking zither and went outside with it. After taking a seat in the middle of the field, he began playing the zither. A few songs later, Yuan took a deep breath and sighed in a low voice, I will be fighting the sect master of the blood sect today. And I might have to kill him in order to protect the others. But I hope things don't go that far. Once he cleared his mind, Yuan returned to his room and wore the console on his head, entering Cultivation Online. Young master, where are you going? Feng Yuxiang and the others asked him when he noticed him trying to leave the Luo family by himself. I'm going to fight the blood sect, he calmly responded. Then we're coming. No. Yuan quickly interrupted. And he continued, you stay here, all of you. I can handle them by myself. Young master, while we don't doubt that you can deal with the blood sect by yourself, I think we should still be there just in case anything happens. Feng Yuxiang said. Please, let me fight them alone, Yuan said to them in a slightly nervous tone. I don't want any of you to see me covered in blood. Are you worried that we might see you differently because you killed a few people? Feng Yuxiang suddenly asked him. Yuan silently nodded. Don't worry, young master. We won't see you in a different light just because you killed a few trash. This is the cultivation world, after all. Cultivators killing other cultivators is as natural as breathing in this world, and you're doing it for a good cause. In fact, you'll even be seen as a hero for your actions. Yuan then sighed, while what you say might be true, I won't be able to concentrate with you guys there. Furthermore, I want you to stay here just in case the blood sect attacks this city when I am gone. Young master. Good luck and stay safe, brother Yuan. Xiao Hua suddenly interrupted. Thank you. Yuan left the place shortly after. Why did you let him go alone? What if something happens to him? Feng Yuxiang asked Xiao Hua afterward. This is brother Yuan's decision. We can only believe in him, she calmly responded. Where is Daoist Yuan? Lord Luo asked Xiao Hua and the others after he left, unaware of the situation. The young master left not long ago to deal with the blood sect, said Feng Yuxiang. Lord Luo looked at the 3 of them. If they're all here, this meant that Yuan had gone to deal with the blood sect by himself. Seeing Lord Luo's expression, Lan Yingying said, Yuan will be fine. Don't underestimate him. I understand. Meanwhile, at the Flying Sword sect, Yuan stood before the 3 stone tablets with a tranquil expression on his face. However, inside his mind, he was trying to communicate with somebody. Are you going to show up today and take control of my body like last time? You like killing people, right? He would rather let the handsome man take control of his body so that he doesn't have to personally kill the blood sect, and he would feel less guilt that way. Unfortunately, the handsome man would not respond no matter how much Yuan tried to summon him. Yuan sighed. And for the next 2 hours, he would patiently wait for the blood sect to show up at the 3 stone tablets. Yuan snapped out of his daze when he could suddenly sense many presences appearing around him, and these presences would reek of bloodlust. Furthermore, these presences would continue to appear without stopping for many minutes. Tens, hundreds, thousands, Yuan was suddenly surrounded in all directions by thousands of cultivators ranging from spirit apprentice to spirit master, and there was even a single spirit grandmaster amongst them. They brought the whole sect here even though I only called for their sect master. A bittersweet smile appeared on Yuan's face, as he was only hoping to fight their sect master and a few other people, not their entire sect. Eventually, Yuan no longer needed to sense them, as he could see these people with his eyes, and as expected, it was as though he was being surrounded by a black sea made out of people. However, Yuan tried to remain calm and waited for their sect master to appear. A few minutes later, once the people there stopped moving, Yuan could see a figure hovering in the sky, and this person was slowly approaching him. This person had long white hair that reached his feet, a short white beard, and two bloodshot eyes that made it seem as though he hasn't slept for weeks. "Are you the bastard that killed my son?" The Blood Sect's sect master, Lord Blood, asked once he stopped moving a few meters in front of Yuan. Yuan closed his eyes and took a deep breath before speaking in a clear voice, "That's right." "Why did you kill him?" Lord Blood continued to ask. Yuan opened his eyes, revealing the coldness within, and he responded, "Because he was an eyesore." Lord Blood visibly trembled when he heard Yuan's words, but he managed to barely control his emotions. "Are you mad? Even though you guys from the Blood Sect had killed so many innocent people? Have you heard of karma?" Yuan looked at Lord Blood straight into his red eyes, ignoring everyone else. After a moment of silence, Lord Blood spoke, "I don't believe you." "You don't believe me?" Yuan raised his eyebrows. "You can bullshit all you want, but I can tell whether someone is a killer or not just by looking at the bloodlust in their aura, and I have a strong sense of smell for blood. Forget bloodlust, you smell like you have never touched blood before. There's no way someone like you killed my son." Lord Blood coldly sneered. Yuan didn't say anything else and retrieved the Empyrean Overlord, and that immediately alerted everyone there, causing them to draw their weapons and enter a defensive position. However, Yuan didn't attack anyone and merely used the technique Bloody Sword Strike in front of everyone there. Lord Blood's face immediately paled after seeing this technique. "You." He was at a loss for words, as only core disciples and above from their blood sect could learn the Bloody Sword Strike. "Where did you obtain that technique?" Lord Blood asked him in a grim voice. "Where do you think I obtained it?" Yuan responded with a mocking smile on his face. "You bastard." Lord Blood could no longer control his emotions and roared. "Get him. I want him alive so that I can torture him later." He commanded the thousands of disciples there. Upon hearing their sect master's command, the Blood Sect disciples did not hesitate to challenge a spirit grandmaster and rushed at Yuan. Seeing this, Yuan took a deep breath and mumbled to himself, "It's okay. The world is better off without them. They will kill countless innocent people if I don't stop them today. They may have the appearance of a human, but their hearts are no different than a demon, cruel, bloodthirsty, and inhumane. In order to protect Pang City, the Luo family, and everyone else, I must stop them here. They're just ants, beasts, demons." After taking a moment to convince himself to act, Yuan tightened his grasp on the Empyrean Overlord before swinging it like a madman. Ha! Yuan used Bloody Sword Strike, sending a massive red arc of sword light at the Blood Sect disciples that were charging at him. Whoosh! The arc of sword light swept the crowd and shredded their bodies in halves instantly and effortlessly. With a single strike, Yuan had killed dozens of people from the Blood Sect, but the others didn't even bat an eyelid and continued to run at him like a bunch of mindless beasts. Seeing their unnatural reaction, Yuan felt relieved, as this made them seem less human and more like beasts in his eyes. Very quickly, rivers of blood were created and washed over the dried blood in the Flying Sword Sect, and corpses piled up like mountains. Although Yuan was too occupied to realize it, the scenery there was quickly becoming the bloody dream he had a while ago, and somewhere deep within his consciousness, a familiar voice praised his actions as he continued to slaughter the Blood Sect. Blood and body parts scattered all over the place as Yuan continued to swing the Empyrean Overlord without mercy. Tens, hundreds of disciples from the Blood Sect were slaughtered at the hands of Yuan, yet their sect master, Lord Blood, remained hovering in the sky without moving a single finger, silently watching his disciples getting slaughtered in the bulk with a cold gaze. Of course, he never really expected the disciples that were mostly spirit apprentices and spirit warriors to capture Yuan, who was a spirit grandmaster. Even if he had tens of thousands of disciples, it would not be enough for a spirit grandmaster. His only motive was to tire out Yuan with his disciples so that he would have a better time taking him down later. In other words, he was sacrificing his own disciples for himself. As for the disciples, they had no choice but to fight Yuan, even if they might die. After all, if they don't listen to Lord Blood, they will definitely die at the hands of their own sect master. Get him. He won't be able to defeat all of us. For Lord Blood. The disciples continued to rush at Yuan despite his overwhelming presence. Heavenly Domain. A profound aura suddenly appeared around Yuan, instantly pressuring before flattening the disciples there into meat paste. Blood splattered all over Yuan's body and face, but when the blood touched his golden dragon robes, they would slide right off, almost as though it was coated in a thick layer of liquid-resistant substance. However, the blood on his face remained, and some of it even got into his eyes, making it seem as though he was crying blood. Ha! Yuan swung again, and another dozen people died. Ah! What exactly am I doing? I can't feel anything. Yuan wondered inwardly. He has subconsciously swung the Empyrean Overlord in every direction. There's something hitting my face. Is it raining? Why am I doing this again? You're doing this to protect the innocent. Just like you always have. Another voice suddenly resounded in his head. Who are you? Me? You should already know the answer to that question. The voice responded. And it continued, the sensation of their flesh tearing apart. The smell of blood. The profound atmosphere. Their blood-curdling screams. Remember it. Remember it all. Flashbacks began occurring inside Yuan's head, but he still managed to fight the blood sect. After an unknown amount of time have passed, Yuan snapped out of his flashbacks, finding himself in the middle of a bloodbath. All of the blood sect disciples beside the sect master had been wiped out before he realized. Yuan lifted his hands to see that both his hands were covered in blood. His clothes were fine without a drop of blood on them for some reason, but his long hair was dripping in blood. The stench of blood and spilled organs assaulted Yuan's nose, causing his body to tremble, but it was not fear or shock that he was feeling, it was the feeling of nostalgia. What are you going to do now that all of your disciples are dead? Yuan slowly lifted his head to look at Lord Blood with a profound gaze. I am going to kill you now for taking away my son from me, of course. Lord Blood descended from the sky with a red sword in his grasp that pulsated as though it had veins hidden within. He pointed the sword at Yuan as dozens of veins appeared on his head, all looking as though it could pop at any second. You will pay for killing my son, he growled in a slow and cold voice. Yuan momentarily ignored Lord Blood and turned to look at the 3 stone tablets not far away. You will also pay for killing my friend. Yuan tightened his grasp on the Empyrean Overlord. Die for me. Lord Blood rushed at Yuan a moment later. Yuan welcomed his blade with a grim smile. Clang! 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 They fought back and forth for many minutes with neither of them getting a lead on the other. Of course, Yuan was going easy on Lord Blood, as he could easily kill someone at Lord Blood's level with ease. Why? Why isn't he tired after fighting thousands of cultivators? Does he have unlimited stamina or something? Lord Blood was shocked inwardly when he cannot gain an advantage over Yuan. I am 1 level above him, and he's fought thousands of cultivators. Why is he still able to fight me? Thousands of people died because of you. Yuan suddenly spoke. And no, I am not talking about the people around us. They don't deserve to be called people. They're animals, beasts. Shut up. I kill whoever I want to kill. I am the sect master of the blood sect. Whoever lives or dies is within my discretion. Lord Blood laughed. Yuan released a deep sigh after hearing his words. You're really just a beast, nothing more. Yuan suddenly distanced himself from Lord Blood and stopped moving. Do you want to know how your son died? He asked after a moment of silence. Lord Blood narrowed his eyes that were filled with hatred. This is what killed him. Yuan raised his sword into the air for a moment before sending it downwards. Heaven-splitting sword strike. This is. Lord Blood was too shocked to react, allowing the beam of light to consume his body, and almost instantaneously, his body disappeared with the light. Yuan released a deep and profound sigh of relief after killing Lord Blood. Suddenly. Ding! Congratulations! You have exterminated the Blood Sect. You have completed a hidden quest. Fame plus 1000. Congratulations! You have obtained the title, Sect Destroyer. Ding! Due to your actions that vanquished thousands of evil souls, your reputation within the faction has increased significantly. Your faction rank has ranked up. Faction rank, Warrior. Ding! Congratulations! Your soul weapon Empyrean Overlord has absorbed enough spiritual energy and leveled up. Your Empyrean Overlord's unique ability has leveled up. Empyrean Overlord. Level, 2. Rank, Soul Weapon. Growth rate, very slow. Unique ability, Emperor's Domination, amplify the power of all sword techniques by 300% when wielding this sword. After all of the notifications came and went, Yuan looked around the place and pondered for a moment. Sometime later, he began walking around the place, picking up the spatial rings and pouches that no longer had an owner. I am currently short on money, and I cannot rely on Feng Feng forever. Of course, Yuan hoped to sell these spatial rings and the treasures inside for some gold later. After gathering all of the spatial rings he could find, including Lord Blood's spatial ring, Yuan quietly left the scene and made his way back to Pang City. It's the Blood Sect. When the guards saw Yuan's bloody appearance, they immediately mistook him for someone in the Blood Sect and drew their weapons at him, yet their legs couldn't help but shake uncontrollably. Calm down. It's me, Yuan. He said to them. The hero? Why is your appearance like that? What happened to you? They asked him in a trembling voice. I had some business to settle with the Blood Sect. That's all, he said in a calm voice. That's all. The guards exchanged dumbfounded glances with each other. I'd like to return to the Luo family and quickly wash myself if you don't mind. Right away. The guards immediately allowed him into the city. Yuan didn't say anything else and made his way back to the Luo family, where Xiao Hua and the others were waiting. Brother Yuan. Young master. Yuan. His companions were clearly shocked speechless by Yuan's bloody appearance. Don't worry, this isn't my blood. I will explain everything later, but right now, I need to use the bathroom. The three of them could only nod their heads in silence. After entering the bathroom, Yuan would proceed to spend almost 2 hours washing the blood off his body and hair. Once he was done, he sat before the Luo family and the others in another room. Taoist Yuan. What happened? Lord Luo asked him. Yuan didn't immediately respond. Instead, he retrieved Lord Blood's spatial ring and a bloodied medallion, which read, Blood Sect Authority. That's something only the sect master of the Blood Sect should have. Why do you have that? Lord Luo exclaimed in a terrified voice when he saw the medallion. I killed him and took it from him, Yuan responded in a calm voice. You killed Lord Blood. But his disciples, the Blood Sect will. The Blood Sect won't do anything to me. Since I killed most of if not all of their disciples as well. The room turned silent after Yuan finished his sentence, and everyone there could only stare at him with clear disbelief on their faces. This is what happened. Yuan then explained the situation to them and how he fought against the entire Blood Sect by himself. Young master. Don't blame yourself. You did nothing wrong by killing those evil cultivators. Feng Yuxiang spoke a moment after Yuan explained his battle with the Blood Sect, as there was a clear sense of guilt within his eyes as he explained how he killed thousands of disciples from the Blood Sect. However, Yuan shook his head and sighed in a low voice, You're wrong. I am neither feeling guilt nor self-blame because I killed those evil cultivators. I am worried because I don't feel any sympathy even after killing so many people. Even now, I cannot feel anything. Is there something wrong with me? That's completely normal, young master. It just means your consciousness doesn't find anything wrong with killing some evildoers. I can assure you that there's nothing wrong with you. You're just growing up, as a cultivator. That's it. Growing up, huh? Yuan sighed. Sometime later, Yuan said to Lord Luo, Pang City should be safe now that the blood sect is gone. Thank you, Daoist Yuan. Once again, you have saved our city. Lord Luo stood up and bowed to him. Unfortunately, our family doesn't have anything else to give you, as I had already given you our most valuable treasure. The Starry Abyss, huh? Yuan suddenly retrieved the Starry Abyss. I still haven't thanked you for giving me this treasure. It has been really useful to me ever since then. This treasure is more than enough to compensate for everything I have done for the city, as well as what I will do for it in the future. Of course, I hope nothing bad happens to this place ever again. Thank you, Daoist Yuan. After talking with each other for a little more, Yuan returned to his own room. I am going to spend some time clearing my mind, Yuan said to them. He then turned to look at Feng Yuxiang and said, Feng, can you do me a favor? Anything for the young master. I will be taking Meishio and another friend with me to climb the stairway to heaven, but they're not here. Can you bring them here for me? Another friend? Feng Yuxiang raised her eyebrow. Yuan proceeded to give her Meishio and Chu Liuxiang's location. I should return in 2 days, she said after calculating how long it would take to bring them back. She then handed him a bunch of treasures and said, if you want to temper your body while I am gone, you can use this. Ah, here, let me separate it for you. After separating the treasures, Feng Yuxiang left Pang City to pick up Meishio and Chu Liuxiang. Meanwhile, Yuan went to the courtyard and sat under a tree with his eyes closed, seemingly cultivating. Yuan. He's changed. Lan Yingying, who was watching him from a distance with Xiao Hua, mumbled in a low voice. This change will only benefit Brother Yuan, who intends on climbing the stairway to heaven. Xiao Hua said. Sometime later, a figure approached Yuan and asked him, Are you okay? Yuan opened his eyes and turned around to see Min Li standing behind him with a slightly worried face. Have you ever killed people before? Yuan suddenly asked her. Min Li shook her head and said, No, but I have come close to killing someone a few times in my life. I heard you destroyed the blood sect by yourself. I didn't think such a thing was possible, but knowing you, I guess nothing is impossible. Hopefully, I didn't destroy myself in the process. Yuan sighed. Why would you say something like that? Min Li looked at him with raised eyebrows. I can tell that I am changing. I am feeling emotions I have never felt before, and I am doing things that I could have never imagined doing. I'm afraid that it'll change me completely sooner or later. Is it really that bad? People change. We're both still young, so we have a lot of room and time to change. Aren't you afraid that you could become someone you don't want to become? What if I suddenly become a cold-blooded killer? Yuan asked. Min Li chuckled and said, Trust me, you could be anything, but a cold-blooded killer isn't one of these things. How can you tell? Min Li shrugged, Who knows? Just a hunch, I guess. Anyways, although some may say that one has no control over what kind of person they may become, I believe the complete opposite, that it's all in your hands who you want to become. Yuan showed a slight smile on his face after her words that sounded oddly familiar, as Xiao Hua had said similar words before. Don't think too much about it, Yuan. You had to do what was necessary. If you let this consume you, it could grow into a real heart demon in the future, and you really don't want that. Min Li then said. A heart demon? What's that? It's something that manifests in your heart, your greatest fears or anything traumatic, really. Once you have a heart demon, it will be incredibly hard to get rid of it, and it will hinder your cultivation until you get rid of it, which requires you to face your fear or trauma. Is it common for someone to have a heart demon? Yuan asked. Of course. In fact, it's really common. Although most people are not aware that they have a heart demon since it lingers within the deepest parts of their consciousness, I wouldn't be surprised if out of 10 cultivators, 8 or 9 of them have some sort of heart demon lying dormant within their consciousness. In my case, even though I have already left them behind, my family will probably become my heart demon in the future. Min Li sighed with a bittersweet smile. I see. Thank you, Disciple Min. You've helped me calm down a lot. Just call me Min Li, or even Min. I understand, Min. Sometime later, Yuan stood up and said to her, anyways, you should get ready if you aren't already. We'll be challenging the stairway to heaven in a few days. It's been a while, Meishio. Feng Yuxian greeted her with a calm smile on her face. Hello, Feng. How have you been? The same as usual. What about you? Anything new since our last meeting? A lot has happened since then. Meishio sighed. Want to talk to me about it while we go pick up the young master's other friend? Feng Yuxiang asked as she picked up Meishio with chi manifestation. Just a little. Meishio nodded. Meanwhile, news of what happened to the blood sect spread like wildfire throughout the entire lower heavens, and within a single day, nearly everybody has heard about it. Have you heard? Someone named Yuan has managed to destroy the blood sect. I have heard about it, but is it even possible to completely destroy an evil sect? Even if you killed a few hundred disciples from the blood sect, they won't be destroyed unless you exterminate all of their disciples. They're like cockroaches. That's the thing. He didn't just kill a few hundred disciples, he killed thousands of them. Of course, this includes their sect master and all of the high-ranking disciples that Lord Blood brought with him. It'll be hard for them to rebuild after this even if they're the blood sect. And they still lost to a single man. Heavens, how powerful is this Yuan person? And how come I haven't heard of him until today? I believe there was also a disciple with the same name in the Dragon Essence Temple. Oh. I heard about him. He's the one who carried their sect to first place in the mystic realm, right? The Dragon Essence Temple's reputation also rose because of Yuan's achievements. Eventually, the news reached the ears of the players, which caused quite a commotion in the real world. Rumor has it player Yuan destroyed an entire sect by himself. How do we know it's the real player Yuan and not some phony? Who else but the real player Yuan can erase an entire sect by himself? Are you sure that's not some exaggerated story created by his fans? They do that quite often. No, it's real this time. NPCs around the world are talking about it, and I even went to the Flying Sword sect to look at the battlefield. The place was still covered in blood and corpses when I got there. I have never seen anything that brutal and gruesome before. And he did it all by himself. By himself? Just how powerful is player Yuan now? After being silent for some time, he suddenly appears again and destroys an entire sect. I'm telling you, he's a damn cheater. At the Eternal Lotus's headquarters, Xia Jingyi shared the news to Yu Rou, who wasn't impressed by it as she would normally be. In fact, she became worried after learning that Yuan had destroyed an entire sect and killed thousands of people. Are you sure it's Brother Yuan? I don't believe it. There's no way that he could kill so many people even if it's just a game. Yu Rou denied it. I know. It must be one of these fake news created by his fandom to boost his reputation. It has been happening more and more frequently. It's true, Sister Rou. It's all over the forums right now. Xia Jingyi sighed. Yu Rou turned silent for a good moment. It must be because of what happened at the Jaded Garden. Meishio said Brother Yuan had lost a dear friend to the demon. That tragedy must have changed him. Yu Rou sighed. Brother Yuan is in pain, yet I am not there for him. After pondering for a bit, Yu Rou looked at Xia Jingyi and said in a resolute voice, I am going to meet with Brother Yuan in Cultivation Online tomorrow. She then called Meishio. However, nobody picked up since Meishio was busy in Cultivation Online, so she sent a text message instead. The following morning, Meishio returned Yuro's call. Sorry, Yuro. I was inside Cultivation Online the whole night yesterday, so I couldn't answer your call. Did you need something? Meishio asked. Can you tell my brother that I want to meet him in Cultivation Online tonight if it's possible? Of course. I will let him know. Oh, where are you located right now? I will ask Feng Feng to pick you up. After giving Meishio the location and time, Yuro closed the call and went to morning practice. Meanwhile, Meishio told Yuan about Yuro's meeting request during breakfast. Brother Yuan's little sister, huh? I have been wanting to meet her for a while now. Chu Liuxiang mumbled with a profound smile after hearing the news. Yuan, you have a little sister. Since when? Wang Ming and the others were also intrigued, as this was their first time hearing about it. Since I was adopted into the Yu family, he said with a smile, not even bothering to hide it. Huh? Yu family? They looked at each other, wondering why it sounded so familiar. My other name is Yu Tian, and I used to be in the Yu family, the one that owns a music and entertainment company in this city. Yuan suddenly revealed his real identity to them. Not only did he trust these people, but he also no longer had any reasons to hide his identity. Wait. That Yu family? Heavens! I would have never imagined that you had such an ordinary background. I thought you came from an immortal family or something similar. Wang Ming exclaimed. The people there were shocked. Although the Yu family is quite influential and big, they were nothing in the eyes of the sixth spiritual family. Why did you use past tense when speaking about the Yu family? Are you no longer with them? Li Jinsi noticed this detail and asked him. That's right. I am not part of that family anymore. They kicked me out, after all. What? Li Jinsi and the others were even more shocked to hear this piece of information. Why on earth would the Yu family abandon such a heaven-defying genius that makes even their sixth spiritual family jealous? Are they insane? Wang Ming blurted out his thoughts that were shared by everyone there. Yuan smiled and said, let me tell you a little bit about my background. Thus, Yuan would go on and tell them about his history with the Yu family and how they abandoned him when he became crippled, leaving them speechless. Ha! I'm sorry for laughing, but I really cannot help it after listening to your story. How stupid can the Yu family be? Wang Ming laughed out loud. Abandoning their own son because he became a cripple. It's so ridiculous it's funny. The fact that they abandoned the one and only player Yuan without even being aware of it. Ahem. Li Jinsi suddenly cleared her throat, causing Wang Ming to stop laughing. She then turned to look at Yuan with a serious face. Yuan, do you want to get revenge on the Yu family? Our families can destroy them with ease, after all. Revenge? It's fine. Why? Don't you feel angry? Any normal person would detest their family if they were abandoned. I never said I wasn't angry at them. In fact, my anger grows every time I am reminded of them, he spoke in a calm voice. Then why don't you want revenge? I want revenge, but I want to do it my own way, by myself. I understand. That's even better. Li Jinsi nodded with a smile. After breakfast, Yuan returned to his own room with Chu Liuxiang. I thought you didn't want revenge against your family for abandoning you, brother Yuan. Chu Liuxiang said with a cheeky smile on her face. Well. Things change. Yuan smiled back. Anyways, have you met Feng Feng yet? He asked a moment later. No, not yet, but I should meet her soon, and my anticipation is very high. High? Why? Who knows? Chu Liuxiang shrugged before lying on the bed and putting on the console. As for Yuan, he went to play the zither for some time before going to the field to spar with the others since he had nothing else to do in Cultivation Online until Feng Yuxiang brings Meishio and the others to the city. Meanwhile, Chu Liuxiang was casually standing underneath a tree outside this small city somewhere in the northern continent, silently staring at the sky. "Hello, beautiful young lady. I cannot help but notice you standing there in a daze from the corner of my eyes, as you were just so dazzling. You can leave me alone." Chu Liuxiang turned to look at the handsome young man standing in front of her. "Don't be like that. There seems to be a lot in your mind. If you want, I'd be happy to hear you. I am thinking about the love of my life, so I would like it for you to leave me alone," she interrupted again. "That. The young man became speechless after hearing her words. However, Chu Liuxiang was simply too beautiful for him to give her up so easily. It was a once-in-a-lifetime chance for him. Unfortunately, before he could open his mouth again, he noticed another figure at the corner of his eyes, and this figure had descended from the sky, causing him to turn his focus. "Are you the young master's friend?" Feng Yuxiang asked her. "Young master?" Chu Liuxiang raised her eyebrows. "That's her, Feng," Meishio said in a calm voice. The young man was stunned by the sudden appearance of Feng Yuxiang and Meishio. He has never seen so many top beauties at once before. "Well then, what are we waiting for?" And before the young man or Chu Liuxiang could even react, Feng Yuxiang lifted Chu Liuxiang into the air before flying away. "You're certainly in a rush, Feng," Meishio said to her as they soared in the sky. "I promised the young master that I'd return to his side in 2 days, and I didn't add into account that I'd have to pick up Yuro as well. Even if she wasn't part of the plan, I intend on keeping my promise. Are you okay, Chu Liuxiang?" Meishio turned to look at her, who had a bewildered expression on her face. "We're flying?" she exclaimed in a shocked voice. "First time?" Feng Yuxiang smiled. "Obviously. You could have at least warned me before lifting me into the air." My heart skipped a beat back there. Chu Liuxiang cried out loud. Once Chu Liuxiang calmed down and was more comfortable being in the sky, Feng Yuxiang introduced herself. "My name is Feng Yuxiang, but my friends call me Feng. I am the young master's most loyal servant. Nice to meet you. I am called Chu Liuxiang. That's all. Tell me more about your relationship with the young master. How did you meet each other?" Feng Yuxiang then asked. "I am his childhood friend. We met in an orphanage," Chu Liuxiang said. Wait. Feng Yuxiang suddenly stopped moving and looked at Chu Liuxiang with wide eyes. "The young master. He's an orphan." Although she had many theories on Yuan's mysterious background, being an orphan was definitely not one of them. "He never told you?" Chu Liuxiang nodded her head. Feng Yuxiang quickly shook hers. "I understand why the young master never speaks of his family now. It's because he never really had one." Feng Yuxiang sighed upon this realization. Sometime later, they continued their journey to pick up Yuro. "Why are you staring at me?" Chu Liuxiang asked Meishio when she noticed her gaze. Your cultivation." "I'm speechless." Meishio responded in a dazed voice. What about it?" Chu Liuxiang tilted her head in a questioning manner. "Well. It's a lot lower than I'd anticipated. What did you expect? I already mentioned that I didn't spend much time in this world." "I know, but—" "Second-level spirit apprentice." "Wow." Chu Liuxiang, who was a spirit master in the real world, turned out to be only at the second level of spirit apprentice in Cultivation Online, something most people can achieve within a few hours of starting their adventure. I never really intended on playing this game seriously, and I am already cultivating in the real world, so there's no reason why I need to waste my time increasing my cultivation in this world. Chu Liuxiang shrugged casually. That makes sense. I guess. A few hours later, Feng Yuxiang stopped moving above a city in the eastern continent. "We have arrived," she said to the other 2 girls. "I see you row." She's over there. Meishio pointed at the small figure standing outside the city gates. Of course, she was surrounded by young men, just like when Yuan first found her. Young fairy, why are you standing out here alone? Why don't you come with me and I will show you all around the city and some more? No, you should follow me. My father is the... You're floating. The people there were shocked when Yuan suddenly started levitating off the ground. She's not floating. She's flying. A spirit grandmaster. They then watched as Yuan flew towards Feng Yuxiang and the others in the sky. It's been a while, Yuan. I hope I didn't interrupt your fun down there. Feng Yuxiang said to her with a smile. You came just at the right time, Feng. Then let's return to the young master's side, shall we? We're already behind schedule. Feng Yuxiang then carried all three of them back to Peng City. Shortly after they began their journey, Yuan noticed someone there that she didn't recognize at all, Chu Liuxiang. Hello, I am called Yuan. Are you also one of Brother Yuan's friends? I'm his sister, little sister. Yuan asked her. Chu Liuxiang narrowed her eyes on Yuan with a profound smile on her face. So you're Yuan, huh? How surprising. You're nothing like I'd anticipated, completely different from your parents. The polar opposite, even. My parents? Yuan's eyes slightly widened. You're from the Yu family, no? Oh. So you're also a player. I assumed you were an NPC since Brother Yuan doesn't really have any acquaintances out there. This makes more sense. Yuan mumbled after realizing this fact. Name's Chu Liuxiang. How did you and my brother meet? What is your relationship with him? And for how long have you known him? Yuan quickly began interrogating her. Brother Yuan and I go back, way back. I have known him for many years now. As for our relationship together, we're friends. For now, at least. Chu Liuxiang said, still with a smile. Brother Yuan. Yuan frowned slightly. While Xiaohua also addresses Yuan as brother, Yuan didn't mind it as much since Xiaohua was an NPC, and she also has the appearance of a little kid. Chu Liuxiang, however, is a young lady around Yuan's age, so Yuan wasn't as accepting this time. Yuan turned to look at Meishio for answers. However, Meishio acted as though she didn't notice Yuan's intensive gaze, leaving her alone to deal with Chu Liuxiang. I'm sorry, Yuan, but I'll let you handle her. Meishio sighed inwardly. Calling your friend, brother, is a little bit weird, don't you think? Yuan asked a moment later. Weird? Why? Even if it's a little weird, I cannot help it, as I'd gotten used to calling him that ever since we were young. Young. Yuan grew even more puzzled after hearing such words. How could Chu Liuxiang possibly know Yuan when they were young when her family doesn't allow Yuan to associate with the outside world, much less have friends? Are you a fan of my brother? From when he was still performing on the stage? Yuan could only come to this conclusion after a quick pondering. No, we go even further back. Chu Liuxiang shook her head. Even further back. That's not possible. Yuan suddenly halted her mouth movements when she realized something. Don't tell me. That's right. We were at the same orphanage. I have known him before he was taken away from me by your Yu family. Chu Liuxiang said with a smile on her face, unaware that Yuan wasn't supposed to know this information. Although Meishio didn't realize it at first, she realized the problem afterward, but it was already too late, as Chu Liuxiang had already revealed the secret that Yuan was adopted into the Yu family, that he wasn't really Yuan's real brother. Seeing Meishio facepalm herself, Chu Liuxiang raised her eyebrows, still unaware that she had accidentally revealed a secret that Meishio and Yuan had been hiding for many years now. Even with her Chu family's intelligence agency, there was no way that they could have known that Yuan didn't know Yuan was adopted. Seeing Yuan's blank face, Meishio opened her mouth to try and salvage the impossible situation. Yu. I can explain. It's fine, Meishio. You don't have to explain anything to me. Yu suddenly interrupted. Actually, I have a confession to make. I have known about Brother Yuan's adoption, that he is not really my brother for a long time now. It was now Yu's turn to reveal this shocking information. How did you? Meishio stared at Yu with a dazed face. How did I find out? It was actually by pure coincidence that I found out. I snuck inside my father's room one time when I was playing hide-and-seek with you since I knew you couldn't go there, and I stumbled upon it inside the closet. After learning about it, I began investigating it to confirm the information, and sure enough, it was true. How long have you known about it? Meishio then asked. Shortly after Brother Yuan became unable to move his body. Yu sighed. For that long? Meishio was truly shocked, speechless now. To think Yu had managed to hide this fact for so many years. It was truly a shock to Meishio. Wait. So you're telling me that you didn't always know about Brother Yuan's adoption? Chu Liuxiang finally spoke after comprehending the situation. Yu shook her head, no. Actually. Perhaps I knew, but forgot about it since Brother Yuan always treated me like a real sister, and I was very young back then. Maybe I didn't want to believe it and tricked myself into thinking that he was my real brother. Even I don't know anymore. Sorry for keeping this a secret from you too, Meishio. Yu sighed a moment later. No, I should be the one apologizing. There have been many moments where I pondered about telling you. But seeing you so happy to be his little sister, I didn't want to ruin it for you or him by tearing apart your status as brother and sister. Meishio shook her head. I understand. After all, that's also why I didn't reveal the fact that I knew about it. I didn't want to ruin our relationship as siblings. Yu smiled. She then turned to look at Chu Liuxiang and continued, Can you tell me about Brother Yuan's life in the orphanage? I have always been curious, but I was also too scared to ask about it since that would give everything away. Of course. It would be my pleasure. To Yu's surprise, Chu Liuxiang didn't object to her request, as she was certain that Chu Liuxiang would rather keep everything a secret just to tease her. But in return, you'll tell me about Brother Yuan's life in the Yu family. The good memories. I already know all of the bad ones, after all. Chu Liuxiang added. And for the rest of the journey, Chu Liuxiang and Yu would share their memories with Yuan to each other, quickly becoming friends. What a surprise. This left Meishio profoundly surprised, as she did not expect the two of them would suddenly become friends. In fact, she had expected some sort of rivalry between them, especially since Yu is very protective when it comes to Yuan being with other women. A few hours later, they arrived at Pang City, and Feng Yuxiang descended directly in front of the Luo family's manor. Welcome back, seniors. The guards bowed to them. A couple of minutes later, they went to Yuan's room. Young master, I have returned from the trip. Feng Yuxiang knocked on the door. Brother Yuan. I am here. Yu shouted in an excited voice. Yuan appeared before them shortly after hearing their voices. Hello, Yu. It's been a while. Yu pounced on Yuan and hugged him tightly before he could even finish his sentence. I have missed you very much, brother. Yuan returned her hug, I missed you too. Anyways, why did you want to meet with us so suddenly? Yuan asked her once they entered his room. Well, I was worried about you. Worried about me? Yuan raised his eyebrows. Of course. I heard that you'd killed thousands of people and exterminated an entire sect. Is that true? I couldn't believe it when I heard it. After all, there's no way that you could do such a thing. Oh. So it's about the blood sect, huh? Yuan sighed. Brother. You. It's true. I destroyed the blood sect and killed thousands of their disciples, he said with a serious expression. Yu's eyes widened. Although she already knew in her heart that it was true, she had to hear it from Yuan's mouth to completely believe it. Are you okay? Yuro asked him after snapping out of her daze. Yes, I am fine. He nodded. Why? Why would you do such a thing? It's not like you. Yuro stared at him in the eyes with a worried gaze. The blood sect is an evil sect. They have killed many innocent people, and they would have continued to do so if someone didn't stop them. They also killed one of my first friends in this world, so I took it upon myself to stop them. I guess you can even call it revenge. I wasn't expecting to destroy their sect, but fortunately for me, their sect leader had gathered all of his disciples, allowing me to wipe them out in one go. I don't expect you to understand my feelings, but if you'd met the blood sect, these insane beasts, you would also want to destroy them. Brother. Yuro was speechless, but she could tell that her brother had changed drastically since the last time she saw him. He no longer looked as immature and innocent as before, and there was even a hint of coldness deep within his eyes that she almost didn't notice. If my actions had disappointed you, I am sorry, but I had to do what was necessary to save this city and other innocent people. Yuro closed her eyes and took a deep breath, silently digesting all of this information. It's not that I am disappointed, brother. I am just surprised, flabbergasted that you had the capabilities to do such a thing. In the end, this is just a game, and it's not illegal to kill others in this world, so I completely understand. Hearing Yuro's words, Yuan wanted to tell her that Cultivation Online might exist somewhere in their universe, but he decided to tell her about it later since he didn't want to overwhelm her with so much information so quickly. Thank you for understanding, Yuro. What are your plans now? Yuro asked something later. We're going to climb the stairway to heaven and ascend to the next realm. Do you want to come with us? We have more room if you want to follow us. Yuan said. Yuro pondered for a moment before shaking her head. I wanted to follow you before, but I think it would be better to stay down here for now. Why? Yuan asked in a slightly dumbfounded voice. First of all, most of my time is now spent on training myself, and when I do have the time to play, I'd rather just rest. In other words, I have no time to be in this world. Yuro sighed. You sound like an old man who's devoted all his time to work. Chu Liuxiang suddenly said. Well, I cannot deny that. Yuro shrugged. But that's not the only reason why I want to stay down here. Let me explain. Yuro continued. The other reason why I don't want to ascend has connections to the first reason. Since I don't have time to play, my progression will barely move, so even if I ascend, I will only be a hindrance to you all. Do you understand? It's like sending a low-level player to a place filled with high-level monsters. I won't be able to do anything by myself if you leave my side even for a moment, brother. And I do not expect you to wait for me, as that would be a waste of time. Yuro sighed. But I can help you progress faster with treasures. You won't be a burden to me. Yuan said. Don't even bother trying to convince me, brother. I have already decided to stay down here. Furthermore, I won't be alone since I will have Xia Jingyi by my side. After a moment of silence, Yuan sighed, all right. Fine. I won't try to convince you anymore. However, just know that once I leave, it will be incredibly hard for us to meet in this world again since I cannot come down to the lower heavens whenever I please. It's not like we cannot see each other in the other world. Yuro smiled. Anyways, I have to wake up early tomorrow for training, so I won't be able to stay here for much longer. Let's talk to each other until I have to leave, okay? Yuan nodded. I want to hear more about your faction. Of course. It's a really great place. Everyone there is very nice to each other, and it feels like I'd suddenly gained a new family. Although training is hard at times, my cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds since I started training there. Yuro proceeded to recall her last couple of weeks as a member of the Eternal Lotuses. She told Yuan her daily routines, her training schedules, and even some of Xia Jingyi's experiences there. It sounds like a great place. I should visit there one day. Yuan smiled. How about your faction, brother? You created one, right? Yes, that's right. It's called the Demon Sealing Faction. W8. Demon Sealing Faction. Yu looked at him with wide eyes, as the name of his faction implies their purpose. Yes. There are still demons left in our world, and our purpose is to exterminate all of them. Yuan explained to her. That's too dangerous. I won't let you endanger your life like this. Yu exclaimed. I know it's dangerous, but I am the only person in the world who can fight these demons, at least for now. If I don't fight them, they will wreak havoc around the world and kill many innocent people. That's... Yu was left speechless by his selfless words. And when I imagine one of these innocent people being you, or any of my friends. I don't want another friend to die again, much less my own sister. Yu closed her eyes and took a few deep breaths. I understand, brother. However, you must be careful. Definitely. Yuan nodded with a gentle smile. After talking to each other for a few hours, Yu hugged Yuan before logging off the game. Yuan went to speak with Lord Luo and his family afterward. I will be leaving this place tomorrow. Thank you for everything. We should be the one thanking you, Daoist Yuan. Lord Luo bowed to him. Yuan. Will we be able to see each other again in the future? Luo Li asked him. I will try my best to make it happen. It's a promise. Yuan looked around and asked, where's your brother? I haven't seen him since I got here. He's at his sect right now, but I will let him know that you'd visited us. Luo Ling said. Yuan nodded and logged off shortly after to have dinner. Your sister is a special one. Nothing like I had anticipated. Chu Liuxiang said to Yuan after dinner. Really? Were you able to get along with her? I was. We had a lot of interesting conversations on our way to you. Hell, we can even be considered friends at this point. That's good to hear. Yuan smiled. If we're going to start a family together, it's essential for me to have a good relationship with your family, after all. Chu Liuxiang chuckled. Wang Ming and the others looked at Chu Liuxiang with wide eyes. Although they were already aware of Chu Liuxiang's feelings for Yuan, they didn't expect her to be so open about it. After dinner, everyone returned to their rooms. What a lucky bastard. But it's not shocking for a genius like him to have so many beauties by his side. Wang Ming sighed out loud as he walked back to his room. If you're jealous, why don't you find your own girlfriends? It's not like you have no hope. Wang Bingbing said to him. Nah. Too much work. And I don't have the time to pamper them. Wang Ming shrugged. What about you, sister? Why don't you become Yuan's woman as well? Now why on earth would I do that? Wang Bingbing frowned. For starters, it'll benefit our family greatly. He's also very talented and a good fellow in general. If I were in your shoes, I would already be trying to acquire a slot beside him before all of the slots are taken. What? You don't like him or something? Wang Ming then asked. Wang Bingbing sighed after a moment of silence. That's not the issue. He already has two women, Mei Xiu and Chu Liuxiang by his side, one for each arm. They are also extremely pretty and talented if you haven't noticed already. I won't stand a chance against them. Wang Ming stared at his elder sister with a look of disbelief on his face. You actually thought about becoming his woman? I was just joking with you. Ha ha ha. He burst out laughing, causing Wang Bingbing's face to flush with redness. Grab your sword and meet me outside. I'm going to kill you. Wang Bingbing pointed at him with her hand trembling. Wang Ming casually shrugged, are you kidding me? We just ate, so I am a little sleepy. If you want to fight, we can do it tomorrow. After saying that, he went into his room and locked it, leaving Wang Bingbing speechless. After returning to his room, Yuan went to his closet and retrieved a basket of medicine. Are those the medicine you'd acquired from the jaded garden? Do you plan on tempering your body tonight? Chu Liuxiang asked him when she saw the basket. Yes. Do you want to join me? Yuan asked her. Is that even a question? Of course, I want to join you. Chu Liuxiang wasted no time removing her clothes, stripping herself naked before Yuan could even prepare the bath. I haven't even prepared the bath. You should put your clothes back on unless you want to catch a cold. Yuan said to her. Chu Liuxiang chuckled, I haven't caught a cold ever since I became a cultivator. I don't think cultivators can even catch colds. Anyways, I already took my clothes off. I will just wait under the blankets until you're done. You can join me at any time. Chu Liuxiang said as she entered the bed. Yuan couldn't help but smile at Chu Liuxiang's behavior that reminded him of Elder Shan from the Dragon Essence Temple, and they both give off similar vibes. Half an hour later, once the bathtub was prepared, Yuan entered the green water with Chu Liuxiang. Have you ever tempered your body before? Yuan asked her. I have, she calmly replied. Really? Where does the Chu family obtain their medicine? They grow them just like the 6 spiritual families, but they use a different method. It's even a little stronger than the medicine we're currently using. I will ask Sebastian to bring some over tomorrow if you're interested. If you don't mind. Anything for you, brother Yuan. Actually, can I just call you Yuan from now on? Chu Liuxiang suddenly said. Of course, you can. But why the sudden change? Yuan asked. Calling you brother is obviously something very special for you, Ro, so I decided to not take that away from her. She was the only one in the Yu family who cared enough to take care of you, after all. Chu Liuxiang explained, and she continued, furthermore, it feels weird trying to start a family with my brother. You can call me whatever you want. Yuan smiled. Really? Then can I call you darling? I find that more fitting than just Yuan. It's more unique as well. Darling? I think that's a little bit too much. Please. Everybody already calls you Yuan, and I want you to feel special when we're together. Yuan sighed. After pondering for a moment, he gave up and said, fine, but you can only call me that when we're alone. It will feel awkward if you call me that in front of everyone. Don't worry, I will wait until we're officially a family before I start doing that. Chu Liuxiang smiled. The two of them casually spoke to each other while absorbing the medicine. Because both of them were used to tempering their body in stronger medicine, they were both felt relaxed enough to chat while tempering their body at the same time. You spoke with my sister today, right? What did you talk about? Yuan suddenly asked. That's a secret. You can't even tell me a little. I cannot. We promised you, Ro, that we would keep it a secret, after all. Since you made a promise, I won't ask anymore. Let's change the topic. Your cultivation base in Cultivation Online. I was surprised when I saw it. 2nd level Spirit Apprentice. I didn't think it would be that low. Meishio also said the same thing, you know. Chu Liuxiang smiled. And she continued, is it really that bad? I am already a spirit master in this world. Why do I need to cultivate in that world as well? I don't have enough time in this life to cultivate 2 bodies at once. Like you'd said, you're already a spirit master in this world, which is the limit of this world. Your progress will now be incredibly slow, and it could take years to increase even a single level. However, that's not the case for Cultivation Online. In that world, you can surpass Spirit Master and become a Spirit Grandmaster and so much more. Furthermore, some of the things you do in Cultivation Online, such as consuming treasures, will somehow affect you in this world. What if increasing your cultivation base there also affects us, but we just don't know how, yet? Darling. That actually makes a lot of sense. You're a genius. I never thought about it like that until you mentioned it. You have opened my eyes. I will focus on my cultivation in Cultivation Online now. Really? Yes. As you'd mentioned, I have already reached the limits of this world, so there's almost no point for me to continue cultivating this body. Instead, I should cultivate my second body. It might even help us break through the limits of this world and reach an unprecedented level. Unfortunately, it'll require a lot of resources if I want to catch up to Meishio, much less you. I could ask my family for help, but that would require me to return home and I don't want to do that. Chu Liuxiang sighed. I can help you if you want. After eliminating the blood sect, I managed to acquire a bunch of treasures and spirit stones, especially their sect master's spatial ring. He was loaded with treasures. Chu Liuxiang nodded. Since you offered, I won't be humble, Yuan, darling. In return, you can do whatever you want to me tonight, and every night after that. The two of them left the bathroom about 3 hours later after they cleaned out the medicine bath. Yuan went to sleep shortly after without taking up Chu Liuxiang's offer, but it wasn't like she didn't anticipate it. In fact, it would be shocking if he actually did anything to her. In his sleep, Yuan had a dream, a nightmare. He was underneath a crimson sky, there were mountains upon mountains of corpses around him, and he stood in a sea of blood that nearly reached his knees. Yuan felt a presence behind him, so he turned to take a look, and as he'd expected, the handsome man was there, casually sitting on one of the corpse mountains while staring at the red sky with a dazed face. How do you like the scenery? Does it make your heart pound with excitement? The handsome man suddenly asked him without looking away from the red sky. Yuan coldly snorted, "Why are you showing up now? You didn't show up when I asked you to fight the blood sect." The handsome man turned to look at him with red eyes and showed a grim smile. "Are you still angry that I killed those ants for you? You must have wanted to kill them yourself, but you didn't have the courage, so I had to give you a slight push." Yuan frowned at his words. Angry? Of course, I am angry. However, it's not because you killed those people. I am angry because you possessed my body without my permission. First it was the divine paragon, now it's you. Yuan expressed his concerns regarding their possession. And to his surprise, the handsome man actually began laughing. Possessed? You think we possessed you? That is incorrect. We're not ghosts. Then how do you explain what happened? It's simple. You awakened your memories and began acting as though you were that person. You were the one who called upon us, not the other way around. The divine paragon took over your body because you wanted to defeat the demon. I took over your body because you wanted to kill those ants. It's as simple as that. No way. It's the truth. We may have lived different lives, but in the end, we're all the same person. Don't be angry at me, us. It just means you're angry at yourself. After a moment of silence, Yuan spoke in a questioning tone, "And who are you supposed to be?" The handsome man suddenly stood up and turned to face him. People used to call me the evil god. You can call me that as well. It has a nice ring to it. Evil god. Yuan was speechless. What did you do to acquire such an obnoxious title? I killed people, a lot of people. If you piled all of the people I killed in one spot, it could easily reach the heavens. Don't you remember? The handsome man showed a cold smug. Why? Why did you kill these people? Why not? They were an eyesore, so I killed them, just like how you killed those disciples from the blood sect. That's completely different. No, it's not, but you already know that. Good luck trying to convince yourself, little evil god. The evil god disappeared after that sentence, and the scenery changed, showing Yuan some of the evil god's memories. However, none of these memories were pleasant, as they were all scenes of the evil god slaying people. There was not a single memory that did not end up in someone dying to his hands. Yuan looked at his own hands that were trembling in disbelief. I used to be the evil god. What an unfunny joke. He sighed inwardly. Eventually, the bloody memories ended, and the handsome man reappeared before him again. However, it was not the evil god. What do you think about your latest incarnation? He asked with a mysterious smile hanging on his face. An unpleasant fellow that has no morals. He's completely different compared to you and the divine paragon. The handsome man laughed out loud before speaking. That's not entirely correct. In fact, we're not that different from each other. The divine paragon, the evil god, me, and even you. What? That's not possible. I would never become an evil god. He killed people because they were an eyesore. Yuan frowned. You're only saying that because you don't remember everything. And if I recall correctly, didn't you kill a few thousand people without batting an eye not long ago? Why did you kill them? Because they threatened the safety of your friends? That's right. If I didn't kill them, the Pang City would have been in danger. Once again you're lying to me, to yourself. You killed them because they were an eyesore, because they were an inconvenience. Everything else is just an excuse. The handsome man turned around and began walking away. If you want to learn more about yourself, about the reason for your existence, follow your bloodline. My bloodline. You mean the immortal monarch bloodline? What is so special about it? The handsome man shrugged at his question before disappearing from his sight. Yuan woke up the next moment to find his body soaked in cold sweat. My bloodline, huh? Are you okay, darling? Chu Liuxiang's voice suddenly resounded beside him. Sorry, did I wake you up? Well, you were just squirming around in your sleep, and it also looked like you were in pain. I had a nightmare. He sighed. Do you want to talk about it? It's nothing serious. I saw many people getting killed. That's all. I see. Anyways, I am going to clear my mind. You can go back to sleep. All right. Yuan left the bed and went to the bathroom to rinse the sweat off his body. Once he came back out, he went onto the balcony and proceeded to sit there until it was time for breakfast. After breakfast, Yuan went inside Cultivation Online and waited for Meishio and Chu Liuxiang to show up. When everyone was gathered, Yuan said his goodbyes to the Luo family. Yuan. Do you mind if we repeat what we did last time? Luo Li suddenly asked him. Last time? Yuan raised his eyebrows in a puzzled manner. You know. The kiss. Luo Li reminded him in a bashful manner. Oh, that. I don't mind. He casually nodded. Luo Li and Luo Ling wasted no time and gave him a kiss on his cheeks. Goodbye, Yuan. We hope to see you again in the future. Yuan left Pang City with the others shortly after. After leaving the city, Yuan turned to look at Xiaohua and asked, Where is the stairway to heaven? Follow me, brother Yuan. Xiaohua will take you there, she said with an eager smile. Where the fuck is that bitch, Minli? We have been waiting here for almost a week. She should be here by now. Gu Tao shouted in an angry voice when he lost his patience. Do you think we were fooled by the Min family? He then asked his father, who was sitting beside him inside the carriage. That's not possible. He wouldn't lie about something like this. It would only damage his family's reputation, and you know how much we value our face. Furthermore, this is Minli that we're talking about. They wouldn't sacrifice their family's reputation for her. Why do you think they sold her to us in the first place? That makes sense. However, that doesn't change the fact that Minli isn't here. We came here immediately after leaving the Min family, so there's no way that we'd missed her. Gu Tao said. That's also not possible. I had spoken to the people here. None of them have seen Minli, and she's one eye-catching girl. Then how long are we going to wait? We cannot stay here forever, not to mention that wedding that is supposed to be in 3 days. Gu Tao sighed out loud. There's nothing we can do but wait. It was at this moment the Gu family noticed a group of individuals approaching their direction, and all but one of them were kingdom-toppling beauties. However, Gu Tao only had one person in his eyes, a young lady with a familiar face. Wow, so that is the stairway to heaven, huh? It's much grander than I'd anticipated. Yuan mumbled in awe as he gazed upon the massive staircase that hovered in the air not far in the distance. There were only a total of 9 steps on this staircase, but it was so massive that it filled the sky and seemed like it was created for giants, and there was a beautiful golden door at the end of the 9th step. I have never seen such a big staircase before. It's almost as though it was created for giants. Chu Liuxiang mumbled in a dazed voice. Speaking of giants. Do they exist in the cultivation world? Yuan asked. They do. Feng Yuxiang nodded. However, they only exist in the upper heavens now. Have you seen one before? Meishio asked her. I have met a few when I was still living up there. They're all incredibly powerful beings with unrivaled strength. They are also born with near indestructible bodies. I want to meet one now. Yuan smiled. By the way, that's not the real stairway to heaven. Feng Yuxiang suddenly said. Then where is the real one? It's inside that golden door, she said. Is that so? Yuan. Min Li suddenly tucked his robes. What's the matter? Do you see that large carriage in front of us? It's the Gu family, she said with a worried frown. Gu family? The family you were supposed to marry into? Yuan asked for confirmation. Yes. Min Li nodded. What are they doing here? Do you think they're here to find you? I cannot think of any other reason for them to be here. It's too much of a coincidence. You don't have to worry about them. I will protect you if they try anything funny. Yuan said. And right as they were about to pass the carriage, someone suddenly shouted, Halt! The next moment, Gu Tao and his father, alongside many guards surrounded them. Min Li. How dare you run away from our marriage? Hurry up and come back to the family with me and I will make you the happiest woman in this world. Gu Tao stepped forward and patted his chest. I refuse. I left the Min family for a reason, Gu Tao. I'd rather kill myself than join your family. Min Li sneered. Let's not make things difficult, Min Li. The middle-aged man standing behind Gu Tao suddenly spoke. Even if you run away from the Min family, where can you go? Where I go is none of your business. The middle-aged man turned to look at the stairway to heaven behind him and laughed. Do you really think you have the capabilities to ascend through the stairway as a spirit warrior? Have you lost your damn mind? Who said that she'll be climbing by herself? Yuan suddenly stepped forward, standing between Min Li and the Gu family. And who the hell are you? Do you know who we are? Gu Tao immediately frowned at Yuan's presence that felt threatening for some reason. My name is Yuan. And you're one of the 7 legacy families, right? If you know, get the fuck out of the way before you lose your life. I am trying to speak with my woman here. Gu Tao narrowed his eyes. Because they have been waiting at the stairway to heaven for the past week, they have not heard about Yuan's most recent achievement yet. If they knew Yuan had eliminated the blood sect by himself, they wouldn't dare to disrespect him in such a manner. And you must have a death wish, speaking to my young master in such a foul manner. Feng Yuxiang tried to step forward but was blocked by Yuan. So what if you're one of the 7 legacy families? Min Li has already stated that she won't marry into your family. Furthermore, she will be ascending the stairway to heaven with me. Veins began popping up on Gu Tao's forehead. Min Li, don't tell me that you'd abandoned your family and risk offending mine just to be together with this nobody. Have you gone insane? Gu Tao growled in a cold voice. If he's a nobody, then you're less than trash, Gu Tao. You have no idea who you're messing with. Min Li shook her head. The middle-aged man then said, I have had enough of this nonsense. If you don't want to follow us back willingly, we'll force you. Get her. The guards immediately pointed their weapons at Yuan and the others. I have also had enough with your Gu family. Feng Yuxiang suddenly shouted, releasing her Spirit Grandmaster cultivation base. Spirit Grandmaster. She's a Spirit Grandmaster. The middle-aged man cried inwardly, shocked by Feng Yuxiang's cultivation base. If you dare move, I will kill you. Feng Yuxiang said to them with an overbearing aura around her. However, Gu Tao's father was also a Spirit Grandmaster, so he didn't immediately back down. Who are you? He asked her with a slight frown. Feng Yuxiang. What? Madame Feng from the Golden Phoenix Bazaar. Although he has never personally gone to her store before, his Gu family has purchased many treasures from her place before. Impossible. What are you doing in this place? My business is none of your business. However, your business on the other hand. Feng Yuxiang narrowed her eyes. How dare you treat my young master in such a manner? Courting death. Feng Yuxiang began approaching Gu Tao while emitting strong killing intent. Father. Help me. Kill this bitch for me. Gu Tao immediately hid behind his father's back. Although he could sense Feng Yuxiang's threatening aura, he doesn't actually know Feng Yuxiang's identity, nor was he aware of her cultivation base. Oh. It's been a while since someone cursed at me. A malicious grin appeared on Feng Yuxiang's face. Madame Feng, please excuse this foolish son of mine. Father? What are you doing? Gu Tao looked at him with a confused face, as his father was a Spirit Grandmaster. Shut up. You have no idea who you're standing before right now. His father suddenly slapped him in the face, sending his body flying. This shocked the guards from the Gu family. This is their first time seeing Gu Tao being struck by his own father, something that doesn't happen even during training. You think that's enough to seek forgiveness? I won't be satisfied until he stops breathing. Madame Feng, please have mercy. We'll forget about the wedding and leave immediately. The father knew that offending Feng Yuxiang was akin to death in the lower heavens, especially with her vast connections around the world. Unless they called for help from the Gu family in the upper heavens, there was nothing they could do to stop her. Feng Yuxiang didn't say anything, and she turned to look at Yuan for his opinions on the matter. As much as she wanted to kill Gu Tao right there and then, she didn't want to upset Yuan, who didn't like violence. Young master, it's your call. She said to him. Yuan turned to look at Gu Tao, who was still struggling on the floor, for a good moment before closing his eyes and speaking in a low voice, Feng Feng, doesn't this situation remind you of another situation that played out very similarly? Feng Yuxiang pondered for a moment before speaking, are you talking about the Du brothers from before? Yuan nodded and continued, he doesn't deserve to die, but he needs to be taught a lesson. Take his cultivation away. Yuan's words stunned everyone there including his own people. After snapping out of her daze, Feng Yuxiang responded with a beaming smile on her face, with pleasure, young master. She turned to face Gu Tao and began approaching him. Madame Feng. Please. If you take away his cultivation, you might as well kill him. Gu Tao's father subconsciously blocked her path. Get out of my way, Patriarch Gu, unless you want to lose your cultivation too. Feng Yuxiang narrowed her eyes that had turned golden at him, sending shivers down his back. Patriarch Gu knew in his heart that it was impossible to stop Feng Yuxiang. However, he had another option. He turned to look at Yuan and said, please. Stop her. Have mercy, Taoist Yuan. It was at this moment Patriarch Gu realized something. Wait. Yuan. He's that genius from the Dragon Essence Temple. Patriarch Gu could recall ordering his family to recruit Yuan into their family at all cost, yet he'd managed to offend Yuan. Young Master Yuan. It was our fault for not recognizing you. We shouldn't have tried to force Min Li to marry into our family. Please. If you cripple Gu Tao, he will be completely useless and might as well be dead. Yuan scoffed at his words and said, cripple. Now that's an exaggeration. He may lose his ability to cultivate, but he'll still be able to function as a normal human. Please. Young Master Yuan. I beg of you. Patriarch Gu suddenly lowered his body and kneeled on the ground in front of Yuan. Seeing this, Yuan said, Feng, wait a second. Feng Yuxiang stopped 2 steps away from the terrified Gu Tao. After a moment of silence, Yuan extended his hand and spoke, I am willing to forgive you and your son, but you'll have to do me a favor in return. Really? Whatever you need. Patriarch Gu's eyes flickered with hope. You see, I have purchased a house very recently, so I have no money now. If you donate me some of your wealth, I will forgive you. I'm a generous man, so I will only ask for all of your spatial rings and storage pouches. Patriarch Gu's jaw dropped when he heard Yuan's words. It was something he least expected. As the patriarch of the Gu family, Patriarch Gu naturally has plenty of wealth on him. In fact, he normally carries the family's most valuable treasures on his body since he believes that it would be safer than keeping it at home and that nobody would be able to rob him, the patriarch of a legacy family. Seeing Patriarch Gu's hesitation, Yuan sighed, I gave you a chance since you begged, and you even said whatever I want, but alas. And he continued, Feng, go ahead and continue whatever you were doing. Yes. Feng Yuxiang took the last 2 steps and arrived in front of Gu Tao. Wait. Why don't we talk about this? Patriarch Gu felt like crying, yet he was unable to produce any tears. There is nothing to talk about. You lost that chance when you threatened to take Min Li away by force. Patriarch Gu gritted his teeth in anger, but he eventually gave up and said, Fine. I will give them to you. Here are my spatial rings and storage pouches. Let my son go now. Patriarch Gu gritted his teeth and handed over his treasures to Yuan. Meanwhile, Feng Yuxiang also collected Gu Tao's spatial rings and storage pouches. Here you go, Senior Fairy. Gu Tao handed all of his possession to Feng Yuxiang without any hesitation. In his mind, nothing in this world was more valuable than his cultivation that took years of effort to build. After taking his treasures, Feng Yuxiang returned to Yuan's side and gave them to him. Thank you, Feng. Can we leave now? Patriarch Gu asked him, seemingly in a hurry to leave. Yes, you can. However, before Yuan could finish his sentence, Xiaohua stepped forward and said, Wait. What's the matter? Yuan looked at her. She pointed at Patriarch Gu and spoke in a calm voice, he still has a spatial ring hidden on his body. Patriarch Gu's entire body trembled when he heard Xiaohua's claims. That's outrageous. I have already given you everything I own. I don't have anything else on me. He exclaimed in a furious tone. Yuan frowned and said, Xiaohua wouldn't lie to me. If she says you're hiding something, then you're hiding something. I will give you one last chance. Patriarch Gu stared at Xiaohua with killing intent in his gaze. Feng Yuxiang chuckled and said, I wouldn't do anything silly if I were you, Patriarch Gu. She's even stronger than me. In fact, she's a spirit king who came from the upper heavens. What? Impossible. Xiaohua didn't say anything and released some of her cultivation base. It's real. She's actually a spirit king. What is a spirit king doing here? Patriarch Gu could feel the blood in his body getting drained when he realized this fact, making his complexion as pale as ghosts. Damn. Damn it all. This is all because of the Min family. Patriarch Gu reluctantly retrieved his hidden spatial ring that had all of his most valuable treasures and handed it over to Yuan. If you take this from me, from my family, you will definitely regret it. The Gu family will become your eternal enemy. Think about this carefully one more time. Patriarch Gu glared at Yuan with red eyes. Under normal circumstances, he would not surrender this spatial ring even if he had to sacrifice his own son. However, he was before a spirit king. If he doesn't obey their commands, he could lose his own life, as well as his treasures. Yuan didn't hesitate to take the spatial ring from his hand and said in a cold voice, You shouldn't have tried to force Min Li. You deserve this punishment. Let's go. Yuan began walking away after accepting the Gu family's generous donation. The Gu family could only stand there and watch as they disappear from the scene. Fuck. 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 Patriarch Gu began destroying whatever was around him in an outburst of anger. Father. It's just a few spatial rings. We have plenty of treasure at home. Gu Tao tried to calm him down, unaware of what Yuan had really taken away from them. However, Patriarch Gu slapped him and shouted, "Just a few spatial rings? Do you have any idea what was inside those spatial rings? All of our family heritage and secret cultivation techniques are inside that spatial ring." What? Gu Tao exclaimed in a shocked voice when he realized the severity of the situation. Why would you even carry them around with you? Father. We need to take them back even if we have to risk our lives. You're dumber than I thought, Gu Tao. They had a spirit king with them. She'll kill us before we can even touch them, much less take back our treasures. Then what can we do? We can't just let them get away with this. We're going back home. I will contact our seniors from Spirit Heaven and ask them to avenge us and take back our treasures. We cannot allow them to steal from our Gu family at all cost. Patriarch Gu said. Thank you for protecting me, Yuan. Min Li said to him afterward with a rosy face. I made a promise, after all. Yuan smiled. Young master, you were very cool back there. I cannot believe you actually dared to steal from the Gu family. Feng Yuxiang chuckled. I didn't steal anything from them. They offered it to me as a donation. He casually shrugged. Anyways, even though I have their spatial rings and storage pouches, I cannot open them since their owners are not dead. What should I do? You can forcefully remove the previous owner's mark on them, but you'll need an array master to do so. If someone without experience does it and screws up, they risk destroying the spatial ring and the contents inside. I definitely don't want that to happen. And what's an array master? An array master is something like a formation expert. They specialize in arrays while formation experts specialize in formations. Feng Yuxiang said. And she continued, as for the difference between them. Arrays are small formations that require very little time to cast, allowing array masters to use them efficiently and quickly, and creating arrays only requires spiritual energy. As for formations, they are much larger in scale that requires preparation and a large number of resources, and they usually require more than one person to activate. In other words, arrays are simple and small formations that can be created and used during a fight, while formations are more complex and require preparation before they can be activated. The Thousand Swords formation that was once used by the Flying Sword sect is considered a formation since it covers the entire sect and requires many people to activate. Arrays, on the other hand, are fundamentally like formations, but they function more like techniques. You won't find any array masters in the lower heaven, young master. Even in the spirit heaven, they can be quite rare. Feng Yuxiang said to him. That's fine. I am not in a hurry to open these spatial rings. Yuan said. We have arrived at the stairway to heaven. Feng Yuxiang said as they approached the massive staircase not far away from them. It's quite empty here. Yuan had expected there to be more people in this place for some reason, but that didn't seem to be the case, as there were only a dozen people there, including an old man sitting behind a desk right beside the staircase. Young master, speak with that old man whenever you're ready to challenge the stairway to heaven. I will be cheering for you from inside your body since I don't need to participate in the trials. Feng Yuxiang said to him before transforming into a glowing orb and entering his body. Xiao Hua is confident that Brother Yuan will succeed. Xiao Hua also entered his body a moment later. Only Lan Yingying remained, as she didn't come from the upper heavens like the other two. Where did they go? Chu Liuxiang asked in a baffled voice, as this was her first time witnessing such a thing. They're resting inside my body right now, Yuan said. What? How does that even work? Can I enter your body too? She then asked. They can do that because they are my servants. Yuan smiled. Anyways, let's go speak with that old man. The old man sitting behind the desk looked at them and said, "Are you going to challenge the stairway to heaven?" "I am." Yuan nodded. "First time?" "Yes." "Take this medallion and enter the door whenever you're ready. However, you should be aware that not everyone can climb the first 9 steps on the staircase." The old man said. "What do you mean?" "Every step on the staircase before the door will emit a certain amount of pressure. If you cannot withstand the pressure, you'll be kicked off the staircase before you can even challenge it." "I understand." Yuan then pointed at Meishio and the others standing behind him. "They are with me. Do they also need a medallion?" The old man raised his eyebrows and said, "Only one person can challenge the stairway to heaven at a time. There is no teaming up." "I know. I am helping them ascend." "You're what?" the old man exclaimed in a shocked voice. He turned to look at the beautiful lady standing behind Yuan. Meishio, Chu Liuxiang, Lan Yingying, and Min Li. 4 people in total. Helping a single person will increase the difficulty of his trials, yet he intends on helping 4 people ascend. The old man has never encountered such a bold and arrogant person before. "Are you sure about this, young man? Even if they are your partners and you love them greatly, bringing a single person with you will increase the difficulty of the trials as well as your burden significantly. In the last 1,000 years, not a single person has managed to ascend while bringing someone else along, and you're doing 4 at once." Yuan smiled and said, "I am well aware of the risks and increased difficulty. However, even then, I still wish to try." The old man sighed after a moment of silence. He then retrieved 4 more medallions, but they were in a different color. "Give these to those that you wish to help ascend," said the old man as he handed them to Yuan. Even if he wished to decline, he did not have the authority to refuse anyone challenging the stairway to heaven. The only thing he can do is try to persuade Yuan to not make any foolish decisions, which failed spectacularly. After accepting the medallions, Yuan handed them to Meishio and the others. "You can start climbing the staircase whenever you're ready," the old man said to Yuan a moment later. In his mind, he was already expecting Yuan to fail the challenge. He'll regret this decision once he realizes how much wasting 4 years could hurt one's cultivation career. Unfortunately, there's no medicine for regret. The old man sighed inwardly. Sometime later, Yuan approached the staircase with Meishio and the others, and the spectators there watched with interest. "Another challenger, huh? How long do you think he'll last inside?" "Probably an hour at most." Meanwhile, Yuan and the others looked at the staircase with their heads tilted up. A single step of the staircase was so large that it was as tall as a 3-story building, and there were 9 steps in total. "Do you need some help getting up there?" Yuan looked at Chu Liuxiang, who was only a spirit apprentice. "I do." She nodded. "Okay, I will carry you." He turned to look at Meishio next. "What about you?" "I also need help. Fortunately, I have 2 arms." Yuan chuckled. "Yingying, can you help Min Li?" he asked her. "It's okay, I can reach it myself," Min Li quickly said. "Then let's go up." Yuan proceeded to hug Meishio and Chu Liuxiang's waist in each of his arms before flying onto the first step. Lan Yingying also flew. As for Min Li, she was able to jump the height with relative ease. However, the moment Yuan entered the first step that was a few hundred meters away from the second step, he could feel an intense pressure suddenly appear, making it more difficult for him to move forward. Although he was able to endure the pressure without any issues, he was worried about the others. "Are you guys okay?" "Huh? I don't feel anything," Chu Liuxiang said. "Eh? Really? You don't feel the pressure?" Yuan looked at them with wide eyes. They shook their heads. "So I am the only one feeling this pressure?" he mumbled in a dumbfounded voice. Feng Yuxiang's voice then resounded, "Young master, don't forget, you're essentially climbing the stairway to heaven for them, so you will be bearing everything while they don't experience anything. That makes sense. Yuan nodded. Yuan, I will help them climb the staircase. You need to focus on yourself. Lan Yingying said to him. Okay. Thank you. After putting down Meishio and Chu Liuxiang, Yuan proceeded to make his way towards the second step that was about 200 meters away. Look at that. There's more than one person climbing the stairway right now. What? Is that even possible? I thought only one person could go at a time. It's only allowed because one of them is assisting them through the stairway to heaven, most likely that young man in the front. Wait. That's actually a thing. Since when? I have spectated this place for many years, but I have never seen such a thing before. That's because nobody does it. One can help 9 other individuals climb the stairway to heaven, but the person doing the climbing will have the burden of the other 9, increasing the difficulty of their climb significantly. Heavens! Climbing alone is already hard enough, yet that person is willing to take 4 other people with him. I don't blame him. Look at the people he's helping. All of them are breathtaking beauties that can topple kingdoms with a mere smile. I wouldn't leave them behind either. If you had to choose between those beauties or ascending, and you can only pick one, which would you pick? The beauties, of course. I'd be willing to stay down here forever just for one of them, much less 4. While the spectators focused on Meishio and the others, Yuan reached the second step with barely any effort made. However, the moment he stepped onto the second step, he felt the pressure bearing down his body suddenly double in strength. Even though it still wasn't enough to make him sweat, he was worried about the later steps. About a minute later, he reached the third step, and once again, the pressure on him doubled in strength. It's still endurable. Yuan mumbled to himself as he quickly made his way towards the fourth step. However, the moment he stepped on the fourth step, Yuan felt the pressure on him triple in strength. Whoosh! Yuan lost control over his chi manipulation for a moment and nearly lost his ability to fly. Are you okay, Yuan? Lan Yingying asked him. Yes, I am fine. I was just a little surprised by how much the pressure increased. He nodded. A few more moments later, Yuan arrived at the fifth step. Once again, the pressure tripled in strength. The pressure on the fifth step was so intense that even ordinary spirit grandmasters would have trouble walking, yet Yuan still somehow manages to remain in the air even with all this pressure bearing down on him. Unfortunately, after reaching the 7th floor, the intensity of the pressure had gotten so powerful that even Yuan was forced to walk the staircase with his legs. Once he'd reached the end of the 7th step, he used some of his spiritual energy to boost his legs, allowing him to jump onto the 8th floor. The pressure's strength on the 8th floor increased by another 3-fold. Yuan could feel his legs shaking slightly from the pressure that made it felt like he was carrying a large block of metal on his back. However, even with such pressure, it had only managed to make Yuan break a couple droplets of sweat. A few minutes later, Yuan conquered the 8th step and stepped foot on the 9th and final step, where the golden door was located at the end. You got this, Yuan. Min Li cheered him from only a few steps behind him, feeling a little guilty for making Yuan take her burden. Yuan closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Once his eyes opened again, he began running for the golden door, shocking the spectators. He still has this much strength left. Is it that surprising? The real trials are behind that golden door. These 9 steps cannot even be considered the real stairway to heaven. Even though the staircase isn't the real challenge, you cannot underestimate it, as it still eliminates about 90% of challengers that wish to enter the stairway to heaven. A few moments later, Yuan arrived before the golden door, and he could feel the pressure on his body suddenly disappear like smoke. Phew, that was a little challenging. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and took a moment to breathe. Young master, the real challenges are behind the door. Feng Yuxiang's voice resounded in his mind. I know. He sighed. Is everyone here? Yuan turned around to see Meishio and the others standing right behind him. Seeing them nod, Yuan returned to looking at the massive golden doors that didn't seem like it would budge even if he used all of his strength. How do I open this door? Yuan asked. There should be a slot for the medallion. Xiaohua said. Yuan looked around, and sure enough, there was a hole in the middle of the door that seemed to fit his medallion perfectly. Furthermore, there were 9 other holes that circled around it. These are probably for your medallions. Yuan looked at Meishio and the others after inserting his medallion into the hole. Once everyone there had inserted their medallion into a slot, the golden doors suddenly began to open. Although it didn't move by much, it had more than enough room for a single person to enter. However, it was pitch black inside the doors. Let's go. To Spirit Heaven. Yuan was the first to move, entering the golden doors a moment later. Lan Yingying immediately followed behind Yuan and became the second person to enter the stairway to heaven, followed by Minli, Chu Liuxiang, and last but not least, Meishio. Once everyone was inside, the golden doors closed behind them. After entering the stairway to heaven, Yuan looked around with his divine sense since he couldn't see anything in the dark with his eyes, but that also turned out to be useless. I cannot see anything. What about you guys? Yuan asked the others behind him. However, nobody responded to him. Meishio. Lulu. Yingying. Hello. Yuan turned around, but there was nobody there. Guys? Feng Feng. Xiaohua. He tried calling them again since he was certain that they'd entered the stairway to heaven with him, but there was still no response, almost as though they'd disappeared and he was completely alone. It was at this moment a voice suddenly resounded in this void. Master. It was a clear and childish voice that he'd never heard before, yet it sounded oddly nostalgic for some reason. Who's there? He called back. Master. Is that really you? The voice responded, and Yuan could see a faint light suddenly appear in the distance. Yuan swallowed nervously as he watched the faint light gradually approach his direction. Master. Is it really you? The childish voice continued to resound in the darkness. I think you're mistaking me for someone else. This is my first time in this place. Yuan said. No. Once the light was right in front of him, it started transforming until it took the shape of a human with a childlike figure. A few moments later, a cute little girl with long, glistening black hair that dragged on the floor stood before him. She stared at him intensely with her sharp golden eyes and continued to speak, while you have a different appearance, your soul is the same. You are definitely my master. I will never mistake my master for someone else. You don't remember me, master? She asked him after a moment of silence. Yuan narrowed his eyes at this little girl and sighed inwardly. She's definitely talking about one of my past lives, right? After another moment of silence, Yuan asked, who or what are you? Tian'er is the guardian of Stairway to Heaven. Guardian? Like its master? No, Tian'er is merely a guardian. I protect this place and uphold its integrity. Master. You are the real master of the Stairway to Heaven. You really don't remember? What? I am the master of this place. Yuan was left baffled by this information. Just what kind of person was he in his past life? How did he become the master of the Stairway to Heaven that connects the 9 heavens? All right. Before we continue this conversation, where did my friends go? They entered this place with me. Yuan asked about Meishio and the others. They were transported to another place as spectators because they are not participating in the ascension. They will be able to watch you clear the trials once it begins, she said. I see. That's relieving to hear. Yuan released a sigh of relief after learning that they were safe and sound. Okay, let's get back to our conversation. Can they also hear me right now? He suddenly asked. No, they cannot hear us right now. Yuan nodded and continued, can you tell me the name of your master? Tian Yang, she quickly responded. I knew it. Yuan sighed again. Tian Yang was the name of the handsome man in his dream, the first one he ever met. You probably won't believe me when I say this, but I am actually a reincarnation of Tian Yang, hence why I have the same soul as him. Tian'er didn't react to his words and spoke in a calm voice, I believe the master. Wait. Since you knew my past self, can you tell me about him? I am missing a lot of my memories because of my reincarnation, so it'll be great if you can refresh some of my memories. Tian'er shook her head and said, I don't know much about Master, perhaps even less than you since the Master never spoke of his life outside this world. If that's the case, can you tell me what you know? Anything will do, even your relationship with him. Tian'er nodded, the Master created me after becoming the Master of the Stairway to Heaven, and I have been tasked with guarding this place ever since then. He also gave me the name Tian'er, his surname, as a way to symbolize his creation. What do you mean you were created? Yuan raised his eyebrows. However, she merely tilted her head in a puzzled manner, seemingly unable to explain it. How were you created? Yuan changed his wording. The Master snapped his fingers and created me, she replied. Ah. So you're not really human? She shook her head, my form consists mostly of the Master's spiritual energy, so I am neither human nor living. I see. That's very interesting. Yuan suddenly realized something. Wait a second. If I am the Master of the Stairway to Heaven, does this mean I don't need to take the trial to ascend? Tian'er nodded, that is correct. As the Master of the Stairway to Heaven, you can use the treasure as you will. That's great. However, Tian'er continued, but Master, Tian Yang also said that I cannot allow anyone to ascend if they have never completed the trial before, even if it's the Master himself. Yuan raised his eyebrows. Why would his past self make this rule that also affects himself? Did his past self predict that he would reincarnation and challenge the Stairway to Heaven in the future? It's unfortunate, but I'm also relieved that I cannot just skip the trials. I have been anticipating doing them for a while now, and skipping them would ruin my fun. Yuan smiled. Anyways, what else can I do in this place as its master? Can I adjust the difficulty of my trials? What about the rules? Can I change that as well? You can do all of that, but you can only do it when you are not actively challenging the Stairway to Heaven. I understand. Anyways, I have been standing around for long enough. Let's get the trial started. We can talk more later. Yuan said a moment later. Tian'er nodded before disappearing into the void. A few moments later, Yuan could see a staircase slowly being revealed before him. The staircase was semi-transparent and was glistening like the sea when being struck by sunlight, and unlike the one outside, this staircase was definitely made for humans. Yuan began climbing this staircase without hesitation, and with every step he took, another step would appear at the end of the staircase. It was unknown how long he walked this staircase for, but he gave up counting after walking 500 steps. The staircase eventually stopped extending diagonally and began extending horizontally, creating a smooth path for him to walk on. After walking for a minute, Yuan could see a massive arena in the distance, and the path would lead him to this arena. Once he stepped foot on this arena, the staircase behind him disappeared, and a semi-transparent wall would cover the whole arena like a closed stadium. Tian'er's voice resounded a moment later. Welcome to the first trial in the Stairway to Heaven, Master. After entering the Stairway to Heaven, Meishio and the others found themselves transported to this empty room that somehow had a small pond resting in the center. Where are we? Where's Yuan? Chu Liuxiang asked in a slightly panicked manner. Calm down, we're currently in the spectators area. Feng Yuxiang said. Since we're not participating in the trial, we were transported somewhere where we cannot disturb the young master. I see. Meishio and Min Li looked around with a bewildered face, as they had never seen such scenery before. Although they were inside a room, the walls were almost transparent, and the background was a starry sky with tiny lights flickering in the distance. The floor seemed to be made of a smooth material, almost like jade, and there was a pond in the middle of the room. Xiaohua didn't say anything and approached the pond in the center of the room before sitting beside it and staring at it. Feng Yuxiang also did the same thing. Come. We'll be able to see the young master here. Everyone there sat around this pond a moment later, silently staring at the clear liquid. A few minutes later, they could see an image appearing on the surface of the water. Look! It's Yuan! Chu Liuxiang exclaimed when she realized it was Yuan, and he just entered this arena. Looks like he's about to start his first trial. Feng Yuxiang smiled. Meanwhile, somewhere in the stairway to heaven, Yuan was waiting for his first trial to begin. After waiting around for a few moments, he noticed the scenery changing from the void to a bustling city where people could be seen walking around. The scenery looked so realistic to Yuan that he thought he'd been transported to a real city. For the first trial, you must find the city lord and kill him within 12 hours or you will fail the trial. Tiana's voice resounded loudly in Yuan's ears, but the people there didn't react to her voice. Wait. You want me to kill someone? Yuan frowned at this trial. Don't worry, everyone and everything in this world is created purely from spiritual energy, just like Tiana, so they're not real. Yuan felt more relieved after hearing that. What about the rules? Are there any rules? He then asked. There are no rules in this trial. You may accomplish your mission through any means. I understand. Then the trial shall begin. Ding! You have started your first trial in the stairway to heaven. You have 12 hours to finish the trial. Finish the trial in less than 6 hours to receive a reward. Huh. I can obtain rewards in the stairway to heaven. Yuan wasn't expecting to earn anything since he was doing it to ascend to the next realm, not earn treasures. However, he didn't complain about it and began his journey. The first and most logical thing he did was to ask around for information. Excuse me, I am new here, and I have some business with the lord of this city. Can you tell me where I can find him? Yuan asked an old lady who was the closest to him. The old lady stared at him for a moment before pointing in a certain direction. Yuan turned to look at where the old lady was pointing, and to his surprise, there was a majestic pagoda in that direction. The pagoda was so tall that it pierced the clouds, it was unlike anything Yuan has seen before. Thank you. Yuan immediately made his way towards the pagoda. However, not even a few minutes later, a sudden commotion occurred in the street, and it forced him to stop his movements. You bastard! How dare you sleep with my wife? I am going to fucking kill you. A strange man that he'd never seen before suddenly appeared in front of him and began threatening to kill him. What gibberish are you talking about? I didn't, Yuan frowned. However, the strange man didn't care about what Yuan had to say and drew his weapon. Die for me. The strange man released his cultivation base and began running at Yuan. A peak spirit grandmaster. Yuan immediately withdrew the Empyrean overlord to defend against this strange man. Bang! Yuan could feel himself getting pushed back a few steps from the confrontation. Wait a moment. There must have been a misunderstanding. I didn't sleep with your wife. Yuan tried to calm the man down, but alas, his attempt only seemed to have intensified the man's anger. Fuck you. I was there when it happened and saw you lying naked in bed with my wife. Die. The strange man continued his assault on Yuan. This must be part of the trial. I thought I only had to fight the city lord. I underestimated the trial. Yuan eventually realized the situation and began fighting the man for real. After exchanging a few blows, Yuan withdrew the starry abyss in its invisible form and used it to finish off the unsuspecting man. The strange man collapsed after a hole appeared in his head, and the pedestrians there began freaking out as though they were real people. Yuan ignored them and continued making his way towards the pagoda. After Yuan left the scene, the strange man's corpse scattered into countless glowing fragments before disappearing like smoke. A few minutes later, even more people showed up to block his path. Halt, you murderer! 2 people wearing guard uniforms showed up. Yuan didn't even bother to stop this time and just used the starry abyss to kill them before they realized what was happening. This continued for an entire hour until Yuan finally reached the pagoda, and by then, he'd killed over 50 people at the peak spirit grandmaster realm. Yuan stood before the pagoda's golden doors, but he didn't immediately go inside. Instead, he sat down to recover his spiritual energy. It's already this bothersome when it's only the first trial. I cannot imagine what the stairway to heaven has in store for me later. He sighed inwardly. After spending an hour recovering his spiritual energy, Yuan was prepared to enter the pagoda that had over 100 floors. Will I be able to reach the peak and defeat the city lord in less than 3 hours? He wondered to himself as he opened the door and entered the pagoda. Inside of the pagoda wasn't as big as Yuan expected, but there was more than enough space for 2 cultivators to fight without restrictions. Yuan looked around the first floor that appeared to be a dojo, and it reminded him of another place he'd challenged before, the carp leaping over Dragon's Gate Tower within the Dragon Essence Temple. However, instead of fighting magical beasts, humans were his opponents this time. Who are you? And what are you doing in my lord's pagoda? A figure suddenly appeared before Yuan without him noticing until this person spoke. Yuan looked at the middle-aged man and said, I am here to speak with your lord. Do you have an appointment? The middle-aged man asked. I do not. Then you may scram out of here. Unfortunately, that's not possible either. Is that so? The middle-aged man retrieved his weapon that was a spear the next moment and pointed it at Yuan. Then you can stay here forever. Yuan didn't say anything and retrieved the Empyrean Overlord. Scram! The middle-aged man rushed at Yuan, releasing his first-level Spirit Lord cultivation base. Yuan decided to pretend to struggle against him until the time was right. A dozen exchanges later, Yuan retrieved the starry abyss and aimed it directly at the middle-aged man's head before sending it flying towards it. However, the middle-aged man tilted his head when the dagger was an inch away from his face, narrowly dodging the sneak attack. What? Yuan was shocked when the middle-aged man dodged his starry abyss. This is his first time missing his target, and he even doubted whether the starry abyss was actually invisible or not. Humph. Using such cowardly tactics. Your invisible attack might work on weaker opponents, but it's useless before me. Yuan frowned when he realized it wasn't by chance that the middle-aged man had dodged his invisible dagger. Does he have a technique that allows him to detect invisible objects? He wondered inwardly. However, even if his opponent can detect the starry abyss, he could still use it as a distraction. Enough standing around. Let's finish this. The middle-aged man continued to attack Yuan the next moment. Heavenly Domain. Yuan decided to use Heavenly Domain to restrict his movements. What the heck is this? Although the man was surprised, it was not enough to completely seal his movements, but that was to be expected, as he was a genuine spirit lord. When the man was taken by surprise, Yuan used this chance to go for the killing blow. Bloody. However, Yuan stopped his technique midway when he realized something. Even though this technique has served me well, and it is also one of the first techniques that I've learned in this world, I should stop using this technique that belongs to the blood sect. There were many reasons as to why Yuan no longer wanted to use the bloody sword strike any longer, but the most obvious reason was its affiliation with the blood sect, and he didn't want to be mistaken as someone from the blood sect like previously. Unfortunately, besides the bloody sword strike, he didn't really have any other techniques that weren't over the top like the heaven-splitting sword strike and the relentless dragon overwhelms the 9 heavens. As for the demon sealing strike, it most likely wouldn't work on humans. Although I have never used that technique before, I have seen it used many times in my dreams. Let's see if I can pull it off. After exchanging a few more strikes with the man, Yuan distanced himself until he was all the way at the doors. Now you feel like leaving? Too bad. You lost that chance when you withdrew your sword. The man sneered in disdain when he saw Yuan running away. Yuan ignored the man's provoking words and focused on the technique inside his head. Once he was confident that he could execute it, he took a deep breath and changed the way he held the sword. The man raised his eyebrows at Yuan's weird stance that made it look like he was about to sprint with the sword by his waist. I don't know what you're thinking, but if you think you can defeat me while being a whole realm below me, you're too arrogant. Allow me to show you the difference between heaven and earth. However, right as the man finished his sentence, he suddenly felt a cold chill going down his spine. The man was in disbelief. This feeling is fear. Impossible. Why would I fear a mere spirit grandmaster? He cried inwardly. It was at this moment Yuan finished his preparations and launched his attack. Vanishing Ghost's soundless blade. The Empyrean overlord in Yuan's hand disappeared for a split second in the man's eyes, even though he had been staring at it this entire time without blinking. There was no movement, no sound, nothing. Ha! What the heck? How dare you try to scare? The man suddenly stopped speaking when he felt something off about his neck, but before he could figure out what was wrong with it, the light in his eyes darkened, and his body collapsed the next second. The second his body hit the floor, his head that had been cleanly severed began rolling like a bowling ball. Yuan released a sigh of relief after seeing that he'd successfully managed to execute the technique properly. Ding! You have learned Vanishing Ghost's Soundless Blade. Vanishing Ghost's Soundless Blade. Rank, Ancient. Mastery Level, 1. Description: an extremely fast and deadly technique that can kill 1,000 people without making the slightest sound. Created by the famous cultivator known as Vanishing Ghost, who was once regarded as the 9 heavens' deadliest assassin. After killing the man, Yuan proceeded to the next floor. His sword technique is really powerful. And it doesn't consume as much spiritual energy as the heaven-splitting sword strike. Yuan thought to himself as he climbed the staircase. Upon reaching the second floor, Yuan encountered another man with the cultivation of a spirit lord. Who are you? What happened to the guard downstairs? The man asked him with an unfriendly look. Yuan didn't bother responding to the man and withdrew his sword, as he was already expecting to fight anyone that gets in his way. Humph. A mere spirit grandmaster. The man didn't say anything else and withdrew his weapon. Their weapons collided a moment later. Yuan decided to try using the Starry Abyss again just to make sure it still works. However, just like the man downstairs, this one could also somehow track his invisible flying dagger. Just how are they tracking my Starry Abyss? It's invisible, and its presence should be concealed. How else can they track it? A few minutes later, Yuan managed to defeat the man without using the soundless blade technique. And for the next hour, he would repeat the same thing. However, his streak was stopped by an unexpected situation. When he arrived on the 9th floor, the guard there didn't attack him. The Lord wishes to meet you. You may go up. Yuan was skeptical at first, thinking that it was a trap, but the guard really allowed him to go upstairs without causing any trouble. Now without anyone blocking his path, Yuan managed to climb to the highest floor in less than 10 minutes. Upon reaching the top floor, Yuan could see a figure sitting in the back of the room, and this person was wearing a black mask. Are you the city lord? Yuan asked him for confirmation. Indeed. He nodded. And he continued, now that I have answered your question, allow me to ask you one of mine. Who are you and why are you killing my people who have done no wrong? Yuan's body trembled slightly after hearing such words. Calm down. They are not real people. This is simply a trial by the stairway to heaven. He quickly calmed himself down. Because I have no other choice, he responded a moment later. That's nonsense and you know it. The city lord shouted in an angry voice. Enough talking and let's get this over with. Yuan pointed the Empyrean overlord at him. Very well. If you wish to die, allow me to end your miserable life for you. The city lord released his cultivation base, which shocked Yuan. This feeling is. He's a spirit king. He cried inwardly after recognizing this overbearing aura. Does the stairway to heaven really intend on making him fight someone 2 whole realms above him? Why is it this difficult to ascend to the next realm? Even if he's helping 4 other people, it shouldn't be this hard. Are you scared? The city lord suddenly said as he approached Yuan. I can sense your fear crawling all over my skin. Yuan tightened his grasp on his sword and patiently waited for the city lord to attack him first. Why are you just standing there? Come and attack me like you did to those guards you killed not long ago. Although Yuan couldn't see the city lord's face, he had a good feeling that there was a grin behind that mask at this moment. If you're not going to attack me first, I won't be humble. The city lord used a movement skill to instantly close their distance. Yuan quickly reacted by lifting his sword in front of his face. Clang! Bang! Although he'd blocked the attack, his body was still sent flying by the overwhelming power from the strike. After hitting the wall with his back, Yuan tried to rebalance himself, but before he could even stand still, the city lord had arrived in front of him again. The city lord then gave Yuan a good kick in his side, sending him flying for a second time in just a few seconds. What's the matter? You're a lot weaker than I'd anticipated. If I didn't let you through, you would have probably fallen to one of my guards sooner or later, and you would have never made it up here. This time, the city lord allowed Yuan to get back onto his feet. Ding! The city lord suddenly lifted his sword and placed it right behind his head, and the sound of metal colliding resounded half a second later. An invisible dagger? You really think such pathetic tricks would work on cultivators at my level? Although it's invisible and it hides its presence pretty decently, those at Spirit Lord and above can easily see it with their enhanced divine sense. You're wasting your time using this kind of tactic on us. So that's why everyone I have fought in this pagoda could track my invisible flying dagger perfectly. Their divine sense is powerful enough to bypass the Starry Abyss ability. Yuan sighed inwardly. After taking a deep breath, Yuan spoke with a frown on his face, Can you shut up for a minute? The way you talk reminds me of a certain someone, and it's ruining the mood for me. Oh. Now that's interesting. Who do I remind you of? The city lord became interested for some reason. That's none of your business. Maybe it is. You never know. The city lord then moved his hand to remove the mask covering his face, revealing to Yuan a very familiar face. You are. Yuan was shocked when he saw the city lord's face that looked exactly like the handsome man in his dream. The only reason he didn't realize it until now was simply because the city lord had changed his voice to something unrecognizable. Since you're here, it must mean that another reincarnation has occurred. How many times have you reincarnated by now? Have you achieved the goal yet? The handsome man asked him with a profound smile. After snapping out of his daze from the handsome man's question, Yuan laughed a little before speaking. What a coincidence. I also have a similar question. What the heck is up with all of this reincarnation stuff? Tell me everything you know about it. How else am I supposed to achieve this goal you speak of when I don't even remember it? The handsome man silently stared at Yuan for a good moment. I see. So you don't remember anything yet. That's fine. It's not the first time that you have forgotten about your past, but you will eventually remember everything. However, don't expect me to spoon-feed you everything just because we belong to the same soul. If you want to remember your memories, you will have to defeat me. Why else would I force myself to do the trials in this place? Good. I have always wanted to give you a good beating but never got the chance since you're always much stronger than me in my dreams. Yuan said. The two of them continued fighting again shortly after. Meanwhile, in the spectators' room. What happened? Why did it stop working? Chu Liuxiang exclaimed when the water suddenly stopped reflecting Yuan and the city lord right when the city lord was about to remove his mask. Unfortunately, nobody there could answer her question. I don't know what happened, but we can only wait until it returns. Feng Yuxiang said. Back in the pagoda, Yuan and the handsome man fought each other so viciously that they'd collapsed some of the floors there. You're still lacking. When I was at your level, spirit kings were no match for me. However, that shouldn't be possible. You should be far stronger than me since you're reincarnated. The handsome man spoke as he fought. After pondering for a moment, he continued, perhaps you didn't fully awaken your bloodline. Or maybe you don't know how to use it. You don't know anything, do you? Yuan frowned when he heard this, and he said, why would I know? I don't know about the reincarnation. I don't know about my past. I don't even know my purpose. And you expect me to know about my bloodline? You're right, I don't know anything. Yuan felt frustrated that he knew nothing about himself even though there's clearly a lot he should be aware about. The handsome man smiled when he noticed Yuan's attack getting fiercer and more powerful due to his frustration. Sometimes it's better to not know anything, because once you learn everything, you will not be the same person. I will decide what kind of person I will become no matter what happened in the past. Yuan shouted. You're not the first one to say such words, and these people all ended up changing after they recalled their past and purpose. The handsome man chuckled. You're confused because you don't know anything. However, once you remember everything, you will understand. You don't know that. Clang. Yuan swung the Empyrean Overlord with all of his strength. However, the handsome man blocked it with ease. I do, because we are the same person. He smiled. You see, we're not like the others. When others go through the cycle of reincarnation, they will lose their memories and live a new life with a new identity, they will become someone unrecognizable and walk a unique path that's different from their past self. However, we're not like that. Although we sometimes lose our memories and take on a new identity, we will eventually return to our original identity and walk the same path we once walked. This is our destiny, our heavenly fate that you started. Heavenly Domain. Yuan suddenly released the heavenly domain, slowing down the handsome man's movements. He then activated Dragon's Gaze, freezing his movement for a brief moment. Heaven-splitting sword strike. Yuan used this brief moment to gather as much spiritual energy as he could before releasing it, and thanks to his Empyrean Overlord that recently upgraded its unique ability, the heaven-splitting sword strike was more powerful than ever. Boom! The golden light enveloped the handsome man's figure before blowing a massive hole in the pagoda. However, once the golden light disappeared, the handsome man was still standing in the same spot, and he didn't even have a single scratch on his body. Impossible. Yuan was left speechless by the results. The handsome man had eaten his heaven-splitting sword strike head-on and managed to remain unscathed. How is he supposed to defeat such a monster? Ha ha ha. The handsome man suddenly burst out laughing. You should see the expression on your face right now. You look like someone who just saw a ghost. After laughing for a bit, the handsome man looked at Yuan with a calm smile on his face and said, Don't worry, you have already passed this trial. What? Yuan's eyes widened at his words. Although I may look unharmed, I had actually died in that attack just now. I merely reconstructed myself. After all, I am made out of spiritual energy. And sure enough, a notification that announced the end of his trial appeared the next moment. You have killed the city lord and successfully cleared the first trial. You have cleared the trial in less than 6 hours. Here's your reward. The handsome man suddenly extended his hand that was holding a glowing orb of light. What's that? You were just asking for it not long ago. You don't mean. That's right. It's your memories, your answer. However, it's only a small fragment of it. If you want the rest, you'll have to continue challenging the stairway to heaven. Yuan sighed, why are you making things difficult for me, for yourself? The handsome man smiled and said, this is for your own good. And it's not just you. Everyone that came here before you had to go through the same thing. Yuan silently stared at the orb floating above the handsome man's hand. Here. Take it. The handsome man suddenly flicked his finger, sending the orb of light straight into Yuan's forehead, and Yuan's vision blackened the next moment. Where am I? Yuan slowly opened his eyes to the sound of water splashing beside him. He looked around once, his eyes adjusted to the bright sunlight, and to his surprise, there was a large river beside him. What the? How did I get here? I was just at the pagoda. Yuan stood up a moment later, but he immediately noticed something different about his body. My cultivation base is gone, he exclaimed in a shocked voice. Suddenly, another voice resounded, responding to his words, "Are you still dreaming, Tianyang? You're not even a cultivator yet, how can you possibly have a cultivation base?" Yuan turned to the sound of the voice to see a pretty young girl sitting underneath a tree with a scroll in her hands. Meng Lily. Yuan subconsciously muttered her name even though he had never met her before. Wait. Did she just call me Tianyang? So I am seeing his memories right now. Now that he had an idea of his situation, Yuan decided to play along. However, it was not as though he could actually control his body freely. Yuan suddenly began walking towards this young lady named Meng Lily. How are you feeling, Meng Lily? Are you excited about tomorrow? Nervous? Yuan asked her. Neither. I am actually feeling afraid, she responded. Why would you feel afraid? We're going to become disciples of a cultivation sect. You should be excited. Tianyang, the cultivation world isn't all fun and games. It's a vicious path that could easily lead to your death even when you're not at fault, and it's a world that we'll be stepping into soon. If you're afraid, then why did you agree to join the sect? You could have stayed here in the village with the others. Although I am afraid of the cultivation world, there is something I am even more afraid of, the feeling of being powerless, she responded with a solemn look on her face. Yuan didn't say anything else for the next few moments. Enough about me. What about you? You've always wanted to be a cultivator, right? Meng Lily suddenly asked him. A bittersweet smile appeared on Yuan's face as he spoke. No, not always. I never even thought about becoming a cultivator until my mother and sister died at the hands of one. Oh. I am sorry for bringing it up. Meng Lily said in a dispirited voice. There's no need for you to apologize. It's the person who killed them that should apologize. Once I become a cultivator, I will find this bastard and kill him myself if he's still alive by then. Cultivators are not allowed to kill mortals, so that person must have already been executed by now. Meng Lily said. If that's the case, he's really fortunate. Yuan sneered. Anyways, I am going back to the village. I'll see you tomorrow when the senior picks us up. After leaving the scene, Yuan walked about a mile until he arrived in this small village that had a population of a few thousand residents. I'm home. Yuan said out loud after returning to his residence, but there was no response. He then walked to the living room, where a home altar for his family was built in the corner of the room. He kneeled in front of it and stared at the altar for many minutes before speaking in a solemn voice, I will be leaving this place tomorrow to start my journey as a cultivator. I know the world of cultivation is a dangerous one with countless victims. However, I rather risk my life to have a chance of becoming someone powerful than doing nothing and becoming a victim to the powerful. Meng Lily said something that really resonated with me today, and I completely agree with her. She said that she fears being powerless more than she fears death. However, while I do fear being powerless, I don't fear death. If I die, I will just reunite with the rest of you, so I look forward to that. If I don't die and become powerful enough, I'm not sure what I want to do at that time yet, but I hope to find the answer soon. Once he finished praying, Yuan went to tend the chickens he raised in his backyard. After today, you'll be Uncle Lee's chickens. It's unfortunate that I have to give you away before I can eat you, but alas, cultivation is more important, and the sect does not allow animals. After feeding the chickens, Yuan went inside his room and proceeded to spend the rest of the day meditating. The following morning, Yuan left his house and went to the entrance of the village, where a group of people around his age were gathered. Did you sleep well? Meng Lily approached him shortly after he arrived. I spent the whole night meditating, he said. What's the point of that when you're not even a cultivator? To prepare myself for the real thing, of course. Whatever. About an hour later, an old man with an unfathomable aura descended from the sky and landed in front of the group. He withdrew his flying treasure that took the shape of a massive leaf and said, "This is your last chance to turn back. Once you step on this flying treasure, you will either spend the rest of your life as a cultivator or die as a mortal in the sect. I will give you all 30 seconds to decide." 30 seconds later, everyone was standing on the flying treasure. Good. The old man flew away with the flying treasure a moment later. It was also at this moment that Yuan returned to the pagoda, and the first thing he noticed was the handsome man standing in front of him with a profound smile. "What do you think?" the handsome man asked him. Yuan frowned and said, "That's it. I didn't even learn anything about my reincarnation or bloodline." The handsome man chuckled and said, "Like I'd said, you'll only get a fragment of your memories. And don't worry, I gave you a lot more memories than what you just saw, but it'll take time for them to surface. Give it a few days. In the meantime, you can continue climbing the stairway to heaven to regain even more of your memories. You still have a few more trials ahead of you, after all. Don't screw with me. You're just wasting time. Why can't you tell me what really matters? I don't care about the other memories." Yuan frowned at the handsome man's words. Now that wouldn't be fun at all, would it? Furthermore, who tells a story that starts from the middle, the most exciting part? That makes no sense and will only take away the excitement. The handsome man casually shrugged. Anyways, I won't keep you here any longer. Have fun with the rest of the trial. The handsome man disappeared the next moment, and the scenery began to disappear shortly after. In just a few breaths of time, Yuan returned back to the arena with a starry background. "Congratulations on passing your first trial, Master." Tian'er's voice resounded. Yuan looked up into the darkness and asked, "How many more trials do I need to complete before I arrive at the next realm?" After a moment of silence, Tian'er said, "I cannot answer that question, Master, as it's different for everyone. Some require 4 trials while some only require 1 trial to ascend." "What? How is that even fair? And how are the trials decided?" "They are decided by the participants' talent, destiny, and if they are helping others ascend. The more talented you are, the more difficult the trials will become." "Destiny? You're telling me that the stairway to heaven can tell someone's destiny?" "That is correct." "Then can you tell me my destiny?" "That is not how this works, Master." "Whatever. Let me continue my trial then." "You are allowed an hour to recover your spiritual energy after every trial. If you wish to advance without resting, just say so." Yuan nodded and said, "I will need every ounce of spiritual energy I can get." He sat down the next moment and began recovering his spiritual energy. Wow! I should have noticed this sooner. The spiritual energy in this place is so pure. I can feel my cultivation base soaring towards the next level as it recovers. Yuan was shocked when he absorbed the spiritual energy in the stairway to heaven. And sure enough, right before his 1 hour was up, he'd managed to break through to the next level, reaching the 5th level of Spirit Grandmaster. "Congratulations on your breakthrough, Master," Tian'er said to him. "Thank you. I am ready for the next trial." Yuan then said. "Please climb that staircase for your next trial." Yuan looked around until he saw the staircase Tian'er was talking about, and he began climbing it shortly after. Meanwhile, in the spectators' room. "It's back!" Minli exclaimed in an excited voice when the pawns started working again. What happened? Why did he return to that place? What happened to the trial? Did he pass or fail? Chu Liuxiang asked. Seeing that he's climbing the staircase, he most likely passed the first trial and is heading to his second one. Feng Yuxiang said. Sometime later, Yuan arrived at the second arena. The second trial will now begin. Tianer's calm voice resounded. The scenery changed a few moments later. Yuan looked around to find himself at some kind of dock with many large wooden ships stationed there. "What's my trial this time?" Yuan asked. "For the second trial, you must escort the Huang family 100,000 miles until they reach the giant's continent. Your trial will fail if anyone from the Huang family dies." 100,000 miles. How long will that take? Yuan exclaimed out loud when he heard the distance he had to travel. "The ships are quite fast, so it shouldn't take too long." Tiana responded. "Even if they move 1,000 miles an hour, it would still take 100 hours to complete the trial." Yuan sighed out loud. "I have no control over what trial the master undergoes," she calmly responded. Ding! You have started your second trial in the stairway to heaven. You must escort the Huang family 100,000 miles until they reach the giant's continent with all of them alive to finish the trial. Finish the trial with all of the Huang family's bodyguards alive to receive a reward." Yuan released a deep sigh before looking around the dock for the Huang family. "Excuse me, do you know of the Huang family?" Yuan asked the people there. However, it took a couple of tries this time since not everybody knew of this Huang family. "Oh, the Huang family. You can find them at the Silver Peak restaurant. They are currently recruiting bodyguards. Can you tell me which direction is this restaurant?" Once he received the directions, Yuan thanked the man before making his way towards this restaurant. He arrived at his destination about 10 minutes later, and sure enough, there was a large carriage stationed in front of the restaurant with a sign that read, "Hiring bodyguards. 10 billion gold coins with bonuses. Must be at least Spirit Lord. I'm only a Spirit Grandmaster, but I can defeat a Spirit Lord. Hopefully, they won't mind it." There was already a long line of people waiting to be recruited, so Yuan entered the line and began waiting, silently observing the situation there while he waited. "If you want to become a bodyguard, you must prove to me that you can protect my family. This man beside me is a peak Spirit Lord, and he will be testing your capabilities. Whether you can become a bodyguard or not will be at his discretion." A middle-aged man with sharp facial features said to the crowd of people there. He must be the head of the Huang family. Yuan thought to himself. A few moments later, someone from the front of the line approached the peak Spirit Lord bodyguard. "You have 3 chances. Give me your best strike," the peak Spirit Lord said to the recruit. The recruit nodded, and without hesitation, attacked the peak Spirit Lord with his strongest attack that was backed by the power of a 4th-level Spirit Lord. However, the peak Spirit Lord didn't even bother moving, almost like he had no intention of blocking it. Bang! The attack landed on the peak Spirit Lord the next second, but to everybody's surprise, he came out unscathed by the attack. "He's an array master," someone there exclaimed after realizing what had blocked the attack. "An array master? Feng mentioned them not long ago." Yuan looked at the peak Spirit Lord with an interested gaze. Although it was faint, he could see a semi-transparent barrier around the peak Spirit Lord, and if he looked at the barrier with his divine sense, he would be able to see the symbols that supported the barrier together. Those symbols contain most of the spiritual energy. Is that the barrier's true form? A bunch of symbols combined together. He thought to himself. You have 2 more attacks. If you can crack my array, I will consider you hired. The peak Spirit Lord said to the recruit. However, even after using his last 2 chances, the recruit had failed to make even the slightest crack on the barrier. Next. The middle-aged man said. The next recruit stepped forward and tried to crack the array created by the peak Spirit Lord but to no avail. After going through 5 people without any success, they finally managed to find someone who could crack the array on his 3rd strike, but the crack was very minuscule and less than an inch long. The peak Spirit Lord silently stared at the crack for a moment before speaking, "Fail." "What? But I managed to crack your array." The recruit exclaimed, unwilling to accept the results. "So what if you barely managed to crack it? It's still not convincing enough." If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being weak. Meanwhile, a small commotion broke out somewhere in the line. Hey! Can't you read? Only spirit lords and above can qualify to be their bodyguard. You, who is a mere spirit grandmaster, should get out of the line and stop wasting our time. Hell, you're not even a peak spirit grandmaster. Upon hearing these words that were spoken right behind him, Yuan turned around, and sure enough, there was someone with a displeased face staring at him. So what if I am not a spirit lord? I can handle spirit lords like you any time of the day. Yuan was feeling annoyed that he was being bothered even though he had been minding his own business. What did you just say, you little bastard? The man immediately fumed with anger. How dare a little spirit grandmaster like you act so arrogantly before me? Know your place. The man released his cultivation base that was at the 8th level spirit lord. He then raised his fist and prepared to strike Yuan. However, he was a second too late, as Yuan's fists were already in motion. Relentless dragon overwhelms the 9 heavens. Yuan used his fist technique for the first time in combat on an opponent after obtaining it from the Dragon Temple. Since these people are not actually living and are only made out of spiritual energy, Yuan did not bother holding back and was acting even a little daring. Boom! The man was sent flying into the distance like a rag doll until he crashed into a building a street away and collapsed on the floor. However, the man did not stand back up even many moments later, as he died on impact by Yuan's ancient rank skill. Humph. Yuan didn't even bother to check the man's condition and treated the whole situation as though he was getting rid of an annoying insect. The people that witnessed their quick exchange that ended in the blink of an eye were shocked speechless. They couldn't believe their eyes. Did a spirit grandmaster just defeat a spirit lord, someone an entire realm above his own cultivation? Why would this kind of genius be willing to become a bodyguard for someone else? What's with the commotion back there? The peak spirit lord left his position and approached Yuan due to their little fight. Who was just fighting back here? He asked them, as he didn't witness the fight for himself. Those who saw the fight immediately pointed at Yuan with their fingers. The peak spirit lord frowned when he saw Yuan's cultivation base. Why are you even in line? The sign states very clearly that only spirit lords and above will be accepted. And the last time I checked, spirit grandmaster is not above spirit lord. Yuan looked at him in the eyes and responded in a calm voice, while my cultivation isn't at the level of a spirit lord, I am not any weaker than one. The peak spirit lord narrowed his eyes at Yuan. He then said, I will be the judge of that. Hit me with all you've got. Yuan nodded and withdrew his Empyrean overlord. A soul weapon. This guy is not an ordinary one. The middle-aged man standing beside the carriage immediately recognized the Empyrean overlord's unique aura to be a soul weapon. After taking a deep breath, Yuan began gathering as much spiritual energy as he could for the heaven-splitting sword strike. This is. The peak spirit lord began sweating profusely when he realized just how much spiritual energy Yuan was gathering in his sword. He knew very well that even if he was a spirit king, neither he nor his array would be able to survive such a powerful attack. Wait a moment. The peak spirit lord suddenly stopped him. You don't need to continue. I am convinced by your strength. Really? Does this mean you'll recruit me as a bodyguard? Yuan was pleasantly surprised. Yes. That's right. You can become a bodyguard for the Huang family. The peak spirit lord nodded with a somewhat flushed face, feeling a little heat on his cheeks, almost like someone had slapped it. I understand. Yuan stowed away the Empyrean overlord the next moment. My name is Dong Zhou, head of security for the Huang family. What is your name? The peak spirit lord clasped his hand and bowed in a respectful manner. You can call me Yuan. Then, Yuan, you can wait inside the restaurant for now. We're going to recruit a couple more bodyguards before we leave. You can order whatever you want in the meantime. The Huang family will pay for everything, said Dong Zhou. Yuan proceeded to make his way into the restaurant after being accepted as a bodyguard for the Huang family. Please wait a second, Yuan. A soothing voice suddenly called out to him just as he was able to enter the restaurant. He halted his movements and turned around to see a pretty young lady walking out of the carriage. Yuan's eyes widened with surprise when he saw this young lady. Lulu. What are you doing here? Yuan subconsciously blurted out loud, as this young lady greatly resembled Chu Liuxiang. From her brown hair to hazel eyes, it was almost as though Chu Liuxiang herself was there. However, after closer inspection, although very minor, there were some differences. Lulu. The young lady raised her eyebrows. Sorry, I mistook you for someone else. You look very similar to one of my friends, he corrected himself. The young lady chuckled at his words and said, My name is Huang Shaoli. If you don't mind, may I accompany you in the restaurant? I'm feeling a little hungry, too. Ah. Yuan looked at the middle-aged man standing beside Huang Shaoli. Entertaining my family is also part of your job as a bodyguard, he said. Yuan nodded. You can just call me Shaoli, she said as she followed him into the restaurant. Meanwhile, in the spectators' area. Why does she look exactly like me? Chu Liuxiang exclaimed in a voice filled with disbelief when she saw Huang Shaoli's face. It felt like she was looking in the mirror when she looked at Huang Shaoli. Maybe the stairway to heaven is using our faces for whatever reason. Feng Yuxiang said. And it decided to use my face. I hope she doesn't do anything weird. Chu Liuxiang sighed. Once they were inside the restaurant, Yuan and Huang Shaoli sat down at a small round table. Go ahead and order whatever you like. I will pay for it. Huang Shaoli said to him. The server arrived at their table a few moments later to take their order. I will have this, and this, oh, this as well. Yuan stared at Huang Shaoli with wide eyes as she ordered over a dozen dishes without hesitation. Normally, he would be the one to surprise the others with his big appetite, but Huang Shaoli had beat him to the punch this time. Okay, your turn, Yuan. Huang Shaoli said to him after she finished. He nodded and began ordering a long list of dishes, dumbfounding Huang Shaoli. The server taking their orders cried inwardly, Are you two competing to see who can eat more or what? Esteemed guests, let's move to a bigger table. This place won't be able to hold all of your food. The server said to them afterward. They agreed and moved to a private room that had a much larger table. Now then. While we wait for our food, why don't you tell me a little about yourself, Yuan? Why did you want to be a bodyguard for my family? You seem like a very talented young man. I cannot imagine someone like you willingly becoming a bodyguard for others. There must be some kind of catch. Yuan smiled, You're right. I am actually trying to travel to the Giant's continent, but I don't have any money. Fortunately for me, I get to travel there and obtain some money because of your Huang family. Huang Shaoli narrowed her eyes at him for a moment before relaxing herself. Well, I don't really care why you're helping us as long as you protect my family and I. I will try my best to make sure that no harm will come to your family. Yuan nodded. The food began arriving a few minutes later, and the two of them began cleaning their plates at a fast pace, almost like they were in a race to beat the other. You're pretty good. Huang Shaoli said to him after they finished eating. Do you always eat this much? Only when I can. He said. Why don't you tell me a little about yourself, Yuan? I like to know about those working for us. Do you belong to a cultivation sect? I used to, but I am no longer affiliated with them. I am currently a rogue cultivator, he said. Ho. Why did you leave? Disciples don't normally leave their sect. Perhaps you were forced out. No, nothing of that sort. I left simply because I wanted to explore the world by myself. I see. That's a respectable decision. What about you? Why are your family heading to the Giant's continent? Huang Shaoli raised her eyebrows at his question before speaking, there's only one reason why people go to the giants' continent, to trade treasures with the giants living there, of course. Aren't you also going there to trade treasures? Why else would you go there? Giants. You mean there are real giants living there? Yuan was speechless. You didn't know that. And you're trying to go there? Huang Shaoli looked at him with a suspicious gaze. Yuan quickly said, actually, it was a friend who told me about the giants' continent, but he never mentioned anything about giants. He also told me to go there if I want to acquire rare treasures, but that's all. I guess he wanted to keep it a surprise. Is that so? Anyways, that's why we're going there, to exchange treasures. However, in order to do so, we must also have a lot of treasures, hence why we're recruiting bodyguards, just in case someone decides to steal from us. It's also quite dangerous going there, so we'll need all the help we can get. A few minutes later, Huang Shaoli's father came to get them. We just finished recruiting our bodyguards. We'll be leaving now. Okay. Huang Shaoli nodded. See you later, Yuan. Once outside, Huang Shaoli returned to the carriage while Yuan gathered with the other bodyguards. My name is Huang Chen, head of the Huang family. Inside the carriage is my wife, son, and daughter. Your mission is simple, to make sure no harm comes into their way until we arrive at our destination, the Giants' continent. It's about 100,000 miles from here to the Giants' continent, but with the ship we're riding, it will only take a little over a week to get there, and as mentioned, you will receive 10 million gold coins for your service. We will give you 1 million gold in advance and the rest once we arrive at our destination. Of course, you can get more than 10 million gold in total with bonuses depending on your performances. If any of you die while protecting my family, I will make sure to pass your money to your family for you. Do any of you have any questions? None of the guards said anything. Good, then we'll make our departure in an hour. We'll be waiting for you at dock number 9. If you're all ready before then, we can leave early. Huang Chen entered the carriage afterward and left the scene without waiting for them. And since Yuan had nothing else to do, he immediately followed them to the docks. There were 5 other bodyguards besides Yuan that had passed the test, 4 men and 1 woman, and they were all between the 7th level and 8th level Spirit Lord. An hour later, everyone gathered at dock number 9. The carriage was nowhere to be seen and the Huang family was revealed in full. There was Huang Chen, a middle-aged man with a slightly handsome appearance. Then there was Huang Shaoli, a pretty young lady around Yuan's age. The last 2 were a beautiful middle-aged woman and a little boy around 7 years old. They began lining up to board the ship shortly after everyone gathered. Yuan looked at the front of the ship with interest as they waited to board, as there was a large serpent wrapped around the front of the ship as decoration. This ship is called the Raging Serpent. It's the fastest ship available here. Huang Shaoli said when she noticed Yuan staring at the ship. Is this your first time riding on a ship? Yuan nodded, yes. I see. Let's hope it won't be our last, she said, surprising him with such dark words. After waiting around for about 10 minutes, Yuan and the Huang family were finally allowed on board the massive ship. The Huang family then led them to their living quarters. My family and I will be living in this room, room 112. As for you guys, I have managed to arrange 2 rooms, room 240 and 241. I would have given each of you your own room if I could, but there wasn't enough room available, so you'll have to share. Anyways, each room can fit 4 people. You guys can decide the rest for yourselves. Now for your job as our bodyguard. As long as there's someone in this room, 2 of you will guard the entrance at all times. If one of us decides to leave the room for whatever reason, there will be 2 guards for 1 person at all times. Any questions? They all shook their heads. Good. Huang Chen and his family entered their room shortly after. So how should we share the room? One of the bodyguards there asked. Isn't it obvious? I will take 1 room and the rest of you will share the other one, said the female bodyguard. Didn't you hear what Senior Huang said? We can only fit 4 in a room. You'll make it work, she shrugged in an uncaring manner. This is why women are. It's fine, I don't need to stay in the room. Yuan suddenly interrupted. Then where are you going to rest? I don't intend on resting. I will be guarding this room until we arrive at our destination, he said. After all, he couldn't risk the Huang family getting harmed while he was resting in another room. You really want that bonus, huh? I admire your dedication. All right, I will guard this room with you, said a bulky man with muscles that looked like they were fortified with steel. The other bodyguards didn't try to fight for their position since they rather do less work. Once the other guard left the scene, Yuan and the bulky man sat in front of room 112 like guard dogs. What's your name, young man? The bulky man asked him. Yuan. I'm Qin Kai. How did you manage to get the Huang family to accept you as their bodyguard as a spirit grandmaster? I thought they were only accepting spirit lords. Qin Kai was the last person to be recruited by the Huang family, so he didn't witness Yuan's commotion or how he was accepted. Yuan smiled and said, I convinced them with my sword. Qin Kai stared at Yuan with a somewhat gawking look for a moment before laughing out loud, with your sword, huh? I like you. After chatting with each other for a few minutes, they stopped talking to cultivate. The ship departed from the docks about half an hour after everyone boarded, but Yuan didn't notice it due to how still the place was. I have an entire week. My cultivation should go up a few levels while I am here. Yuan thought to himself as he started absorbing the rich spiritual energy in the air. However, he found it incredibly difficult to concentrate because memories of his past life would flow into his head while he tried to cultivate. He eventually gave up trying to cultivate and focused on these memories. Welcome to the Immortal Monastery, where we make immortals out of mortals like you. However, you will not become disciples immediately. All of you will start out as servants, and if you can learn our cultivation technique that we provide to you in less than 4 years, you will be promoted to being an outer court disciple. The old man that picked them up from their village said as they approached the mountain range. Once they entered the sect, the cultivator left them in a secluded area before flying away without saying another word. While Yuan and the others looked around, a chubby old man approached them and said, Welcome to the bamboo garden. This is where you will all be spending your next 4 years. While you are here, you are required to do labor for the sect, such as cutting wood and gathering water. Of course, if you manage to learn the cultivation technique before then, you'll get to leave earlier. Your schedule will be very simple. There will be a quota for each of you every week that must be completed, or you will be punished. I don't care when you finish it. You can finish it on the first day of the week or even the last day of the week. As long as you meet your quota, you can spend the rest of your time cultivating. Any questions? Oh, you can call me Senior Ko. Good. Follow me, I will show you the important facilities before I take you all to receive your uniforms and cultivation technique. Yuan and the others began following this fat old man through the bamboo garden. This area right here is the cafeteria. It will only be open 2 times a day for breakfast and dinner. If you fail to complete your quota, you will lose access to the cafeteria until you finish it. This is the bamboo stream. You can wash your clothes here. If you go a little further down, you can even catch fishes. Do not gather your water here for your quotas. There is a separate area for that. That building over there is the training hall. You can go there to train your body, but there won't be any instructors to give you guidance. That is a privilege only for official disciples. This entire area is the bamboo field. It's where you'll gather most of your supplies when you receive a quota that requires you to cut down bamboo. After spending almost the entire day walking around the bamboo garden, Senior Ko led them to their final stop for the day. This is the administration building. If you have any problems, you can come here to get it resolved. It's also where you obtain uniforms if you somehow destroy your old ones. Of course, it won't be free. As for how you acquire money in this place, you will receive some money every time you complete your quota, and if you do more than you were requested, you will receive a bonus. Senior Ko, I have a question. Someone there suddenly raised his hand. What is it? What else requires money in this place? Do we also have to pay for our food? Food and rent will be for free. However, you will have to pay for everything else. If you get hurt and require medicine, you will need money. If your uniforms become unusable, you will need money to buy new ones. Hell, if you somehow manage to collect enough money, you can even request to buy some cultivation treasures to increase your chances of becoming a cultivator. However, that will take years if not decades of saving, and if you are still immortal by then, you might as well give up. Sometime later, Yuan and the others were each given 2 sets of uniforms and a single cultivation technique. Basic Qi Gathering Technique. Yuan read the name of the scroll in his grasp. Does anyone here not have 2 sets of uniforms and a cultivation technique? Senior Ko asked them. When nobody responded, he nodded and said, Good, then let's get you all settled in your new home. About an hour later, Senior Ko stopped before a split path with 2 different paths. The female's living quarters will be on the left and the men's living quarters will be on the right. Neither will be allowed to go to the other's living quarters without permission. If you're caught doing so, you will be punished severely. Keep this in mind. You may now leave. There will be someone to assign your rooms when you arrive. The people there thanked Senior Ko for his time before going to their respective paths. Good luck, Tian Yang. Meng Lily said to Yuan before she went to the left path. I will see you later. Yuan nodded. Dong! A sudden earthquake stopped Yuan from looking through his memories. What the? Why is there an earthquake? We should be on water. Yuan cried inwardly as he looked around with a puzzled face. It was at this moment a voice resounded everywhere in the ship. We have encountered a sea demon, but there is no need to panic, as our experts are currently taking care of it as we speak. What is a sea demon? Yuan turned to ask Qin Kai. Oh, they're basically magical beasts that live in the water. They are very common in this part of the ocean, and they can be quite dangerous if not dealt with quickly. We'll definitely encounter many more of those until we reach our destination. How powerful are they? Yuan asked with an intrigued look on his face, as he has never heard of monsters existing in the sea before. The ones dwelling on the surface of the ocean aren't much of an issue. A single spirit lord can deal with them. However, it's those that usually dwell in the deeper parts of the ocean that we should be worried about, as they sometimes wander to the surface for whatever reason, and those will require a spirit king if not multiple spirit kings to handle. Furthermore, the closer we get to the giant's continent, the more dangerous the sea creatures become, especially the leviathans. Let's pray to the heavens that we don't encounter those monsters. They're known as the Lord of the Seas, and meeting even a single one of them could mean disaster if not certain death for us. The ship stopped shaking shortly after the voice disappeared. Looks like they have managed to deal with the sea demon. Qin Kai said before going back to his cultivation. Yuan also closed his eyes and returned to looking through his memories. A few weeks have passed since he became a servant of the immortal monastery, yet he hasn't been able to learn the cultivation technique, which is a far cry from Yuan's ability to learn even heaven-ranked techniques within minutes. Ha! Becoming a cultivator is much more tedious than I'd anticipated. I have read through the manual over 1,000 times by now, and I can even recall every single word in the manual backwards with my eyes closed, yet I still cannot sense any spiritual energy. Tian Yang placed the scroll down and tried to sense the spiritual energy in the air again but to no avail. After failing to sense spiritual energy for half of the day, Tian Yang decided to go outside to do his quota, which required him to cut down 200 bamboo in a week. How are you feeling, Tian Yang? Still can't sense spiritual energy? Someone called out to him as he was working. Tian Yang turned around to see a skinny young man who looked incredibly fragile approaching him from behind. This fragile-looking young man was Ning Zixuan, a friend he'd made the same day he came to this place. I should be asking you that question. Do you feel like dying yet? Ning Zixuan laughed at his words and said, Don't be discouraged. It normally takes at least a year or two for most people before they can sense spiritual energy. We just got here less than a month ago. How can we possibly already sense spiritual energy? We're not geniuses. At least a year. Humph. I am not like most people. I will sense spiritual energy in less than a year and become a cultivator so that I can leave this place. Tianyang declared. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? This place isn't even that bad. Although the labor can sometimes get tiring, everything else is great. The food is amazing. The bed is warm, albeit a little small and firm. We even get to practice a cultivation technique for free. Do you have any idea how expensive they are outside? We can work for the rest of our lives and still won't be able to afford the lowest rank cultivation techniques. Ning Zixuan said. Tianyang shook his head and said, Ning Zixuan, if you wish to remain here forever as a servant, you can be my guest. However, I want to become a cultivator as soon as possible and start growing stronger. Every day I cannot sense spiritual energy is another day that I am powerless. Ning Zixuan shrugged, even if you say that, it's not like we can force our progress to move faster just because we want it to. I wish the world worked that way, but alas, reality is harsh. Time passed very quickly in the bamboo garden, and in the blink of an eye, half a year passed. Hey! Tianyang! Did you hear? One of the girls managed to sense spiritual energy and became a cultivator. She's now accepted as an official disciple and will be moved to the outer court with the other official disciples. Ning Zixuan revealed this news to him. Really? Who is this genius? Tianyang asked. I believe her name was Meng. Meng Li. Meng Lily. Tianyang muttered in a low voice. That's right. Meng Lily. You know her. Tianyang sighed and nodded with a bittersweet smile on his face. We came from the same village, and we were friends back there. How lucky. You're now friends with an outer court disciple. Maybe she'll even help you in the near future. I doubt it. Anyways, can you leave me alone for a while? I have a feeling that I am close to sensing spiritual energy. Tianyang then said. Ning Zixuan nodded, good luck. You as well. After Ning Zixuan left the scene, Tianyang proceeded to stare at the space in front of him for many minutes in a dazed manner. Congratulations, Meng Lily. You're no longer powerless. However, don't be so proud of yourself just because you managed to become a cultivator before me. The cultivation path is not a short race but a long marathon. I will follow in your steps soon and even surpass you. Just watch. Tianyang began studying the cultivation technique with even more intensity starting that day, almost obsessively so. However, despite his efforts, it took him until his third year in the bamboo garden before he could start sensing spiritual energy and becoming an official disciple. During this time, his friend Ning Zixuan had passed away due to natural causes. Ning Zixuan was born with a weak body, yet he endured many years of hard labor just for a chance to become a cultivator. It was also shortly after Ning Zixuan's death that Tianyang managed to successfully sense spiritual energy. It's truly a pity that you can't be here to see me in this uniform, Ning Zixuan. Tianyang sighed as he stood in front of Ning Zixuan's empty residence while wearing the outer court's uniform. However, even though I have finally managed to become an official disciple, I don't feel any happiness. Is it because of how long it took me to reach this point? I was so confident that I would succeed in less than a year, but here I am, 3 years later. It shouldn't be too late to catch up to Meng Lily even now, right? I wonder how far she's progressed in these 3 years. With her talents, she might even be an inner court disciple now. Guess I will find out once I move to the outer court. After saying his goodbyes to Ning Zixuan and the place, Tianyang left the bamboo garden and was taken to the outer court by the same person who brought him to this sect, unaware of the countless challenges that were waiting for him there. The ship suddenly began shaking violently for a second time, snapping Yuan out of his daze. Wow, this one is quite powerful. Did we encounter a powerful sea demon already? We've only been out in the sea for half a day. Qin Kai muttered in a low voice. The shaking lasted a few more moments more than the previous time. Half a day. Yuan suddenly realized something, and he tilted his head to look up into the ceiling of the ship. Meisho, Lulu, I won't be logging off until I finish this trial. Please take care of everything until I am done. He spoke to them in the spectators' room. Who are you talking to? Qin Kai also looked at the ceiling with raised eyebrows. Oh, I was just talking to myself. What a weirdo. Qin Kai chuckled. Meanwhile, in the spectators' room, Meisho said to Chu Liuxiang, I am going to log off. What about you? I will stay here and continue watching Yuan in case anything happens. Meisho's eyebrows twitched slightly when she realized something. She's no longer addressing him as, Brother Yuan. Did something happen between them? Okay, then I will check up on you once in a while. Meisho logged off shortly after to notify the other members that Yuan will be busy for a week. A week? What's he doing inside Cultivation Online that requires so much time? Wang Ming asked out of curiosity. He's challenging the stairway to heaven right now. Oh, I have heard of that place. It's where cultivators go to ascend to the next world, right? Meisho nodded. All right. Training is going to be a bit boring without him, but it's only a week. Thank you for letting us know. Everybody accepted the news without much problem. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye for Yuan, who was constantly cultivating and looking through his memories. The ship shook over a dozen times over the last 2 days, but the warriors hired by the ship had managed to deal with the sea demons without any problem. Besides the shaking from time to time, Yuan's trial has been very relaxing, suspiciously so. This made him wonder if the real trial was at the Giant's continent. However, that peace would end soon. We have company. Be alert. Qin Kai suddenly said to him in a low voice. Yuan opened his eyes to see a group of people that had the appearance of mercenaries slowly approaching their direction. One look and anybody can tell that they were trouble. Both Yuan and Qin Kai stood up. What do you want? Qin Kai asked them with his massive arms crossed over his chest, looking very threatening and defensive. The man leading the group smiled and said, Is this the Huang family's room? We're actually here for a business appointment. Business appointment? How come I didn't hear anything about such a thing? This is a very important and exclusive business opportunity for the Huang family. Why would they let some bodyguards know about it? The man scoffed. Qin Kai looked at them up and down and smiled, If you wear that kind of get-up to a business meeting, I doubt it'll work out for you. Let me save you all from embarrassment. Get out of my face. Imprudent bastard. I gave you a chance to live, yet you willingly choose death. The man and his group withdrew their weapons the next moment. Qin Kai laughed and said, Even if you manage to kill us and steal from the Huang family, where are you guys going to hide? We're in the middle of the sea. You'll die way before you can return to the docks even if you fly. Who said anything about hiding or running away? Once we deal with the Huang family, we'll seize control of the ship and take our time robbing the other passengers. Ships heading to the Giant's continent are always filled with wealthy people and loaded with treasures. Do you idiots think you're the first to rob the Raging Serpent? There have been countless attempts to rob this place, and all of them never managed to return to the land. Humph. Enough talking. Get rid of them. The man pointed at Yuan and Qin Kai as he ordered his group. Heavenly Domain. Yuan immediately used his domain to restrict their movements, but since they were all spirit lords, it couldn't completely seal their movements. This guy can use a domain. Let's get him first. The man shouted. If you want to get to him, you'll have to get past me first. Qin Kai stood before the robbers and Yuan. While Qin Kai distracted them, Yuan used the soundless blade to kill them from a distance, killing many of the robbers before they even realized what was happening. The battle was a one-sided slaughter, and in just a couple of minutes, Yuan had managed to kill all of the robbers. Qin Kai stared at him with wide eyes afterward. I completely understand why the Huang family hired you now. He mumbled in a dumbfounded voice. What are we going to do with these bodies? Yuan asked a moment later. The cleaning crew will take care of them. Qin Kai shrugged. Yuan raised his eyebrows. It's common for robbers to sneak onto this ship, and it's also common for them to die. And sure enough, the cleaning crew arrived a few minutes later to pick up the corpses and clean the blood, almost like they were used to it. As for what they did with the corpses, they simply tossed them into the ocean for the sea demons to feast on. After the commotion, Huang Chen opened the door and asked them about the situation. Qin Kai recalled everything that happened to him. Huang Chen nodded with a satisfied face. Good job, he said to them, but he was mostly looking at Yuan. However, Yuan was feeling uneasy about how easy his trial has been so far. These robbers were just like the guards from the previous trial. They were only there to exhaust his spiritual energy before the real fight. He can only imagine what the second trial has in store for him. On the third day of their journey to the Giant's continent, Huang Shaoli came out of her room and pointed at Yuan, who was casually sitting in front of the door, and said to him, I am going to look around the ship, and you'll be coming with me, Yuan. What? Yuan was dumbfounded by her request. You encountered robbers just yesterday and you already want to leave your room? That's a little dangerous if I have to be honest, he said to her. Furthermore, he didn't want to be separated from the rest of the family. What if they're attacked when he's away and dies? That would mean the end of the trial for him. I will be fine. After all, you will be there to protect me if anything were to happen, right? Huang Shaoli said with a smile on her face. What about the rest of your family? I have to protect them as well. Have you already forgotten that we have other bodyguards beside you? They will take your spot. Or are you making this difficult because you don't want to be with me? Do you find me bothersome? That's not it. Yuan sighed. Then it's decided. You're coming with me to explore the ship. Yuan gave up and nodded his head, but we still need another bodyguard. Qin Kai raised his hand and said, I can. However, he was quickly interrupted by Huang Shaoli. I have already spoken to my father. I can take just one bodyguard with me. You can go confirm with him if you'd like. That won't be necessary. We trust your words. Qin Kai said. He then turned to look at Yuan and said, Go ahead and protect the young lady. I will call one of the other guards to take your place until you return. Thank you. Yuan nodded. After waiting for his replacement to show up, Yuan followed Huang Shaoli around the ship. I heard that you took care of the robbers yesterday. Huang Shaoli spoke as they walked. Yes, but I wasn't the only person who took care of them. Qin Kai was also there, he said. The bodyguard that was with you, right? But you killed the most. Even though you're only a spirit grandmaster. I'm impressed. Thank you. You don't belong to a sect, right? Not at this moment. Why don't you join my sect after this journey? I think you'll do very well there with your talents. I will consider it. Really? Huang Shaoli appeared to be surprised by Yuan's response, as she didn't think he would even consider her random request. Little did she know that he'd only agreed because he knew that she would disappear after he finishes this trial and that none of them were real. Anyways, we can talk about my sect after we finish our business at the Giant's continent. I don't want to burst your bubbles, but the robbers yesterday are not the reason we hired you guys, as we could have dealt with them by ourselves. I figured as much. Yuan showed a bittersweet smile. Then why did you hire us? And where did that peak spirit lord bodyguard go? Are you talking about Dong Zhou? He's currently part of the ship's protection squad, so he's dealing with the sea demons. I see. We hired extra bodyguards not because of robbers. We did so because we need as many hands as we can get once we arrive at the Giant's continent, she said. The Giant's continent? Is it that dangerous there? Yuan asked. Yes, but it's not the giants that are dangerous. It's the magical beasts that dwell there that are the most threatening. By the way, why are you asking about Dong Zhou? Do you wish to speak with him? Yuan nodded and said, I wanted to learn a little more about arrays and formations and I thought that he could help me. That's all. Arrays? If that's the only reason why you're seeking for him, then you can just ask me. I may not look like it, but I am also an array master. In fact, our entire family specializes in arrays and formations. Huang Shaoli revealed this fact. Really? Yuan looked at her with a surprised face. Does it look like I am joking? Huang Shaoli suddenly lifted her hand to show Yuan the beautiful symbol floating on the top of her palm. That's an array? Yuan asked as he stared at the symbol with interest. Not exactly. This is an array symbol. You'll need multiple symbols to create an array. Like this. Huang Shaoli created a few more symbols afterward, overlapping them with each other until they formed one large symbol. Once her array was completed, Huang Shaoli tossed it at Yuan. What did you just do to me? Yuan searched his body but didn't feel any different. Huang Shaoli didn't say anything and withdrew a small dagger before slashing it at him. Yuan subconsciously used his bare arm to block it since he was surprised by her sudden actions. However, the dagger didn't manage to cut his skin even though the blade slid across his skin. I just cast a protective array on your body. You're pretty much untouchable by normal weapons and treasures to a certain extent now. Wow. You surprised me for a moment there. Yuan sighed. Anyways, that was amazing. Thank you, but that was just the very basics. If you have any questions, I will be happy to answer them. Huang Shaoli said as they approached the bow of the ship. Was it difficult learning arrays? How would you compare it to learning a cultivation technique? Huang Shaoli smiled and said, learning arrays is much more difficult than learning cultivation techniques, almost incomparably so. If it takes the average mortal a year to become a cultivator, then it would take the average cultivator 10 years to become an array master. Do you want to try? She suddenly asked. Try what? Try learning arrays. Of course, you won't actually learn it in such a short time, but you'll get a feel for it. After pondering for a moment, Yuan nodded, let's do it. Alright, let's start with the array I just used on you. Huang Shaoli retrieved a manual and showed it to him. Body Shielding Array. Yuan read the title of the manual. How does one learn arrays? Is it any different from learning cultivation techniques? He then asked. Well, they're quite similar in some ways, but they are also very different. You will understand it once we begin. Anyways, let's start. First and foremost, you must learn how to create symbols with your hands. Allow me to demonstrate it. Huang Shaoli then raised her hand and began writing in the air with her index finger. There was a warm-looking light on the tip of her fingers, and everywhere it went, it would draw a line in the air, eventually creating a symbol that floated in the air. I don't expect you to draw a symbol on your first try, so you should just try drawing lines in the air like this. She then waved her finger around, creating a long, glowing line in the air. In order to do this, you must collect your spiritual energy on your fingertip and imagine drawing in the air. Trust me, it's actually much harder than it sounds. Just mastering this technique alone requires months of practice. Okay, let me try. Yuan closed his eyes and gathered some of his spiritual energy onto his fingertip. He could immediately feel a subtle but warm feeling on his fingertip, and without opening his eyes, he waved his hand around like a music conductor while imagining lines would appear wherever his fingers moved. Huang Shaoli's eyes widened with shock when she saw the glowing line that followed Yuan's finger in the air. The line was incredibly smooth and consistent, almost like it was created by an expert with countless years of experience. He actually managed to succeed on his first try. She cried inwardly. Huang Shaoli herself was considered to be a rare genius that hasn't been seen in over 1,000 years, and it took her an entire month to draw in the air so perfectly. Are you sure this is your first time? I'm having a hard time believing that you're a beginner with no experience, she said to him. Yes, this is my first time. I didn't even know about array masters until very recently, he nodded his head. He's not lying. Huang Shaoli thought to herself as she stared at Yuan in the eyes. So a prodigy like him can exist in this world, huh? A slight smile appeared on her face. Anyways, let's move on to the second step since you can already draw perfectly. Now for the hard part, you must learn to draw symbols and combine them into a single array. It's a process that cannot be explained due to its complexity, but this should help you. Huang Shaoli retrieved 2 more manuals and handed them to Yuan. 10,000 Array Symbols. Guide to Combining Array Symbols. Yuan read the title of these manuals out loud. There are actually more than 10,000 array symbols in existence, but these 10,000 symbols are the most basic and what beginners must remember first. If you think about it, arrays resemble alchemy more than it does cultivation. In alchemy, you must remember the ingredients and learn the recipes to create pills. As an array master, you must memorize the array symbols and the array combinations to create an array. Most of the basic arrays require between 50 to 100 symbols. Although that may seem like a lot, even amateur array masters can make over 10 symbols in less than a second. After all, once you're experienced enough, you can create symbols without needing to draw it with your fingers, and you can just create them almost instantaneously like this. Huang Shaoli showed her palms and symbols quickly began appearing on it, almost as though they were coming out of thin air. At my level, I can create around 400 symbols in a second. It's pretty good for someone my age, but I cannot compare to some of the true experts out there that can create thousands of symbols almost instantaneously. I see. Thank you for teaching me about arrays. Yuan said. She smiled and said, since I taught you about arrays, I am technically your master now. Yuan chuckled and bowed to her before speaking in a joking manner, this disciple greets master. Alright, I have seen enough of this side. Let's go check out the other side of the ship before we go back. Huang Shaoli said a moment later. Okay. The 2 of them proceeded walking to the other side of the ship. Bang! The ship suddenly began shaking. It's a sea demon. Let's take a closer look. Huang Shaoli said with an excited face. Are you sure? That sounds dangerous. Yuan said with a slightly worried frown on his face. She smiled and said, don't worry, there's a powerful formation protecting this ship, and sea demons cannot get within 250 meters of the ship, so even though the ship is shaking, it's not as though the ship is being physically attacked. Follow me. Huang Shaoli began running through the ship, stopping a few moments later. Look out there. She pointed to the sea. Yuan looked at where she was pointing, and sure enough, there was a battle occurring about 250 meters away from the ship. There were 7 cultivators with a spirit lord cultivation out there currently battling against these large and thick tentacles that were sticking out of the water. Judging by the size of those tentacles. A medium-sized sea demon, huh? Huang Shaoli mumbled. Oh. Look. There's Dong Zhou. She pointed at the person hovering above the battle. Even though it looked like he wasn't part of the battle, he was actually supporting the others with his arrays by enhancing their defenses and boosting their strength, and from time to time, he would try to restrict the movements of the tentacles. So that's how an array master fights, huh? Yuan mumbled as he watched their battle from afar. There are many ways an array master can fight. They can support the others like Dong Zhou is doing right now, or they can fight in the front line by themselves. It all depends on what they prefer and how confident they are in their own arrays. Some array masters may prefer supporting because they are not confident in their ability to fight, but that is not to say they don't have the capabilities to do so. Huang Shaoli explained to him. Bang! The ship shook again when one of the tentacles struck the barrier protecting the ship. I didn't notice the formation until you told me. How can you tell there's one? Yuan then asked. Formations can be spotted quite easily if you know what you're looking for. Unless the formation is concealed with another formation, you should be able to see it with your divine sense. With my divine sense. Yuan immediately tried looking with his divine sense, and sure enough, there was a massive barrier around the ship that seems to be made of symbols, tens of thousands of symbols that connect with each other. You probably think there's only a few thousand symbols in this formation, right? Look at the symbols individually again. Each of these symbols are actually combinations of smaller symbols, so there are millions if not billions of symbols that make up this formation. Heavens! How long would it take to create this formation? Yuan asked after a moment of silence. It really depends on the complexity of the formation and the ability of those formation experts that worked on it. A formation of this size and complexity probably took years if not decades of efforts from hundreds of formation experts to complete. That long? Yuan was shocked. Of course. Formations often require millions of symbols, and a single mistake can cause the whole formation to crumble. Unlike arrays that don't need as much attention since they require much fewer symbols, so even if you make a mistake, you can quickly fix it. Furthermore, arrays are meant to be used very quickly and do not have lasting effects. Formations, on the other hand, are often made to last for as long as possible. There are plenty of formations out there that have lasted for even millions of years. How does one become a formation expert? Is it the same as becoming an array master? Yuan asked. In a way, yes. However, most people become array masters before they become formation experts. Although formation requires symbols, formations have their own unique symbols while arrays have their own distinctive symbols. That's what really separates us apart from being completely the same thing. The basics are the same, but everything else is different. I understand now. Thank you for the lecture. Yuan said. The sea demon was subdued shortly after their conversation ended. Young lady, what are you doing out here? Dong Zhou noticed them when he made his way back to the ship. It's suffocating to stay in the same room for many days, so I came out for some fresh air, she said. Dong Zhou nodded and said, anyways, you should return to your room soon. The captain said we might encounter a large-sized sea demon soon since we're getting closer to the giant's continent. It's just a large-sized sea demon. It won't be the first time we encounter them. No, this time is different. I'm not sure what to expect since we've never had a reading like this one before, but the captain said to expect the worst. Reading? Yuan raised his eyebrows. Yes, we have a treasure that allows us to detect nearby sea demons and those that show aggression towards us. The radar picked up the aura of a large sea demon that's currently approaching our direction, but we've never seen such a reading of spiritual energy before. How long before this sea demon reaches us? Yuan asked with a worried frown, as he was certain that this sea demon was the real trial. At the speed it's moving, it should collide with us in 2 days. Dong Zhou said. 2 days. Yuan mumbled to himself. Dong Zhou left the scene shortly after. Are you worried about this sea demon? Huang Shaoli could see it very clearly on Yuan's face. Yes. No matter what we encounter, I'm sure we'll be able to overcome it, she smiled. I sure hope so. They returned to the room after finishing up their tour around the ship. Welcome back. Qin Kai said to them when they returned. Yuan looked at his replacement and said, thank you for taking over. I will take care of the rest. Of course. The bodyguard didn't say anything else and returned to his room. I feel safe knowing that you're here, Yuan. Huang Shaoli said to him with a gentle smile before entering the room. I think she has a thing for you. Qin Kai said to him afterward. Yuan merely shook his head and ignored it. He then sat down and retrieved the manuals that Huang Shaoli had given him and started studying them. He started with reading through Guide to Combining Array Symbols to memorizing all of the symbols in 10,000 array symbols. Meanwhile, in the spectator's room. The young master is learning arrays now. How many cultivation paths does he plan on walking? Isn't it bad to spread your focus to so many different things at once? Feng Yuxiang mumbled in a dumbfounded voice. Brother Yuan is not your average genius. Xiao Hua said. I am well aware of that, but he'll grow much faster if he focuses on one thing. Chu Liuxiang then said, well, there's no harm in picking up different hobbies. It's easy to get bored of doing the same thing over and over again. The real question is whether he truly invests himself into this new hobby or not. He might even get bored of it after a while. Brother Yuan will probably master whatever he's interested in very quickly and move on to the next path. Xiao Hua said. Honestly, whenever the young master does something new, it feels more like he already has experience doing them but just forgot about it. I know that sounds impossible, but it's how it feels sometimes. Feng Yuxiang shrugged. After a moment of silence, Xiao Hua mumbled in a low voice, if reincarnation is real, that won't sound as impossible. Reincarnation? Do you believe the young master is the reincarnation of a powerful immortal in the past? Do you even believe in the concept of reincarnation at all? Feng Yuxiang looked at Xiao Hua with raised eyebrows. Xiao Hua didn't appear to be the type to believe in these kinds of things. After a moment of silence, Xiao Hua spoke, although Xiao Hua doesn't necessarily believe in reincarnation, her family believes in it. Your family? I have been wondering for a while now, but what kind of family do you have? As Feng Yuxiang expected, Xiao Hua refused to say anything about her family. Whatever. Not that I really care. Anyways, if the young master is really the reincarnation of a powerful expert, I believe it. After all, I am a phoenix, I symbolize reincarnation itself. Chu Liuxiang listened to their conversation with raised eyebrows. Although she doesn't believe in reincarnation, she found the topic to be quite interesting. This was also the case for Minli. Let's say Yuan is the reincarnation of someone else. Is there a way to test that? Chu Liuxiang suddenly asked. There are many mythical treasures in the world of cultivation, right? Surely, there must be a treasure that can tell whether someone is reincarnated or not. Feng Yuxiang pondered for a moment before speaking, actually, there's one. However, it's only a legend. It's called the Mirror of Samsara. Legend has it that anyone that stands in front of this mirror will have their past lives revealed by the mirror. It's only a legend. From my experience, all legends turn out to be just that, legends. Chu Liuxiang sighed. Actually, the Mirror of Samsara really exists. The legend is that it can tell one's past lives. Feng Yuxiang said. If the treasure exists, why does this legend still exist? Probably because nobody can confirm it. The Mirror of Samsara is being kept by a powerful collector who doesn't allow anyone near his treasures, so even though the treasure exists, it's not accessible, hence the legend. The collector is probably doing it on purpose to keep the treasure rarer than its actual value, so when it's time to sell the treasure, it'll earn much more money. It's a pretty common tactic for collectors. Chu Liuxiang shrugged. You seem to know a lot about this topic. Are you also a collector? Feng Yuxiang asked. No, but my family is. After a moment of silence, Chu Liuxiang asked, let's hypothetically say that Yuan is reincarnated. What will you all do? Feng Yuxiang smiled and said, nothing. Once someone dies, their identity and everything else dies with them, so even if the young master is reincarnated, it won't affect him or change who he currently is. Xiao Hua nodded, Brother Yuan is Brother Yuan no matter who he was in his previous life. Is that so? They returned to watching the pond shortly after. The following day, Yuan opened his eyes when there was another announcement in the ship. This is an emergency. I repeat, this is an emergency. There is currently a large-size sea demon heading towards our direction, and it is very likely that it's a leviathan. We will need the cooperation of everyone on the ship if it really turns out to be a leviathan. Please prepare yourselves. Everybody on the ship began to freak out after they heard the announcement. A leviathan is coming. How can we possibly fight that monster? We're dead. We're all dead. Fuck. I think I jinxed it for us. Qin Kai rubbed his temples in a stressful manner. They said it might be a leviathan. It's not confirmed yet. Yuan said. I know, but there's a good chance that it's a leviathan. How powerful is a leviathan? Most of them are as powerful as a mid-level to peak-level spirit king. Some of them even have the prowess of a low-level spirit emperor. We might barely survive an ordinary spirit king, but if it has the strength of a spirit emperor, we're all guaranteed to die. Qin Kai sighed. Do we have any spirit kings on board? There is always one or two of them aboard, but even then, we might not defeat a leviathan. Sea demons are just like magical beasts in the sense that they're much more powerful than humans that are at the same level. Strength of a spirit emperor. Yuan muttered in a low voice. Compared to his last trial, this second trial is definitely more difficult. Unfortunately, the only thing they can do now is wait and see what this large-size sea demon really is. After another day of anxious waiting and without anyone getting a good sleep, if any at all, the announcement returned, we have identified the sea demon approaching us. It's a leviathan. This announcement brought many people on the ship to tears, as their worst nightmares have come true. However, there was still more to be announced, and it only made people feel more despair. Furthermore, it's not an ordinary leviathan. It's a mutated leviathan, a flying leviathan. What? A flying leviathan? Qin Kai exclaimed in a shocked voice. Seeing Qin Kai's reaction, Yuan could only swallow nervously. The flying leviathan will arrive in 2 hours. We need all cultivators on the deck now. The announcement ended there. A moment of silence filled the ship, but when that silence ended, chaos erupted, and Yuan could hear screaming and crying coming from every room there. Let me guess, a flying leviathan has the strength of a low-level spirit emperor. Yuan asked Qin Kai, who slowly nodded his head. Unfortunately, that's not all there is to it. There are many different species when it comes to leviathans, and the flying leviathan is one of the most dangerous types, as they can leave the water and fly around in the sky like a dragon. Qin Kai continued. Yuan closed his eyes and released a deep sigh. Flying or not, I will not let it stop us from reaching the giant's continent. The Huang family gathered Yuan and the other bodyguards shortly after the announcement regarding the flying leviathan. As you should all know by now, there is a flying leviathan heading our way. This is a life-or-death situation for everyone on the ship, so we'll need to give it our all to defeat the flying leviathan together. Huang Chen said to them. Everyone there nodded their heads with serious expressions on their faces. Anyways, let's all head to the deck and see what the captain of this ship has to say to us. Wait. Yuan suddenly stopped them. What's the matter? I need to prepare myself for the flying leviathan, so if you don't mind, I will stay behind. Yuan said to them. Huang Chen nodded. You'll have 2 hours to prepare until the flying leviathan arrives. Do your best. Father, I will stay here with him. Huang Shaoli suddenly said. Huang Chen raised his eyebrows and pondered for a moment before looking at Yuan. Do you mind? Although he wasn't sure why his daughter wanted to stay here with Yuan, he didn't object to it either. I don't mind. Yuan shook his head. Everyone but Yuan and Huang Shaoli gathered at the deck of the ship shortly after. Do you mind if I use your room? Yuan asked Huang Shaoli when they were alone. No, go ahead. I was going to ask you to come with me, anyway. Are you trying to go somewhere? Not exactly. Once they entered the room, Huang Shaoli locked the door behind her. I am going to cultivate now. Yuan said as he looked around for a place to sit. However, he suddenly heard something falling onto the ground. It was a gentle sound, so whatever dropped just now was light and soft. Yuan turned around to make sure everything was okay, and his eyes widened with shock when he saw the scene. Shaoli. What are you doing? Yuan asked her, who who had suddenly stripped naked. Indeed, what had just dropped onto the floor just now were Huang Shaoli's clothes. Yuan. Tears began flowing down Huang Shaoli's face as she spoke. I don't want to die alone. Before we die, can you make love to me? Yuan didn't know how to respond and silently stared at her crying face. That vixen. What is she trying to do to my darling with my face? Inside the spectators' room, Chu Liuxiang became livid when she saw what was happening through the pond. Even Feng Yuxiang and Min Li were dumbfounded by the situation, as they could have never imagined that such a thing would happen during the trial. As for Xiao Hua, she couldn't comprehend the situation, hence why she was still relatively calm, only feeling mildly puzzled. Meanwhile, back in the room, Huang Shaoli continued with her advances on Yuan. Please, Yuan. Even though I am a little desperate, I won't do this just with anyone. In fact, my body is still pure. Huang Shaoli slowly approached Yuan before spreading her slender arms and embracing him. Let's make love to each other while we still can, until we die, okay? She whispered to his ears in a painful voice. Yuan closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He opened his arms and hugged Huang Shaoli back. Is he really going to do it with her? But she has my face. Chu Liuxiang felt the urge to cry when she imagined Yuan sleeping with Huang Shaoli. However, it was not because he's sleeping with another woman. It was the fact that Huang Shaoli had her face that devastated Chu Liuxiang. Thank you, Yuan. Huang Shaoli said to him. I'm sorry, but I cannot fulfill your request. Yuan suddenly said, dumbfounding her. Eh? She looked at him with her eyes as wide as saucers. Yuan stared at her in the eyes and said, You won't die alone, because I won't let you die today. But it's a flying leviathan. There's no way we could defeat that monster. Nobody has survived a leviathan's attack before, much less a flying leviathan. It's impossible. Trust me, I will defeat it. Yuan said before picking up Huang Shaoli's clothes and handing them back to her. Huang Shaoli silently looked at her clothes for a long moment before lifting her head to look at Yuan. She eventually nodded and said, If I die alone, I will haunt you in your next life so that you will never be able to find a partner, Yuan. Yuan's body trembled when he heard her words that reminded him of Azure. I promise. He smiled. He then took a seat on the ground before retrieving a small box from his spatial ring. After putting her clothes back on, Huang Shaoli asked him, What is that? How is that going to prepare you for the battle? Yuan opened the box, revealing a crystal inside. Is that a monster core? You're going to cultivate that right now? It's going to take days depending on what kind of monster core it is. We only have 2 hours before the flying leviathan arrives, less than that, actually. Yuan smiled and said, It's not a monster core, and it won't take days. He opened his mouth and tossed the crystal inside the next moment. Wow! Huang Shaoli was shocked by Yuan's actions. Wait. Since it's not a monster core, it should be fine. She quickly calmed down. Yuan could immediately feel the crystal melting in his mouth, and a bitter and somewhat spicy taste quickly followed. Unknown qi has been absorbed from the demon core. You have absorbed enough qi for a breakthrough. You have reached the 6th level Spirit Grandmaster. Plus 30,000 stats. An immediate breakthrough? Huang Shaoli cried inwardly when she sensed his breakthrough. However, that was not the end of her shock, as Yuan's cultivation base continued to quickly soar towards Spirit Lord. What did he just swallow? Chu Liuxiang asked out of curiosity. That's the Demon Lord's demon core. Lan Yingying responded to her question in a dazed voice. Did you just say, demon core? Min Li snapped her head to look at Lan Yingying with a shocked face. Demons should be extinct, so demon cores should no longer exist. However, if some of them have managed to survive this long, then it would be an incredibly valuable, even priceless treasure. However, that wasn't even the most shocking part. Why would Yuan consume something like that? Although she doesn't know the difference between demon cores and monster cores, they should function the same way, meaning it would be reckless if not suicidal to swallow them. Wait. Are people allowed to use treasures while they are challenging the stairway to heaven? Isn't that cheating? Chu Liuxiang had a different question in mind. Feng Yuxiang shook her head and said, as far as I'm aware, it's not against the rules, or the young master would have failed already. I guess it's allowed because the stairway to heaven didn't take into consideration that someone might be able to consume treasures like the young master. It was at this moment that Mei Xiu logged into the game. Did something happen? She asked them when she saw their faces. Chu Liuxiang proceeded to explain to her the situation. Meanwhile, Yuan had just reached the 9th level of Spirit Grandmaster and was only a single level away from becoming a Spirit Lord. Heavens! Huang Shaoli was sitting on the floor because her legs had given up on her after she witnessed Yuan's heaven-defying talents. After stopping at the peak of Spirit Grandmaster for a few minutes, Yuan suddenly took a deep breath, and when he released it, a cloud of glistening mist would come out of his mouth, almost like he was smoking. Whoosh! A sudden gust appeared in the room despite the windows being closed. You have absorbed enough qi for a breakthrough. Because your qi experience is already full, you will not be able to receive any more qi until you reach the next realm. You have met the requirements for a breakthrough. You have reached first level Spirit Lord. Plus unknown stats. Your superior senses has developed into spiritual senses. You have absorbed enough qi for a breakthrough. You have reached second level Spirit Lord. Plus unknown stats. Yuan opened his eyes after he reached the second level Spirit Lord, as he'd completely absorbed the demon core at that point. He stood up and stretched his body, feeling incredibly refreshed and filled with energy. Are you okay? Huang Shaoli asked him in a nervous voice. Normally, one would experience backlashes if their cultivation base expands so quickly. I am perfectly fine, he said with a calm smile on his face. And I am also ready to fight the Flying Leviathan. But the Flying Leviathan has the strength of a low-level Spirit Emperor. You're still 2 entire realms below that. Huang Shaoli said in a low voice. I will manage it somehow. Let's go meet up with the others now, shall we? She nodded. The two of them proceeded to make their way to the deck of the ship, where every single cultivator on board was gathered. You have been suppressing your cultivation base this entire time. I thought it was insane how a Spirit Grandmaster could defeat Spirit Lords with ease. It turns out you've been a Spirit Lord yourself this entire time. Qin Kai was dumbfounded to see Yuan suddenly emitting the aura of a Spirit Lord. Yuan didn't say anything and merely smiled at his words. Seeing that he wasn't saying anything, Huang Shaoli also decided to keep her mouth shut. They wouldn't believe her even if she told them the truth, anyway. How long until the Flying Leviathan arrives? Yuan asked them. It will arrive in about 15 minutes, said Huang Chen. I see. While they waited, Yuan decided to check his stats since it has been a while. However, what he saw immediately left him dumbfounded. Cultivation, second level Spirit Lord. Legacy, Great One's Legacy. Bloodline, Immortal Monarch Bloodline. Physique, Heaven Refining Physique. Physical Strength, Unknown. Mental Strength, Unknown. Soul Strength, Unknown. Physical Defense, Unknown. Mental Defense, Unknown. Qi Experience, Unknown. I can't see my stats. Are they too high? Maybe I am advancing much faster than the game anticipated. It wasn't his first time seeing these question marks since his Qi experience has been bugged out after becoming a Spirit Grandmaster. Now that he has become a Spirit Lord, even his character stats have been bugged out. However, Yuan wasn't worried at all. After all, it wasn't as if his stats were gone. It's just so high that even the system cannot keep up with it. After waiting anxiously for the Flying Leviathan, the captain's voice suddenly returned. The Flying Leviathan is here. Prepare for battle. Right after the captain's voice disappeared, Yuan and everyone on the ship could feel a powerful aura suddenly appear in the distance. This aura was so intense that it instantly knocked those with a weak mental defense unconscious. Yuan could feel his entire body shivering from fear, but his blood was boiling with excitement for some reason. "Are we all ready?" Huang Chen asked them. Everybody there nodded. "Please wait a moment," Yuan suddenly said. "What is it?" They looked at him. "I would like to apologize," he said. "Why are you apologizing?" Huang Shaoli raised her eyebrows in a puzzled manner. Yuan didn't say anything else and began drawing array symbols with his hand, and before anybody there could react, he activated the array he created in less than a second, confining the Huang family and the bodyguards they hired in a powerful barrier. "What is the meaning of this?" Huang Chen roared in a furious voice when he thought that Yuan had betrayed them. "Yuan! Why are you doing this?" Huang Shaoli also questioned him. Yuan took a deep breath before speaking. "You hired me to keep your family safe, and that is what I intend on doing. What about us? We're also hired to protect them. We should be fighting alongside you," Qin Kai said to him. Yuan shook his head and said in a calm voice, "Because this isn't your trial, it's my trial. Please. Yuan. You don't have to do this alone." Huang Shaoli banged on the barrier with her fists. However, Yuan merely shook his head at her before flying off the ship and towards the flying Leviathan's aura with the other cultivators, leaving pretty much just the Huang family and their bodyguards on board. Of course, the mortals and those that cannot fight also remained on the ship while everyone else went to greet the flying Leviathan far away from the ship so their fight won't affect the ship and those on board. After Yuan left, Huang Shaoli immediately began trying to destroy the array created by Yuan, but to her absolute shock, she was unable to find any weaknesses in the array, making it incredibly difficult to break. How is he already this proficient with arrays? He only learned the basics a few days ago. I have studied arrays under my father for over 20 years, yet I cannot defeat an array created by a complete newbie that learned arrays just a few days ago. Impossible. Father. Why are you just standing there? Hurry up and break this array so that we can help him. Huang Shaoli turned to her father for help, as she was confident that he had the ability to break the array. However, Huang Chen remained standing there without moving a muscle, his gaze silently staring in the direction that Yuan went. He closed his eyes and sighed. The young man has already made his decision. I cannot go against it. What? That's nonsense. He's going to die if we leave him alone. I'm sure he's already prepared himself for that. Let's not disrespect his resolution. He then looked at the array surrounding them and smiled. I didn't expect that he would also be an array master. He's very good at it, too. Perhaps even better than you, Shaoli. He must have trained very hard for many years to achieve this result. Huang Shaoli frowned and said, he only learned about arrays 2 days ago. What did you just say? Huang Chen turned to look at her with his eyes as wide as saucers. He didn't even know about arrays until 2 days ago. That was also when I taught him the basics of arrays. And in that short amount of time, he's managed to surpass me when it comes to low-level arrays. She recalled. That's absurd. How can someone become an array master from a complete beginner in just 2 short days? I don't believe it. Huang Chen exclaimed. Huang Shaoli shrugged and said, you also wouldn't believe what I witnessed in the room before we came here. Yuan. He's a cultivation genius, monster. That's why I cannot bear to see him die. It would be a major loss to the cultivation world, she sighed. After a moment of silence, Huang Chen also sighed. Even then, the young man has made a decision, and I will respect it. Meanwhile, a few hundred meters away from the ship, Yuan and about 100 other cultivators anxiously waited for the flying Leviathan to show up. After waiting for a few minutes, they could finally see a figure in the distance that was quickly approaching them. This figure started out as a small but it grew very quickly until the cultivators could see very clearly what they were up against. The flying leviathan's massive body was around 50 meters in diameter and hundreds of meters in length. Its long body was covered in blue scales that looked slightly green when shown by the sunlight. However, its most distinctive feature was the massive wings on its back that created powerful waves with every flap. The cultivators could feel themselves getting pushed back by the wind created by the flying leviathan despite being miles away. Roar. The flying leviathan released a deafening roar filled with excitement when it saw the cultivators, sending shivers down their backs. Fuck. We're going to fight that monster. There's no way we can defeat that. Stay focused. We won't defeat it if you give up before the fight even starts. If you give up without a fight, you'll definitely die. If you fight, there's still a chance that you'll survive. Many of the cultivators there have already lost their will to fight just by looking at the flying leviathan and feeling its immense aura that only got stronger as it got closer. Yuan withdrew the Empyrean Overlord and the Starry Abyss and tried his best to clear his mind, but it wasn't easy with all of the screaming and loud noises there. Once the flying leviathan was close enough, Yuan created a few more arrays that he'd learned from the book Huang Shaoli had given him and applied them to himself. These arrays boosted his defense, strength, and all of his other senses. With the help of these arrays, his actual prowess rose to another level if not a few levels. The flying leviathan is here. The cultivators there began rushing at the flying leviathan when it got close enough, and all of them began using all of their treasures to suppress it. However, the flying leviathan's scales were incredibly durable, allowing it to defend and even deflect most of the cultivators' attack. As for Yuan's attacks. Roar. The flying leviathan suddenly released a painful cry when it felt something sharp pierce the scales it was very proud and confident in. It immediately began looking for the cause of such pain, and it quickly spotted Yuan, who was near the end of its tail and swinging his large sword that was penetrating all of its defenses as though they didn't exist. Enraged, the flying leviathan ignored the other cultivators and began focusing on Yuan. It suddenly opened its large mouth and spat out a jet stream of water that flew at Yuan like a bullet, a very large bullet that could easily collapse an entire skyscraper. Watch out! The cultivators there called out to Yuan, who immediately placed his sword in front of him to block it, as the ball of water was too large for him to dodge properly. Bang! Yuan was sent flying after he tried to block the flying leviathan's attack. Fuck! He's a goner. The cultivators there immediately thought Yuan had died from that attack and returned to fighting the flying leviathan without checking his condition. After all, there was no way that a low-level spirit lord like him could survive a low-level spirit emperor's attack head-on and survive. After flying for almost 3 miles from the impact, Yuan finally managed to stop himself. Whoa! He released a sigh of relief when he realized that he was still alive. In fact, besides feeling a little numb in his arms, he didn't really feel any pain from the attack just now. With the invisible dragon cloak that doubles my defenses alongside my defensive arrays, I can survive even a spirit emperor's attack as long as I don't tank it with my bare body. Furthermore, I can injure the flying leviathan with my sword aura. I can do it. I can defeat this flying leviathan. A bright smile appeared on Yuan's face when he realized that he could win this fight, and he immediately began flying back to the battlefield. However, he stopped moving when he suddenly thought of something. Wait a moment. The flying leviathan should be occupied and distracted by the other cultivators right now. I can probably use this chance to deal some serious damage to the flying leviathan. Unfortunately, he was distracted by a powerful pressure before he could come up with a plan. What the? A massive fish suddenly leaped out of the water and at Yuan with its mouth wide open. He quickly reacted by controlling the Starry Abyss, boring a hole in the fish before it could reach him. I was so distracted by the flying leviathan that I forgot other sea demons exist in this water. He sighed. However, shortly after Yuan killed the sea demon, another random sea demon leaped out of the water to attack him. Just how many sea demons are there? He decided to use his divine sense to look under the water, but he immediately regretted that action. What he saw inside the water was true horror, where hundreds of powerful sea demons were swimming around, and he was only able to see about 50 meters deep due to some mysterious force that prevented him from looking any deeper than that. After shivering away his fear, Yuan quickly flew higher towards the sky. However, no matter how high he flew, the sea demons were somehow able to barely reach him just by leaping out of the water. Yuan eventually gave up trying to linger around and continued flying back to the flying Leviathan. Once he could see the flying Leviathan again, Yuan began gathering spiritual energy inside the Empyrean Overlord. The flying Leviathan that had been fighting the other cultivators suddenly stopped moving when it noticed the reappearance of Yuan's aura when he was about half a mile away from it, and it immediately began flying towards him again. Seeing that the flying Leviathan had noticed him, Yuan gathered as much spiritual energy as he could before releasing the heaven-splitting sword strike at it. The flying Leviathan opened its mouth and shot out another water bullet at Yuan. Bang! The heaven-splitting sword strike and the water bullet collided, creating a powerful blast that swept the place with spiritual energy, creating a massive wave that nearly consumed the cultivators there. Holy shit, he's still alive. And he nearly killed us just now. Hey! It appears that the young man can fight the flying Leviathan by himself. If that's the case, there's no point for us to stay here. We'll only get caught up in their fight like we almost did just now. The cultivators there began flying back to the ship when they realized that Yuan was powerful enough to fight the flying Leviathan by himself. Of course, their decision was influenced by the stairway to heaven, as they weren't truly meant to fight the flying Leviathan. After all, this was Yuan's trial. The others are only there to set the atmosphere for him. What the? They're leaving me alone to fight the flying Leviathan by myself. However, Yuan was left dumbfounded when he saw the cultivators returning to the ship, leaving him out here alone with a low-level spirit emperor sea demon. Even though he knew he shouldn't blame them, it was still a bitter feeling to see them abandon him. Whatever. This is my trial. I shouldn't have expected any help in the first place. Yuan quickly cleared his mind and focused on the flying Leviathan again. Come at me, you stupid flying snake. Let's get this over with so that I can move on to my next trial. Yuan tightened his grip on the Empyrean Overlord before flying at the monster. Heavenly Domain. Yuan tried to use the Heavenly Domain on the flying Leviathan, but its body was too big for it to be effective, so he quickly gave up on that and decided to just attack it until he defeated it. Despite its large frame and threatening presence, the flying Leviathan didn't have any crazy attacks that could threaten Yuan's life, and Yuan realized this after flying around for a few minutes to see if it had any special attacks that he hasn't seen yet. Furthermore, because of its massive size, it was not very agile when attacking, allowing Yuan to easily dodge most of its attacks as long as he paid attention. The only thing he really had to worry about was the water bullet, but even that attack is easily recognizable. And for the next few minutes, Yuan would fly around the flying Leviathan in a way that made it hard for the flying Leviathan to attack him while sending his own attacks at it whenever he could. In just a couple of minutes, the flying Leviathan's body was covered in small and large wounds created by Yuan's sword and dagger. The larger and deeper wounds were done by his sword that was strengthened by sword aura, while the shallower wounds were created by the starry abyss. Although his dagger didn't cause the flying Leviathan as much pain as his sword, it actually created more wounds on its body due to its invisibility and the fact that it could be controlled by just Yuan's thoughts. Eventually, the flying Leviathan began slowing down due to losing too much blood. Yuan took advantage of this by becoming more aggressive towards it. Half an hour later, the flying Leviathan's movements had slowed down by so much that Yuan could no longer feel any threat from it. However, he didn't let his guard down and continued to wear down the flying Leviathan until it was on the verge of death. The flying Leviathan eventually realized the fact that it was slowly being defeated by a human cultivator that was 2 realms below it, and it released its loudest roar yet. Yuan prepared himself for the unknown, but to his surprise, the flying Leviathan began moving towards the water. It wants to escape. He immediately began chasing after it. He didn't want the flying Leviathan to return for revenge after it recovered its strength, so he has to defeat it now. Yuan's body suddenly erupted with a domineering aura that was so sharp that it split the water around him. Vanishing Ghost's Soundless Blade. A powerful sword light flew towards the escaping flying leviathan without making even the slightest noise until it reached the flying leviathan, slicing its steel-like scales as though it was butter before cutting into its skin and meat. Shah! The flying leviathan was cut in half, but the sword strike didn't stop and continued until it reached the water, also splitting the sea in half. The people watching from the ship were shocked speechless after witnessing the whole act. They have never seen someone single-handedly defeat a flying leviathan before, much less force it to run for its life. From the beginning to end, Yuan was pretty much bullying the flying leviathan to its slow but inevitable death. Yuan did not immediately celebrate his victory and silently watched the flying leviathan's body sink deeper and deeper into the sea until he could no longer see it with his divine sense. There was also a large area of the sea that had turned red due to the flying leviathan's blood. Once he was certain that the flying leviathan would not return, Yuan closed his eyes and released a sigh of relief before making his way back to the ship. After killing the flying leviathan, Yuan returned to the ship, but it was completely silent upon his arrival. There was no celebration, and everybody there merely stared at him with dazed looks. Some of them even had a hint of fear within their gaze. In their eyes, someone who could defeat the flying leviathan that they find terrifying is obviously even more terrifying, and their minds could not help but transfer their fear for the flying leviathan to Yuan. Thank you for letting me protect you all. Yuan removed the array that confined the Huang family and the bodyguards. He knew very well that Huang Chen could have broken the array very easily, but Huang Chen didn't do that and instead allowed him to protect them. Huang Chen casually snorted, "You're not done protecting us just yet. We still have to arrive at the giant's continent." Huang Shaoli suddenly stepped forward and swung her arm, giving Yuan a loud and crisp slap on the face. "I can't believe you left me behind like that." However, before Yuan could even react, she opened her arms and gave him a tight embrace. "I'm a little tired, so I will return to the room now," she then said. Yuan nodded, "I will protect you while you rest." Everyone there eventually returned to their rooms with nobody really leaving their rooms afterward. Sea demons still attacked the ship, but that wasn't a problem for the ship since most of the guards had survived the flying leviathan's attack, allowing them to continue protecting the ship. The raging serpent encountered 3 more large-sized sea demons before they arrived at the giant's continent 2 days later, but compared to the flying leviathan, they were easily taken care of. "We have arrived at the giant's continent. The raging serpent will remain docked here for 14 days before we must return home. Please finish your business and return here by then, or you will have to wait for the next ship." As the ship approached the land of Giant's continent, Yuan received a notification. "You have successfully escorted the Huang family to the Giant's continent without any casualties." After the notification disappeared, the door behind Yuan opened, and the Huang family came out of their room. "Yuan, here is your reward for your contributions, for protecting my family." Huang Shaoli extended her hands that were holding an opened box to him. Sitting inside this box was a glowing orb of light that gave Yuan a nostalgic feeling. "It's my memories," he thought to himself. And without needing him to move a muscle, the glowing orb of light flew out of the box and into Yuan's forehead. Memories immediately began flowing inside his head, but he didn't have the time to see them. "Thank you," he said to them afterward. The Huang family didn't say anything and merely smiled at him. When Yuan blinked his eyes a second later, the Huang family and the ship had disappeared. He looked around, and sure enough, he had returned to the stairway to heaven. That's the end of the second trial. Why does it feel incomplete? I wanted to see some giants, too. Yuan said out loud. He was expecting to escort the Huang family until they traded their treasures with the giants before completing the second trial, but that didn't seem to be the case. Tianer's voice then resounded, "I have no control over your trial. That is for the stairway to heaven to decide." Yuan sighed at her words. "All right. Take me to the next trial. You have 1 hour to rest. Do you wish to continue without resting?" He nodded, "I had plenty of rest during the end of the trial." Although he could still cultivate the spiritual energy in the stairway to heaven, it would no longer benefit his cultivation as much as before now that he's a spirit lord. Therefore, he decided to just head on to the third trial. Another set of stairs appeared at the end of the stage for him to climb. After taking a deep breath, he began climbing the staircase. What do you think his next trial will be? Minli asked the others in the spectators' room. Well, the stairway to heaven isn't all about fighting, and he's already had to fight two incredibly powerful opponents. His third trial might be entirely different. Feng Yuxiang said. Many minutes later, Yuan arrived at the third floor. For your third trial, you must prevent the mortals from being squashed into meat paste. Tianer's voice resounded. Huh? Yuan raised his eyebrows, as he was unable to comprehend the trial at first. The scenery began to change, and Yuan found himself standing on an invisible platform about 100 meters off the ground. It looked like he was in the middle of an ordinary village, but when he looked down, he could see a bunch of people kneeling on the ground and cowering in fear. Amongst this group were the elderly, young men and women, and even children. In fact, half of these people were children. However, they were all kneeling on the ground with their hands covering their head, almost like they were afraid of something falling on their heads. What kind of trial is this? Yuan couldn't help but mumble to himself. Suddenly, a notification appeared. You have started your third trial in the stairway to heaven. You must protect the mortals from being squashed for 12 hours. Protect them for 24 hours to receive a reward. Right as the notification disappeared, a large shadow suddenly enveloped Yuan and the mortals below, causing him to look up, and to his absolute shock, there appeared to be a massive temple that was made out of pure gold falling from the sky. Yuan's immediate response was to dodge this falling temple, but then he recalled the people below him and the trial. It was at this moment that he realized the true nature of this trial. If I dodge this falling temple, the people below me will die, and I will fail the trial. He cried inwardly. After realizing what he has to do, Yuan quickly retrieves the Empyrean Overlord before releasing the heaven-splitting sword strike at the falling temple. The heaven-splitting sword strike collided with the base of the golden temple in the air, but the temple completely shrugged off the attack as though it was nothing. Yuan's eyes widened with shock when there wasn't even a single scratch on the temple despite being struck by his most powerful attack. However, he didn't give up and tried it again, resulting in the same conclusion. The temple is indestructible, Master. Tianer's voice suddenly resounded. How am I supposed to protect those people at the bottom if I cannot destroy that temple? He cried out loud. You must sacrifice your body to protect the mortals. You use my body. Yuan swallowed nervously when he realized what Tianer wanted him to do. Why is he just standing there? He'll get squashed by the temple if he doesn't do anything. Minli exclaimed in a worried voice. Maybe it's because that is his trial. Feng Yuxiang said. A common trial in the stairway to heaven is endurance, which normally requires the challenger to endure a powerful pressure for a certain amount of time. In the young master's case, that golden temple is the pressure, she explained. That golden temple looks really heavy, though. Is it even possible to endure that? Chu Liuxiang asked. The young master has no choice but to endure it, or he will fail the trial. Once the golden temple arrived on top of Yuan, he decided to use his body to catch it. Dong! Yuan could feel his entire body being pressed towards the ground, and every bone and muscle in his body was screaming in pain, especially his legs, which were shaking as though there was an earthquake. Yuan released a painful scream after catching the golden temple that weighed tens of thousands of tons. And in just a few moments, Yuan was forced to kneel on the invisible platform. Master! Tianer was surprised when she saw Yuan catching the golden temple with nothing but his raw body. This trial was designed to limit test a cultivator's spiritual energy. In other words, Yuan was supposed to cover his body in spiritual energy before catching the temple. However, Yuan had caught the temple without using his spiritual energy, meaning that he'd caught it with his raw strength, which was an amazing feat considering that the temple could easily crush even a peak spirit king with ease if they didn't use spiritual energy. Master, use your spiritual energy. You will never survive this trial like that. Tian'er decided to point him in the right direction even though she wasn't really supposed to do that. After hearing her words, Yuan promptly activated the spiritual energy in his dantian. Spiritual energy quickly began flowing through every vein in Yuan's body, boosting his strength immensely. Once his entire body was covered in spiritual energy, Yuan immediately felt the weight on his body lessen by a large amount, allowing him to breathe properly. After catching his breath and getting comfortable with having a huge temple on his back, Yuan stood back up and proceeded to focus on his spiritual energy. If he doesn't circulate his spiritual energy wisely, he will run out of spiritual energy before the trial ends, which would be disastrous for him. Therefore, he must use just enough spiritual energy to make carrying the temple barely endurable for him. I will have to stay like this for 24 hours. I should have taken that 1-hour break when I had the chance. Yuan sighed inwardly, regretting his decision to give up his 1 hour of peace. If he knew what he was walking into, he would have definitely taken that break to prepare himself. Not only is the third trial the most tedious trial thus far, it was also the most boring. After all, he could only stand still and do nothing but carry this immensely heavy temple. About 2 hours later, Yuan adapted to his situation and could control the flow of his spiritual energy as easily as breathing, allowing him to focus less on himself and more on other things, such as his memories. He looked at the time. Time, 2 hours 10 minutes and 14 seconds. It's only been 2 hours. I swear it feels much longer than that. He sighed. He closed his eyes a moment later and began delving into his memories. Meanwhile, in the spectators' room. Meishio, do you have any knowledge on Greek mythology? Chu Liuxiang suddenly asked her. Not really, she said. Well, Yuan's situation reminds me of a very famous mythology about a titan that was condemned to hold up the heavens for eternity. Holding the heavens? You mean Atlas? Meishio remembered hearing about it in school before. So you do have some knowledge. That's right. However, he wasn't doing it for righteousness or anything like that. He was doing it as a punishment. And seeing Yuan like that, it makes me wonder if he's being punished. Meishio lifted her brows in a questioning manner. Why would he be punished? This is just a trial. I know, but I cannot help but have the feeling that the stairway to heaven is punishing him. This might even be the hardest trial yet. Chu Liuxiang sighed. How long does he have to carry that golden temple? He's already been at it for 2 hours. Min Li suddenly asked. It varies from person to person. Feng Yuxiang said. Meanwhile, Yuan recalled his memories as an outer court disciple at Immortal's monastery. For every hour he spends in real time, he has experienced many months, even years in his memories. And after watching his memories for some time, Yuan eventually came to the conclusion that his previous life as Tian Yang had an ordinary if not less than ordinary life as a cultivator. He was neither talented nor hopeless. He was just an ordinary cultivator that one could find anywhere in the cultivation world. However, this only made Yuan more puzzled, as the Tian Yang inside his dreams was incredibly powerful. How did someone who started out so ordinary become so extraordinary? Yuan's anticipation grew the more he recalled his memories. I have been an outer court disciple for an entire year now, yet I am still a 4th-level spirit apprentice. At this rate, it will take another 3 years before I reach spirit warrior. Tian Yang sighed as he sat inside his living quarters within the outer court of the Immortal Monastery. I thought that by becoming an official disciple, I would receive the sect's support by receiving plentiful resources to help my cultivation, but alas, how naive was I back then to believe such a thing. As an outer court disciple, I am given a single spirit stone every 3 months to assist with my cultivation, but that spirit stone will only last us about a week if we cultivate sparingly. In order to acquire more resources, we must go into the hunting grounds or become an inner court disciple. However, I must enter the Spirit Master realm in order to apply for the inner court examination, and who knows how many years that will take me. If I want to grow stronger, I must enter the hunting grounds and find my own resources. With that in mind, Tianyang decided to enter the hunting grounds for the first time since he became an outer court disciple. The hunting grounds is a special area within the sect's territory where disciples go to hunt magical beasts and acquire treasures. Of course, all of this is within the sect's control, meaning that every magical beast and treasure found inside the hunting ground was put there by the sect to help their disciples. However, while the territory is under the sect's control, that didn't mean it wasn't a dangerous place. In fact, disciples can still lose their lives there, and it happens quite often. And with a single sword in hand, Tianyang left his living quarters to enter the hunting grounds. I would like to enter the hunting grounds, Tianyang said to the sect elder sitting outside the entrance. The sect elder glanced at him before scoffing, "You're only a 4th-level spirit apprentice. Even the weakest magical beasts inside are at the 5th level. Although there are sect elders inside to keep the casualties as low as possible, there is still a good chance that you could die. Do you still want to enter?" "I still want to enter." Tianyang nodded with a serious face. "Show me your disciple identification badge." After handing the sect elder his badge, the sect elder recorded his name, badge number, and the day he entered the hunting grounds into the log book. This way, they will know that he died inside the hunting grounds if he doesn't return. "You may enter the hunting grounds. If you don't return within 3 days, the sect will consider you dead," the sect elder said to him. "Thank you, sect elder." Tianyang didn't say anything else and entered the hunting grounds with an ordinary sword already in his grasp. Once he was inside the hunting grounds, Tianyang moved with caution, and his eyes would continuously look around with wariness. Although he has hunted animals before, he has never encountered a magical beast, so he was very nervous. After walking around for about half an hour, Tianyang encountered his first magical beast. It had the appearance of a wolf, and it was emitting a powerful aura at the 5th-level spirit apprentice. Tianyang swallowed his nervousness and slowly approached the magical beast. The magical beast noticed the killing intent in Tianyang's eyes, so it pounced at him in retaliation. Ha! Tianyang subconsciously swung his sword at the magical beast, and the magical beast swung its powerful paws in return. Clang! The sword flew right out of Tianyang's grasp and landed many meters away when he underestimated the magical beast's strength. Oh, fuck! Tianyang realized that without his sword, he was pretty much defenseless in front of the magical beast. He could turn around and run away, but something inside his heart told him to stay and fight the magical beast, and that's exactly what he did. However, because of his reckless decision, Tianyang ended up lying on the floor with blood all over his clothes, and they were his own blood. "Why didn't you run away when you lost your sword?" A calm voice resounded beside him. Tianyang turned his head to look at the beautiful woman standing beside him. She was wearing the sect elder's uniform, and she was also the one who saved his life when he was about to be killed by the magical beast. "I don't know," he responded in a low voice while staring at the sect elder's confused face. "What you did today was very reckless. Don't do it again if you value your life," the sect elder said to him before taking out a medicine pill and stuffing it inside his mouth. "Go home. You're not ready for this place yet," she said to him. Tianyang silently nodded his head and returned home when he could walk again. However, 3 days later, after recovering from his injuries, Tianyang returned to the hunting grounds. And once again, he was nearly killed by a magical beast before being saved by a sect elder. "Thank you for saving me again, elder." The sect elder's eyes widened with surprise after recognizing him. "You? Why are you here again?" "I thought I told you that you aren't ready for the hunting grounds," said the sect elder who happened to be the same person who saved him 3 days ago. "That's why I returned, and I will continue coming here until I am ready or I am dead," he said in a calm voice. "You're not afraid of dying?" "No, I don't fear death. I only fear being powerless in a world where the strong rule the weak. The sect elder became speechless after hearing his words. You're reckless, and crazy. She left him alone after saying those words, but for some reason, she continued to watch over him from a distance. Another year has passed since Yuan, Tianyang became an outer court disciple in the immortal monastery, and he has been going to the hunting grounds almost every single day without fail. Only during the days that he's too injured to move and the days that he has to cultivate that he doesn't enter the hunting grounds. However, despite his recklessness, he has managed to survive up to this point, and his cultivation saw a significant boost, reaching the 9th level spirit apprentice only a year later. Good morning, Elder Li. Tianyang greeted the sect elder sitting outside the hunting grounds. Try not to die again today. Elder Li said to him, not even bothering to write his name down in the logbook. Even if Tianyang dies inside the hunting grounds, Elder Li has already memorized Tianyang's face and voice after seeing him so often, so he could tell if something had happened to Tianyang if he doesn't show up after a few days. After entering the hunting grounds, Tianyang went deeper into the place without hesitation, and if he encountered a magical beast, he would always fight it, regardless of its cultivation. Nice. First kill of the day and I already have a monster core. Tianyang picked up the crystal after killing the magical beast with a single strike. Somebody, help. Tianyang suddenly heard screaming, and the sound didn't seem very far away. Without thinking, he immediately began running towards the screaming. A minute later, he arrived before 2 disciples, one male and one female, and a magical beast. However, one of these disciplines, the male disciple was lying on the ground with a puddle of blood beneath him. As for the female disciple, she was standing a couple of meters away, trying her best to defend against the magical beast. Tianyang didn't hesitate to jump into the battle after seeing the situation. A few minutes later, Tianyang gasped for air as he stared at the dead magical beast before him. Are you okay? He turned to ask the female disciple, who was shaking in fear not far away from him. She nodded in a dazed manner, I am fine. But what about him? Is he dead? Tianyang approached the disciple and checked for his pulses, but there was nothing. He shook his head, he's dead. The female disciple immediately began crying. Go home, and tell the elder outside about what happened. I will escort you outside. Tianyang said to the disciple a moment later. The female disciple nodded, and Tianyang made sure that she left the hunting grounds safely before returning back to the depths of the hunting grounds, where magical beasts around his level roamed. After spending an entire day at the hunting grounds, Tianyang went to a specific area there and shouted, Elder Son. Are you there? A figure answered his call and appeared before him a few moments later. What do you want? Did you miss me since we haven't seen each other for 2 months now? Elder Son was the sect elder who had saved his life on his first day in the hunting ground, as well as many more times in the future. She had gotten so used to saving his life that it almost became her job to watch Tianyang while he's inside the hunting grounds, almost like an exclusive guard for Tianyang. However, it was not as though she was obligated to protect him. She just couldn't help but watch over him like a guardian of sorts. Elder Son had gotten so used to seeing his face that she could see him very clearly even with her eyes closed, almost as though Tianyang's appearance was imprinted in her mind. I won't lie, I do miss you a little, especially since I am no longer training in your area, where I don't have to worry about losing my life. However, that's not why I called you here today. This may seem very random and out of the blue, but I was hoping if you could find a disciple for me. Her name is Meng Lily, and we joined the sect together, but I haven't seen her for 2 years, nor have I been able to find her, and I have asked many people. Elder Son frowned upon hearing his request, and she spoke, You called me here, in the middle of the night, just to ask about another woman? I feel sorry for your future Tao companion. Or is this Meng Lily your girlfriend? No, we're nothing of that sort. She's just a friend that came from the same background. Then why do you care about her? I want to see how she's doing in the sect. It's just pure curiosity, he replied with a calm face. Elder Sun narrowed her eyes at him. After a moment of silence, she spoke, "What do I get out of this? I may have saved your life multiple times in the past, but that is my job. Looking for your girlfriend isn't my job. Like I'd already said, she's not my girlfriend. And what do you want from me? If it's money you want, I am afraid that is not possible since I am completely broke." "I don't need your money," she quickly said. "Then what do you want?" "As long as it's reasonable." She lifted her hand and pointed a finger at him. Tianyang raised his eyebrows, as he was unable to comprehend her actions. "I want your body in exchange for this information," she said, making things clear for him. "My body?" Tianyang took a step back from shock. "But you're a sect elder and I am a disciple. You're no doubt a very beautiful woman that can have any men that you set your eyes on, but I don't think we should. Actually, if we keep it a secret, perhaps we can." "Pap!" Elder Sun suddenly slapped him in the back of the head and exclaimed with a flushed face, "Who said I want your body for that kind of stuff? I want your body for labor. You're going to help me with something. As if I'd have that kind of thoughts for an outer court disciple." Even though it was quite dark, Tianyang could still see the redness on her face. "Oh, but if you ever have such thoughts, I wouldn't mind," Tianyang said with a shameless smile on his face. "Shut your mouth before I feed you to a magical beast." She slapped him again. "Fine, if you can help me, my body will be yours," Tianyang said to Elder Sun. Elder Sun nodded, "It's a promise. Come here at the same time a week from now." "Okay." Tianyang left the hunting grounds and returned to his living quarters to spend the next week absorbing the monster cores that he'd acquired from the magical beasts within the hunting grounds. Even though he killed at least a dozen magical beasts every week for the last year, he would only get a single monster core for every 10 magical beasts he killed, and that's if he was lucky, so it was not as if he has a lot of monster cores to support his cultivation base. Furthermore, cultivating with monster cores isn't very healthy for cultivators due to how much impurities monster cores contain. However, unlike Yuan, Tianyang did not have the ability to swallow monster cores and instantly absorb all of its spiritual energies, so it would take him at least a week to finish absorbing a monster core. A week later, Tianyang left his living quarters and made his way towards the hunting grounds. After arriving at the area that Elder Sun oversees, he waited for her to show up. About 10 minutes later, Tianyang felt a presence suddenly appear behind him. He turned around to see Elder Sun standing there, but she had a solemn expression on her face. "It's been a long time since I saw you with such a serious face," Tianyang said when he saw her face that was basked in moonlight, making her look more beautiful than usual, especially her eyes that glistened like a clear lake. "I have asked around about your girlfriend, Meng Lily," Elder Sun said. "Oh. Let's hear it. Has she become an inner court disciple by now? Maybe she was even accepted by a powerful master within the sect. Given her talents, I doubt she will be anything other than extraordinary." Before Tianyang could even finish his sentence, Elder Sun interrupted him, "She's dead." "What?" Tianyang's eyes widened with shock. "What did you just say?" "That she's dead. How is that possible?" Elder Sun sighed. "This Meng Lily was accepted as an outer court disciple about 5 years ago after spending 6 months in the bamboo garden, am I correct? Or did I investigate the wrong person?" "No. It sounds about right." Tianyang recalled very clearly that Meng Lily had become the first person to leave the bamboo garden, becoming an outer court disciple in just half a year. "But that doesn't make sense. How can someone so talented die? How did she even die? When did she die?" "She died shortly after becoming an outer court disciple. As for her cause of death, she was most likely murdered by someone according to the evidences. Another disciple had found her body in the outer court, and she was already deceased by then. Shortly after she became an outer court disciple. Is that why nobody seemed to know her? I thought it was weird that someone talented like Meng Lily would be a nobody." You have my condolences. Elder Sun sighed. Does the sect know who killed her? Did they investigate her death? Tianyang asked after a moment of silence. No, the sect did not investigate the incident. She was only an outer court disciple, and it's common for disciples to die in the sect due to our competitive nature. Is that so? Tianyang looked at the moon and stood there in silence for many moments. He then looked at Elder Sun with a painful expression. Thank you for everything, Elder Sunday. As promised, you can do whatever you want with my body, but give me a few days to clear my head. I won't be able to focus on whatever you task me with in my current state. Seeing Tianyang's expression, Elder Sun also felt a prickling sensation in her heart. She suddenly extended her arms and embraced him. Take all the time you need, disciple Tian. Although she couldn't hear any noises coming from Tianyang, she could feel her shoulders getting wet, presumably from Tianyang's tears. Tianyang returned to his room shortly after, where he would spend the next couple of days contemplating Meng Lily's mysterious death. When one dies, are they considered powerless because they cannot do anything, or are they invincible because they are no longer bound by the laws of this cruel world, nor do they have to worry about being weak? It appears that my goal to surpass you has already been met without my awareness, and when one achieves their goal, they will find another one. Therefore, my next goal will be to find the truth behind your death and deal with it accordingly. Why is Brother Yuan suddenly crying? Xiao Hua mumbled in a low voice when she noticed the tears on Yuan's face. I would be crying too if I was in his shoes right now, said Chu Liuxiang. How long has it been since the trial started? Min Li asked. It's been almost an entire day, said Feng Yuxiang. Do you think it'll end soon? Feng Yuxiang shrugged. Inside the trial, Yuan slowly opened his eyes after he finished looking through his memories, and the first thing he did was look at the timer. 23 hours 14 minutes and 22 seconds. Less than an hour left. He sighed inwardly. He then looked up at the golden temple that he had been carrying this entire time. If it were not for my breakthrough to Spirit Lord, I probably wouldn't have survived 24 hours in this trial. This made Yuan wonder what would happen if he didn't finish the bonus challenge and receive his reward. Would he lose the chance to regain a part of his memories forever? Or would it simply delay his process? Whatever is supposed to happen, he doesn't intend on finding out. 45 minutes later, Yuan has successfully endured 24 hours of this gruesome trial, putting an end to the third trial. Ding! You have successfully protected the mortals for 24 hours. After receiving this notification, Yuan felt the weight on his body disappear, causing him to look up. The golden temple that had suddenly disappeared, replaced by a glowing orb of light that slowly approached Yuan's forehead. Yuan didn't reject the light and allowed it to enter him, and more memories began flowing inside his mind like a gush of water at a broken dam. However, he didn't have the time to indulge in these memories, as the scenery had changed back to its original background. Congratulations on passing your third trial, Master. You have an hour to rest before we start the next trial. Do you wish to rest or continue? Tianer's calm voice resounded after the trial ended. Yes, I want to rest. I will need all the time I can get after that trial. Yuan immediately sat down and began cultivating with his body still soaked in sweat. While he cultivated, a gentle breeze would blow around Yuan, magically cleaning his sweat from his body and his clothes. An hour later, Yuan stood up and began making his way towards the next trial. Welcome to your fourth and final trial, Master. Did I just hear, final trial? Yuan asked for confirmation. That's correct. If you pass this one, you will get to ascend to the next realm. Tiana responded. Then what are you waiting for? Let's get this trial started. The scenery changed a moment later. Yuan looked around after the scenery finished changing, and he appeared to be in some sort of empty field. However, this empty field felt very familiar for some reason, almost as though he'd been there before. That place is. Inside the spectators' room, both Meishio and Chu Liuxiang covered their mouth in shock when they saw the scenery, especially when they saw the building standing right behind Yuan. "What is my trial this time?" Yuan asked as he looked around. It was at this moment he realized that there was a building behind him, but his face and body froze like a stone statue when he saw this building, this temple. "This place is impossible." He stared at the temple in a daze. The temple he was staring at resembled the 6 spiritual family's ancestor tomb in the jaded garden. No, it was exactly the same. "For the 4th trial, you will need to defeat your demon, master." Ding! You have started your 4th trial in the stairway to heaven. You must defeat the demon within your body. Pass the 4th trial to receive a reward. I have to defeat a demon for this trial. Yuan frowned, feeling anxious about the situation. Aya. Help. Yuan. Help me. A voice that Yuan immediately recognized suddenly resounded, and his body trembled when he heard it. Azure. And without hesitation, he began running towards the voice. He ran and ran. Just like when he was chasing after the demon at the jaded garden. As he traveled, Yuan noticed the buildings and sceneries there resembled the jaded garden. No. This is the jaded garden. But how? Did the stairway to heaven take this place out of my memories just for this trial? After running for about half an hour, Yuan arrived at the immortal caves, feeling as though he was reenacting his past. And sure enough, when he arrived at the scene, he could see a red-skinned human figure standing right in front of a beautiful young lady who had her eyes closed. However, this beautiful young lady looked very pale, and there was a hole in her chest. Yuan. Are you there? My body feels cold. Help me. The demon turned to look at Yuan and smiled. Once again, you have failed to protect her. Hearing the demon's mockery, Yuan immediately erupted with anger and killing intent. I did not have the power to personally deal with you before, but things are different now. Yuan withdrew the Empyrean Overlord and rushed at the demon. Whoosh! Yuan quickly defeated the demon in a single strike, with the demon's sealing strike. It had ended so quickly that even Yuan was surprised by how easy it was to defeat the demon. Different? There's nothing different about this. You managed to kill me, so what? Your little girlfriend is still dead. It's the same as last time, exactly the same. Ha ha ha. The demon laughed as its body disintegrated until nothing of it was left. Yuan turned his focus onto Azure after killing the demon, but her body was nowhere to be seen. Azure? Yuan blinked his eyes in a dazed manner. However, when he reopened his eyes, his scenery had changed. He was no longer in the immortal caves. Instead, he had returned to the empty field right outside the ancestor's tomb. What happened? Why am I? Ah! Yuan! Please help me. There's a demon here. Before he could collect his thoughts, Yuan heard Azure's voice screaming for his help, and once again, he began running towards the voice, returning to the immortal caves half an hour later. And sure enough, the demon was there, as well as Azure, who had a hole in her chest. Yuan. You broke your promise to me again for the 3rd time. Azure mumbled those words before collapsing onto the ground. Ah! Yuan released his anger out on the demon, killing it a moment later. However, after defeating the demon, Yuan found himself back at the ancestor's tomb, almost as though he traveled back in time, repeating his most traumatic event over and over again. And no matter how many times he was sent back to the ancestor's tomb, Yuan would return to the immortal caves to witness the demon killing Azure. 10, 20, 50 times. Yuan had lost count of how many times he'd repeated this tragedy, but he did not stop, and he continued to return to the immortal caves, hoping that he'd be able to save her in time even once. Unfortunately, the stairway to heaven did not grant him that wish, and it continued to torture Yuan's soul in a never-ending cycle where he's forced to watch Azure die by the demon's hands while he was only a few moments away from being able to save her. What kind of trial is this? Meishio mumbled in a dazed voice as she watched Yuan defeat the demon multiple times. By the looks of it, This trial appears to be some sort of heart demon trial. Feng Yuxiang said. What is that? In essence, heart demons are stress, a negative emotion that looms in the deepest part of one's heart. When someone experiences a traumatic event or something terrifying, there is a very high chance that whatever happened becomes their heart demon, and these negative emotions become a mental barrier which hinders their cultivation from advancing. Heart demons are very common, and they exist in almost everyone, including mortals, but they affect cultivators the most. Heart demons can be formed by any kind of stress if it's strong enough. Fearing that you'll never find love. Being insecure about your appearances. Worrying about not being able to return your debt. Even one's obsessions can also become one's heart demon. As for the young master's trial, he will most likely have to defeat his heart demon in order to pass this trial. Feng Yuxiang sighed. So, basically anything emotional can become a heart demon. How does one even defeat their heart demon? Chu Liuxiang asked. It depends on their heart demon. If someone is insecure about their appearances, they need to stop being insecure. If one fears they cannot find love, they must stop fearing. In the young master's case, he must stop blaming himself for the death of that young lady. That sounds easier said than done. Chu Liuxiang shook her head. Of course. It's not easy to defeat one's heart demon, and even powerful immortals that can change another's fate can fall victim to their own heart demon. Furthermore, even if one manages to defeat their current heart demon, another one could show up in the future when they experience something emotional again. This is something all cultivators must confront at one point in their lives, and they either succumb to their heart demon or they defeat it. Feng Yuxiang sighed. Meanwhile, Yuan continued to repeat his nightmares. Damn it! Why hasn't the trial ended already? I have defeated the demon countless times by now. Yuan cried out loud after being sent back to the ancestor's tomb. Clearly, he's misunderstanding the true nature and purpose of the trial, thinking that his trial was to defeat the demon, unaware that it was actually mentioning another demon, the one dwelling inside his heart. Thus, for the next few hours, he would repeat the same scenario over and over again, falling deeper into this rabbit hole that's his demon heart until he could no longer move. Ha. Yuan collapsed onto the ground after killing the demon and returning to the ancestor's tomb countless times. Why? What kind of trial is this? He looked at the trial requirements again. You must defeat the demon within your body to pass the fourth trial. The demon within my body. If it's not talking about the demon that I have been slaying, what else is it talking about? Is there another demon in this place? You're still hung up on that woman's death. A voice suddenly resounded inside Yuan's head, but it was not Tianer's voice. You need to stop blaming yourself for what happened to Azure. Tian Yang's voice resounded. But it's the truth. If I had defeated the demon before it escaped the ancestor's tomb, Azure would have never died. Yes, but that's not what happened. You can speculate all you want, but what's happened has happened. You cannot go back in time to fix your mistakes, only forward. If it was a mistake, then it's obviously my fault. Yuan sighed. Or maybe it was her fate to die there. If that was the case, she would have died regardless of what you did. That's nonsense. Is it really, though? Tian Yang chuckled. Do you believe it's a coincidence that you're in your position? Perhaps fate brought you there. If fate brought me here, I will deny it, I will alter my own fate. Fate cannot be easily denied. It requires tremendous power, power that you do not possess right now. Then help me achieve that power. We're the same person, right? After a moment of silence, Tian Yang's figure appeared before Yuan like a ghost. He pointed at Yuan with a profound smile on his face. What did you think I have been doing for the past millenniums, past eons? I have been trying to acquire that power ever since the dawn of time, even before the first known era that you all call, primordial era. We already have that power, the power to deny our fate. You just need to awaken that power. How? How do I do that? Tianyang looked at the direction of the immortal caves and said, you can start by passing this trial. After saying those words, Tianyang's figure disappeared. Is he talking to himself? Has he gone crazy from this trial? Chu Liuxiang asked with a worried face after seeing Yuan speaking to the empty air there, as she was unable to see Tianyang through the pond. Dealing with one's heart demon can indeed make someone go crazy, but I don't think that's what happened to the young master. Feng Yuxiang shook her head. Look! He's moving again. Min Li suddenly pointed at the pond. Chu Liuxiang immediately turned to look, and sure enough, Yuan was running towards the immortal caves again, but there was something different about him this time. His face. It's filled with resolve. Mei Xiu mumbled to herself after seeing the expression on Yuan's face. Half an hour later, Yuan arrived at the immortal caves, right when the demon struck Azure in the chest with its sharp claws. However, Yuan didn't immediately rush at the demon to release his anger this time. He merely stood there in silence, staring at Azure's bloodied body with a profound gaze, his thoughts unknown to the spectators. Once again, you're late to the party, killing her. The demon looked at Yuan with a smirk on its face. Yuan closed his eyes and took a deep breath before releasing it slowly. You're right. I killed her by being too slow. She died because I was too weak. He opened his eyes, and the demon was no longer there. Instead, Yuan could see himself standing where the demon stood, almost as though the demon had transformed into his appearance. Finally, you're accepting the fact that you're responsible for her death. The demon's voice resounded while wearing his appearance. That's not right. I have accepted the fact that I couldn't protect her even before I left the Jaded Garden. I blamed myself for her death, and I still do. I just didn't want to deal with the guilt of killing her, and I even tried to forget about it. However, I now know that's not possible. I understand now that I will have to live with this guilt for the rest of my life. I need to stop dwelling on the past and start moving forward. Therefore, Yuan turned to look at Azure, who was no longer lying on the ground but standing a few meters away with a calm expression on her face. I'm sorry that I couldn't save you in time, Azure. I'm sorry that I couldn't defeat the demon fast enough. I broke my last promise to protect you, so let me make another promise to you. I promise that I will never forget you, regardless of how much pain I feel every time I think of you, and I promise you that I will never let something like this happen again. After taking a deep breath, Yuan turned around and began walking away from the immortal caves. Yuan. Please. Don't leave me here. Didn't you promise to protect me? Azure's voice resounded from behind him, but Yuan didn't look back and continued walking away. Goodbye, Azure. Although he couldn't see it with his back turned, the scenery behind him was slowly crumbling away into the darkness. Eventually, Yuan returned to the stairway to heaven. Ding! You have passed the 4th trial. Congratulations, you have successfully passed all trials in the stairway to heaven. You have gained access to the 2nd heaven, Spirit Heaven. Tian'er appeared before him a moment later while holding a glowing orb of light with her small hands. Congratulations on passing all of the trials, Master. Here is your reward. The orb of light flew straight into Yuan's forehead, and memories immediately began flowing into his head. Tian'er then pointed at the staircase at the end and said, once you climb that staircase with your friends, you will all arrive at Spirit Heaven. But before you go, there is something you must see. Tian'er suddenly waved her sleeves, creating a golden door in the middle of the room, which emitted an ancient aura. Please. Yuan nodded and began walking towards the door. When he opened the door, Yuan could feel a powerful pressure coming from the other side, but he could not physically see the other side of the door due to the bright light gushing through the door. After taking a deep breath, Yuan walked through the door and disappeared from the stairway to heaven. Meanwhile, Tian'er teleported those in the spectators' room to her. Huh? Where are we? Chu Liuxiang looked around with a surprised face after the sudden teleportation. You're still inside the stairway to heaven. Tian'er said to them. Who are you? Xiaohua asked her with a slight frown. There's no need to be cautious. I am the will of the stairway to heaven. Stairway to heaven's will? I have never heard of such a thing. Feng Yuxiang said. There's a lot that you don't know about the stairway to heaven, Vermilion Phoenix. You. Feng Yuxiang's eyes widened with surprise. Where is Brother Yuan? Xiaohua then asked. Tian'er pointed to the golden door behind them. He's currently in there. He should return shortly. What is behind that door? Can we see? Chu Liuxiang asked out of curiosity. Tian'er shook her head and said, only he can go inside. And sure enough, the door opened a few minutes later with Yuan coming out of the door. However, there was something strange about him, and he looked a little traumatized. Young master, are you okay? Feng Yuxiang asked him after seeing his shocked face. Yuan didn't respond, almost as though he couldn't see or hear them. What? What was that? Why did you show me such a thing? Yuan looked at Tian'er and asked after a moment of silence. I cannot answer that question. If you want the answers, you must continue climbing, she calmly responded. Yuan closed his eyes and took a moment to calm himself. When he opened them again, he noticed Xiaohua and the others. Oh. When did you guys appear? He finally noticed their presence. We have been here for a while now. Are you okay, young master? What was on the other side of that door? Feng Yuxiang asked him again. I really don't know how to explain it since I also don't know what I was looking at. He sighed. Anyways, let's leave this place. I really need some fresh air after what I saw. Feng Yuxiang and the others could only nod their heads. Before they left, Yuan turned to look at Tian'er and asked her, will I see you again? She nodded, we will definitely see each other again. Then until next time. Goodbye, Tian'er. Yuan smiled at her before walking towards the exit. See you later, master. Tian'er mumbled in a low voice as she disappeared like a ghost. As Yuan climbed the final staircase with the others, he wondered out loud, once we leave this place, we will leave the lower heavens. Where will we appear once we leave this place? There is a designated area for people who successfully climbed the stairway to heaven. However, this means that there will be people waiting for us there once we leave this place, and they will be trying to recruit us to their families and sects, so we should prepare ourselves. Feng Yuxiang said. After spending about 10 minutes climbing, Yuan and the others finally reached the end of the staircase, where a single door stood. I guess we're here. Yuan said as he approached the door and opened it without hesitation. Are we ready? He turned around and asked the ladies following right behind him. Once they all nodded, Yuan walked through the door, disappearing from the stairway to heaven. Ding! You have earned the title, Carry, from assisting at least one person through the stairway to heaven. You have earned the title, Stairway to Heaven Novice Climber, from successfully climbing the stairway to heaven one time. Furthermore, an announcement was made for all players within the lower heavens to witness. Congratulations! Player Yuan has become the first player to ascend to Spirit Heaven through the stairway to heaven. Because of player Yuan's efforts, the lower heavens has re-established its connection with the Spirit Heaven, allowing access for all players. All players may now enter the stairway to heaven and ascend to Spirit Heaven without any restrictions. This announcement shocked all players currently inside Cultivation Online except for Yuan and his group, as they were no longer in the lower heavens, thus unable to see the announcement. And unbeknownst to Yuan, countless players began making their way towards the stairway to heaven to see for themselves if they could really ascend to the next realm for free. You have entered Spirit Heaven. After entering the door, Yuan found himself in the middle of a spacious square. He looked around and noticed a few stalls set up not far from him with people idling behind them in a bored manner. However, when these people noticed Yuan's presence and sudden appearance, their bored faces immediately lit up with excitement, and they all began approaching him like a bunch of hungry pigeons. However, they stopped moving when they noticed more people appearing out of thin air. Xiao Hua, Feng Yuxiang, Mei Xiu, Lan Yingying, Chu Liuxiang, and last but not least, Min Li, 6 more people appeared after Yuan, which shouldn't be possible. Excuse me. Did you just challenge the stairway to heaven? One of the people there asked Yuan in a trembling voice. Yuan shifted his head to look at the man before nodding his head. That's right. What about the other 6 behind you? The man continued to ask him. Yes, they were with me in the stairway to heaven. Yuan confirmed. Impossible. Does this mean he'd helped 6 other people ascend by carrying them through the stairway to heaven? I have never heard of anyone succeeding in such a feat in my life. Heavens! If that's true, then we have an unrivaled genius here. Some of these people fell onto their buttocks from shock after hearing Yuan's words. Young master, where should we go now? Feng Yuxiang ignored the people around them and asked. Let's find a place to rest for now, he said. Okay. Please wait a moment, young man. Would you be interested in joining our Silver Blade Academy? We're one of 7 spirit academies, a top sect in this world. If you join us, we can guarantee you prestige and power. One of the people there suddenly shouted. When the others heard this man's recruitment, they also started shouting their own recruitment, as they didn't want to miss this opportunity to recruit a monster like Yuan into their family or sect. Join the Wu family. We're a top 10 family within Spirit Heaven. We can promise you unlimited resources as long as we can afford them. Our Chaotic Force Academy is also one of 7 spirit academies. We can offer you benefits that others cannot. The usually calm and quiet area suddenly became chaotic with everyone trying to recruit Yuan. Everybody, please listen to me for a moment. Yuan suddenly shouted, silencing the place. I have no interest in joining any family or sect as of this moment, so if you'll excuse me, I have other businesses to attend to. And when nobody there moved out of the way so that he could leave, Yuan released his Spirit Lord cultivation base, forcing everyone there to back up. He's also a Spirit Lord. But he's so young. However, everybody there was more impressed than scared by Yuan's powerful aura. Although they were reluctant, the people there made an open path for Yuan to walk. Once Yuan walked far enough, the people there began following him while contacting their respective families and sects to let them know that an unrivaled genius had arrived in the spirit heaven. As for Yuan and his group, they walked around aimlessly until they found a hotel. Min Li, what are you going to do now that we have arrived at spirit heaven? Yuan asked her after they found a room. I don't really know. I haven't planned this far. She shook her head. Take your time. I am going to leave for a few days. You can stay here in the meantime. Thank you, Yuan. I will forever be indebted to you. Don't even mention it. I helped you because I wanted to, not because I needed something from you. Anyways, I will see you later. Yuan logged off the game shortly after. Mei Xiu and Chu Liuxiang also logged off. After removing the console from his head, Yuan got off the bed and immediately started stretching his body while taking deep breaths. It's only been a week, but it feels like I haven't seen this room for much longer. Chu Liuxiang stretched her body on the bed after logging off. Huh? You also haven't logged off this entire time? Yuan was surprised to hear that. Nope. I made sure to watch your entire trial from beginning to end, and I must say, it was a fascinating experience. You're almost like a different person in Cultivation Online. Really? I think so, she nodded. Mostly your demeanor, and I think it makes you cooler. Thank you, I guess. Anyways, I am going to take a bath before going to bed since it's night time right now. You can join me if you want. Chu Liuxiang said to him before entering the bathroom that was in the same room as their bedroom. Darling, you can use the bathroom now. Chu Liuxiang left the bathroom with nothing but her towel that was loosely wrapped around her slim body. I also changed the water in the bathtub for you. Thank you. Yuan calmly entered the bathroom shortly after. Inside the bathroom, Yuan tossed a handful of medicine leaves into the bathtub. And while he waited for the water to soak the medicine, he went to take a quick shower. Once the bathtub was ready, Yuan entered it and began absorbing the medicine, tempering his body for the next hour. By the time he left the bathroom, Chu Liuxiang was already deep asleep while wearing her see-through pajamas. Yuan focused on her sleeping face for a moment before going to sleep himself. I wonder if they managed to trade treasures with the giant safely. He wondered about the Huang family as he fell asleep. Of course, he knew that it was only a trial, but everything felt so real that he couldn't help but think about it. The following morning, right as the sun peeked over the horizon, Yuan was woken up by the sound of his door being knocked on. Fortunately for Chu Liuxiang, she was a heavy sleeper, so it didn't wake her up. Did something happen, Jinxi? Yuan already knew who was knocking on the door before even opening the door because of his divine sense. Let's spar, she said to him with a calm face. You're really eager today. A bittersweet smile appeared on Yuan's face. Sorry, but can you give me a few more days? I don't think I will have the energy to spar with you properly in my current state. He would normally be willing to train with Li Jinxi and the others, but he was just too exhausted after what he experienced in the stairway to heaven. Although she was reluctant, Li Jinxi nodded her head and said, Fine, I will give you a few more days. I haven't had a good training session for the past week because you had holed up in your room. What about the others? Yuan raised his eyebrows. They're too weak to satisfy me. Only you can satisfy me, Yuan. I see. Anyways, I will spar with you again in a few days after I rest up. Okay. See you later. Li Jinxi left without making any commotions shortly after. Yuan immediately went back to his bed and fell asleep mere seconds later. A few hours later, Yuan woke up to the smell of Meishio's cooking even though the kitchen was very far from his room. He nudged Chu Liuxiang awake and said to her once she was conscious, Meishio made breakfast. You can go ahead without me. I'm going to skip breakfast to sleep a little longer, she said in a tired voice. Okay. Yuan didn't say anything else and went downstairs after washing his face. Where's Chu Liuxiang? Meishio asked him. She's sleeping in. Oh. Yuan. You're back. Congratulations on defeating the stairway to heaven. It's all over the news and the forums. Wang Ming said as he sat down at the dining table. The other members showed up around the same time and all sat around the table. How difficult were the trials? Wang Ming asked a moment later. They were pretty difficult. Yuan said, and he began recalling his experience in the stairway to heaven to the people at the table. Wow. I don't think I would be able to do what you did if I were in your shoes. Those are some incredible feats. Shi Lang said. Anyways, because you defeated the stairway to heaven, we can ascend without needing to wait until we're all spirit grandmasters. Thank you for that, Yuan. Wang Ming said afterward. Wait. What did you just say? Yuan raised his eyebrows after hearing Wang Ming's words. Ever since your ascension, countless players have stormed the stairway to heaven so that they can also ascend. Wang Ming said. What? Why would they do such a thing? One should be at least a spirit grandmaster before they challenge the stairway to heaven. These people are only wasting their time. Yuan said, completely unaware of the situation. Huh? You didn't see the announcement? Wang Ming looked at him with a questioning face. What announcement? The one after you ascended. There were multiple announcements on that day, and one of them mentioned that the lower heavens and spirit heavens have established a connection because of your ascension, allowing all players to ascend without restrictions. Wait a second. Without restrictions? Does this mean they can ascend the stairway to heaven without needing to do the trials? Yuan asked with a dumbfounded look on his face. That's right. Thousands of players have already arrived at spirit heaven through the stairway to heaven, and none of them needed to do any trials. However, the players can only ascend. They cannot return to the lower heavens afterward, which is the only downside. Yuan was speechless after learning this information. Why did the stairway to heaven suddenly open its doors for everyone and allow all players to ascend for free after he's done all of the hard work? If he waited a little longer to challenge the stairway to heaven, would he have also been able to ascend without taking the trials? Could this be Tianer's doing? Unbelievable. I had to endure so much bullshit to ascend, but everyone could suddenly ascend without such hassles immediately afterward. There's no way this could be a coincidence. Yuan cursed in a low voice. Wow, I think this is the first time I've heard you curse, Yuan. Although I understand your feelings, I also believe this to be a good thing, as it allows the players more chances to catch up. You're too far ahead, after all. Ha. Whatever. Yuan sighed a moment later. What's done is already done, and it's not like I have any control over it. Anyways, the food is getting cold. Let's continue after breakfast. Thus, they stopped talking and began eating. After breakfast, Wang Ming asked Yuan, "What are you going to do now that you've ascended to the next world?" "I'm not sure yet. There's so much that I could do that I don't know where to start." Yuan shook his head. "Do you plan on ascending again?" "Of course. I want to reach the highest realm there is in Cultivation Online. That will probably take a few years. Even then, I want to do it, I have to." Yuan then asked the others, "What about you guys? Are you still in the lower heavens? Do you plan on ascending?" "I don't know about them, but I also intend on ascending soon." Wang Ming said, and he continued, "However, I need to prepare myself before I ascend." A lot of people ascended without any preparations, and many of these players have died shortly after arriving because they were not prepared for that place. The monsters there are simply too powerful for them. The worst part is that they're now stuck there without any way of returning to the lower heavens. That makes sense, since the spirit heaven's overall difficulty is higher than the lower heavens. Yuan said. Despite that fact, there are still a lot of players ascending. Shi Lang sighed. These players are so greedy for resources that they are blinded by the reality that most of them won't even be able to leave the city without getting killed by monsters that are far above their level. Anyways, I will also ascend once I finish preparing myself. Ever since I joined the faction and started living here, I have been spending more time in Cultivation Online. I've also started playing more. After morning training and breakfast, I spend the rest of the day in Cultivation Online. Wang Bingbing nodded. Everyone there shared the same sentiment. Hearing their words, Yuan then said, "If any of you need cultivation techniques, I can help you out. There's this place called Myriad of Techniques, and because of my connection with them, I can acquire a number of free cultivation techniques every year. Just let me know whenever you arrive in Spirit Heaven. I don't think I will be ascending anytime soon." "Really? That's great. No, that's amazing. If you can sell some of these techniques, you'll be rich in no time." Wang Ming exclaimed. "Sell them?" Yuan raised his eyebrows. He recalled the person working at the Myriad of Techniques telling him that he could sell the techniques if he wishes, and since he's low on money, this could easily become a great money maker. Furthermore, he managed to rank up his faction recently after slaying the Blood Sect. I will give the Myriad of Techniques a visit later. Yuan decided a moment later. Everyone went back to their own rooms shortly after. "Meishio, what are you going to do now?" Yuan asked her as they walked to their rooms, as their rooms are located right next to each other. "I am very close to reaching the 3rd level of Spirit Warrior, so I am going to try and break through by this week," she said. "I see. Good luck. If you need anything, let me know." Yuan nodded. "I will see you later," he said to her once they arrived at their rooms. "Wait a moment, Yuan." Meishio suddenly stopped him. It's been a while since I, relieved you. How are you feeling?" she asked him with a slightly bashful face. "Now that you mention it, we haven't had any chance to be alone since Lulu showed up." Yuan realized this just now. Well. She's still asleep, right? We have some time right now if you want to do it. After a moment of silence, Meishio eventually realized how eager she was, even a little desperate to help relieve Yuan, so she took a step back and said, actually, forget it. She quickly opened the door to her room and tried to run away, but Yuan suddenly grabbed her hand and stopped her from escaping. Let's do it. I don't have anything else to do now, anyway, he said in a calm voice. Yuan entered the room with Meishio a moment later. After locking the door, Meishio said, I will wash your back first. Okay. He nodded. Sometime later, Yuan sat on a small chair in the bathroom while Meishio rinsed his body with warm water. Once she began washing his back, Meishio spoke in a gentle voice, Yuan, how do you feel about Lulu? What do you mean? She wants to start a family with you, you know. Yes, I know. She seems very eager to do so. How do you feel about that? Will you start a family with her? Yuan smiled and said, you know, even back at the orphanage, she loved to play pretend family with me. She would be the mother, and I was the father. We mostly played alone, but there were times when other kids joined, and Lulu would always make them our children, regardless if they were younger or older than us. I never really thought about it back then since we were still too young, but I knew that she really wanted her own family in the future. Although we haven't seen each other for over a decade, she's still the same Lulu that I knew from the orphanage. If she really wants to start a family with me, I probably wouldn't mind it. Yuan said in a calm voice. Meishio subconsciously bit her lips, and she could feel a sharp pain in her heart after hearing his answer. I see. She mumbled in a low voice and wouldn't say another word for the next minute. After a long minute of awkward silence, Meishio eventually opened her mouth again. Yuan. Hypothetically, if I also wanted to start a family with you, what would you do? Meishio could feel her heart trying to burst out of her chest after muttering these words that required all of her courage. Yuan was left speechless by her sudden question, and his mind immediately began scrambling for an answer. After a long moment of silence, Yuan sighed with a bittersweet smile on his face, asking me to choose between you or Lulu isn't fair, Meishio. You're both equally important to me, so I don't know what to say. Yuan chose his words wisely so that he doesn't have to pick one and upset the other. However, Meishio wasn't satisfied with such an answer and continued to push him, that doesn't answer my question. You can either pick one of us, or decide to not pick either of us. Yuan retreated into silence once again. Seeing this, Meishio mustered her courage again before speaking, Yuan. After separating with you because of what was happening at the Jaded Garden, I realized how much I hated it, being separated from you, that is. I was also worried that I would lose you to the demon, and the thought of losing you forever nearly drove me crazy. She took a deep breath and continued, I'm not asking you to abandon Lulu and choose only me, but I don't want you to leave me. You know, Lulu told me that she wouldn't mind sharing you with others as long as she could remain by your side. I didn't understand her feelings back then, and I even found it quite abnormal. However, I am starting to understand her feelings now. As long as I get to stay by your side, I don't care if you choose to start a family with Lulu or whoever. You want me to start a family with you and Lulu? Can I do something like that? How does it even work? Yuan asked after hearing her words. It's definitely uncommon, but it's not impossible. I think the most important thing is that we all come to an agreement. As long as we are all okay with it, it should work out. Meishio said. And she continued in a low voice, Lulu has already given her approval, and I am now giving you my approval, so it's all up to you now, Yuan. Yuan began pondering Meishio's words in silence. Meanwhile, Meishio started working on the front of his body. However, since Yuan was busy pondering for an answer, there was no response between his legs. After a moment of silence, Yuan spoke in a sincere voice, if I can really start a family with you and Lulu and make the both of you happy at the same time, there's no way that I could refuse. Meishio stopped washing his body to stare at him with a dazed face. Does that mean? Yes, I would love to start a family with you and Lulu, he gave her a clear answer with a smile on his face. Meishio's body trembled upon hearing his words, and an uncontrollable urge to embrace Yuan rushed into her head. She then held onto Yuan's face with her soapy hands and gave him a sudden kiss on the lips. Meishio. Yuan mumbled her name in a low and surprised tone. Yuan. Can you wait for me outside after I rinse your body? She suddenly said in a bashful voice. And before Yuan could even respond, she continued, you don't have to put on your clothes. Although Yuan was puzzled by her request, he didn't refuse and nodded his head. Meishio proceeded to rinse his body with warm water in complete silence before sending him outside. Yuan began waiting outside with nothing but a towel around his body while Meishio started washing her body in the bathroom, and she was incredibly thorough when cleaning, making sure that her body was sparkling clean. Am I really going to go through with this? Meishio asked herself while she was still inside the bathroom. This uncontrollable urge that I am feeling now. Did I get it from my mother? If I do this today, we can never go back. Despite my seemingly rash and bold decision, my mind is clearer than it has ever been at this moment. I want to be with him. I want to stay by his side, forever. After spending a little over 5 minutes inside the bathroom, Meishio walked out of the bathroom with nothing but a towel wrapped around her body just like Yuan. Sorry for the wait, Yuan, she said after coming out. Don't mind it, but what are we doing? After a moment of silence, Meishio spoke, I'm going to relieve you now, but it's going to be a little different than usual. Different? How? Yuan raised his eyebrows. You said you'd start a family with me, right? Yes. Yuan confirmed. Well. I am going to teach you how to start a family. Meishio said with a flushed face. Now? Yuan asked. You don't want to. We can do this another time if you want. Yuan could hear a hint of fear within Meishio's trembling voice, almost as though she was afraid that he'd refuse. No, we can do it now, he suddenly said in a clear voice. Although he wasn't sure what he was getting himself into, he knew very clearly that Meishio was anxious about it and that he would hurt her if he refused. Are you sure? Yuan nodded with a gentle smile on his face, if you're sure, then I am also sure. Thud. A soft noise suddenly resounded. Yuan immediately realized what caused that noise just now because he'd heard a similar sound when he was alone with Hong Shaoli during the second trial. And sure enough, when he used his divine sense to look at Meishio, she was completely naked with her towel on the floor. Oh. It was at this moment Yuan finally realized what they were about to do, that they were going to make love to each other. Even with his innocent mind, he knew what it meant to make love, especially after regaining some of his past memories. However, oddly enough, he couldn't feel what he felt with Huang Shaoli. He didn't reject the idea of making love with Meishio. In fact, his body immediately began reacting to the sight of Meishio's naked body, and a bulge appeared in the middle of his towel. Yuan. Seeing his body's reaction, Meishio released a sigh of relief inwardly, and she began approaching him. She opened her arms and embraced him a moment later, and they both fell onto the bed. Yuan. This is my commitment to you. My love for you. Meishio whispered in a low voice before she kissed him on the bed. Meishio's locked bedroom was dimly lit with the only light source being the sunlight that peeked through the closed curtains, and currently inside this room, Yuan was lying on the bed with Meishio lying on his bare chest. The two of them had been kissing each other for a while now, albeit amateurish, it was more than enough for them to express their feelings for each other. What should I do now? Yuan asked in a low voice after they stopped kissing. You don't need to do anything, just lie down and let me do everything. This is also a lesson, after all, she responded in a similarly low voice. However, Meishio was no longer feeling nervous and bashful, and it was Yuan who was feeling such emotions, almost as though she transferred all of these feelings to Yuan through kissing. Meishio suddenly began to kiss his body, slowly moving down with every kiss. And while she was doing that, she was also recalling what her mother taught her. Even though she had no experience in this sort of thing, Mei Feng had made sure to drill enough information into her head through videos and books to make sure that she would satisfy Yuan properly when the time came, and that time is now. Once Mei Xiu reached the lower parts of Yuan's body, she used her hand to slow stroke the throbbing rod between Yuan's legs, and it felt hotter than usual, most likely because it has been a while since he was last relieved. Meanwhile, Yuan watched Mei Xiu's every movement through his divine sense while being absorbed in this tingling sensation that was making his body filled with excitement, and it was a type of excitement that was different from what he was used to. And since he was using divine sense, he was able to see every inch of Mei Xiu's perfect body. Suddenly, Mei Xiu changed her movements, and both of Yuan's eyebrows lifted with surprise when Mei Xiu unexpectedly opened her mouth and placed his rod inside. This was a revelation for Yuan, who could have never expected that Mei Xiu would do such a thing. However, he didn't utter a single word, as the sensation of Mei Xiu's mouth was heavenly, especially when she started moving her head in a graceful manner, leaving him speechless. Yuan quickly reached his limit within minutes. Mei Xiu. I am about to. He quickly warned her. She stopped for a moment to speak. It's okay, you can release it inside my mouth. It's not going to be easy cleaning it if it gets onto the bed sheets. Yuan wanted to ask her if it was really okay, but he could no longer hold it anymore and climaxed inside her mouth the next moment. Mei Xiu could feel a load of hot liquid gush inside her mouth, quickly filling it, but she managed to keep it from overflowing. Once she was certain that Yuan had emptied himself, she removed her mouth from his rod and swallowed it like a champion. You swallowed it? Yuan asked her in a dazed voice. Mei Xiu nodded with a slight blush, and she said, "It's a little sweet." Her response left Yuan speechless once again, and he wasn't sure if he really needed to learn such information about himself. Looks like you can still continue. Mei Xiu pointed at his rod that remained standing tall even after his climax. Let's move on to the main part of starting a family then, shall we? Yuan silently nodded his head, and he could only imagine what would happen next. Seeing his response, Mei Xiu climbed on Yuan's body and positioned herself directly on top of his rod. Are you ready? This is how people make babies and start a family, she said to him. Are we really going to make babies right now? Yuan asked. I think it's still too early for us to actually start a family. She said. Then do we really have to do this? People do this not only to make babies, Yuan. There are many reasons why people do this, and making babies is merely one of them. Another reason people do this is to show their love for each other. I love you, Yuan, hence why I want to do this with you. But if you don't want to do this, then. No, let's do it. Yuan quickly responded. Mei Xiu didn't say anything else and nodded her head. She began lowering her body the next moment, slowly inserting Yuan's rod inside her body. You're bleeding. Are you okay? Yuan exclaimed in a low voice when he noticed blood flowing from where Mei Xiu was inserting his rod, and she even had a painful expression on her face. Yes, I am fine. This will happen when a woman does it for the first time, so this will only happen once in my life. Mei Xiu eventually accepted all of Yuan inside her body. Although it was incredibly painful for her, she couldn't be any happier at this moment, as she dreamed of this exact moment for many years. I am going to move now. Once she was comfortable, Mei Xiu began moving her body slowly. The moment Mei Xiu started moving her body, Yuan felt as though someone had dumped a bucket of cold water inside his head, making his mind go blank, and the only thing he could feel was the warmth of Mei Xiu's body rubbing against him. Just moments ago, he believed that nothing could beat the sensation of Mei Xiu's mouth, but she'd proved him wrong. If Mei Xiu's mouth felt heavenly, then her body could only be described as otherworldly. It was unlike anything Yuan had experienced before. Eventually, Yuan could no longer just lie still on the bed, and he also began moving his body. That's right. Yuan. This is what it means to make love. Mei Xiu could barely speak properly, as she was trying her best to not make too much noises, fearing that they could be overheard by someone outside. Thus, the two of them continued to make love to each other until Yuan had to climax again many minutes later. Mei Xiu, I am going to release it again. Yuan said to her. Wait. Don't release it inside. However, Yuan had already begun his climax before Mei Xiu even uttered her first word. Me. Mei Xiu finished her sentence in a dazed voice as Yuan's hot stuff gushed inside her body. I wasn't supposed to do that. Yuan asked in an innocent voice after he released everything into her, leaving Mei Xiu speechless. Yuan. For further references, if you do not plan on impregnating the person you're making love to, you shouldn't release your stuff inside them because that's how you actually make babies. And accidents like that can cause a lot of trouble for you and your partner. Mei Xiu didn't know whether to laugh or cry at her predicament. Does that mean we're going to have a baby soon? I'm sorry. Yuan immediately felt bad about his actions, especially since Mei Xiu had specifically said that she didn't want a baby now. Well, it is also my fault for not explaining things to you before we did it. I guess I was also a little impatient. You're not angry? Yuan raised his eyebrows. No, I'm not. Mei Xiu shook her head. And she continued, furthermore, it's not like I am guaranteed to have a baby just because you released it inside once. There are also things I can do to prevent it, such as taking birth control pills. They're incredibly effective according to my mother. If you say so. Mei Xiu looked at Yuan's body a moment later and couldn't help but smile. You still have energy to continue? Is it because you're a cultivator, or is it just your body that's vigorous? She wondered out loud. I don't know. Yuan responded honestly. Do you want to continue? Mei Xiu suddenly asked. I do. He eagerly nodded. And the two of them continued making love to each other for 3 more hours. Once they were fully satisfied, Mei Xiu took Yuan into the bathroom to wash his body again. Yuan. Please keep what happened today a secret from the others, especially you Ro. Who knows how she'll react if she finds out what we did. Mei Xiu said to him as she washed his body. Don't worry, my lips are sealed. Yuan said with a smile. In fact, he's had a smile on his face for the past 3 hours. Okay, you're clean. You can leave after putting your clothes on. I will clean everything up. Mei Xiu said after rinsing his body. Yuan nodded, and as he dried his body with a towel, he asked her, Mei Xiu. Do you think we can do this again in the future? Mei Xiu was left speechless for a good moment by his question. If we get the chance. She nodded in a bashful manner. Now that she's released all of her passion in bed and is no longer hot-headed, Mei Xiu remembered what embarrassment is and returns to her quiet nature. Yuan left Mei Xiu's room after putting his clothes back on and returned to his own room shortly after. She's still asleep. It is almost noon. Yuan was amazed by Chu Liuxiang's ability to sleep for so long. He didn't want to disturb Chu Liuxiang, so he went to the balcony to cultivate. And to his absolute surprise, it suddenly became much easier to cultivate for some reason. He was absorbing an abundant amount of spiritual energy with barely any effort, and the spiritual energy flowing through his spiritual veins was traveling at a much quicker speed. It was almost as though he'd consumed a priceless treasure, but he doesn't recall using any recently. Yuan didn't know this at the time, but his talents had actually increased after making love with Mei Xiu, who had a divine body and was also a maiden. Meanwhile, Mei Xiu also left her room after cleaning her body. In fact, she left the house altogether, and in her hand was a piece of paper that had a map of the Dragon Spiral Mountain. After looking at the map for a bit, she found the convenience store which was only a few minutes away from their residence. In order to make things convenient for its residents, the Dragon Spiral Mountain has multiple convenience stores around the mountain so the residents could purchase fresh groceries without needing to leave the mountain and travel to a city. Mei Xiu expected the convenience store to be a small building, but to her surprise, it was actually the size of a small mall that had multiple floors and stores inside. The only difference between this mall and the malls in the cities is that this mall was completely empty, and Meishio felt like she was alone in her own world. After looking around on the first floor, Meishio found the store she was looking for and went inside. Welcome. Oh. I haven't seen you before. Are you new here? There was a beautiful woman at the register that greeted Meishio the moment she walked inside. Yes. Meishio nodded. How long have you been living here? About a week. I see. And what are you looking for today? Meishio looked around to make sure nobody else was there. It's okay, we are alone here. The woman smiled at her actions, finding it cute. Then can I get some birth control pills? Meishio said in a low voice. The woman's eyes widened with surprise after hearing Meishio's needs. It was truly way out of her expectations. She suddenly chuckled and said, "Your boyfriend is a very lucky man to have a beautiful young lady like you. How many pills do you want? A single box can last you a month." Just a box is fine, Meishio quickly replied. I understand. What about some rubber? You want those for your boyfriend as well? Rubber? Meishio raised her eyebrows. Condoms. This way, you won't need to continuously take pills. However, your boyfriend might not like using them, and it won't feel as good when you do it. The woman gave her a detailed explanation. Oh. Meishio went silent for a moment before speaking. It's okay. I will just take the pills. You got it. Don't worry, I also prefer it without the rubber. The woman chuckled again. She reached under her counter and retrieved a box. Take 1 pill a day for the next 4 weeks until you run out, and make sure you don't miss any days, or the pills won't be as effective. Trust me, you don't want that. Once you only have a week of supplies left, you should come back for more just in case you cannot buy more for whatever reason. Okay. How much for it? It's free. In fact, everything in this mall is free. You didn't know that? The woman said. Meishio shook her head and she asked, Then why are you working here? I'm just here for customer service. I see. Here, let me bag it up for you. The woman then wrapped the birth control pills with black wrapping so that nobody can tell what is inside without opening it. Thank you. See you next month. The woman waved goodbye at Meishio with a bright smile on her face. After leaving the store, Meishio decided to stock up on groceries since she was already there. Once Meishio returned to her own room, she took her first birth control pill before hiding the rest under her mattress on the bed. I can't believe I am actually taking birth control pills. Meishio mumbled to herself. She laid on her bed that still lingered with Yuan's fragrance a moment later, making it feel like he was still in the room. Yuan. Meishio closed her eyes and spent the rest of the day recalling their intimate experience. Chu Liuxiang woke up from her long slumber when it was almost evening. After stretching her body on the bed, she sat up and looked around the dark room with a dazed face. She quickly noticed Yuan, who was still cultivating in the balcony. After staring at Yuan's figure for a couple of moments, she got off the bed and went inside the bathroom to wash her face. As she walked out of the bathroom, she noticed her cell phone ringing. Father? I wonder what he wants. Chu Liuxiang answered the call after realizing who the caller was. Hello? Father? Did something happen? My dear daughter. When do you plan on letting us know that you have returned to the mountain? Chu Shijian's sighing voice resounded through the phone. Oh, I completely forgot. Sorry, Father. I planned on calling you once I settled in this place, but I had spent the past week inside Cultivation Online. Chu Liuxiang said. Cultivation Online? You never showed interest in that game before. In fact, you even refused to play it after trying it out for a few days. Her father said in a surprised voice. Well, I didn't have Yuan by my side before, and I had no reason to play. Things are different now that we're playing together. The game seems so much more intriguing when I follow him compared to playing with the family. Yuan. I heard about his most recent achievement. He'd opened a floodgate to the next realm for all players. And I was there to witness everything from the beginning to end. If you were there to witness his trials and what he had to endure, you would admire him even more. Chu Liuxiang said in a somewhat proud voice. After a moment of silence, Chu Shijian asked her, "When do you plan on coming back to the family? You're already back in the Dragon Spiral Mountain, so you might as well come back to us now." Chu Liuxiang quickly responded, "On the contrary, father, now that I have returned to the mountain, I can stay with Yuan as long as I want since I am, technically, already home." Aya. Forget it. I will give you until the end of the month with him. Wait. However, Chu Shijian hung up the phone before she could even respond. Chu Liuxiang stared at her phone in a dazed manner. Until the end of the month. She mumbled to herself. She looked at the calendar a moment later only to realize that she has less than 3 weeks left before the Chu family starts making things difficult for her and Yuan if she doesn't return. Were you talking to someone just now? Yuan's voice suddenly resounded as he returned to the room after he ended his cultivation. I was just speaking to my father on the phone. She sighed. I see. Did something happen to your father? You seem down. That's because he wants me to return to the family, and he has given me until the end of the month to return. She said with a bittersweet smile. Oh. But your family also lives on the mountain, right? I don't think it's going to be that bad, since we're basically neighbors. Chu Liuxiang shook her head. It's not that simple. Once I return to the family, they will most likely start arranging my future and forbid me from leaving the house. By the time I am allowed to leave, I would already be married to someone chosen by my family, and I would most likely have to leave this place. Yuan frowned when he heard this, even though he's already heard similar words from Sebastian back at the Jaded Garden. Are you okay with that? Yuan asked her after a moment of silence. Of course not. My desire is to start a family with you. You should already know that. She quickly refuted. But does your family know that? Chu Liuxiang didn't immediately respond this time because she has never mentioned it to her family. No. She eventually muttered in a low voice. Then you should let them know your feelings. That won't do anything. They will simply refuse and do as they please, anyway. That's just how the Chu family operates. You won't know for certain until you do it. Don't worry, even if they refuse, they can't force you to do something that you don't want, because I will be there for you. Yuan smiled. Really? He nodded and said, one thing that I cannot stand is when a family forces their own children, adopted or not, to do things against their will, as I have experienced firsthand how horrible that feels. If the Chu family still refuses to listen, then I will forcefully take you away from them just like how I took Minli from her family. You promise? Yes, I promise. Sometime later, Yuan and Chu Liuxiang went downstairs for dinner, but to their surprise, dinner wasn't prepared, and Meishio was nowhere to be seen. Did Meishio forget to cook dinner? How rare. Wang Ming said when he arrived at the dining room and saw the empty table. It's only been a week since we've started living together and it already feels off when she misses a single meal. I think we're relying on her too much. Wang Bingbing said. I will go check up on her just in case. Yuan said to them. He arrived at her room a few minutes later and knocked on her door. Meishio, are you in there? The door opened a moment later and Meishio came outside while wearing her pajamas. Did something happen? She asked him. I was about to ask you the same. Everyone is wondering about dinner. It was at this moment that Meishio realized she'd forgotten about dinner. I forgot about dinner. Sorry. It's okay, you don't need to apologize. But what should we do about dinner now? Meishio pondered for a moment before speaking. Well, there's this convenience store a few minutes away, and they have a couple of restaurants there. Maybe we can eat out today. That sounds great. I will tell the others, you can take your time. Yuan said before returning to the dining room to let the others know of the situation. After she fixed her appearance and dressed appropriately, Meishio went outside to find Yuan and the others. Sorry for this. I lost track of time and forgot about dinner. Meishio apologized to the others. Don't worry about it. It's not even your obligation to cook for us, so we cannot complain even if you decide to stop cooking for us. Wang Bingbing said to her. My sister's right. If you need a break, just let us know. We can take care of our own dinner, said Wang Ming. By the way, who knew there were restaurants on this mountain? I wasn't aware of their existence until Meishio mentioned it and I looked it up. Shi Lang said. I was also surprised by this information. Shi Murong agreed. I saw a tall building on our way to the mansion. Perhaps that's where they are located, Wu Zhao recalled seeing a mall. Yes, that's the place. Meishio confirmed. There are other stores besides restaurants there, such as a convenience store, and even clothing stores, just like a real mall. I was also told by a worker there that everything inside the mall is free. What? Really? That sounds too good to be true. Wang Ming said. Does it? If you think about it, we paid $4 billion for a house here. That's more than enough to buy multiple malls, not to mention our ridiculous property tax. Wang Bingbing said. That doesn't sound like a good idea, though. What if someone decides to take everything in the store? They can make decent money from doing that if they wished. Hong Xiuquan asked. That won't happen. Chu Liuxiang said. I have lived here for over a decade, and there has been no such case. First of all, everybody living in this place is so rich that they don't really need any more money, so they wouldn't go through the hassle of selling things from the mall. Secondly, it would ruin their dignity and face if word gets out, and nothing is more important than face in a society like this. Lastly, if you abuse the mountain's generosity, they can easily take it away from you. Nobody dares to offend the lord of this mountain, who can evict anybody living in this mountain even if they're permanent residents. I have heard of this lord a couple of times now, but I couldn't find any information about him. Have you seen the lord before, Miss Chu? Wang Ming asked her. She shook her head. No, I have not. In fact, I don't think my parents have seen him before either. He's just that mysterious and seclusive. Rumor is that he's a powerful cultivator who has surpassed the limits of what a human can achieve, but we probably won't ever learn the legitimacy of such rumors, Chu Liuxiang shrugged. Surpassed human limits. Yuan mumbled to himself, and his interest, curiosity for this lord reached a new level. After arriving at the mall, they all agreed on a restaurant and went inside for dinner. Sometime later, Yuan and the others left the restaurant after dinner, but they didn't immediately go back home. Instead, they hung around the mall for another hour like a group of friends after a long day at school. Wow, these clothes are all brand names. The Lord of the Mountain is truly a generous fellow to be giving out these expensive clothes for free. Wang Bingbing was surprised by what she saw in the mall. Most of the clothes found inside the mall were designer clothes that can cost thousands of dollars each. Purses, shoes, perfumes, sport equipment, fishing gear, weapons, armor, they could find almost anything inside this mall, with most of the items being luxury goods. After their tour around the mall ended, Yuan and the others returned home. I am definitely going to return to that mall tomorrow, and I am going to take my time. Wang Bingbing declared as they approached the entrance to their home. I'm also going to go back later. I saw a few things that attracted my interest, and I want to take a closer look at them. Wang Ming agreed. They had a pretty nice collection of fans in one of the stores there. Wu Zhao said. Almost everyone there wanted to return to the mall after seeing what it had to offer. Good night, everyone. Good night. They returned to their own rooms shortly after. You look like you had fun tonight. Chu Liuxiang said to Yuan as they walked back to their room. Of course. I did not have any friends back then, not that I would have the time or opportunity to hang out like we did today even if I had friends. I can relate to that. Chu Liuxiang said. And she continued, we should go back as well, just the two of us. It'll be like a date. Yuan nodded. Good night, Meishu. Yuan said to her, who was following behind them because her room was in the same direction. Good night. Meishu nodded before going inside her room. What are you going to do tomorrow? Chu Liuxiang asked him in bed as they prepared to sleep. A few things, actually. After morning training with Li Jinxi and the others, I am going to enter Cultivation Online and visit the myriad of techniques to see if my new faction rank changed anything. Then I am going to look for an auction house to sell all of the treasures I picked up from the Blood Sect and the Gu family. Oh, right, I have to find an array master to remove the seals of their previous owners before I can take out the treasures to sell. I see. Well, wake me up when you do so I don't sleep through it. I also want to be there with you tomorrow. You can still sleep that much after sleeping for the entire day? Yuan was baffled by her ability to sleep. If Yuan's talent is to eat a lot of food, Chu Liuxiang's talent is to sleep a lot. Fortunately for them, their talents are separated in two different bodies, or it would be quite disastrous for their health and future if all they do is eat and sleep all day. Good night, darling. Chu Liuxiang gave him a quick kiss on the cheeks before submerging herself under the blankets. Good night, Lulu. The following morning, Yuan woke up earlier than anticipated and decided to let Chu Liuxiang sleep a little longer while he went to train with the others. I thought you needed a few days to rest. Li Jinxi said to him when he arrived. I guess I didn't need that much time to rest, after all. Li Jinxi had no complaints, and the two of them began sparring with each other until it was time for breakfast. Yuan returned to his room to wake Chu Liuxiang up before entering the bathroom for a quick shower. Once they were prepared, they went downstairs and into the dining room together. Of course, breakfast was already prepared by Meishu by the time they arrived. Meishu, we can hire someone to cook for us instead if you want. I feel bad for letting you spoil us. Wang Bingbing said to her. I don't mind it, really. I consider cooking as a hobby, and I really do enjoy cooking for everyone, she said. Wang Bingbing smiled and said, you're not only pretty but also hardworking and great with housework. You'll be a great wife in the future, and your future husband is definitely one lucky man. Thank you. Meishu responded with a slight blush on her face. When Wang Bingbing mentioned her future husband, all of the men in the room glanced at Yuan, who already had his mouth full of food. If it wasn't so painfully obvious that Meishu and Yuan shared a special connection, they would have definitely tried to approach her as a potential partner. After all, Meishu is an incredibly charming young lady. It would only be natural for the others to be attracted to her. The same could be said for Chu Liuxiang, but it was clear to the others that she only has Yuan in her eyes. Thus, these young men could only try their luck elsewhere. After breakfast, everyone returned to their room. We're going to visit the myriad of techniques today. Do you want to come with us? Yuan asked Meishu as they walked to their rooms. I couldn't cultivate yesterday, so I plan on doing that today, she shook her head. Okay. Good luck. You too. Once Yuan entered his room, he and Chu Liuxiang logged into Cultivation Online. Good morning, Brother Yuan. Xiao Hua and the others greeted them. Morning. Have you figured out what you want to do now, young master? Feng Yuxiang asked him. Yes, I am going to give the myriad of techniques a visit today. He then turned to look at Min Li and asked her, what about you? Have you figured out your plans yet? She shook her head and sighed, I'm actually still trying to accept the reality that I am really in spirit heaven. However, I am probably going to join a sect and start from there. Speaking of sect. Did you tell the Dragon Essence Temple that you were leaving? Yuan suddenly asked. Min Li stared at him with a dumbfounded face. Clearly, she didn't tell the sect. Actually, I am still a disciple at the Dragon Essence Temple since I didn't expect to ascend when I was called back home, but there's nothing I can do now that I am here. They will most likely visit the Min family when I don't return to the sect after some time and learn the truth, hopefully. Until I am ready to move on, I hope you don't mind if I continue following you, Yuan. He nodded. I understand. You can follow me for as long as you need. Thank you. Yuan and the others left the hotel shortly after to look for the myriad of techniques. Wow, there's a lot of people in the city today. Feng Yuxiang immediately noticed the sudden increase in population within the city. They must be the players that rushed to the stairway to heaven. Chu Liuxiang said to Yuan. Most likely. He agreed with her. A lot of the players there stuck out like a sore thumb because of their unnatural demeanor and otherworldly aura that was a stark contrast to the natives in the cultivation world. However, as players slowly get used to the cultivation world and its nature in the future, they will definitely become harder to identify. As for Yuan, he has completely adapted to the cultivation world. From his appearance to his aura, it was almost as though he has belonged in this world since the beginning. Hey, Yuan. I wonder if this world is in shock right now because of the rush. If you think about it, there's nothing natural about thousands of players suddenly ascending from the lower heavens. Chu Liuxiang suddenly said. Yuan immediately began pondering, now that you mention it. I wonder how this world is reacting and dealing with the current situation. Of course, the spirit heaven is in complete chaos at this moment. The people that were there when Yuan ascended to this world believed that he was a peerless genius when he showed up with Chu Liuxiang and the others, but when more players suddenly started showing up in groups, they began to doubt their own judgment. When news spread that thousands of people had ascended on the same day, the people of this world wondered if something had happened to the stairway to heaven. After all, most of these people that came out of the stairway to heaven and entered their world from the lower heavens were only spirit apprentices, and nobody believed for a second that a spirit apprentice could possibly climb the stairway to heaven, much less thousands of them at once. Therefore, they could only come to the conclusion that the stairway to heaven is broken, hence their current situation. However, there was nothing the natives of this world could do but let the players swarm their world. At the end of the day, the players have already ascended, and it was not as though they could force the players to go back to the lower heavens. After leaving the hotel, Yuan and the others wandered around the city asking the pedestrians if there was a myriad of techniques in the city while trying their best to avoid the players. After half an hour of speaking to random people, they eventually found the right person to speak with. Yes, the myriad of techniques should be 5 blocks down that direction. Thank you. Once Yuan had the directions, they immediately made their way to the store. Welcome to the myriad of techniques. If this is your first time at our store, please put your hand on this crystal ball. A woman that Yuan didn't recognize greeted them at the entrance. It's a different person again. How often do they change out the workers here? Yuan wondered to himself. Chu Liuxiang placed her hands on the crystal ball since this is her first time at the store. And sure enough, just like everyone that follows Yuan, she had a heavenly destiny. A heavenly destiny. The woman was surprised to see the results. Congratulations. You can access the first and second floor of the store. Min Li touched the crystal ball next. You have a minor destiny. You may access the first floor. The woman said after looking at her results. A minor destiny? Yuan raised his eyebrows, as he'd expected Min Li to have a heavenly destiny just like everyone else. However, unbeknownst to Yuan, Min Li was born without even a minor destiny. It was only after she met him that her destiny had changed from having no destiny to a minor destiny, which is an extremely rare occurrence. After they entered the store, Yuan said to the others, I am going to speak with the person working at the front desk. If you guys want to look at techniques while I am away, go ahead. I don't really care about the techniques, so I am going to continue follow you. Chu Liuxiang said. I will do the same as well. Min Li said. Yuan already knew Feng Yuxiang and the others' response, so he didn't ask them. Sometime later, he arrived at the front desk, where a familiar face was working. You're still working here? Yuan was surprised to see the same young man from all of his previous visits. Oh. Esteemed guest. It's good to see you again. The young man also recognized Yuan. Why are you surprised that I am still working here? Would you rather that I get fired? He continued with a bittersweet smile on his face. No, that's not why I asked. The lady working at the front door changed again since my last visit, so I was wondering if everyone here can only work in this place for a certain amount of time. Yuan said. Ah, I see. Only those working at the front door and the guards here get changed every few weeks. I am a permanent worker in this place, so unless I am fired, I won't go anywhere anytime soon. I see. Anyways, why have you returned this time? Are you looking for more techniques? The young man then asked. Not exactly. My faction rank increased to warrior not long ago, and I was wondering if there are any changes to my benefits. What? Your rank increased. But it hasn't even been a full year since you joined the faction. I have never seen anyone progress so quickly before. How did you do it? The young man was surprised to hear that Yuan had become a warrior within the faction already. I kind of destroyed an entire evil sect. Yuan said with a slight smile. Amazing. No wonder your rank rose so quickly. One already gets a lot of points by killing an evil cultivator, and you destroyed an entire evil sect. The young man's admiration for Yuan was as clear as day. And he continued, as for your benefits, indeed you get to receive more benefits now that your rank has improved. Instead of 10 free techniques a year, you now get to choose 20 free techniques every year. However, that's not all. Although it's only a one-time thing, you also get to receive a divine rank technique for free that doesn't count towards the 20 techniques. 20 free techniques and a free divine rank technique. Yuan's jaw dropped upon hearing his upgraded benefits. Chu Liuxiang and Min Li were also dumbfounded after learning about his benefits for the first time, and they wondered how he got these benefits in the first place. Since you still have 4 free techniques from before, you now have 14 free techniques for this year. The young man said, and he continued, if you wish to pick your divine rank technique, you'll need to head to the 4th floor, which you should have access to if you came here from the spirit heaven. 4th floor. But my friends can only access up to the 2nd floor. Is there any way for them to come with me? Yuan asked. Normally, they would need permission from someone with authority, but since you're part of the celestial overlords, and a warrior rank at that, you can bring them with you, but they cannot wander. I understand. That's good enough. If you need anything else, you know where to find me. Yuan and the others began making their way to the 4th floor, where all of the heaven rank and divine rank cultivation techniques could be found. Is it just me or are there too few people in this place? Yuan noticed this as they walked through each floor. The myriad of techniques is connected to every store in the 9 heavens, right? This place should be crowded if that was the case. Who knows? The myriad of techniques is more mysterious and profound than we can fathom. Perhaps you can ask one of the workers here if you're really curious. Feng Yuxiang said. He nodded, I will do just that after we're done looking at the techniques. Sometime later, they arrived on the 4th floor, and to their surprise, it was multiple times larger than the previous 3 floors combined. Wow! Just how massive is this place? I cannot even see the end of the room from here. Yuan mumbled in a dazed voice. Can you even call this a room? There's a clear sky as the ceiling. Chu Liuxiang said as she stared at the sky above them. That's not a real sky. It's only an illusion created by the formation. Feng Yuxiang said. What's the point of that? For the atmosphere, I guess. There's also a lot more people on this floor. Yuan said. How does one find the cultivation techniques they are looking for in this vast place? It would take days if not longer to check every shelf in here. Just as Yuan asked that question, he noticed that not far away from them, there was a stall with the sign, Customer Support written on it. Never mind. Let's go over there. Hello, how may I help you? The woman working the desk greeted them when they got close. Hello, I am wondering if there's a map or something that could help us navigate this place. Yuan asked her. This must be your first time here. Give me a second. The woman reached under her desk and retrieved a jade slip before handing it to him. You will have all the information you need inside. If you're looking for a certain cultivation technique or a certain category, it's all there. Thank you. Yuan accepted the jade slip. There's something else you should know about this place. The woman continued. Looking at the place now, you might be thinking that this place is massive, but that's not entirely correct. What do you mean? The myriad of techniques itself is actually a formation, so what you're seeing isn't always the truth. Look in that direction. The woman pointed north. Do you see that stall all the way in the distance? Yes, I see it. Well, all the cultivation techniques from here to there are unique, but once you reach that stall, the cultivation techniques will be the same. Huh? Yuan raised his eyebrows in a puzzled manner. Although you cannot see it, there's actually a wall that separates us. We're essentially inside a giant invisible box, and this invisible box is separated by hundreds of smaller invisible boxes, and inside each box is technically a store of its own, but it contains the same cultivation techniques as every other box. That's... Yuan was speechless by this complex information. I know it's a lot to take in and understand. In simpler terms, we're currently inside a massive store that has many smaller stores in it, and each of these stores contain the same content. It's so the store doesn't become too crowded. Wow, that sounds like how parallel universes would work. We're currently in one store, but there are many other stores exactly like this one, and it's all in the same place. Can we go to the other stores from here? Chu Liuxiang suddenly asked. Yes, but there's really no point, since you won't find anything new there. The woman nodded. How do you decide which room the customer goes to? Is it random? Yuan then asked. Not exactly. It will depend on your destiny and where you entered the store from, she said. Is this how the previous 3 floors function? Yes. No wonder why there were barely any people on those floors. Turns out there were other stores and we just couldn't see them. Yuan mumbled in a dazed voice. I cannot imagine how many stores there are in this place. Chu Liuxiang shook her head. It's actually not as bad as you expect. Not everyone in the 9 heavens is allowed to use the myriad of techniques, after all. In fact, out of 100,000 people, perhaps around 10 of them would be allowed to enter this place. There are 2,000 stores on this floor, and we're currently at floor number 9. Really? I didn't know that, since everyone I know was allowed entrance. Yuan said. It's either a coincidence or they know someone who has a strong enough destiny to alter their fate, allowing them to enter. The woman smiled. And she continued, there are some really powerful people out there who can alter others' destiny just by being with them. I see. Anyways, if you need help with anything else, you know where to find me. Thank you for all the information. Yuan said to the woman before leaving her alone. He looked into the jade slip a moment later, and sure enough, information about the 4th floor began flooding into his head. Do you guys want any techniques? If you have something in mind, just let me know and I will see if it's available. Yuan said to the others afterward. Feng Yuxiang and Xiao Hua shook their heads. Lan Yingying said, I am still trying to fully master the one from last time. Thank you for the offer, but I have already received more than enough from you. I cannot rely on you for everything. Min Li said. Since nobody else wants one, I will take one. I don't have any cultivation techniques, anyway. Chu Liuxiang said. Yuan nodded and asked her, what kind of techniques are you looking for? I'm not sure. Yuan began pondering. What style do you prefer? For example, I use the sword and dagger, so I would prefer using sword and dagger techniques. I don't really specialize in any weapons, she said. Yuan then looked at the experts for help. Are there any suitable techniques for cultivators that don't use weapons? Feng Yuxiang nodded, yes, there's a lot. Most cultivators who don't use weapons can only rely on their internal energy to fight, and most cultivation techniques out there use internal energy. What's the difference between internal energy and spiritual energy? Yuan asked. Well, spiritual energy is what we absorb, and internal energy is what spiritual energy becomes after being absorbed and refined. In essence, it's our cultivation. Feng Yuxiang explained. But to be honest, they're pretty much the same thing. Some people prefer calling it spiritual energy while others call it internal energy. In the end, it's all about preferences. If most techniques are for people who use internal energy, how does that help me find one that's suitable? Chu Liuxiang asked. If you're looking for a suitable technique, then you should pick a technique that complements the attribute of your spiritual veins. Feng Yuxiang said. Spiritual veins. What is that, and how do I find my attribute? Spiritual veins are organs that cultivators produce alongside their dantian when they first become cultivators, and they are actually what absorbs the spiritual energy in the air. The higher the quality of one's spiritual veins, the easier and faster their cultivation will be. Feng Yuxiang explained. And she continued, for example, if two cultivators start cultivating from the same starting point, the one with ordinary spiritual veins might reach Spirit Warrior in 4 years, but the one with better quality spiritual veins will be able to reach that same level within half the time. Spiritual veins can also possess certain attributes, making the cultivation of certain techniques easier and faster. If someone has fire attribute spiritual veins, they would be able to learn fire techniques twice as fast if not even faster than someone that does not have fire attribute spiritual veins. Of course, not all spiritual veins possess an attribute. As for how one can tell if their spiritual veins possess an attribute, there are treasures out there that do the job. Do you want to see if your spiritual veins possess an element? Feng Yuxiang asked Chu Liuxiang afterward. Yes, I would like to know my element, if I have one. Chu Liuxiang nodded. Okay, but since I don't have such treasures right now, we will have to do this another way. I will require a drop of your blood. Feng Yuxiang said. My blood? Yes, I can identify if your spiritual veins possess an element through your blood by tasting it. You're going to drink my blood? Chu Liuxiang raised her eyebrows, feeling a little uneasy about letting someone drink her blood. Feng Yuxiang smiled and said, in case you forgot, I am not human. I am a divine beast. You're a what? Min Li exclaimed in a shocked voice after hearing Feng Yuxiang's words, as she wasn't aware of such facts until now. Indeed, I am not human. I am actually a vermilion phoenix, she confirmed. A real phoenix. Min Li felt her strength being sucked out of her body after learning that she had been traveling with a divine beast this entire time, a phoenix, at that. If you don't want to do it now, we can do it later when we have the treasure. Feng Yuxiang said a moment later. It's fine, we can do it now. It's just a drop of blood, right? Chu Liuxiang said. Yes. Chu Liuxiang poked a small hole on her finger before letting Feng Yuxiang lick the blood being squeezed out. Feng Yuxiang closed her eyes and focused on appraising her element. Congratulations, you possess a rare attribute for your spiritual veins, and that element is ice. Is that any good? I can't tell. Chu Liuxiang asked. Of course. Any rare attribute is good. Your ice element is basically a superior version of the water element. They say only 1 in 1 million cultivators have a rare attribute. That's great to hear. Congratulations, Lulu. Yuan said to her. And he continued, Feng, can you also see if my spiritual veins possess any element? Feng Yuxiang smiled and said, Young master, I have already tried looking at your spiritual veins many times, but I couldn't taste anything. Does that mean I don't possess elemental spiritual veins? Yuan felt a little disappointed by the results. However, Feng Yuxiang quickly said, "That's not entirely correct, young master. I should have worded it better. It's more like I couldn't tell. In other words, I don't know if you have an attribute or not." "How is that any better?" Yuan asked. "Because that means you might possess elemental spiritual veins, but they are too high quality for me to tell. If you really want to learn about your attribute, we will need the proper treasure." "I understand." Yuan nodded. "Then we'll start looking for techniques with water and ice elements." After looking through the jade slip for a few moments, Yuan began walking around the fourth floor, picking out all of the techniques that complemented Chu Liuxiang's spiritual veins. "That's a lot of techniques." Chu Liuxiang mumbled in a dazed voice before the mountain of scrolls before her. "There's around 60 techniques for you to choose from," Yuan said with a smile. "This is going to take a while. Take your time. I'm also going to look around." After helping Chu Liuxiang carry the techniques to a nearby table, Yuan left to look for his own technique. Feng Yuxiang and Min Li stayed with Chu Liuxiang to make sure she wasn't bothered and to give advice if needed. Meanwhile, Yuan pondered about what kind of technique he wanted. "I already have plenty of sword techniques but only one dagger technique. I should look for a new dagger technique." With that in mind, Yuan began searching for dagger techniques in the jade slip. Once he found where the techniques were located in the store, he went to look at them on the shelves. Phantom Blade Dance. Earth Rank. Poison Blade Barrage. Heaven Rank. Blade of 1,000 Cuts. Heaven Rank. Oh. This 10,000 Ghost Blades technique seems very powerful. Yuan immediately took a liking to the technique after looking at its description. 10,000 Ghost Blades. Rank, Divine. Description: creates up to 10,000 ghost weapons of a user's weapon and control each of them as though they are a separate weapon. Must wield a dagger to activate. Requires 10,000 chi per second for each ghost weapon created. Does this mean I can basically have up to 10,000 starry abyss fighting for me at once? Will I even be able to control that many at once? Yuan closed his eyes and imagined 10,000 flying daggers surrounding him. The only downside is its enormous chi requirements. If I activate 10,000 ghost weapons at once, that means it will consume 100 million chi every second. How much chi do I even have at the moment? I can't tell because of the bugged system. Even though it will cost a lot of chi to use this technique to its full potential, I don't think I will really need all 10,000 ghost weapons. 100 is already more than enough, much less 10,000. After pondering for some time, Yuan decided to pick up the 10,000 Ghost Blades technique. Of course, there were still many more techniques that he could choose from, so he continued looking through all available techniques. In the end, Yuan couldn't find another technique that was more interesting than the 10,000 Ghost Blades, so he decided to just save his free techniques for another time. Have you found any suitable techniques yet? Yuan asked Chu Liuxiang after returning to them. I have about 10 more techniques to go through, but I found 2 that I am interested in. I'll see which one I like better later, she said. Yuan nodded his head and waited for her to finish. Sometime later, Chu Liuxiang placed all of the techniques that she wasn't interested in aside to look at the 2 techniques that she found interesting. I need some advice on which technique I should get. Chu Liuxiang said to them. The first technique is called Everlasting Ice Field. It is an area of effect technique that can slow and even immobilize my opponents. The second technique is called Glacial Ice Dragon. I can create an ice dragon using my internal energy and attack my enemies with it. They're both heaven rank techniques, too. I really like both of them, making it difficult for me to decide. Yuan smiled and said, Do you even need to decide? If you like both of them, just take both. Really? You don't mind? I still have 14 free techniques, 12 if we count yours. That's more than enough even if I give a free technique to everyone within the faction. Yuan nodded. Thank you, Yuan. Chu Liuxiang was all smiles at this moment. The most important thing is that you have something to protect yourself. Anyways, now that we have our techniques, are we ready to leave? Everyone there nodded. After returning to the first floor, Yuan handed the young man the 3 techniques. 1 divine rank and 2 heaven rank techniques. Give me a moment to log it down. The young man handed the techniques back to them a few moments later. You're all set. If you need anything else, just ask. That's it? Chu Liuxiang was dumbfounded by how easy it was to acquire such powerful techniques. Min Li was also speechless. The Min family would have needed to shell out tens of thousands of spirit stones for a single heaven rank technique, yet Yuan received 2 for free, not even mentioning the divine rank technique. Just what kind of background does he really have? Min Li thought to herself. Yuan and the others left the myriad of techniques shortly after receiving their new techniques. What now? Chu Liuxiang asked. I am going to find an array master who can help me unseal the spatial rings and storage pouches that I picked up from the Gu family, said Yuan. Young master, why don't you do it yourself? You learned how to use arrays during one of the trials in the Stairway to Heaven, right? It will not only be much cheaper, it will also be much more convenient for you. Feng Yuxiang suggested. You're right. But where do I learn how to do something like that? I only know a few basic arrays from the book Huang Shaoli gave me. There should be an Array Masters Association somewhere in this city or another city. You can pay them to teach you arrays, or you can simply buy array techniques from them. Alright, let's ask around. Thus, they began asking the pedestrians there. Luckily for them, they found someone who had the information they wanted within minutes. The Array Masters Association cannot be found in this city, but if you go to South Wing City, you will find them. Thank you for this information. Now that they have this information, they need to head to this South Wing City. Unfortunately, neither of them knew where to go, so they went to a nearby general store to buy a map of Spirit Heaven. This is a map. People really like putting information inside jade slips, huh? Yuan looked at the jade slip in his hand and realized this fact. Well, they're convenient since you can fit a lot of information inside a jade slip, kind of like spatial rings. Feng Yuxiang said. How does it even work? Putting information inside this small thing? Yuan asked. I'm not exactly sure, but the inside of that jade slip has its own dimension, sort of like a spatial ring, but you cannot put anything physical inside, so they put information that can only be seen if you are cultivators. Yuan nodded, I think I understand. Anyway, I don't really know how to read maps, so here you go. He handed the map to Feng Yuxiang. After taking a moment to study the map, Feng Yuxiang said, okay, I know where to go. They left the city shortly after. Since neither Min Li nor Chu Liuxiang could fly, Yuan carried them using his qi manipulation. Are flying treasures expensive? I am thinking about buying a few so that Meishio, Lulu, and the others can also fly by themselves. Yuan asked as they traveled. It really depends on what type of flying treasures you want. But if you ask me, while they are definitely not cheap, they should be affordable for you, young master. Feng Yuxiang said. Alright. I am going to look at them after I sell the blood sex treasures. Yuan nodded. About 4 hours later, Feng Yuxiang stopped moving. We have arrived at South Wing City, young master. That tall building must be the Array Masters Association. I can see their array symbols all the way from here. Yuan mumbled. Even though the building itself didn't look that conspicuous, it was more than obvious to someone like Yuan, who can see array symbols. So this is the Array Masters Association. The building is a lot more ordinary than it looks from afar. Yuan was used to seeing extravagant and luxurious buildings, so he was a little surprised to see the Array Masters Association looking so plain. Let's go inside, shall we? Upon entering the building, Yuan could see a long line that snaked around the first floor, taking up half of the floor's space. At glance, these people appeared to be waiting to buy something from the front desk, but they were all given a piece of paper before getting sent to the second floor. Yuan looked around to find someone that appeared to work there and approached him. Hello, where can I buy array techniques? You mean array combinations? Are you an array master? The man asked him. Yes, I know a few arrays. Yuan nodded. Just because you know a few arrays doesn't make you an array master, kid. The man sneered, and he continued, in order to be officially considered an array master, you must pass the array master assessment. Only when you have the badge of an official array master can you buy array combinations from our Array Masters Association. So I have to join the association before I can purchase array combinations. Yuan raised his eyebrows. What's the difference between this and joining a sect for their techniques? I think you're misunderstanding something. We're not recruiting you to join us. The Array Masters Association has the authority to give others the identification of an array master. You can sign up to join us if you wish, but it's not a requirement. There are many array masters out there that aren't part of our association, and there is no punishment for not wanting to join us. However, if you don't take the assessment and become an official array master, you're not considered a real array master, and most places that sell array combinations require you to be an official array master. Is that so? Then where do I sign up for this array master assessment? Yuan then asked. The man pointed at the long queue in the store. I figured. Yuan sighed. Well, I am going to take this assessment. You guys don't have to wait with me if you don't want to. He said to Chu Liuxiang and the others. Where are we going to go? We have nowhere else to go. But even if I do, I'd rather stay here with you. Chu Liuxiang shrugged. Then I am going to rest for a bit. Call me if you need me, young master. Feng Yuxiang said before turning into a ball of flame and entering his body. It's a little bit crowded here, so I will also rest for now. Lan Yingying said as she turned into a bracelet. Only Xiao Hua, Chu Liuxiang, and Min Li remained. Thus, they began waiting in the queue. As they waited, Yuan would notice the people coming back down from the upper floors, and most of them had disappointed looks on their faces. Clearly, they went upstairs to take the assessment. And within the hour they waited, Yuan counted 22 people, but only 2 of them appeared to be happy with their result. The assessment is probably going to be difficult, especially for someone like me, who learned about arrays only a week ago. Yuan sighed inwardly. Once they reached the front, the middle-aged man sitting behind the desk asked him, "What's your name? And how old are you?" Yuan, 18 years old. Cultivation. Second level Spirit Lord. The middle-aged man looked up and stared at Yuan with a look of disbelief on his face. However, he didn't immediately believe Yuan's words, so he had to check himself using his divine sense to probe Yuan's aura. What the fuck? He's really a Spirit Lord. And he's only 18 years old. Who is this monster? The middle-aged man cried inwardly after confirming Yuan's claims as a Spirit Lord. And how long have you studied arrays? He asked after a moment of silence. Not long. It's probably been a week since I learned about arrays, said Yuan. A week. If it were not for Yuan's cultivation base being higher than his own, the middle-aged man would have cursed him out loud before kicking him out of the building. After all, there was simply no way for someone to become an array master after studying arrays for a week. If that was possible, everybody would be an array master by now. Anyways. Take this paper and go to the second floor for your assessment. Thank you. Yuan accepted the paper and began making his way upstairs. The middle-aged man shook his head after Yuan left. If it weren't so risky to kick Yuan out because of his talents and mysterious background, he would have done so without a heartbeat. Whatever. He's no longer my problem. Meanwhile, Yuan had to stand in line again because there was another line for assessments. Moreover, the line seemed to be moving at a much slower pace. After 2 hours of painful waiting, they finally reached the front of the line. 5 more minutes later, the door in front of them opened, and a young woman came running out, her eyes pouring with tears. Next. An aloof voice resounded the next moment, and Yuan entered the door with the others following behind him. Inside the room was a long table with 3 people sitting behind, a stubborn-looking old man, a handsome man, and a beautiful but bored-looking woman. "Boy, where do you think you are? This isn't the place for you to show off your girlfriends," the handsome man said to him when he saw the beauties following him. "We'll wait for you outside," Chu Liuxiang said to him before leaving the room, followed by Min Li and Xiao Hua. "Now then, let us see your paper." Yuan approached the table and handed them his paper. The 3 judges' eyes widened with shock when they saw Yuan's cultivation base. Spirit Lord at 18 years old. No wonder why he's surrounded by beauties. The handsome man cried inwardly. The 3 judges were no doubt shocked about Yuan's cultivation base at his age. However, when they continued to read the paper and saw that he only has a week of experience in arrays, they raised their eyebrows. "Is this correct? You've only been studying arrays for about a week?" the beautiful woman asked him, no longer looking so bored. "That's correct," Yuan confirmed in a calm manner. The 3 judges looked at him with dumbfounded faces. Just who is this kid? How dare he come to the Array Masters Association when he's just a beginner? Is he mocking them? You know, even the most talented Array Master in the Spirit Heaven in the last 500 years had to study for 9 full months before he could become an official Array Master, and you're already trying to become one a week after you started studying. Although I like ambitious men, you're way over your head with this one," the beautiful woman said. "As a fellow Spirit Lord, I don't want to be too harsh on you, but you're mocking us, all of the Array Masters, by coming here today," the handsome man said. After a moment of silence, the old man laughed. "What's the harm in letting him try? I'm sure it'll be more entertaining than the last couple hundred entries." "Are you sure, Senior Huang? It will definitely be a waste of time," the handsome man said. "Huang." Yuan raised his eyebrows upon hearing this familiar surname. "Surely, it must be a coincidence, right? It's fine. We have nothing but time. Let's see." Yuan. The Array Master Assessment will consist of 3 separate tests. The first one will test your ability to memorize and draw array symbols. The second test will test the speed you can combine the array symbols and activate it. As for the last test, we will test the strength of your array. Do you have any questions? Seeing Yuan shake his head, Senior Huang nodded and said, "Good. Then let's start the assessment. For the first test, I want you to create as much of the 10,000 basic array symbols as you can in 5 minutes. Every symbol you create must be unique and cannot be repeated. You will need at least 3,000 proper array symbols to be considered passing." Yuan nodded and closed his eyes to recall all 10,000 basic symbols inside his head. Once he was ready, he began creating the array symbols at a ludicrous speed. Dozens of array symbols flew out of his palm every second, quickly filling the room with perfectly drawn array symbols. "This motherfucker." The handsome man subconsciously cursed out loud when he saw how perfect the array symbols were, not to mention how quickly they were being created. Although many array masters, even amateur array masters, can create array symbols at the speed Yuan was making them, they would not be able to create array symbols with quality that can match the ones Yuan was creating even if they were given all the time in the world. 5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye for the judges when they were absorbed by Yuan's beautiful array symbols, which is an incredible feat, considering that most examinees are disqualified before they can even use up all 5 minutes. In the end, Yuan had only managed to create 9,000 array symbols before the time was up, meaning that he created around 30 array symbols every second, which is already faster than what most array masters can achieve after many years of practice. And out of 9,000 of these array symbols, all of them have passed the quality check. In fact, they were the most beautiful array symbols that these judges have seen in a very long time. "Did I pass the first test?" Yuan asked them when none of them spoke even after 5 minutes had passed. "This bastard is definitely mocking us. There's no way that he'd only been studying arrays for a week." The handsome man gritted his teeth in anger. The other two judges also doubted Yuan's claim, since it would be ludicrous that he can create such flawless array symbols after studying arrays for a week. However, none of them said anything to Yuan, and they continued the test. "You passed the first test," Senior Huang said in a stiff voice, and he continued, "For the second test, we will give you 3 array combinations for you to do for yourself. In order to pass this test, 2 of your 3 array combinations must activate properly. Even if you can create array symbols flawlessly, combining them is a different story. Let us know when you're ready to begin." "I am ready," Yuan immediately said. "Good, then I will start first." Senior Huang proceeded to create an array combination that consisted of a little over 150 symbols. The beautiful woman went next, and her array combination consisted of around 120 array symbols. The handsome man was last. "If you think you can mock us and get away with it, then you're gravely mistaken," he sneered inwardly. The handsome man proceeded to create his array combination with around 30 array symbols, which is much lower than the others, but the other two judges frowned when they saw his array combination. "This idiot is using level 3 array symbols in an assessment meant for entry-level array masters." Senior Huang sighed inwardly. Just like every other profession in the cultivation world, array masters also have a hierarchy system to separate the inexperienced from the experienced. Array masters are separated into 9 different levels, with level 1 array masters being the lowest in the hierarchy, and the higher level the array symbol, the more difficult they are to create and combine. The judges are supposed to use only level 1 array symbols for the array master assessment, but after feeling ridiculed by Yuan's results in the first test, the handsome man decided to take matters into his own hand by upping the difficulty, as he believed that Yuan wasn't the beginner that he claims to be. The other two judges realized what the handsome man was trying to do, but they didn't say anything, as they also wanted to see how Yuan would handle this situation. Will he be able to create a level 3 formation? Senior Huang wondered inwardly as Yuan took his time analyzing the array combinations. "I don't recognize any of those array symbols." Yuan stared at the handsome man's array combination with a pondering expression. He was certain that he didn't miss any of the basic array symbols from Huang Shaoli's manuals. However, the handsome man had created array symbols that he didn't recognize, and they appear more complex than the basic symbols. They must be more advanced array symbols that I haven't learned yet. How troublesome. Yuan did not even think for a second that the handsome man was trying to ridicule him by increasing the assessment's difficulty. He just thought it was part of the assessment and didn't think much about it. Let's just deal with the other two first before I try the difficult one. I only need 2 out of 3 to pass this test, anyway. With that in mind, Yuan ignored the handsome man's array combination and focused on the other 2. And within minutes, he figured how they were combined and what array symbols were used. Yuan started with the beautiful woman's array combination. He first created the array symbols before combining them into a fully functional array. Pass. The beautiful woman gave her judgment after seeing the results. He moved on to Senior Huang's array combination next, and although it was harder than the last array combination, he still managed to crack it and understand everything about it in just a few minutes. A few moments later, Yuan replicated Senior Huang's array combination and showed it to him. "It's also a pass from me," Senior Huang said, and he continued, "You have already passed the second test, but if you wish to try and replicate the third one, you may go ahead and do so. Personally, I want to see you try." Yuan nodded and turned to look at the last array combination. Even if Senior Huang hadn't mentioned it, he would have still tried to solve it. Arrays are just like puzzles. Once assembled, you have to figure out what array symbols they used and how they combined it. 30 array symbols can have over 1 billion possible combinations, and each of these billion combinations can be considered a unique array. Yuan recalled the manuals he read about arrays. Although I don't know any of these array symbols, as long as I can figure out their combination pattern, I should be able to replicate the array. And for the next 10 minutes, Yuan would stare intensely at the handsome man's array combination, almost like he was trying to stare a hole into it. If it was an ordinary test, the judges would have disqualified him for taking so much time, but since the handsome man used level 3 array symbols, it was only fair that they be patient while Yuan tried to solve the array combination. The judges were prepared to sit there for an entire hour to see if Yuan could solve it, but after waiting for 15 minutes, Yuan began moving his fingers. Since he has never seen these array symbols before, he could not create them as fast as the basic symbols. It took almost 2 whole seconds for Yuan to create a single array symbol, but when he finished, it would come out as flawlessly as the basic array symbols. Impossible. The judge's eyes widened with surprise when Yuan completed his first array symbol. Even if Yuan lied about his experiences, it was almost certain to the judges that Yuan's age was as he claimed, and regardless of his situation, any 18-year-old that can create level 3 array symbols is considered a top array prodigy. After another 2 seconds, Yuan created his second array symbol, then his third, fourth, and so on. Senior Huang and the beautiful woman's excitement grew with each array symbol, but it was the complete opposite for the handsome man. If word gets out that he tried to mock a junior with level 3 array symbols but backfired in the end, he would become a laughing stock in the Array Masters Association. And to make matters worse for him, Yuan's level 3 array symbols were also much more precise and refined than his own. I cannot let him finish the array combination. The handsome man cried inwardly. Right as Yuan finished making the 27th array symbol, the handsome man suddenly slammed the table while shouting, "Stop!" Yuan was startled by the sudden outburst and immediately lost his concentration. All 27 array symbols that he'd created disappeared the moment his concentration was disturbed. When Senior Huang and the beautiful woman saw the flawless array symbols disappear before their very eyes, they felt some pain in their heart. As array masters, they respected and admired the art of array symbols, and when such perfect array symbols disappear like that, it was akin to an artist watching a masterpiece being destroyed before their very eyes. Bang! The doors suddenly flew open, and a small figure appeared in front of Yuan the next moment. "Brother Yuan, are you okay?" Xiao Hua asked him. "Why yes, I am fine." He nodded in a dazed manner. The guards outside also entered the room shortly after. "Master Zheng. What was that about?" The beautiful woman quickly shifted her angry gaze at the handsome man for ruining such a spectacular show. The handsome man immediately responded, "I thought I saw something wrong with the 28th array symbol, and I was worried that it might explode on us, so I subconsciously shouted for him to stop." Senior Huang silently shook his head, as he was fully aware of the handsome man's lies. He then turned to the guards and said, "It was just a misunderstanding. You can leave us alone now." The guards bowed to them before leaving the room. "Let's just continue to the final test, shall we?" Senior Huang asked Yuan a moment later. "Okay." He nodded. "Xiao Hua, I am fine. You can go back outside." However, Xiao Hua seemed reluctant to leave, and she was staring at the handsome man with narrowed eyes, seemingly in deep thoughts. "It's okay. Your friend can stay here," Senior Huang suddenly said. "I understand. Thank you, Senior." Yuan bowed to him. "Then let us continue to the third and final test. For the third test, we simply need you to create an array, the stronger the better, and we will test its strength," Senior Huang said to him. Yuan nodded and created a confinement array a few seconds later. "Impressive," Senior Huang muttered in a dazed voice, as he has never seen such a powerful basic array before. "Is this really a level 1 array? Even level 2 arrays would not be able to contest against this." The beautiful woman mumbled to herself as she inspected the array with great focus. The handsome man, however, remained seated in his chair behind the table, almost like he had no intention of even looking at the array. Yuan figured that it was because he could see the array from that distance, so he didn't need to look at it closely. Sometime later, the other judges returned to their seat with a look of fascination on their faces, looking like their views on this world had been broadened. "Ahem." Senior Huang cleared his throat before speaking, "Yuan. You have passed the assessment. I don't think any of us would deny someone of your talents as an array master. In fact, it would be disingenuous if we made you a level 1 array master. Therefore, I suggest that we give you an advanced promotion to a level 2 array master. Normally, if you want to raise your level, you would need another assessment, but you have proven yourself more than worthy of being a level 1 array master today. If you don't agree with my decision, let me hear your reasons, fellow masters. Senior Huang turned to look at the other two judges. No, I totally agree with you, Master Huang. If he doesn't deserve being a level 2 array master, then nobody should be qualified to be one. I would even argue that you qualify as a level 3 array master based on your mastery over creating array symbols alone, but your speed is a little too slow even for an average level 3 array master, and we need more than just the three of us to promote you to a level 3 array master. They turned to look at Master Zheng, who had been silent this entire time, and he continued to remain silent. Silence often means you have no objections, so I will go ahead and say congratulations, Array Master Yuan, you have passed the assessment and become a level 2 array master. Senior Huang said to him. Congratulations, Yuan. The beautiful woman also congratulated him. And she continued, I have been wondering for a while now, but exactly how long have you been studying arrays? Surely, you didn't study arrays for only a week to have such results. Now that we're aware of your capabilities, you can stop joking with us and just tell us the truth. Senior Huang nodded his head, I would also like to know the truth. Even if you started learning when you were 10, it is still an incredible achievement to become a level 2 array master at the age of 18. A weird smile appeared on Yuan's face as he said, but I'm not joking. I really only started learning arrays around a week ago. I only know of the 10,000 basic symbols and the basics to combining array symbols. The entire room turned dead silent. Are you telling me that you don't know any level 2 or level 3 array symbols? Then how did you create those level 3 array symbols? There's no way someone with only 1 week of experience can do such a thing. The beautiful woman exclaimed. Level 3 array symbols. Sorry, but I don't know what those are. Yuan shook his head. Arrays are separated into 9 different levels depending on their difficulty, and the 10,000 basic array symbols are level 1 array symbols, the least complex array symbols and also the easiest to learn. Intermediate array symbols are level 2, advanced symbols are level 3, and so on. What Master Zheng created during the second test are level 3 array symbols. Senior Huang explained to him. Is that so? No wonder why I didn't know any of those array symbols. Turns out that they were not part of the 10,000 basic array symbols. Anyways, I merely copied the array symbols. Although they're definitely much more complex than level 1 array symbols, they still function the same, so as long as I can trace the symbols, I can create them. Yuan said. You traced them? Senior Huang stared at him with a shocked face. How can someone treat array symbols as though they are merely words on a paper? Even if one can trace level 3 symbols, activating them is a different story. If arrays were as simple as words on a paper, everybody would be a level 3 array master and above. So you're telling me that you really have only 1 week of experience as an array master? The beautiful woman asked him in a dumbfounded voice. Yuan nodded his head calmly. Who is your master? Where did you learn about arrays? She continued to ask. A friend of mine explained the basics to me, but I learned arrays mostly through the manuals that she gave me. The Body Shielding Array, 10,000 Array Symbols, and Guide to Combining Array Symbols. Those were the manuals she gave me to study. Senior Huang nearly fell out of his chair from shock when he heard the names of the manuals. These are all basic manuals for complete beginners who have no experience in arrays. Even the Body Shielding Array is one of the most common array combinations out there. He's definitely screwing with us. Senior Huang cried inwardly. Neither Senior Huang or the beautiful woman believed Yuan's words for a second. They speculated that he was probably from a hidden family of renowned array masters, hence why he was reluctant to tell them the truth.